Chapter 1. Wrongly accused by the stepmother. Lin Fan, you wretch. She is your cousin. Seize the young master, and take him to see the prince. Lin Fan, clutching his head that felt as though it might split open, had just opened his eyes when a furious shout echoed in his ears. In the next moment, two guards rushed in and dragged him out of the room. Who am I? Where am I? Confusion gradually faded from Lin Fan's eyes, and the scene before him became increasingly clear. The surrounding architecture exuded an antique charm, and the attire of the passers-by was distinctly traditional. Suddenly, a flood of memories surged into his mind, overwhelming him with a throbbing headache. After a brief moment, he had absorbed all the memories. I have crossed over. Lin Fan was profoundly astonished. He had inexplicably traversed into a realm where cultivation was possible, a world where the mighty could alter rivers and mountains with ease. His current identity was that of a young master of the Pingjian Wangfu in the Great Jing dynasty. However, this young master had lost his mother at a young age, and his father had remarried, resulting in the birth of a younger brother. The world knew the new Wang Fei, Qin Hui, to be virtuous and noble. It was this very woman who had raised Lin Fan to be a good-for-nothing. Qin Hui, you are framing me. Lin Fan suddenly shouted at the beautiful woman leading the procession. She was indeed his stepmother, the current Wang Fei of the Pingjian Wangfu. Qin Hui paused momentarily, then began to weep profusely. Feiner, I know I am your stepmother, and you despise me, but you cannot harbor ill thoughts towards Nianer. She is your cousin. Fury surged within Lin Fan, his teeth clenched. Last night, he had drunkenly stumbled out of Huayu Tower, only to be carried home by his personal servant. How could someone who couldn't even stand straight possibly engage in any lewd acts? Yet, upon waking this morning, he found a disheveled young woman in his embrace, none other than Qin Hu's niece, Qin Yin'er. What else could this be but a frame-up? What is going on? At that moment, a voice of authority rang out, followed by hurried footsteps. A stern-looking middle-aged man strode forward. He was none other than Lin Fan's stepfather, the Pingjian Wang, Lin Nantian. Wang ya, this. I cannot possibly speak of it. Qin Hui hesitated, seemingly overwhelmed with shame and anger. Her demeanor only darkened Lin Nantian's expression. His gaze fell upon Lin Fan, and he questioned sternly, "Unfilial son, have you committed another heinous act?" Before Lin Fan could defend himself, Qin Hu's anxious voice interrupted. "Oh no, Nianer, do not despair. Your uncle will surely stand up for you." All eyes turned to see Qin Nianer, struggling violently in Qin Hu's embrace, as if she were about to hurl herself against a nearby pillar. "Aunt, Nianer cannot bear to live on my purity is lost," Qin Nianer cried amidst her struggles. Upon hearing this, even without Qin Hui clarifying the situation, Lin Nantian comprehended the gravity of the matter. His rage ignited as he raised his hand, ready to strike Lin Fan. "Unfilial son, though I have overlooked your past misdeeds for the sake of your deceased mother, how dare you lay hands on your own cousin? Today, I shall personally cleanse the family." As a warrior of considerable renown, Lin Nantian had achieved the rank of Grandmaster. The force of his palm could shatter mountains, and if it landed, Lin Fan would be reduced to mere pulp. A flicker of satisfaction glinted in Qin Hu's eyes. If this wretch perished, the title of young master would naturally pass to her son. Yet, in that instant, Lin Fan shouted, "Wait, I have something to say." Lin Nantian's hand halted just inches from Lin Fan's forehead. "Father, is it not rather rash to condemn me based solely on their words?" Lin Fan exhaled deeply before questioning loudly. "Do you dare question my judgment?" Lin Nantian's expression darkened, his voice heavy. "You think I am unaware of the countless times you have bullied the weak? How many times has your mother had to clean up your mess? I had hoped her guidance might redeem you. Yet you reveal your true nature by committing such a disgraceful act. Father, I am the young master of the Pingjian Wangfu. If I merely beckon, countless beautiful women would vie for my attention. Why would I need to force Qin Yin'er?" Lin Fan retorted vehemently. "Preposterous. Guards, administer 100 lashes and expel this boy from the Wangfu." Fury flared within Lin Nantian. He had not anticipated that Lin Fan would so brazenly treat his status as a young master as a means to seduce virtuous women. If word spread, what face would the Pingjian Wangfu have left? What face would he as the Wang have? "Father, hold your anger. I possess a means to prove my innocence. As the Pingjian Wang, you cannot allow an injustice to occur. Lin Fan declared. Lin Nantian suppressed his rage and replied solemnly, I shall grant you this opportunity. If you fail to prove your innocence, prepare to face the consequences. Agreed, but you must ensure that you do not interfere with my self-defense, Lin Fan added. Very well, Lin Nantian acquiesced. Release this young master. Lin Fan commanded the guards. They exchanged glances with Lin Nantian, who nodded before they released Lin Fan. Rubbing his sore shoulders, Lin Fan approached the weeping girl. Qin Yin'er, I implore you to cooperate. Qin Yin'er hesitated, confusion evident in her eyes, turning to Qin Hui for reassurance. Do not worry. Your uncle will protect you. Qin Hui reassured her. Qin Yin'er, you claim that I assaulted you last night, correct? Lin Fan inquired. Qin Yin'er's face flushed crimson, yet she nodded. Then I must have entered, yes? If I had, according to the laws of the Great Jing, I would face execution. If not, I would receive 30 lashes and owe 300 taels in compensation. Qin Yin'er hesitated, and Qin Hui quickly signaled her to comply. The situation had escalated. They needed to strike decisively. Summoning her resolve, Qin Yin'er whispered, I was violated. Very well, Lin Fan smirked, then bellowed, Dogsy, come here. From the crowd, a young servant rushed over, his eyes red-rimmed with concern. Young master, Dogsy, I have an important task for you. Lin Fan pointed at Qin Yin'er. Do you see her? You must go and violate her, and ensure it is done properly. What? Dogsy was momentarily taken aback. Hurry. Lin Fan kicked Dogsy's rear. Miss Yin'er, forgive me. I am but a servant to the young master, and must obey his commands. Dogsy steeled himself and lunged forward. Aunt, save me. Qin Yin'er cried out in terror, desperately trying to evade him. Miss Yin'er, do not dodge. How can I fulfill the young master's orders if you keep avoiding me? Dogsy exclaimed as he fumbled with his belt, lunging forward. Chapter 2. The Bronze Ancient Mirror. Enough. Lin Nantian roared in anger. He raised his hand to strike Dogsy. However, before he could act, Qin Yin'er slapped Dogsy across the face. He cried out in pain, sent flying over a meter away. Lin Fan, is this your means of self-defense? Lin Nantian's gaze was frigid, his fury nearly erupting from within his chest. How could he have given rise to such a wretched offspring? Father, have you not realized yet? Lin Fan chuckled. Although the dog is not a martial artist, it has learned some rudimentary skills. You are well aware of my strength. I struggle even to kill a chicken, yet the dog is somehow capable of overpowering Qin Yin'er. Her aunt and niece insist that I must have entered her quarters. Does that seem reasonable to you? At this declaration, Lin Nantian was momentarily speechless, coming to the realization that the aura Qin Yin'er had just exuded was nearly at the entry level of martial prowess. Without any cultivation himself, how could Lin Fan have violated a Sunto martial artist? Observing the shifting expressions on Lin Nantian's face, both Qin Hui and Qin Yin'er were taken aback. This useless fool has demonstrated such clarity of thought this time, employing this method for self-justification. Qin Yin'er deeply regretted exposing her strength, but the thought of allowing a filthy commoner to touch her body was utterly intolerable. Madam, Lin Nantian turned his gaze towards Qin Hui. His intention was clear. He sought a reasonable explanation. Panic gripped Qin Hui. She understood that without a plausible answer today, Lin Nantian would find it difficult to trust her in the future. After all, accusing the heir of the royal house was no trivial matter. Just then, a voice rang out from behind the crowd. Mother, I brought the item. Everyone turned to see a boy, 3 or 4 years younger than Lin Fan, rushing over with a teacup in hand. Upon seeing the boy, Lin Fan's heart sank as he realized the potential trouble. The boy was none other than his younger brother, Lin Xiaolong. In his recollection, this brat was quite the troublemaker who had caused him no end of mischief. Xiaolong, what is that? Lin Nantian's expression softened considerably upon seeing his second son. Unlike Lin Fan, who was seen as a failure, Lin Xiaolong was 14, well-mannered, and recognized as a martial arts prodigy with a burgeoning reputation in the capital. Father, this is the teacup used by Sister Yin'er. It contains traces of soft bone powder. Additionally, I found some remnants in brother's room. As he spoke, Lin Xiaolong produced a porcelain vial. Aunt Yin'er is dead. Qin Yin'er began to weep once more, her sorrowful visage evoking pity. Lin Nantian took the teacup and sniffed it, his brow furrowing. He then opened the vial for further inspection, his expression darkening once more. He turned sharply to Lin Fan. Lin Fan, do you have anything to say? Father, are we to conclude that this soft bone powder is mine, based solely on one person's testimony? Lin Fan's voice was surprisingly calm. Perhaps influenced by the remnants of his former self, he felt a profound disappointment towards this so-called father. Bring him forth. Lin Xiaolong gestured, and 2 guards escorted an elderly man forward. Father, this is the itinerant doctor who sold the soft bone powder to my brother. He has previously sullied many young women with this substance, and there are records in the Ministry of Justice. My lord, I was wrong. Had I known he was the heir, I would never have sold him the medicine. The old man immediately pointed at Lin Fan and began to plead for mercy. Lin Fan, with both witnesses and evidence against you, do you still wish to argue? Lin Nanshan's voice was stern. Since the prince does not believe me, what use is it for me to speak further? Lin Fan felt a bittersweet ache. Something so easily verifiable had been taken at face value by his negligent father. He did not wish to continue defending himself, for even if he could present 1,000 pieces of evidence proving his innocence, this mother and son duo could easily condemn him with just a few words. Unfilial son, what did you just call me? Lin Nantian thundered. I am about to be expelled from the royal estate. What else could I possibly call you? Lin Fan raised his head to meet Lin Nanshan's gaze, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of derision. Very well. Lin Nantian trembled with rage. He then issued a command. Take him away, give him 100 lashes, and expel him from the royal estate. From this day forth, Lin Fan shall no longer be the heir of the royal house. The guards immediately dragged Lin Fan toward the punishment hall. I am sorry, young master. The madam has instructed me to take good care of you. One of the guards chuckled, his tone laced with mockery. The lashes fell like rain, each strike bearing barbs that tore flesh and drew blood. A searing pain radiated from Lin Fan's back, causing him to convulse. Damn it. While others traverse worlds indulging in pleasures, here I am, having crossed over without a single encounter with a woman, only to face the whip. Yet, he meticulously registered each pang of agony, for if he survived, he swore that this suffering would be repaid 100-fold. After 30 lashes, Lin Fan had grown numb to the pain. By the time he reached 50 lashes, his consciousness began to blur. At 70 lashes, he seemed to see someone crying and throwing themselves upon him. Then, darkness enveloped him, and he fell into unconsciousness. Time passed, and when Lin Fan finally awoke, a searing pain coursed through his back, as if his skin had been flayed. He lay on the ground, devoid of the strength to turn over. Where am I? Have I died from despair and found myself in the underworld? Lin Fan surveyed his surroundings, discovering an expanse of nothingness, save for a mirror suspended in midair. Upon seeing the mirror, Lin Fan froze in shock. A bronze mirror? Could this be the object that brought me here? He vividly recalled that day when he had stumbled upon an antique stall while wandering the streets. Seeing the mirror's allure, he had picked it up to admire it. Unfortunately, the mirror had not been polished properly, and he had cut his hand on its sharp edges. In pain, he had dropped the mirror, which shattered on the ground, and a wave of dizziness had swept over him. When he regained consciousness, he found himself inhabiting the body of this namesake heir. You brought me here just to suffer under the whip? Lin Fan fumed, disregarding his injuries as he crawled towards the bronze mirror. He reached out and slapped the mirror that hung in the air. A radiant light burst forth from its surface, and once again, a powerful dizziness enveloped him. Thud! Lin Fan crashed to the ground, followed by an overwhelming pressure that felt as though 10 men were bearing down on him, making it difficult to breathe or lift his head. Where's this? Lin Fan lay prone as if he were a caterpillar, unable to even squirm. Yet, upon inhaling the air of this world, he was greeted by the fragrant scent of grass. Accompanying the grass aroma was a gentle power that seemed to alleviate some of his pain. Struggling to lift his head, he beheld the lush grass, akin to a primordial forest, with towering trees and soft, swaying greenery surrounding him. He painstakingly moved his hand before him, and the bronze mirror was firmly grasped in his palm. Alive, Father, what on earth have you brought me to? Chapter 3. A world of higher dimensions. The oppressive gravity rendered Lin Fan's every muscle and bone subjected to immense pressure. Take me back. Quickly, send me back, he screamed, feeling as though remaining in this world would lead to his bodily collapse. A wave of intense dizziness washed over him once more. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a dilapidated temple. The pain from his back seemed less severe, but he was parched, as if his throat were on fire. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside, followed by the jubilant voice of Lin Guzi. "Young master, you're awake." He limped over, a look of excitement on his face. Upon seeing Lin Guzi, Lin Fan urgently exclaimed, "Guzi, water. I need water." "Wait here, young master. I'll bring you some right away," Lin Guzi replied. Half a minute later, he returned with a cracked bowl. "Young master, here is the water." Lin Fan quickly took the bowl and drank. The water had an indescribable metallic taste, yet his thirst compelled him to consume it all in one go. After quenching his thirst, Lin Fan finally felt rejuvenated. "Guzi, help me up," he said weakly. "But young master, you're still injured," Lin Guzi expressed, concern etched on his face. "It's fine, just help me up," Lin Fan insisted. Cautiously, Lin Guzi assisted Lin Fan to a seated position against a pillar in the broken temple. As the wound tore anew, Lin Fan winced, taking in a sharp breath. Sitting up, he surveyed his surroundings. Indeed, it was a decrepit temple, riddled with holes and an overwhelming sense of desolation. It dawned on him that he had indeed been expelled from the Duke's residence. "Guzi, how did you end up out of the Duke's residence as well?" Lin Fan inquired. Lin Guzi chuckled. "When I was on the brink of starvation, it was you, young master, who saved me and granted me the Lin surname. From that day forth, I vowed to be your most loyal servant. If my master is cast out, how could I not follow?" Lin Fan recalled that moment vividly, remembering how Lin Guzi, emaciated and bullied by a group of beggars, had received a bun from him out of mere amusement. From that day, Lin Guzi became his devoted servant. Under the moonlight, Lin Fan noticed the bloodstains on Lin Guzi's back. "Guzi, I swear I will rise above everyone, surpassing even the Duke. One day, I will place you just beneath me, above all others," Lin Fan declared with resolute determination. "Young master, you are too kind. I would willingly die for you," Lin Guzi replied, tears glistening in his eyes. "I still need you to take care of me," Lin Fan jested, observing the tears on his face. "Young master, you're making me emotional," Lin Guzi said, breaking into a smile. Leaning against the pillar, Lin Fan began contemplating his next steps. To establish himself in this world and avenge today's grievances, he would need to pursue the path of cultivation. To attain wealth through knowledge and strength, one must acquire techniques and resources. In the Duke's residence, such resources were plentiful, but now, having been cast out, he found himself bereft of them. Must I resort to the sugar and salt trade to earn resources? The thought alone made Lin Fan's head throb. Suddenly, he caught sight of a blade of grass on his chest. He reached for it, discovering marks left by animal teeth. "What is this?" Lin Fan recalled the bronze mirror and the ancient forest world. In that realm, the gravity was peculiar, yet simply inhaling its air had significantly healed his injuries. This world was inhabited by warriors and beasts, along with wondrous herbs and treasures. Could it be a world of higher dimensions? Thus, merely by breathing its air, his condition had improved. Clutching the blade of grass, Lin Fan pondered. If that world possessed extraordinary air, then this grass must hold even greater power. Could it restore my injuries? Resolute, he placed the grass into his mouth. The grass was remarkably tough. He chewed it for quite some time, discovering its fibrous texture akin to sinew. After numerous bites, he finally managed to break it down and swallow it. As soon as the grass slid down his esophagus, a surge of power erupted from within him. This force was wild and unrestrained, wreaking havoc within his body, stirring his organs violently, causing him to turn pale and break into a cold sweat. "Young master, what's wrong?" Lin Guzi exclaimed, rushing to support Lin Fan, his eyes filled with anxiety. Lin Fan clenched his teeth, curling up in agony, feeling as though he might be torn apart by this raging power. His bones creaked and his muscles tensed, as if they would snap at any moment. Just as he thought his life was at risk, an extraordinary shift occurred within him. The chaos began to subside, as if an invisible force had tamed the violent energy, guiding it through his meridians. Wherever it flowed, warmth enveloped his previously injured areas, healing at an astonishing rate. Lin Fan and Appos, eyes widened in shock and delight. He could distinctly feel his body growing stronger under this force-'s nurturing. After a considerable time, he exhaled a breath of relief, his face radiant with the joy of survival. "Guzi, I'm fine now," he said with a smile. Lin Guzi, teary-eyed and trembling, responded, "Young master, I was so worried." "Rest assured, I am resilient and will not perish so easily." Lin Fan chuckled, patting his shoulder. "But your injuries?" Lin Guzi and Appo's gaze fell upon Lin Fan and Appo's back. The previously gruesome wounds had transformed into smooth, unblemished skin, save for a few remnants of dry blood. A celestial being must have imparted wisdom in my dreams, for not only have I healed, but my body has been enhanced, Lin Fan proclaimed, rising to his feet. He scanned the area, finally resting his gaze upon a stone lion just over half a meter tall at the entrance. Lin Guzi sensed his intent and cautioned, "Young master, that stone lion weighs 500 to 600 pounds. You've just recovered, please be careful." Ignoring him, Lin Fan strode over, gripping the lion's ankle. With a mighty heave, he effortlessly lifted the stone lion, which weighed over 500 pounds. Behind him, Lin Guzi stood in stunned silence. When did his master become so formidable? Previously, lifting a mere courtesan had been a struggle, yet now he could raise a 500-pound stone lion with ease. Chapter 4. Rooting out the weeds with a sudden forceful throw. Lin Fan hurled the stone lion, weighing over 500 pounds to the ground with a resounding thud. He dusted off his hands and returned to the dilapidated temple, satisfaction evident on his face. "Young master, your strength is nearing the threshold," Lin Guzi exclaimed in awe. "Nearing the threshold?" Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. "Guzi, you are aware of the realms of martial artists?" "Of course, young master. You often find yourself in trouble. So how could I not know the realms to gauge whether our guards can contend with the adversaries?" Lin Guzi chuckled. "Elaborate," Lin Fan commanded as he settled on a piece of rotting wood, fixing his gaze on Lin Guzi. "There are 4 major realms of martial artists: postnatal, master, grandmaster, and martial saint. However, 99% of martial artists dwell below the master level, specifically in the postnatal realm," Lin Guzi explained, nodding as though to display his cultured knowledge. The postnatal realm is further divided into 9 grades, with the 9th grade being the weakest and the first the strongest. Reaching the 9th grade signifies entry into the realm, typically granting one a strength of 800 pounds, enabling them to defeat 10 ordinary individuals effortlessly. "Young master, your strength is evidently not far from his threshold." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's brow furrowed. Having consumed the grass leaves and endured immense suffering without reaching this threshold, he realized the vast distance he had to traverse for revenge, especially in light of Lin Nantian being a grandmaster. Yet, the efficacy of the grass leaves hinted at the existence of other treasures that could enhance strength. The question remained, how could he once again access that world? The bronze ancient mirror. Lin Fan grasped the pivotal thought immediately. As this idea surfaced, an image of a mirror flashed in his mind. Indeed, it was the bronze ancient mirror. Let me try again. Just as Lin Fan was about to test it, he hesitated. If his consciousness were to traverse to that world, it would be acceptable. However, should his physical form follow, it would be akin to a transformation into a living corpse. Noting the potential fright that might seize Lin Guzi at his sudden disappearance, he instructed, "Guzi, step outside for a moment. I have matters to attend to." "Understood." Lin Guzi, without questioning Lin Fan and Appo's intentions, swiftly complied and exited. Lin Fan held no doubts regarding Guzi's loyalty. He directed his focus to the bronze ancient mirror, proclaiming, magic mirror, swiftly transport me to that world." The bronze ancient mirror vibrated and shimmered, its surrounding patterns glowing, yet it settled back into stillness the next moment. What is happening? Lin Fan was taken aback. This mirror was his means to ascend. Was it malfunctioning? Outside the dilapidated temple, a group of beggars approached, brandishing their sticks. "Huang San, you Haven and Appo's, deceived us, have you? If we eliminate those 2 within the temple, will a noble indeed reward us with silver?" A beggar, marked by a black mole on his forehead, regarded the leader with skepticism. "Rest assured, the deposit is secure. How could there be falsehood? Huang San, the leader, brandished a silver ingot, glimmering in the light. This ingot weighed a substantial 5 taels, a fortune, considering the average commoner in the Great Jing dynasty could barely save 2 taels in a year. Third brother, I believe you. Once this is accomplished, you must share 3 taels with me. I yearn to visit Huayu Tower and spend time with Xiaocui. A somewhat portly beggar grinned. Agreed, Huang San replied cheerfully. The noble promised us an additional 100 taels upon completion, which means each of us could earn 20 taels. 20 taels. Such wealth could buy a house in a small county and allow me to take Xiaocui as my wife. The beggar exclaimed, his eyes brimming with hope for the future. He envisioned buying a house, marrying Xiaocui, and living comfortably while begging on the streets. A delightful life indeed. The 5 beggars, bantering amongst themselves, soon reached the temple's entrance. Shoo! Quiet down. We don't want to scare off our 2 plump targets inside. Huang San urged the group to silence. What is there to fear? Wasn't it said that one of them is injured and cannot escape? The slightly plump beggar strode forward, kicking the half-closed temple door wide open. The other 4 followed suit, emboldened by their numbers, confident that they could outpace any ordinary individual. After all, beggars often face dogs, and those with weak legs had long since met their demise. What are you doing? Lin Guzi was startled by the sudden intrusion of the beggars. He quickly grabbed a wooden stick from the ground to block the entrance. This lad seems unaware of the formidable reputation of the 5 heroes of the capital, daring to wield a stick before us. Huang San scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. Third brother, take him down. At the command of one beggar, all 5 surged forward with their sticks raised. Though Lin Guzi had some rudimentary skills, he was no match for the 5 determined beggars, who were no strangers to brawling over territory. While he could fend off 1 or 2, facing 5 at once proved overwhelming, especially with his injuries, leading to him suffering several blows. Young master, run! He shouted, trying to block the beggars. You dare signal for help? The plump beggar leaped, raising his stick high to strike Lin Guzi. Those who dare strike me seek death. A thunderous roar erupted from within the temple, followed by a stone weighing over 100 pounds flying out. With a thunderous crash, the stone struck the plump beggar, who let out a pained cry as he collapsed to the ground. The stone rolled aside, leaving the beggar in oppose. As chest caved in, blood frothing from his mouth, he was beyond saving. The remaining 4 beggars were taken aback by the sudden turn of events. This is bad. We must retreat, Huang San shouted, pivoting to flee. Think again. Leave no one behind. Lin Fan charged out from the temple door. After consuming that segment of grass, his speed had noticeably increased. He propelled himself forward with a powerful kick, sending the last beggar flying several meters away, lifeless upon impact. Lin Fan pursued another beggar, delivering a devastating slap to his head. Crack! The beggar's head spun around, his neck snapping as he crumpled to the ground. Lin Fan spared the last 2, merely breaking their legs before dragging them into the temple. Young master, you are truly formidable. Lin Guzi limped over, his eyes filled with admiration. Merely a few useless individuals. Lin Fan replied indifferently. Please spare us. We are willing to divulge the identity of the mastermind behind this. Please grant us mercy. Huang San pleaded before Lin Fan could even interrogate him. Speak, Lin Fan said calmly. It was the people from the Bianjian Wangfu who instructed me. They offered me 15 taels and promised 300 more upon completion to eliminate those 2 in the temple. Huang San hurriedly confessed. How do you know it was from the Bianjian Wangfu? Lin Fan inquired. Huang San forced a sycophantic smile. I kept a watchful eye and stealthily followed, witnessing them enter through the back door of the Bianjian Wangfu. Young master, do you think the prince is truly that ruthless? Lin Guzi hesitated. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, a cold smirk forming on his lips. I do not know about his ruthlessness, but my stepmother and second brother certainly do not wish for me to survive. But why send beggars to do the deed instead of the guards? Lin Guzi queried, puzzled. They wish to eradicate all traces while simultaneously preserving their good reputation. If they were to take my life, it would reveal their lack of magnanimity and subject them to ridicule. However, should a beggar be the one to end my existence, only for them to subsequently eliminate that very group of beggars to ensure my burial, it would reflect a heart of benevolence. Chapter 5. The little flag of the Jingwei. Lin Fan's voice was icy. If it weren't for the unexpected acquisition of that blade of grass through the ancient bronze mirror, he would have already become a ghost beneath the sticks of beggars, the esteemed heir of the Pingjian prince and Appo's residence. Yet he was slain by a group of beggars. It would be a disgrace of monumental proportions. If this were to spread, his reputation would be utterly tarnished. Given his father and Appo's obsession with face, he would be subjected to posthumous humiliation. Such enmity could not go unavenged. The bitterness in his heart could not simply dissipate. "My lord, I have revealed all that I know. Might you allow us to depart?" Huang Xin attempted to smile obsequiously, his wrinkled visage resembling a wilting chrysanthemum. "Very well, I shall escort you," Lin Fan replied, twisting his hand, eliciting a sharp crack from Huang Xin and Appo's neck. Huang Xin's eyes bulged in disbelief. He could not fathom why, after divulging everything, he was still met with death. "Spare me, my lord. Have mercy." Another man cried out urgently. "Dogzi, take him for practice." Lin Fan tossed the beggar to Lin Dogzi. Now that they had lost the protection of the Pingjian prince and Appo's residence, they were bound to encounter numerous dangers. Without the courage to kill, how could they seek vengeance against the Pingjian prince and Appo's residence? Understood. Lin Dogzi dragged the beggar out of the dilapidated temple. Soon, the sound of stones crashing to the ground echoed. In less than a minute, a bloodied Lin Dogzi returned to the temple. "My lord, he is dead," Lin Dogzi reported, his face pale, yet his eyes gleaming with excitement and exhilaration. "Let us search the corpses. Did not Qin Hui's wretched self provide them with 25 taels of silver? It will serve as our travel funds," Lin Fan instructed. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Dogzi began his task, swiftly extracting all the silver from the 5 bodies. 25 taels and 220 copper coins. Previously, this amount would barely cover Lin Fan's wine expenses in Hebei. "Qin Hui will not rest easy knowing we are alive. We must leave this place immediately. As soon as the city gates open tomorrow, we will depart the capital," Lin Fan declared, rising to leave the dilapidated temple with Lin Dogzi. However, as they reached the courtyard, their steps halted abruptly. Lin Fan and Appo's gaze fixed intently on a middle-aged man leaning against a withered tree, his eyes sharp with vigilance. Dressed in the customary attire of the Jingwei, the man's garments were more exquisite than those of ordinary officers, and he bore an embroidered spring knife at his waist. The audacity of the Pingjian prince and Appo's residence to collude with the despicable and filthy Jingwei was indeed unexpected. While Lin Fan appeared at ease, his nerves were taut. The man in Appo's opulent attire and the presence of a spring knife indicated he held a significant position within the Jingwei. In such an organization, only those with might could ascend. This man must be a martial artist of considerable caliber. Unperturbed by Lin Fan and Appo's words, the man replied coolly, "The Jingwei are the emperor's personal army. Though the Pingjian prince's residence is a hereditary noble house, it lacks the authority to summon me." "Then what business do you have with me?" Lin Fan inquired, perplexed. "I offer you the opportunity to join the despicable and filthy Jingwei. Will you accept?" The man's gaze locked onto Lin Fan, scrutinizing and teasing. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan responded, "I will." Though the Jingwei were notoriously reviled, with both civil and military officials scornful of them, they were nonetheless the emperor and Appo's personal troops, holding a high status. Joining the Jingwei would afford him protection from noble families who would dare not act against him openly. Moreover, Lin Tian despised the Jingwei. The fact that his own son would become one of their so-called hounds would undoubtedly bring him great amusement. A small flag is needed in Ping'an County under Fengzhou. Whether you can maintain your position depends on your own fortune. Here is your badge and uniform. The man tossed a bundle towards Lin Fan. Catching the bundle, Lin Fan felt a numbing force travel up his arm. "Why do you assist me?" he asked, looking up at the man. "I owe your mother a favor. Consider this repayment." With that, the man turned and departed, soaring away like a hawk. Who is this individual? Lin Fan furrowed his brow, but he believed that once he ascended the ranks of the Jingwei, he would uncover the man's identity. "My lord, You are to become an official. A small flag is ranked 7th, capable of managing 10 individuals. Lin Dogzi exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Dogzi, I am no longer the heir of the Pingjian Prince and Appos, as residents. Do not call me my lord anymore, Lin Fan stated calmly. Accepting this bundle meant he would be formally registered as a member of the Jingwei. Then I shall call you young master from now on, Lin Dogzi replied. Very well, Lin Fan acquiesced, opening the package to reveal a waist knife. As a small flag, he was not yet entitled to wield the embroidered spring knife. This was merely an ordinary tin-forged iron waist knife. Upon unveiling the contents, he discovered a black Jingwei uniform. While not particularly exquisite, the fabric was soft and comfortable. Take it. Lin Fan handed the uniform to Lin Dogzi. Beneath the clothing lay a copper badge, inscribed with the characters for Jingwei on one side and into amp. Amp, Appos, small flag and amp, Appos, on the other. Next to the badge were 2 books, Breaking Wind, 3 Knives, and Iron Garment Skill, revealing they were techniques and martial arts. Lin Fan and Appos. S expression brightened. In this world, martial arts were categorized in a top tier, first-rate, second-rate, third-rate, and non-classified. Breaking Wind, 3 Knives was merely a third-rate skill, and Iron Garment Skill was also a third-rate technique. Yet, these were precisely what he needed to establish himself in this world. Gaining sufficient strength required the acquisition of techniques and martial skills. Dogzi, we must leave the city at once. Lin Fan stowed the bundle, keeping the badge close. After curfew, no one was permitted to leave the capital. But the Jingwei were an exception. As the emperor's personal army, even a small flag could exit the city with their badge. Daybreak arrived swiftly, and the capital returned to its usual bustle. Within the Pingjian Prince and Appos' residence, Qin Hui and Lin Xiaolong were pacing restlessly in their chamber. Soon, the steward rushed into the room. How'd it go? Is that little bastard dead? Qin Yu immédiately inquired. The steward knelt hastily, madam. I have failed. We only found the corpses of the 5 beggars in the dilapidated temple. Lin Fan has likely escaped. With a crash, Lin Xiaolong kicked the steward in the chest, furiously rebuking. How could you be so incompetent? You couldn't even eliminate a worthless fool, and now he has fled. The steward, having fallen to the ground, scrambled to his feet, bowing and pleading for mercy. Madam, please calm your anger. Young master, please be appeased. I will send someone to find him. I will ensure that Lin Fan does not leave the capital alive. Outside, hurried footsteps approached. Madam, the young lord of the Zhou Ding Marquis, Qin Feng, seeks an audience. A servant announced. What brings my uncle here? Lin Xiaolong asked, puzzled, glancing at Qin Hui. Let us go see. Qin Hui instructed, and they proceeded to the front hall. Brother, what brings you here? Qin Hui asked. Elder sister, look at this, Qin Feng replied, handing a document to Qin Hui. Upon reading the document, her pupils constricted sharply. That little bastard has actually joined the Jingwei. Who orchestrated this? Chapter 6. Encountering a deceitful merchant, though a minor officer of the Jingwei, holding the 7th rank. The position wielded substantial power. As the emperor's personal guard, the Jingwei operated solely under the authority of the Jing emperor, with no other individuals permitted to exert control over them. What shall we do now, mother? Lin Xiaolong and Appos' expression was grave. Qin Feng replied with a cold smile. Do not worry. I have already arranged for this young man's demise. Once he arrives in Ping'an County, he is certain to meet his end. While we cannot directly confront the Jingwei, we may employ other methods. Furthermore, sister, does not the prince also harbor disdain for the Jingwei? Perhaps you could leverage this to assist Xiaolong in securing the title of heir. Upon hearing this, Qin Hui and Appos' eyes sparkled with realization. She had been solely focused on the difficulty of eliminating the despicable boy, entirely overlooking the opportunity to elevate her own son. Brother, I am grateful for your reminder, otherwise we would have missed a splendid opportunity, Qin Hui remarked with a smile. Xiaolong's ascension would also benefit the Duke of Zhongding and Appos' household. As for your royal affairs, I shall take my leave now. Qin Feng clasped his fists in a respectful gesture and turned to depart. Xiaolong, see your uncle off, Qin Hui instructed. Understanding her intent, Lin Xiaolong promptly followed Qin Feng out of the hall. Lin San summoned the prince, she commanded after they exited. Shortly thereafter, Lin Nantian arrived, his mood soured by his vexation over Lin Fan. "My lady, what troubles you?" "Your Highness, there's a matter I feel compelled to disclose. But you must not be angered upon hearing it." Qin Hui hesitated, her words trailing off. "Speak plainly, my lady," Lin Nantian urged, his patience waning. "Your Highness, please look at this." Qin Hui handed over a document. Lin Nantian took the document and scanned it. Upon finishing, his hands trembled with fury, his eyes ablaze with indignation. That wretched creature! How dare he join the Jingwei? How dare he tarnish the 500-year reputation of the prince and Amp Appo's household? Seeing Lin Nantian and Amp Appo's distress, Qin Hui felt a surge of delight, yet continued to counsel him. "Your Highness, please do not let anger consume you. It is detrimental to your health. The Jingwei is a den of filth, a gathering of rogues and scoundrels. How can I not be enraged that Lin Fan has allied himself with such a disgraceful group?" Lin Nantian retorted, turning to leave. Qin Hui quickly grasped his arm. "Your Highness, where are you going?" "I shall deal with this wretched boy and cleanse our house," Lin Nantian declared angrily. "Your Highness, Lin Fan is now a minor officer of the Jingwei, the Emperor and Amp Appo's personal guard." Qin Hui and Amp Appo's implication was clear. Even the prince of the joint should not indiscriminately execute the Emperor and Amp Appo's guards, lest he provoke the wrath of the Jing Emperor. "Lin Fan has already been expelled from our household. He is no longer our heir. If your Highness publicly declares this, our family and Amp Appo's reputation will not suffer excessively. If—" Qin Hui paused. "Speak," Lin Nantian commanded sternly. "Xiaolong has grown, albeit he is somewhat lacking. However, our household's reputation must take precedence," she suggested, her tone cautious. "Xiaolong is far superior to that despicable boy," Lin Nantian contemplated before stating. "We shall publicly announce the disinheritance of Lin Fan and proclaim Lin Xiaolong as the heir of the prince of the joint. From this day forth, Lin Fan shall have no connection to our household." Qin Hui and Amp Appo's expression brightened. "I shall make the necessary arrangements at once." 200 miles outside the capital, Lin Fan and Lin Guzi rode swiftly. With 25 taels of silver, they could only afford 2 inferior horses, leaving 5 taels as their traveling expenses. The journey to Ping and Amp Appo's county spanned over 3,000 miles, and at best, it would take a month to arrive on 2 inferior steeds. Therefore, Lin Fan planned to first reach the port in Linjiang County and then take a boat straight down, arriving in Ping and Amp Appo's county in 6 days. By evening, they successfully reached Linjiang County. Upon arrival, Lin Fan sought a horse market, intending to sell their inferior horses to recover some costs. "These horses are of poor quality. I can offer you no more than 4 taels for one," the owner assessed, inspecting the horses. Lin Guzi immediately protested. "Owner, the horses may be inferior, but your price is far too low. 8 taels for one would be more reasonable." The owner shook his head with a smile. "Do not be hasty, young man. 8 taels for both is a fair price. I suggest you take the money and leave." "Scoundrel! Young master, let's not sell to him," Lin Guzi said, leading the horses away. At that moment, 2 burly men approached, blocking the entrance. "Young man, 4 taels for both horses. Take the money and leave," the owner said, his tone calm. "Are you attempting to force a sale?" Lin Fan asked with a smile. The owner shook his head. "Not all. These 2 lame, one-eyed horses are only fit for slaughter. 4 taels is generous. You must learn to be content." With that, Lin Fan slapped the owner hard across the face. The force sent the owner sprawling, 2 teeth flying from his mouth. "Ah, this hurts like hell," the owner wailed, clutching his face as he lay on the ground, pointing at Lin Fan and Lin Guzi. "Kill them. These fools dare to provoke the horse king of Linjiang County. They seek death." Lin Fan produced a bronze token, tossing it before the owner. "Open your eyes and speak only after you have seen this," Lin Fan commanded sharply. "What a worthless trinket. How dare you act so arrogantly?" The owner scoffed, but as he looked at the token, his mind buzzed as if it might explode. The 2 burly men had already closed in on Lin Fan, ready to attack. At that moment, the owner shouted, "Stop! Cease at once!" The 2 men halted, confusion etched on their faces. The owner trembled as he picked up the token from the ground, wiping it on his clothing before carefully presenting it to Lin Fan. "My lord, your token." The owner bowed his head, his voice quivering. Lin Fan took back the token, nonchalantly asking, "Now, how much are those 2 fine steeds worth?" 200 taels. With a swift kick, Lin Fan struck the owner in the abdomen, sending him flying. He then strode over and placed his foot on the owner's head. "How much?" he demanded. 300. 300 taels for each," the owner hastily declared. "Well, that price seems reasonable," Lin Fan replied, bending down to help the owner to his feet, gently brushing the dirt from his shoulders with a friendly demeanor. "Business entails both profit and loss. Purchasing 2 fine steeds for 600 taels is quite a gain for you, is it not?" "Indeed. Thanks to your grace, I have profited." The owner forced a smile through his swollen face, revealing his gapped teeth. "Very well, let us settle the payment," Lin Fan stated coolly. The owner promptly counted out 600 taels of silver notes, presenting them to Lin Fan with utmost respect. "My lord, your silver notes." "Let us go, Guzi," Lin Fan called, and the two exited the courtyard in tandem. As they stepped outside, the owner collapsed to the ground, weeping bitterly. "My money, my teeth." Chapter 7. The usage of the bronze mirror. "Young master, you were truly magnificent just now," Lin Guzi exclaimed, his face beaming with excitement. The exhilaration he felt from following young master was far superior to the past, when he would dominate others. "Enough with the flattery. It's getting late. Let us find an inn to rest for the night. We shall board the ship and continue our journey tomorrow morning," Lin Fan replied with an air of calm indifference. "Very well," Lin Guzi responded cheerily. With money in hand, his heart was at ease. Soon, the two found a cozy inn to settle in. A table laden with food and drink awaited them, alongside 2 private rooms. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, they retreated to their respective quarters for rest. As Lin Fan reclined on the bed, he began to ponder. Now that he possessed martial arts skills and a solid identity, the next step was to devise a strategy to enhance his strength and status. However, without the ability to re-enter that mysterious realm, rapid advancement seemed elusive. In his mind, the bronze mirror floated silently. "How do you function?" Lin Fan gazed at the mirror, his tone tinged with frustration. After a long day of riding, exhaustion washed over him, and he soon drifted into an uneasy slumber. Suddenly, the sound of 4 gongs resonated outside his window. Lin Fan jolted awake, instinctively reaching for his waist knife, only to realize it was merely the night watchman signaling the time. The 4 gongs indicated the 4th watch, akin to 1 o'clock in the morning from his previous life. Unable to return to sleep, he resumed his examination of the bronze mirror. "Mirror, oh mirror, I yearn to revisit that world." No sooner had he uttered these words than the world around him began to spin violently. A powerful force bore down upon him, pinning him to the ground. He found himself once again in the familiar grassy expanse, in the same spot as before. "By the heavens, it worked!" Lin Fan exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. The immense pressure made it difficult for him to breathe, and he realized he could not endure in this realm for long. His immediate goal was to gather as much as he could before he had to return. He quickly reached for the grass, grasping a handful, but found it impossible to uproot. It felt as though the grass was embedded in iron. Even as his face turned crimson from effort, it refused to budge. His body began to buckle under the strain, bones creaking ominously. "I cannot leave empty-handed," he thought, shifting tactics. He released a handful of grass and focused on tugging at a single blade. With a sharp rip, the blade came free, but not without inflicting pain as it sliced into his palm. Ignoring the sting, he continued to pluck more blades, each successful tug resulting in fresh wounds on his hand. After managing to pull a 3rd blade, his strength began to wane. Breathing became labored, and the pain coursing through his body made it clear he could not hold on much longer. "Mirror, take me back," he shouted, and a wave of dizziness engulfed him. A few moments later, he lay back in his bed, gasping for breath. He glanced down at the 3 bloodied blades resting in his palm. "Worth it," he thought to himself. Rather than consuming them immediately, he chose to rest and reflect on the details of his recent venture into that world. Last night, it was likely around this time that the mirror had transported him. Was it possible that he had a daily opportunity to enter that realm? Lying there, He felt he was on the verge of uncovering the truth. Tomorrow, he would test this theory. Consuming these 3 blades should allow him to endure longer, enabling him to gather more. He pondered whether he could bring tools with him. If he could take a knife, his efficiency in collecting would undoubtedly increase. After some time, he used his waist knife to cut each blade into 3 segments, each about 2 to 3 centimeters long. This way, he would not risk overwhelming his body as he had the first time. Just as he was about to consume his segment, he remembered the 2 martial arts manuals he had yet to examine closely. The breaking wind 3 blades was a knife technique, which he set aside. The iron garment skill appeared to be a cultivation method. Lin Fan opened the iron garment skill and studied it closely. It was a method of physical training, refining the body through blood and energy, enhancing strength while hardening the flesh. When perfected, it was said to be akin to wearing a suit of iron, impervious to blades and spears, hence the name. Having memorized the incantation, he placed a segment of grass in his mouth and began to practice. Chewing the grass until it was pulverized, he found that with the cultivation method aiding the absorption of its energy, the process was devoid of the previous torment. Instead, a soothing warmth enveloped him, as if he were soaking in a warm bath, with every muscle relaxing. After a brief period, he felt the energy from the grass fully assimilate into his body. He sensed an increase in his strength, yet he still had some distance to cover before achieving a minor success in the iron garment skill. Throughout the night, he consumed 8 segments of grass. Upon swallowing the 8th, he felt as if a barrier within him had been breached, allowing his energy to flow freely. Lin Fan opened his eyes, gently circulating his energy, noticing a slight darkening of his palms. This was the manifestation of the iron garment skill, when the skin took on the hue of forged iron while circulating energy. The skill was considered perfected. With a minor success in the iron garment skill, his cultivation level should have reached the 9th tier. A single segment of grass had become less significant for him. It would be better to gift it to Guzi to enhance his strength, he mused. As dawn broke, he descended to the kitchen to procure some ashes from the cooking pot. Mixing the grass with the ashes, he rolled it into a small ball. Holding the quail egg-sized black pill in his hand, a satisfied smile spread across his face. "Young master, why are you awake so early?" Lin Guzi panted, clearly having searched for him for quite some time. "Guzi, I have reached the 9th tier," Lin Fan announced with a grin. Lin Guzi's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really? Young master, you are truly remarkable." Lin Fan handed him the recently crafted pill. "Take this. My current strength is due to such a pill. This is far too precious. Young master, you should keep it for yourself." Lin Guzi's eyes brimmed with desire, yet he hesitated. "I insist you take it. Should any trouble arise in the future, do you expect me to deal with it myself?" Lin Fan feigned displeasure. After a moment of internal conflict, Lin Guzi relented. "Very well, I shall accept it. Give it a moment to digest. Then we shall head to the dock to board the ship," Lin Fan instructed. Lin Guzi nodded eagerly, then hurried upstairs with the pill in hand. However, mere moments later, he dashed back down, excitement radiating from him. "Young master, this pill is extraordinary. Just one has elevated me to the 1st tier." Lin Fan was taken aback. The segment he had given Guzi was slightly longer, yet it was still just a modest amount. Why had Guzi soared to the 1st tier while he required nearly 10 times the amount to reach the same level? Could it be that his own aptitude was lacking? Chapter 8. Arrival at Ping'an County. How is the quality of a dog assessed? Lin Fan couldn't help but inquire. Lin Guzi extended his hand, revealing a crimson thread coursing beneath his skin. He then explained, "Young master, this red thread is formed from the condensation of vital energy. 1 thread signifies the 9th rank, 2 threads the 8th rank, and 3 the 7th rank." Lin Fan concentrated, channeling his internal energy to his palm. Indeed, a single red thread manifested in his hand. Lin Fan felt a twinge of despair. Despite exerting tenfold effort, he only attained the same level as Guzi. What abysmal talent he possessed. He sighed inwardly, realizing he would have to rely on the ancient bronze mirror. Without it, he would likely lead a life of mediocrity. "Young master, what troubles you?" Lin Guzi asked, noticing Lin Fan and Appo's as pallor. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively. It and Appo's "That's nothing. Let us proceed to the dock." The two set off towards the dock, and after paying 6 taels of silver, they successfully boarded the ship. The cost of long-distance travel is indeed burdensome for ordinary folk. A ticket for a journey exceeding 3,000 miles would take an average family over a year to save. Over the next 6 days, apart from foraging in the other world, Lin Fan dedicated his time to studying the wind-breaking 3 blades technique. Dear guests, we regret to inform you that we cannot take you to the dock at Ping'an County. The ship's captain suddenly approached him as Lin Fan immersed himself in his studies. "Captain, that seems unfair. How can one accept silver and fail to deliver?" Lin Guzi expressed his discontent, incredulous that they would be expected to walk to the county town. "This is the refund for you, totaling 2 taels," the captain said, handing over the silver with a bitter smile. "Regrettably, due to rampant banditry in the area, 2 merchant ships ahead of us were already attacked at the dock, and we cannot risk it. Then please let us disembark at a location closer to the county town," Lin Fan suggested. "Thank you for your understanding." The captain repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Once the captain left the cabin, Lin Fan remarked, "Banditry has reached the county's dock. It seems the waters of Ping'an County are rather treacherous. What shall we do now, young master?" Lin Guzi inquired. "What shall we do? Let it be," Lin Fan replied with a serene demeanor. His cultivation was not far from the 8th rank now, with his growing strength and the prestige of the Jingwei. He figured self-preservation should not pose a significant problem. He turned to Lin Guzi and asked, "Guzi, I have given you 10 elixirs over these 6 days. Why do you still remain at the 9th rank?" "Young master, cultivation requires a gradual approach. The elixirs you provided are extraordinarily potent. It takes me 3 days to fully assimilate one. However, give me a month, and I assure you I shall break through to the 8th rank," Lin Guzi promised. "Is it not possible to consume them consecutively?" Lin Fan queried. "Of course not. A warrior's body has its limits. Consuming elixirs or rare herbs in succession can overwhelm the body and even lead to adverse reactions, resulting in internal injuries," Lin Guzi explained. Lin Fan grew more perplexed. Over the past 6 days, he had consumed 3 to 5 herbs daily and had progressed rapidly. Yet, he felt no adverse effects at all. Could it be that despite his lack of talent, he possessed a higher tolerance for the potency of these elixirs than the average person? "Young master, are you all right?" Lin Guzi waved a hand in front of Lin Fan's face. Lin Fan smiled nonchalantly. "It's nothing. Gather our belongings. We shall prepare to disembark." After another hour, the merchant ship entered the territory of Ping'an County. Only Lin Fan and Lin Guzi disembarked. "Dear guests, please wait a moment while we set up the skiff." The ship's steward instructed the sailors to arrange the plank leading to the shore. "No need," Lin Fan waved his hand and leapt powerfully, soaring across the 6-meter wide water surface to land on the shore. Lin Guzi followed closely, taking a short run before crossing the 6-meter expanse. "You both possess remarkable agility," the steward exclaimed in astonishment, promptly advising, "Simply head south, and you will reach Ping'an County town in 40 miles. "Thank you." Lin Fan and his companion turned towards the town. As martial artists, their stamina was significantly superior to that of ordinary individuals. They jogged for a quarter of an hour before arriving at the gates of Ping'an County town. "Young master, your stamina is truly impressive. Running 40 miles in one go has utterly exhausted me." Lin Guzi panted heavily, clearly fatigued. Lin Fan frowned slightly, despite being at the same 9th rank. He felt that Guzi lagged considerably in strength and speed. Perhaps Guzi represented the typical 9th rank warrior, while he himself was notably stronger than the average. However, to validate this hypothesis, he first needed to report to the Jingwei. Since the establishment of the dying dynasty, the imperial authority had seldom extended to the countryside. As the emperor's personal army, the Jingwei traditionally operated within the capital and major economic and military hubs. However, times have changed. To stabilize their rule and strengthen imperial power, the Jingwei now stationed personnel in every province and county. Ping and Apos, and county was guarded by a chief Jingwei, who oversaw 5 subordinate flags, each with 10 ordinary Jingwei soldiers, also referred to as Jingwei warriors. Upon entering the town, Lin Fan headed straight for the Jingwei office. The Jingwei operated independently of the county government. thus possessing a separate administrative area. Despite the county town's dilapidated and impoverished state, it bore a certain grandeur. A pair of fierce stone lions stood guard before the vermilion gates, leading up 3 stone steps to a high threshold. Stop. This is the Jingwei office. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted entry. Upon stepping through the entrance, 2 individuals clad in black Jingwei uniforms blocked Lin Fan's path. I am Lin Fan, a Jingwei officer sent from the capital. Here are my badge and appointment document. Lin Fan presented his badge and documents to them. After a brief examination, the 2 exchanged glances. Ah, it is Lord Lin. Please wait in the side hall while I inform the chief, one of the soldiers said, cupping his fist in respect before departing. The other guided Lin Fan to the side hall. By the way, what is the chief's name? Lin Fan inquired. Our chief is surnamed Gao, given name Chong. The soldier replied in a neutral tone. Lin Fan exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Guzi, who discreetly revealed a silver note from his clothing. Brother, it seems you have dropped your silver note, Lin Fan pointed out. The soldier glanced down and, upon seeing the note's denomination, his body jolted. He immediately bent down to retrieve the 20-tael note, which equated to 5 months' salary for an ordinary Jingwei soldier. Lord Lin, one of our subordinate flags had a recent retirement, and Chief Gao intended to promote his trusted aide Zhao Chang to that position. As you can understand, the soldier whispered. Thank you for the reminder. Lin Fan expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow. Outside, a cacophony of footsteps approached, prompting the soldier to distance himself from Lin Fan. Chapter 9. A display of authority. A figure stepped into the side hall first, emanating an aura of menace that could terrify even the most ordinary of souls. Lin Fan understood that this individual sought to assert dominance over him. Following closely behind were 5 individuals clad in the distinctive garb of the militia. Lin Xiaoqi, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. You have indeed endured considerable hardship, Gao Chong proclaimed with an official tone, his gaze scrutinizing Lin Fan as though attempting to see through him. Honorable Commander, we all serve His Majesty, and while the labor may be arduous, it is a labor of love, Lin Fan replied, rising to salute the direction of the capital. Gao Chong raised an eyebrow, contemplating that this young dandy from the capital differed somewhat from the rumors. If he were an ordinary scion of privilege, he would have already been overwhelmed by the palpable bloodlust radiating from Gao Chong. Lin Xiaoqi is not as I imagined. Yet how could a person of your meticulous nature make such a seemingly unwise choice? Gao Chong remarked, taking a seat with an imposing demeanor, his keen eyes fixated upon Lin Fan. What wise or unwise choices are you referring to? I merely wish to pledge my loyalty to His Majesty, to serve him and to sacrifice for the great Jin, Lin Fan asserted with a calm demeanor. Gao Chong sneered. Lin Xiaoqi indeed hails from the Duke's residence. Your loyalty to His Majesty is commendable. Since you acknowledge my loyalty, may I assume my appointment is forthcoming? Lin Fan inquired, maintaining his composure. Appointed? You possess no cultivation. What grounds do you have for such an appointment? The Jingwei Wei does not harbor incompetence living off the state. Just then, a voice interjected from nearby. In an instant, a shadow lunged forth. Bang! With a dull thud, the individual who had spoken was sent flying by a kick, crashing against the wall before collapsing to the ground, clutching his chest in agony. The sound of blades being drawn echoed as the 4 others unsheathed their weapons, seemingly intent on overwhelming Lin Fan. However, Lin Fan remained unfazed, turning to Gao Chong and saying, Sir, this man wears a uniform of the Jingwei Wei, but dares to insult me, a Xiaoqi. According to our regulations, those who offend their superiors deserve 50 strikes. I merely gave him a reminder to prevent any future embarrassment to you. Gao Chong's expression darkened as he glared at Lin Fan. After a few tense moments, he finally spoke. Very well, Lin Xiaoqi, you may arrange your lodgings today. Tomorrow, you will officially take up your post, and I shall assign you 10 Jingwei Wei warriors. With that, Gao Chong strode out of the side hall, taking the injured warrior with him. Sir, may I see you off? Lin Fan called out loudly. Gao Chong clenched his fists tighter, his expression growing even more sour. Once Gao Chong and his entourage had departed, Lin Guzi approached. Young master, have you not offended your superior on your very first day in Ping and Appos and County? Is that wise? Lin Fan smiled serenely. Guzi, apart from myself, there are 4 other Xiaoqi in Ping'an County, yet Gao Chong brought 5 men with him. Who do you suppose that 5th person is? After a moment of thought, Guzi ventured, Gao Chong's confidant. Zhao Cheng? Precisely, Lin Fan replied with a cold smirk. Without Gao Chong's instigation, Zhao Cheng would not dare to confront me so openly. Even if I had refrained from acting, he would have insisted on a duel. Should I lose, I would suffer disgrace and possibly relinquish my position as a Xiaoqi, becoming a pawn for them to manipulate. Thus, rather than waiting passively, I would prefer to strike first, defeating Zhao Cheng with overwhelming force. If Gao Chong wishes to intimidate me, must I not retaliate? Guzi's eyes brightened with understanding, and he quickly flattered, Young master, your wisdom is unparalleled. You possess both courage and strategy. Enough flattery. Let us first acquire a residence. Tomorrow, I shall arrange for you to join the Jingwu Wei as well. Lin Fan declared, striding out of the side hall. Young master, wait for me. Guzi hastily followed. In the Jingwu Wei's administrative chamber, Gao Chong sat in a chair, his expression as dark as a stormy sea. Sir, tea, one of the warriors offered, presenting a cup. Smash! Gao Chong's hand sent the cup crashing to the floor. What an insolent wretch! Does he truly believe he remains the favored son of the Duke's estate? How dare he wreak havoc on my territory? And you, Zhao Cheng, how could you fail to defeat a mere weakling? You have brought me nothing but shame. With your abilities, even if you were to attain the rank of Xiaoqi, you would still be a laughingstock. Zhao Cheng's face remained pale. Lin Fan's kick had nearly dislodged his internal organs. He gritted his teeth. Sir, that scoundrel ambushed me. He is also of the 9th rank. Had it been a fair fight, I would not have lost. A fair fight? Gao Chong thundered. You failed to respond, even when he struck you. Even in a fair fight, you are no match for him. Sir, once I recover, I will challenge him to a duel. I refuse to bring you disgrace. Zhao Cheng insisted defiantly. If you were not my wife's younger brother, I would dearly like to behead you and use your head as a chamber pot. You have missed your chance. Why would that Xiaoqi want a duel with a mere warrior like you? Gao Chong retorted with irritation. What manner of person has so thoroughly enraged our esteemed commander? A mocking voice rang out from outside. A middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe entered. Lord Liu, what brings you for the county office to my Jingwu Wei? Gao Chong's voice turned icy. The man was none other than Lu Guangdou, the magistrate of Ping'an County. I have come to discuss a business matter with you, Lord Gao. Lu Guangdou replied with a smile. I'm not interested. Please take your leave. Gao Chong dismissed him coldly. Now, Lord Gao, do not be hasty. Please take a look at this first. Lu Guangdou continued, smiling as he produced a stack of silver notes. Immediately, all eyes in the room were drawn to the stack of notes, each worth 100 taels, totaling at least 3,000 to 4,000 taels. Gao Chong's monthly salary was merely 20 taels. This stack represented over a decade of his earnings. Lord Liu, please sit. What is this business you wish to discuss? I owe you a favor. After all, Gao Chong said, a smile breaking through his stern demeanor. The remaining 5 men hastily offered Lu Guangdou tea and attended to him with great care. The Jingwu Wei was permitted to retain 30% of confiscated funds as bonuses, but in the impoverished Ping'an County, that would amount to only a few dozen taels a year. If they managed to secure this lucrative deal with Lu Guangdou, each person could potentially receive 200 to 300 taels. What assistance do you require from me, Lord Liu? Please, do not hesitate to ask, Gao Chong pledged. Thumping his chest, Lu Guangdou pushed the stack of notes toward Gao Chong. It is nothing major. The jurisdictions of each Xiaoqi differ, correct? I merely wish to inquire if you could assign that newly arrived Xiaoqi to a post outside the city. At this, Gao Chong raised an eyebrow, and the other 5 exchanged glances filled with intrigue. It appeared that some individuals had incurred the wrath of the masses, and their demise was all but assured. Chapter 10. Other uses of the ancient mirror after leaving the official residence. Lin Fan and his companions sought refuge in a pawn shop, ultimately purchasing a 3-courtyard residence in the southern part of the city for 250 taels of silver. They then spent an additional 10 taels to procure the necessary household items. Guzi, go purchase some training equipment, and remember, the stone lock should be heavy by several. Lin Fan instructed. Rest assured, young master, I will handle it. Guzi replied before departing the courtyard. Lin Fan returned to his room. reclining on the bed and allowing himself to relax. If all went as planned, he would be residing here for some time. As evening approached, a commotion arose in the front courtyard. Lin Fan ventured out to investigate and discovered that Guzi had returned, accompanied by 3 brawny men. These muscular figures were carrying stone locks and wooden stakes, quickly setting up a rudimentary training area. "Master, we have a batch of weapons available. Would you be interested?" A robust, middle-aged man approached Lin Fan. "Weapons?" Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. The middle-aged man quickly introduced himself. "Master, I am Su Kuang, the head of the Su Martial Arts Academy in Pingyang County. However, times are tough, and few come to study martial arts these days. Therefore, I am selling off the Academy's equipment to make ends meet." After contemplating, Lin Fan decided that gaining knowledge about weapons would not be detrimental, so he replied, "Then do leave the weapons." "Thank you, Master." Su Kuang's face lit up with joy, and he gestured to the 2 young men, Lauda, Lao, Air. "Go fetch the weapons. Our master is generous and wants them all." "Understood," the 2 young men replied. Soon after, the trio returned with an assortment of weapons. Although the quality was merely average, they appeared well-maintained, likely due to regular oiling. However, Lin Fan's attention was drawn more to the young woman who entered alongside the 2 young men. The young woman possessed a delicate beauty, and her movements were crisp and efficient, evoking a sense of comfort at first glance. "Master, there are a total of 24 weapons along with those training tools, for a total of 120 taels. Is that acceptable?" Su Kuang inquired cautiously, bracing for haggling. These items were of little use for sustenance, and with the ongoing calamities, their previous value had diminished significantly. His psychological threshold was set at 100 taels. To Su Kuang's surprise, Lin Fan immediately declared, "Guzi, bring the money." Guzi promptly retrieved 120 taels in silver notes and handed them to Su Kuang, smiling. "Director Su, please check the amount." Su Kuang finally realized what had transpired, exclaiming, "No need to count. Thank you, Master." "Money and goods exchanged. No need for thanks," Lin Fan replied with a smile. "Then we shall not disturb you further," Su Kuang said, quickly stowing the silver notes. After Su Kuang and his companions departed, darkness enveloped the courtyard. Lin Fan instructed Guzi to procure some marinated meat and a couple of jean of wine. The 2 celebrated their new home with a hearty meal and drink. "Master, you are too good to me. I will be your loyal dog for life." Guzi slurred, his eyes glazed with intoxication. "Dog? Nonsense." Lin Fan raised his cup and downed it in one go, placing a hand on Guzi's shoulder. "I want you to be my brother, not a brother. I just want to be a dog. A dog." Guzi shouted, and after that proclamation, likely due to the effects of the alcohol, he slumped over the table, falling into a deep slumber. Lin Fan, feeling slightly tipsy himself, relished this rare moment of relaxation since arriving in this world. "You foolish dog," he chuckled, lifting Guzi and carrying him back to his room. As the night breeze swept through the courtyard, Lin Fan shivered, the effects of the wine dissipating. The sound of the watchman's bell echoed, signaling the arrival of the 4th watch. Lin Fan glanced at the newly installed weapon rack, letting out a sigh. "If only the bronze ancient mirror could assist me in mastering martial arts techniques," he mused. After 6 or 7 days of study, he had yet to grasp even a third-rate technique. No sooner had he voiced his thoughts than the bronze ancient mirror began to tremble violently. Startled, Lin Fan dashed back to his room, uncertain of what chaos the mirror might unleash. Upon returning, his consciousness was swiftly drawn into an empty void. The bronze ancient mirror floated before him, enlarging until it resembled a grand portal. Then, Lin Fan beheld a figure clad in a silver flying fish uniform, a spring knife hanging at his waist, emerging from within the mirror. However, his heart raced as he recognized the man's face. It was an older version of himself, marked by a hardened demeanor and a hint of a rebellious smile, as if he were witnessing himself a decade hence. Lin Fan swallowed hard. What was the bronze ancient mirror doing? In the blink of an eye, the future version of himself stepped forth from the mirror. "Draw your blade." With a swift motion, the spring knife was unsheathed, unleashing a flurry of wind blades that struck Lin Fan, sending a jolt through his body. Second strike. It was as if the very air was rent asunder, the blade slicing through with an elegance that seemed to transcend mere martial skill, akin to the techniques of a celestial being. Third strike. The wind swirled in a frenzy, exuding both wildness and a touch of grace, as if breaking free from the confines of martial artistry altogether. Withdraw your blade. With that command, the future Lin Fan retreated back into the bronze ancient mirror, his silhouette fading into the distance. Lin Fan collapsed in the void, drenched in cold sweat, his body resembling one freshly pulled from water, lips pale and devoid of color. After a moment of stillness, he finally regained his composure, meticulously recalling the 3 strikes he had witnessed. The wind-breaking 3 blades. Was the ancient mirror aiding me in cultivating martial techniques? As the mirror's energy waned, Lin Fan opened his eyes. Finding himself once more in his room, he exhaled deeply, feeling a newfound clarity wash over him, as if many of his questions were falling into place. With a determined grip on his waist knife, he strode out of his room. In the early hours, the courtyard was alive with the sound of blades slicing through the air, their glimmers reflecting the moonlight like autumn waters, gentle yet swift as lightning. As dawn broke, Lin Fan expelled a breath of stale air, sheathing his knife. Though he had gone without sleep, his eyes gleamed with the sharpness of a blade. The wind-breaking 3 blades, mastered. Chapter 11. Discussing conditions, young master. You rise exceedingly early. As Guzi stepped out of the door, he spotted Lin Fan exercising in the courtyard. At that moment, Lin Fan was lifting an iron rod, upon which a row of stone locks was prominently placed. With great effort, he raised the entire set of stone locks, resembling a weightlifter from a bygone era. 6 stone locks, each weighing 200 pounds, amounted to a staggering total of 1,200 pounds. Guzi counted the stone locks on the iron rod, his eyes widening in shock. "Young master, have you already reached the 8th rank?" he exclaimed. A 9th rank warrior possesses 800 pounds of strength. Upon entering the 8th rank, one's power escalates to 1,200 pounds. Although it seems like a mere increase of 400 pounds, the resilience and explosive power of the body undergoes a significant enhancement. At the 8th rank, one is considered a top-tier expert in smaller locales. Lin Fan set down the iron rod, the stone locks landing on the ground with barely a sound. He then shook his head and replied, "Not yet. I'm still at the 9th rank." He extended his hand, gathering his vitality, as a blood-red pattern danced across his palm. Such extraordinary talent, young master. Guzi's eyes sparkled with admiration. Throughout history, there have always been individuals with exceptional gifts. Some progress at an astonishing pace, while others achieve sudden enlightenment, directly ascending to martial sanctity. Young master is truly a case of profound accumulation leading to sudden emergence. Invincible among peers. Invincible among peers? Lin Fan mused, feeling confident. Lifting 6 stone locks still left him with energy to spare. He believed he could easily manage 2 more, totaling 1,600 pounds of strength, surpassing an ordinary 8th rank warrior. With this power, combined with the perfected, wind-cutting 3 blades, he could likely fell an 8th rank warrior with a single strike. "Guzi, go buy some food. I am hungry," Lin Fan instructed. "Right away." Guzi promptly dashed out to procure some provisions. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a large bag of meat buns and 2 bowls of thin porridge. After satisfying his hunger, Lin Fan donned the black flying fish attire of a minor flag officer and stepped out, with Guzi closely following. Upon seeing Lin Fan's garments, the street vendors and passers-by instinctively stepped aside. The Jingwei were known for their ruthlessness. Offending them could lead one to the dreaded imperial prison. Before long, the 2 arrived at the official office, where Guzi waited at the entrance while Lin Fan strode confidently inside. The passers-by, recognizing this fearsome figure, quickly moved aside. His notorious reputation had spread throughout the entire office, having severely injured Zhao Cheng, a 9th rank warrior and a trusted aide to the chief flag officer. Who would dare provoke such a person? Lin Fan made his way directly to the hall where Gao Chong was working, entering without so much as a greeting. "Master Gao, I have come to report in," he declared as he stepped into the hall, cupping his fists in greeting. "Lin Xiaoqi, please take a seat. I shall first explain the rules of our office," Gao Chong said, looking up at Lin Fan with a warm smile. "I am all ears," Lin Fan replied, taking a seat casually on a nearby chair. Gao Chong's expression shifted slightly. Lin Fan's posture and demeanor were eerily familiar. However, he could not be bothered to argue with someone he deemed close to death. "With you, we now have 5 minor flag officers. Li Zheng oversees the Eastern District, Chang Guan the Western, Lu Ji the Southern, and Liang by the Northern, while I, of course, preside over the office." Gao Chong paused, observing Lin Fan's unwavering smile before continuing. "Now that you are here, we are like family. According to Jingwei regulations, 70% of all illicit gains must be submitted, while 30% can be retained. Everyone has their own territory to manage. And of course, we cannot shortchange you, Lin Xiaoqi." Gao Chong continued, "Currently, there is no space within the county, but there are vast areas outside. Although the profits may be less concentrated, the sheer volume is substantial. Henceforth, the areas outside the city will fall under your jurisdiction. What do you think?" At this, Lin Fan silently scoffed. Ping'an County was notoriously impoverished. Only within the county could one catch a glimpse of any profits. Outside, the populace was destitute. What gains could be had? Even scraping the ground 3 times would yield less than a mere fraction of what could be grasped in the county. It seemed Gao Chong intended to push him out of the power center of Ping'an County. For now, he was merely a 9th-rank warrior, while the chief flag officer was typically a 7th-rank expert. He would have to bide his time until his rank caught up. In the meantime, he needed to assert his rightful authority. With this in mind, Lin Fan spoke. "Master Gao, I shall abide by your arrangements. However, I have a subordinate who accompanied me from the capital, and I wish to assign him a post. I wonder if you would permit it? Typically, a minor flag officer would command 10 individuals, but since you have made the request, I shall not deny your request. Your subordinate may have 1 additional person. Should you find yourself short-handed later, you may arrange as you see fit." Gao Chong waved his hand, appearing to grant authority. In his eyes, Lin Fan was a man with little time left. Granting him some autonomy wouldn't matter. "Master, could you please issue a written document? I fear the other warriors may object," Lin Fan suggested. "Of course," Gao Chong replied, pulling a sheet of paper from the desk and beginning to write. In no time, the document was completed and sealed with the official stamp. "Lin Xiaoqi, is this satisfactory now?" Gao Chong handed over the document. Lin Fan quickly glanced over it, confirming the content was correct before cupping his fists in gratitude. "Thank you for your trust, master. Since all is in order, you may proceed to your post, Lin Xiaoqi. Your 10 warriors are already waiting for you in the office courtyard. Hurry along." Gao Chong waved him off. Your subordinate takes his leave. Lin Fan bowed respectfully and turned to exit. He then collected a set of Jingwei warrior attire and a badge before heading to the entrance to meet Guzi. When Guzi saw the clothing and badge in Lin Fan's hands, his eyes welled with tears. "Young master, you are truly kind to me," he said, his voice choked with emotion. As a servant, he had never imagined he would have the chance to become part of the Jingwei. Although the Jingwei warriors were at the bottom of the hierarchy, they were still the emperor's personal troops, holding official positions and receiving salaries. Ordinary individuals would need to donate 300 to 500 taels of silver to secure such a position. Enough. Quickly change into your clothes. Do you want to be embarrassed wandering around in those shabby rags? Lin Fan chuckled, giving him a light kick. Young master, I'm just excited." Guzi grinned and promptly went to change into his new attire. Indeed, the adage that clothes make the man held true once donned in the new uniform. Guzi appeared significantly more spirited. "Young master, how do I look?" he asked, adjusting his outfit repeatedly. "Quite well. You look very presentable," Lin Fan remarked, stroking his chin in appraisal. "Shall we go, minor flag officer?" Guzi said, beaming with joy. "Let us go," Lin Fan replied, stepping towards a courtyard with Guzi trailing closely behind. In the courtyard, a group of elderly, sickly, and weak individuals stood lazily about. Some were smoking pipes, while others leaned against training posts, their faces pale and their eyes sunken, resembling those who had been drained of vitality. "Damn it, we used to be able to scrape together some profits under the other 4 minor flag officers in the city, but now we'll be stuck outside, living off the wind," one grumbled. "Right? Why did this minor flag officer have to come? Without silver and profits. I fear I won't even be able to visit Qiuxiang Tower anymore," another lamented. With this minor flag officer's arrival, it seems our good days are numbered. As complaints echoed through the air, a young man clad in a black flying fish uniform strode into the courtyard. Chapter 12. Lin Fan establishes authority. The Feiyu uniform is exclusively worn by officials within the Jingwei. A minor flag officer, holding a rank equivalent to a 7th grade official, also possesses a unique color scheme for the Feiyu attire. Upon witnessing this official garb, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Yet, they maintained their nonchalant demeanor, clearly dismissing Lin Fan. They scrutinized the newcomer, the minor flag officer, while Lin Fan assessed this gathering of the aged and infirm. "Young master, this is merely a group of the weak and ailing," muttered Lin Guzi. Lin Fan chuckled coldly, realizing that Gao Chong had indeed set himself up for a fall. Among 10 strong men, for appeared to be over 50, with 2 bearing dark circles under their eyes, evidently drained by vice. The remaining 3 resembled ruffians, likely lacking any martial prowess. However, the last individual piqued Lin Fan's interest, a sturdy fellow wielding a broadsword instead of the standard Jingwei dagger, which seemed to possess considerable heft. He stood upright, a stark contrast to the lethargy of his companions, appearing somewhat out of place. "I am Lin Fan, the newly appointed minor flag officer. I hope to receive your guidance henceforth." Lin Fan spoke with a gentle tone and a calm demeanor. Yet to some, his tranquility appeared as an invitation for bullying. "Sir Lin, my brothers previously thrived under the leadership of 4 other officers in the county, often indulging in plenty of spoils. Now that we serve you, we find ourselves reduced to the winds of the northwest. You ask for our guidance. Might we first address the matter of our sustenance?" The speaker, a young man with darkened eyes, had just returned from a brothel that morning and was displeased to hear of a new superior. In an instant, a shadow flashed by. With a resounding bang, the youth was kicked away, and as he was already weakened by indulgence, he expelled a mist of blood, writhing on the ground in agony. "Bah! What scum dares to defy authority?" spat Guzi, his eyes brimming with disdain. The crowd, taken aback by the sudden aggression of the man beside Lin Fan, turned their gazes toward him. Lin Fan remained serene. "Guzi, according to our Jingwei regulations, how is one punished for defying authority?" Guzi clasped his fists. "Sir, the law states that those who contravene authority shall receive 50 strokes of the rod." "Very well." Lin Fan surveyed the remaining 9 faces. "Who among you is willing to carry out the punishment?" The group of frail and feeble individuals fell silent, heads bowed. The unfortunate lad, already grievously injured, would not survive even the lightest of strokes. None wished to take on this ill-fated task. Lin Fan smirked, prepared to have Guzi execute the punishment publicly. Just then, the silent swordsman stepped forward. "I, Wangfu, am willing to carry out the punishment on behalf of the Lord." His declaration elicited glares from the remaining 8, who had banded together in opposition to the newcomer. This man's willingness to comply was seen as a betrayal. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. "Very well, let us commence." "Yes." Wangfu promptly retrieved a wooden rod from the punishment chamber. He then pinned the youth down before the crowd and began to strike. The first blow elicited a wail from the already injured man. Undeterred, Wangfu continued, each strike more forceful than the last. Lin Fan observed Wangfu with narrowed eyes, his esteem for the man growing. "Spare me. I was wrong. Please. I will offer my entire fortune." The youth's cries for mercy echoed, striking fear into the hearts of the remaining 8. As Wangfu continued, the youth's screams diminished, and by the 30th stroke, he had fallen silent. By the 40th, his back was a bloody mess, and the final strike reduced the flesh to a pulp. After completing the punishment, Wangfu raised the rod and bowed. "Sir, the punishment is complete." The onlookers gazed at the youth, now lifeless, his bones exposed. They had anticipated that the new officer would assert authority, but none expected such a brutal display, resulting in the death of a fellow officer. "Well done," Lin Fan commended. "Thank you for your praise, my lord." Wangfu stood firm, blood and remnants of flesh staining his attire. Lin Fan scanned the faces of the others, each one reflecting trepidation, fearful of becoming the next example of Lin Fan's authority. "I prefer order and uniformity," Lin Fan stated calmly. The moment his words fell, The 8 men stood erect as if jolted by electricity, forming a straight line at remarkable speed, each standing straighter than the last. Excellent. This exudes much-needed spirit. A smile would enhance your demeanor further, Lin Fan remarked with a smile. The group forced smiles, their expressions more akin to grimaces than joy. Now that you are all standing straight, allow me to reintroduce myself. Lin Fan's tone turned icy, his gaze sharp as a blade. I am Lin Fan, your superior. I detest disobedience and contradiction. Is that understood? Understood. They chorused in unison, their voices echoing. Good. Now form pairs and commence patrols outside the city. I will be monitoring closely. Laziness is permissible, but should I catch you, there will be consequences. With that command, the group hastily sought partners. Only Wangfu remained, isolated and ignored. Wangfu, you shall accompany me, Lin Fan instructed. Yes, Wangfu replied. The 11 departed swiftly from the Jingwei office. The passers-by on the streets were taken aback by the spectacle. Who are they after this time? The officials must be in need of funds again, they murmured, accustomed to the Jingwei's oppressive presence. As Lin Fan and his entourage moved on, Gao Chong received news of the events. After hearing his subordinate's report, Gao Chong scoffed. This Lin Fan possesses some skill. He has managed to involve those worthless fellows in patrolling the streets. My lord, should we no need, ISN T. Lu Durin prepared. In a few days, we shall coordinate with him to send that lad on his way. Gao Chong's lips curled into a smirk, his gaze cold. With such paltry skills, he dares to challenge me? How utterly laughable. Chapter 13. The deep grudge of Wangfu. Lin Fan and his companions had already exited the city. Outside the city was desolate, with scarcely any travelers to be seen. Young master, what shall we do now? Lin Guzi inquired. Lin Fan raised his gaze and spotted a tea stall not far from the city gate. Let's go there for some tea, he replied. The trio soon settled at the tea stall, and upon seeing their attire, the owner trembled as if shaken by a sieve. Gentlemen, I have already submitted my tribute this year. 2 taels of silver, not a penny less. The owner stammered. What is this tribute about? Lin Fan directed his gaze towards Wangfu. Apart from the necessary taxes, there should be no additional tribute in the Jing dynasty, he remarked. My lord, every industry within and around the city is required to pay a tribute to the Jingwei annually, based on the scale and location of their business, Wangfu explained. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. It turned out that the tribute was merely a form of protection money. He said, We are not here to collect tribute. Just serve us some tea, and you shall not lose your tea money. Upon hearing this, the owner sighed in relief and hurriedly brought out fine tea leaves to fill their cups. He then managed to smile, saying, Gentlemen, you need not pay for the tea. Consider it my tribute to you. You may go about your business now. We have matters to discuss. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively. Certainly, call for me if you need anything, the owner replied, stooping to wipe the cold sweat from his brow. Wangfu, you're a martial artist, are you not? Lin Fan inquired. Wangfu nodded. My lord, I'm a 9th grade martial artist. How can a martial artist of your caliber be assigned to serve under me? Lin Fan scrutinized Wangfu's eyes, observing every flicker of emotion. My lord, in Ping'an County, there's a mountain called Lantu Mountain. My family has been hunters there for generations. However, 10 years ago, a band of mountain bandits appeared, slaughtering my parents and wife. I was powerless to avenge my family alone, so I spent my entire savings to purchase a position in the Jingwei, hoping to use their strength to eliminate the bandits. Yet, after reporting the bandit situation multiple times, no one paid me any heed. My information vanished into silence, and I was met only with isolation. As Wangfu spoke, his eyes blazed with unrestrained hatred, his blood surging with fury. Suddenly, he knelt before Lin Fan on one knee. I feel that you're different from Gao Chong. If you can help me avenge my family, I, Wangfu, am willing to follow you through fire and water to sacrifice my very being. Lin Fan noted every expression on Wangfu's face. It appeared genuine. Such rage and murderous intent could not arise without a profound grievance. You must understand what it means that the bandits of Lantu Mountain have remained unvanquished for 10 years. Moreover, as a mere small flag officer with only 9th grade cultivation, how can I hope to defeat those bandits? Lin Fan countered, observing Wangfu intently. My lord, You reach the 9th grade before your coming of age with your talent. It is certain you will ascend to 7th or even 6th grade one day. I have waited for 10 years and am willing to wait even longer. As for the bandits' backing, I have devised a plan. Wangfu's tone was earnest, his eyes filled with hope, as if he were grasping at the last straw of salvation. Rise, Lin Fan said nonchalantly. Wangfu paused, asking, Does that mean you agree? I will certainly deal with the bandits, but not for the sake of avenging you. Lin Fan replied, sipping his tea, his gaze becoming fervent. I require achievements to ascend, to gain power, and to acquire formidable techniques. Wangfu's eyes widened in shock. He perceived a deep yearning for power within Lin Fan's gaze. He sensed that Gao Chang's position was likely to be short-lived. Nevertheless, all that mattered to him was the opportunity for vengeance. If you eliminate the bandits, I am willing to serve as your vanguard, assisting you in reaching the pinnacle of power. Wangfu declared eagerly. Lin Fan regained his composure, calmly responding, Very well, you may sit back down. Wangfu returned to his seat. Wangfu, how much do you know about the bandits? Lin Fan asked, taking another sip of tea. There are 32 bandits in total, 10 of whom are 9th grade martial artists. Their leader, known as Scarred Tiger, is at the peak of 8th grade, likely just a step away from 7th, Wangfu replied, his eyes igniting with the flames of hatred at the mention of the bandits. Do they frequently harass the common folk below? Lin Fan continued his inquiry. Indeed, many. Over the past decade, at least 800 people have perished at their hands. The mere mention of Lantu Mountain sends shivers down the spines of the people in Ping'an County, Wangfu responded. Very well, let us prepare and strike tomorrow. Lin Fan concluded calmly. Wangfu was taken aback, incredulous. My lord, you intend to eliminate the bandits? Indeed, a new official takes office with 3 fires. Eradicating the bandits of Lantu Mountain shall count as my second fire, Lin Fan stated evenly, as if dispatching the bandits were as effortless as crushing a colony of ants. My lord, Scarred Tiger is an 8th grade peak martial artist. You are not his match, Wangfu cautioned. Enough with the trivialities. If you wish for vengeance, follow me, Lin Fan said, finishing his tea and rising from his seat. Guzi, pay the bill. Lin Guzi promptly retrieved 6 copper coins from his sleeve and tossed them onto the table, then followed Lin Fan toward the city gate. Wangfu's mind raced to comprehend the situation, but he quickly caught up. As time passed, he began to discern Lin Fan's intended destination. Before long, the Su family martial arts hall came into view. Wangfu exclaimed, My lord, you do not intend to seek Master Su's assistance, do you? Though Master Su is also a 9th grade martial artist, he is no match for Scarred Tiger, even with his 2 9th grade sons. I do seek his assistance, but not to confront Scarred Tiger, Lin Fan replied, his expression unperturbed as he approached the Su family martial arts hall. The 2 young men who had previously delivered weapons were busy taking down the signboard, moving cautiously to avoid any mishaps. Be careful. Though the Su family martial arts hall is closed for now, it will reopen one day, and this signboard will be of great use. Su Kuang urged his sons. Master Su, Lin Fan called out as he approached. Su Kuang turned to see the black flying fish uniform of the Jingwei flag officer. Upon recognizing Lin Fan's face, he was taken aback. My lord, you are a Jingwei? Su Kuang's voice quivered. He feared that this man was the recently appointed Jingwei flag officer rumored in the town. Having accepted this man's silver, he felt a sense of foreboding. Master Su, I have matters to discuss with you, Lin Fan said with a smile. You are not here to demand silver, are you? Su Kuang asked uncertainly. We settled our accounts yesterday. Why would I seek you for repayment? Lin Fan's words momentarily bewildered Su Kuang. Aside from indulging in drinks at a brothel, when had the Jingwei ever paid for goods? Chapter 14. Gathering subordinates upon realizing that they were not there to demand silver, Su Kuang let out a sigh of relief. He quickly gestured, My lord, please step inside. Lin Fan followed Su Kuang into the martial arts hall. The spacious hall was eerily empty, with only a few benches and a single table remaining. Warner, quickly bring out my prize tea leaves and brew some, Su Kuang called into the inner chamber. Father, I understand. A melodious voice of a young girl replied from within. 3 esteemed lords, please take a seat. Su Kuang arranged the benches for the 3 men. Lin Fan, not one to stand on ceremony, seated himself and then spoke, Master Su, I have come to request your assistance. Assistance? Su Kuang was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. Milord, do you jest? What could a mere man like me do to aid someone of your stature? To eradicate the bandits of Lan Nyo Mountain. Lin Fan stated calmly, yet his words stirred a tempest within Su Kuang's heart. Regaining his composure, Su Kuang replied, My lord. The leader of the Lan Nyo bandits is at the peak of the 8th rank and wields the third-rate martial art, heart-piercing hand. Even 10 ninth-rank warriors may not be a match for him, let alone his 10 ninth-rank subordinates. He pondered for a moment, then tentatively asked, could it be that the esteemed Lord Gao intends to take action to rid the people of this menace? If Lord Gao can eliminate the Lan Nyo bandits, the tribute we offer would surely be willingly given. Lord Gao has no intention of intervening. It will solely be my men, Lin Fan replied. Su Kuang furrowed his brow. What rank are you, my lord? 9th rank. Then you must be jesting. To attain 9th rank before reaching maturity is remarkable indeed. Yet, the chasm between such ranks cannot simply be bridged by talent. Su Kuang chuckled while waving his hand dismissively. I have my methods to deal with the Scarred Tiger. You need only help me intercept the other 9th rank bandits. Once we have vanquished them, I can grant Master Su 3 positions within the Jingwei. Lin Fan's demeanor remained composed, as if he possessed unshakable confidence. Seeing Lin Fan's demeanor, Su Kuang hesitated. This young commander seemed to possess some hidden trump card. If it were merely a matter of dealing with a few 9th rank foes, the danger appeared minimal. The promise of 3 positions in the Jingwei was indeed extraordinary. One would require no less than 1,000 taels of silver to procure such an opportunity. Though the Jingwei were often maligned, their income was undeniably substantial. With an annual salary of 48 taels, Father, you must agree to the Lord's proposal. Suddenly, 2 figures approached from the side. They were Su Kuang's 2 sons, who seemed to have been eavesdropping for quite some time. The moment they heard of the opportunity to join the Jingwei, they could no longer contain their excitement. You 2 rascals, do you think the Lan Nyo bandits are easy prey? Su Kuang admonished them. Just then, Su Wanner arrived with the freshly brewed tea, gracefully pouring it for the 4 men. Father, while the Lan Nyo bandits may be formidable, they are still villains. Have you not taught the disciples of the martial arts hall to uphold righteousness? Su Wanner spoke softly. To uphold righteousness. Which martial artist has not harbored such dreams? Su Kuang's thoughts were stirred by his daughter's words, reminding him of his own past when he acted out of justice and earned the affection of a fair lady, resulting in the birth of Su Wanner and her 2 brothers. Father, if the martial arts hall remains closed, we shall lose our livelihood. If we can join the Jingwei, our family's annual income would exceed 100 taels, allowing us to prepare a splendid dowry for my sister's marriage, the eldest son urged. Upon hearing this, Su Kuang gritted his teeth. Very well, we shall do it. Lin Fan couldn't help but smile at Su Kuang's response. With the support of the Su family, along with Guzi and Wangfu, he would have 5 capable individuals at his disposal. The Su brothers, too, were elated, as it would not be long before they donned the robes of the Jingwei and enjoyed the benefits of official life. Excellent. Master Su, prepare yourself. Tomorrow at the hour of the rabbit, I will lead the team to Lan Nyo Mountain. You 3 should follow discreetly and wait for my signal. Once I engage the Scarred Tiger, you will intervene alongside Wangfu and Guzi to hold off the 9th rank bandits. Lin Fan instructed earnestly. Understood. Su Kuang nodded in agreement. After securing the support of the Su family, Lin Fan and his companions departed from the Su martial arts hall. My lord, we can only have 10 strong men in our small banner. Do you think it wise to promise the Su family such things? Once they were distance away, Wangfu voiced his concerns. He had spent 300 taels just to secure a position in the Jingwei himself. Do not worry. After tomorrow, positions will be available. By then, our small banner and the Su family may not even muster 10 individuals, Lin Fan replied calmly, causing Wangfu to shiver involuntarily. The implication of not gathering enough men was clear. Wangfu, return home and rest. Conserve your strength for tomorrow and Appo's battle. Lin Fan patted Wangfu and Appo's shoulder. Yes, I shall take my leave, Wangfu replied and turned to depart. Young master, what shall we do next? Lin Guzi inquired. What shall we do? Naturally, we shall return home and rest, Lin Fan replied, orienting himself towards home. That evening, at the Jingwei office, 8 men returned from their patrol outside the city, weary and disgruntled. Upon discovering Lin Fan's absence, they erupted in complaints. He sends us out to patrol while he hides away and enjoys himself. Damn it, that lad is probably busy with some woman, looking all dignified while shirking his duties. I'm exhausted. Wouldn't it be better to indulge in pleasures at the pleasure house than to patrol the streets for those wretched commoners? The cacophony of complaints continued until Gao Chong passed by the entrance, wearing a mocking smile. Youthful exuberance. Though he possesses talent, he lacks understanding of the world. The Jingwei has long since decayed, with everyone vying for a life of leisure, and yet someone insists on stirring the pot, provoking the ire of all. Lin Fan, however, did not hear nor wish to hear the grumbling. He lay in bed deep in thought. Tomorrow he would take action, and today he must enhance his strength. It was unrealistic to expect a rapid improvement in his swordsmanship. Although the distinction between mastery and perfection appeared minor, the reality was stark. He would need to enter the ancient bronze mirror 3 or 4 more times to achieve such advancement. It would be more practical to focus on elevating his cultivation instead. With this in mind, Lin Fan entered the world of the bronze mirror. The familiar weight of gravity pressed down upon him once more. However, unlike his first experience, Lin Fan was no longer helpless. He could now move like a caterpillar within this realm, a significant leap forward. He reached out, pulling down 2 blades of grass with a sudden force. Perhaps due to his enhanced strength, his hand remained unscathed. Time was of the essence, and he swiftly grabbed 2 more blades. Just then, something darting through the grass caught his attention. A grasshopper? Lin Fan's gaze fell upon the small creature resting atop the blades of grass. If such humble leaves could grant him such improvement, imagine the benefits of capturing this grasshopper, which had feasted on countless blades. Though small, it was still flesh. Chapter 15. The Expedition to Rotten Cow Mountain. Leave me alone, Lin Fan exclaimed, extending his hand to strike. With a force of 1,600 pounds, he erupted with remarkable speed. In one swift motion, he pinned the grasshopper in his palm. In the next moment, he felt as if a sharp blade had pierced his hand, causing him to gasp in pain. He hastily raised his hand to inspect it, discovering 2 gaping wounds in his palm, nearly penetrating through. Hiss! This grasshopper is formidable. Its hind legs are akin to razor-sharp blades. Looking up again, Lin Fan saw the grasshopper had leapt a meter away, now resting on a blade of grass to feast. To Lin Fan, that meter felt like an insurmountable chasm. In this world, his stamina could scarcely allow him to traverse such distance. Consider yourself fortunate. Lin Fan cursed to the grasshopper. The creature turned its back to him and expelled a pellet of green excrement. Lin Fan continued to hurl invectives at the grasshopper, but to no avail. In the end, he plucked 2 blades of grass and retreated from this realm. Damn it! How could a mere grasshopper dare to humiliate me so? Lin Fan's face flushed with anger. When my strength increases and I can move freely, I shall ensure your extinction. Due to the grasshopper's interference, he ultimately collected only 6 blades of grass, a decline from his previous tally of 10. As he consumed each blade, he refined them using his iron armor technique, swiftly devouring every last morsel. With a sigh of relief, Lin Fan ventured into the courtyard to test his strength. This time, he easily lifted 8 stone blocks, equating to 1,600 pounds. Yet, he sensed he still had reserves and could likely lift another, bringing him to 1,800 pounds. Ordinarily, a 7th-grade martial artist possesses merely 2,000 pounds of strength. In terms of sheer power, he was approaching the level of a 7th-grade warrior. After testing his strength, Lin Fan collapsed in a bed, for tomorrow promised a grand battle, and it was imperative to conserve his energy. Time flew, and dawn arrived. Before the sun had fully risen, Lin Fan was already at the Jingwu Wei official residence. Besides Wangfu and Lin Guzi, the other 8 Jingwu Wei members stood sleepily in line, following customary practice. Although the roll call was at the hour of the hare, most arrived only by the hour of the snake. They were deeply dissatisfied with Lin Fan, yet feared his ruthless nature, refraining from open rebellion. Everyone, wake up! We have a mission today. All of you will accompany me outside the city, Lin Fan commanded. The group quickly straightened up, though confusion filled their eyes. A mission? Had a troublesome citizen reported something? My lord, what is our task for today? One of the burly men asked, attempting to ingratiate himself with a grin. I have heard that a band of mountain bandits plagues Rotten Cow Mountain to the west of the city. They have long caused suffering to the common folk. So our mission today is to eradicate these bandits and restore peace to the people. Lin Fan declared, his tone resolute. The burly man's smile froze instantly. What? Am I dreaming? Everyone knows those bandits are not only powerful, but also have backing. This new officer actually intends to lead us against them. Is he courting death? The others were equally stunned, a chill coursing through their veins as they realized their new superior might be a fool. My lord, such a significant task should surely be reported to the chief officer first, don't you think? The burly man attempted to negotiate for a chance at survival. Do we really need to trouble the chief officer for a mere band of mountain bandits? Lin Fan replied in an unyielding tone. Everyone follow my orders. We are departing to exterminate the bandits. His command was issued, yet none of the 8 moved a muscle. Lin Fan's gaze turned icy. He spoke in a low voice. According to the laws of the Jingwu Wei, those who defy an official order shall receive 30 strokes. Anyone unwilling to comply may stay at the residence after the punishment. Nearby, Wangfu cracked his knuckles, producing ominous sounds that sent shivers down everyone into Oppo's spines. To be subjected to 30 strokes from Wangfu meant certain death. The previous individual had perished after just 30. If they were to engage the bandits, and Lin Fan fell first, there might still be a chance for survival. However, enduring the 30 strokes was a guaranteed death sentence. Realizing this, the group reluctantly began to move toward the gate. What in the world are you all dawdling for? Run, Lin Fan barked. They immediately broke into a jog. The 11 of them exited the official residence and made their way toward the western city gate. Just as they departed, Gao Chong received word of the situation. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, he stood in stunned silence. What? You mean Lin Fan has taken that ragtag group to confront the bandits at Rotten Cow Mountain? My lord, I was hiding behind the wall and heard everything clearly, the subordinate confirmed. Ha ha ha. I was just contemplating how to send this fool to his demise. And now he has unwittingly walked into danger himself. Gao Chong laughed heartily. My lord, what shall we do now? Li Zheng, responsible for the eastern city, inquired. What shall we do? We shall celebrate this splendid occasion. Gao Chong ordered. You go to Shixiang Pavilion and order several tables of fine dishes. Then fetch some aged wine from the Western Winery, and invite Lord Liu to join us in celebration. At once, my lord. Li Zheng responded with a grin. Wait. Gao Chong stopped him, adding, let Huailu close for the day and bring all the girls here to entertain us. Today, all expenses will be on me. Li Zheng's grin widened, now more lecherous. Understood, my lord. Once Li Zheng departed, Gao Chong could not suppress a cold chuckle. A mere inexperienced boy dares to contend with me. He truly seeks his own demise. In the wilds west of the city, Lin Fan and his companions had already covered 20 li at a brisk pace. Dogsy and Wang, who were untroubled, both being 9th grade martial artists. However, the remaining 8 struggled, each gasping for breath as if they were bellows. My lord, should we take a break? Otherwise, we might arrive only to find we lack the strength to escape if we are defeated, one of the frail men implored, clutching a tree for support. With a swift flash of his blade, blood splattered as the man's head was severed. The scene left everyone astonished. No one expected that a simple request for a break would result in such violence. Are you all still fatigued? Lin Fan surveyed the remaining 7. No, we are not fatigued. They all hastily replied, waving their hands. Then continue onward. You receive your salaries from the emperor, yet fail to protect his subjects. What use are you? Lin Fan scoffed. The group, resigned, pressed on. Lin Fan glanced back and noticed the Su family hiding behind a tree. He then urged the remaining Jingwei warriors to continue their advance toward Rotten Cow Mountain. Chapter 16. The Malevolent Bandits upon the Desolate Rotten Cow Mountain. A cauldron simmered with overcooked beef. A band of brigands, led by the scarred-faced Daohu, indulged in hearty feasts, devouring meat and guzzling wine with a palpable aura of menace surrounding them. This notorious figure, known as Scar Tiger, presided over a hall adorned with the remnants of human bones. "Brothers, drink up," he proclaimed, raising his cup and downing its contents in one go. The other bandits followed suit, their raucous laughter filling the air. "I received some news yesterday that had me in stitches," Dao Hu continued, a mocking tone lacing his words. "What news, big brother?" inquired a lower-ranking bandit, his curiosity piqued. Lu Guangdou mentioned that a minor officer from the Jingwei would soon come to eradicate our stronghold, and he wants me to keep his head as a trophy. Can you believe a mere Jingwei dares to act so brazenly before me? It's downright hilarious. Scarred Tiger chuckled, his eyes gleaming with amusement. "Haha, indeed, it is amusing. With your pinnacle of 8th grade prowess and mastery of the heart-pulling technique, even a 7th grade warrior would be hard-pressed to contend with you. A mere officer is practically inviting death." Another bandit eagerly chimed in. "However, big brother, that officer is still from the imperial court, part of the emperor's personal army. If we were to kill him, wouldn't that invite disaster?" Another bandit pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "Fear not. Lu Guangdou has already spoken with Gao Chang about it. Once we succeed, we can reduce our tribute by 30% this year, which is why I agreed to it." Dao Hu waved dismissively. "So this task was assigned by Wang Zhizhou?" the bandit asked. "Most likely," Dao Hu replied. "I'm curious about the identity of this officer, who has managed to provoke the scheming of a 5th grade magistrate. But that's no concern of ours. We simply need to follow the silver." "Big brother speaks wisely." The bandits nodded in agreement. "Life is to be lived with gusto, free from excessive contemplation. What about those young women we recently captured from the merchant ship? Bring them over for some fun." Scarred Tiger ordered, glancing towards a nearby bandit. "Fetch a few brothers and bring those young women to Big Brother, so he can enjoy himself," the bandit instructed his subordinates. Moments later, around 10 young maidens were ushered into the hall. Upon seeing the skeletal remains hanging on the walls, their faces drained of color, fear gripping them. The merchant ship from the capital had such beautiful young women, fragrant and exquisite. Scarred Tiger exclaimed, pulling one maiden towards him, his ghastly visage looming close as he inhaled her scent. The terrified maidens trembled, crying and struggling. "Let go of the young lady, you scoundrel. My master is a wealthy merchant from Shangzhou. He won't let you get away with this," one maid implored, her voice shaking. "A wealthy merchant from Shangzhou? That won't save you here. On my territory, you abide by my rules. If I am pleased, you may live a little longer. If not, I'll toss you to the beggars to enjoy." Scarred Tiger laughed heartily. "Beast! Shameless!" the maid retorted in fury. At this, Scarred Tiger's expression darkened. He shoved the two maidens away and stalked towards the defiant maid. "What do you intend to do?" she gasped, retreating in fear. "To take your life." In a swift motion, Scarred Tiger thrust his hand through her chest. Blood gushed forth as he brutally extracted her still-beating heart. The maid crumpled to the floor, her face a mask of terror and despair. "Green?" one of the captives cried out, witnessing her companion's demise, only to faint from shock. Scarred Tiger sneered. "Fainting at the sight? The delicate young ladies from the capital truly lack courage. Haha." He tossed the heart to a nearby underling. "While it's still fresh, fry it up. It will make for an exquisite appetizer. Rest assured, big brother, a maiden's heart is the most delectable delicacy, and with my culinary skills, you won't be able to resist." The underling grinned as he prepared to leave. The surrounding women trembled, horrified by Scarred Tiger's cruelty. Suddenly, a panicked underling rushed in, kneeling before Scarred Tiger, breathless. "Big brother, trouble, trouble. A group of Jingwei has arrived from the mountain, and the two brothers guarding the entrance have been killed." "What?" Scarred Tiger's wrath surged as he grasped the underling by the collar. "What was that man's name?" I think it was Lin Fan," the underling stammered. "Ah, that wretched creature has arrived sooner than expected. It seems my blade shall be stained with blood today," Scarred Tiger declared, raising his hand. "Brothers, let's charge forth and slay that Jingwei officer. Slay the Jingwei. Slay the Jingwei." The underlings roared in unison. Though there were only 32 of them on Rotten Cow Mountain, each was a formidable warrior. The others, while not of high rank, possessed sufficient combat skills, distinguishing them from ordinary brigands. A band of them, armed with weapons, surged towards the stronghold's entrance. On the narrow mountain path, Lin Fan led 9 Jingwei under his command as they dashed uphill. 2 sentinels had been dispatched by Wangfu, who deliberately allowed one to escape to lure out the bandits. Sir, Scar Tiger's heart-pulling technique is formidable. You must exercise caution, Wangfu advised earnestly. Rest assured, I shall sever his claws, ensuring he can never pull another heart again, Lin Fan replied calmly. As they neared the stronghold, its crude entrance came into view. Unable to contain his curiosity, Wangfu asked, Sir, what is your trump card? Might you reveal it to your subordinates? Lin Fan flicked his knife with his fingers. This is my trump card. Wangfu was taken aback. Sir, please don't jest. Scar Tiger is a peak 8th grade warrior with mastery over a 3rd-tier heart-pulling technique. Even a typical 7th grade warrior may struggle against him. Lin Fan turned to him, his expression serious. Do I look like I am jesting? Wangfu felt a pang of anxiety. Initially filled with confidence, he anticipated Lin Fan's trump card would be sufficient to defeat Scar Tiger, allowing them to eradicate the bandits and avenge their blood feud. However, Lin Fan seemed to be mocking him. Though a newborn calf may be fearless, it does not mean it can best a tiger. Sir, we should retreat. With your talent, it won't be long before you reach 8th or even 7th grade. There is no need to perish here, he urged desperately. Lin Fan surveyed the surroundings and declared, it's likely too late to retreat now. But we can eliminate them and return with our merits. The stronghold's gates swung open, and a fearsome, scarred man wielding a tiger-headed blade strode forth. 10 9th grade warriors flanked him, with remaining brigands behind, all bearing fierce expressions, clearly seasoned in bloodshed. Chapter 17. The execution of Scarred Tiger. Which one of you is Lin Fan? Step forward and accept your death. Scarred Tiger raised his tiger-headed knife, pointing menacingly at the crowd. The sharp blade glinted ominously, its surface stained with a layer of brown, an accumulation of blood. Before Lin Fan could utter a word, a member of the Imperial Guard stepped forward to identify him. Your Majesty, this is Lin Fan. He coerced us into exterminating you. The guard edged away, creating distance between himself and Lin Fan. Observing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but smirk internally. Even before drawing weapons, they had already betrayed their superior, truly a band of rabble. Scarred Tiger squinted at the scene, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. He then chuckled. Those coerced Imperial Guards can step aside. I shall spare you. I am being coerced too. One of the guards cried out. Me as well, echoed another. Soon, all 7 Imperial Guards had retreated, distancing themselves from Lin Fan by about 10 meters. Lin Fan did not stop them. Their departure would create openings for new recruits. At this moment, only Lin Guzi and Wang who remained by his side, giving the impression of isolation and a hint of desolation. Lin Fan, you can't even control your own subordinates, yet dare to boast about exterminating me? Have you been kicked in the head by a mule? Scarred Tiger mocked, prompting laughter among his band of thugs. We're the Su family, Lin Fan shouted. Immediately, Su Kuang and his sons charged forward, weapons in hand. With their arrival, the numbers swelled to 6. I thought you had real reinforcements. Instead, it's just the 3 useless members of the Su family, Scarred Tiger scoffed. He had previously attempted to recruit the Su family, but was met with stubborn refusal. They had remained hidden in the city until now, making this the perfect opportunity to rid himself of these ungrateful fools and vent his frustrations. Today, as the master is present, I shall ensure your demise, Scarred Tiger. Su Hu, the eldest son of Su Kuang, shouted, pointing an accusing finger. Unaware of the exchange between Lin Fan and Wang Hu, the Su family remained confident. Meanwhile, Wang Hu wore a bitter smile. Alas, since it has come to this, let's confront these mountain bandits. If I can take down even one, it will be worth it. At the very least, if I die, my family will not blame me. You all hold off the 9th grade warriors around us. I will slay Scarred Tiger. Lin Fan drew his sword and stepped forth, moving like an arrow released from its bow, swiftly closing the distance to Scarred Tiger. The sheer speed astonished Scarred Tiger. Yet, being at the pinnacle of the 8th grade, he immediately swung his knife in retaliation. Clang! The 2 blades clashed, sending sparks flying as the tremendous force caused Scarred Tiger's hands to tremble and his arms to go numb. His expression changed drastically. How could this youth possess such terrifying strength and speed? He bellowed for help. Come assist me. The 10 ninth-grade warriors behind him surged forward to encircle Lin Fan. Wangfu stood in shock, awed by Lin Fan's displayed prowess. Could it be that Lin Fan had already reached the 8th grade, or even the 7th? Hurry! Stop them! Lin Guzi urged, immediately charging into battle. The Su family also joined the fray, while Wangfu, no longer hesitating, drew his heavy sword and plunged into the fight. At this point, Lin Fan had already exchanged several blows with Scarred Tiger. The overwhelming pressure he exerted left Scarred Tiger on edge. In desperation, Scarred Tiger abandoned his knife and shouted, Black Tiger pouncing on the heart. Concentrating his energy, he summoned a terrifying force into his palm, which turned as dark as coal and as hard as iron. Even tenfold tempered iron blades would shatter beneath his grip, and the Imperial Guard's standard weapon was precisely a tenfold tempered knife. Lin Fan scoffed, refusing to be as theatrical as Scarred Tiger. With a mastery of the wind-cutting 3 blades, he executed a strike that seemed to cleave the air itself. The wind blades sliced through the atmosphere with breathtaking elegance, reminiscent of the early spring sun or a silvery, moonlit ribbon. With a single, devastating stroke, Lin Fan positioned himself behind Scarred Tiger. The latter stood frozen like a clay statue, disbelief etched across his features. The great accomplishment of blade technique, he murmured, before his body was cleaved in 2 at the chest. Blood erupted forth, and his form fell lifelessly apart. As this scene unfolded, everyone stood in stunned silence. Scarred Tiger dead? In less than 10 exchanges, the notorious Scarred Tiger, who had terrorized Ping and Oppos and County for a decade, lay slain? Kill! Su Kuang and his companions were invigorated, charging at the remaining bandits like ferocious tigers. Even when outnumbered, they showed no signs of faltering. Lin Fan joined the fray, wielding his sword like a reaper, harvesting the lives of the mountain bandits. One 9th-grade bandit swung his weapon in a futile attempt to block Lin Fan's strike. But the force of Lin Fan's blow, combined with the might of his blade techniques, was insurmountable. In scarcely half a minute, 6 or 7 of the 10 9th-grade bandits had already fallen. Leave not a single one alive. Lin Fan commanded. Understood. Wangfu roared, driven by vengeance. He sought to unleash his wrath. His heavy sword smashed down, crushing a 9th-grade bandit-esque skull into his chest. Lin Guzi and the others directed their fury towards the remaining ordinary bandits. Though these bandits were somewhat skilled in hand-to-hand combat, they stood no chance against the 9th-grade warriors. 3 minutes later, the battle concluded. All the bandits lay slain. 30 lifeless bodies sprawled across the ground, each meeting their demise in various horrific ways. The pungent scent of blood filled the air, causing the Imperial Guards to shudder in fear. Your valor is unmatched, my lord. We vow to follow you to the death. The 7 previously hesitant Imperial Guards knelt, fervently pledging their loyalty. Lin Fan found their desperation laughable. Guzi, Wangfu finished them off. Clear the way for those who will come after. Lin Fan's voice was calm, yet his decree was final. The Su family exchanged glances, then charged alongside Guzi towards the 7 Imperial Guards. My lord, we are also Imperial Guards. If you kill us, it will be hard to explain. They pleaded. Indeed, we are all comrades. Why force us to our deaths? We only sought to avoid danger. I received reports from the citizens regarding the bandits and Oppos, chaos, and led this expedition to eradicate them. 8 of my men fell, yet I claimed the lives of 32 bandit leaders. Lin Fan and Oppos. S. tone was icy, his expression indifferent. Were these 7 mere commoners, he might have spared them. But donning the Imperial Guard and Oppos' uniform while neglecting their duty, they were better off removed to make way for those who would act decisively. Blood flowed freely, and amidst their cries of protest, the 7 Imperial Guards met their end. My lord, all bandits have been eradicated, Lin Guzi reported, fists clasped in respect. Nearby, Wangfu laughed heartily, tears streaming down his face. His heavy sword stood beside him, as he seemed to lose himself in madness. Father, mother, rower, Nwan, I have finally avenged you. Chapter 18. The Just Ruler Dogsy. Keep an eye on Wangfu here. The Su family and I will enter to rescue and account for the plundered wealth. Lin Fan instructed. A gentleman's revenge is best served after 10 years. However, Wang, who needs an outlet for his frustrations at this moment. Thus, Lin Fan assigned Lin Dogsy to watch over Wang, who while he led the Su family into the mountain stronghold. The Lanyo mountain bandit lair was surprisingly small. It was difficult to fathom how such a diminutive hideout could have occupied Pingan County for a decade. With the formidable prowess of a 7th-grade expert, how could one not overpower the scar-faced tiger? The reasons were almost self-evident. Upon entering the stronghold's hall, Lin Fan and the Su family were immediately met with the sight of numerous women bound to chairs. "Untie them," Lin Fan commanded, and the Su family complied without hesitation. The women and Appo's eyes were vacant, but upon glimpsing Lin Fan and Appo's flying fish attire, they rushed towards him, pleading for salvation. "My lord, please save us. They are not human. The scar-faced tiger has dug out Green and Appo's heart and intends to use it as a delicacy." The young women were on the brink of madness. "Fear not. The scar-faced tiger has met his end. All 32 bandits of Lanyo Mountain have been executed." Lin Fan and Appo's voice was resolute. Coupled with his imposing attire, he managed to instill a semblance of calm amidst their panic. "Who knows the location of the dungeon? Take me there to rescue the captives," Lin Fan instructed. "I know." A girl raised her hand. Under her guidance, Lin Fan swiftly located the dungeon. Inside, over 40 individuals of varying ages were imprisoned, many bearing visible wounds, a testament to their prior beatings. "I am Lin Fan, a junior officer of the Jingwei. The bandits of Lanyo Mountain have been vanquished. You are safe," Lin Fan declared loudly. The captives' faces were a tapestry of disbelief. "The scar-faced tiger is dead? We are safe." An elderly man trembled, seemingly speaking to himself. But in the next moment, he broke down in tears. "The scar-faced tiger is dead, yet my beloved flower is lost. I raised her for 16 years, only to have her slaughtered by these beasts." The old man's lament was merely the beginning. Soon, many within the dungeon were weeping. For many, their families had been shattered. Like the old man, Flower referred to his daughter, whom he had helplessly witnessed being ravaged by the bandits. The elder suddenly lifted his head, grasping Lin Fan's hands with sincerity. "My lord, where is the scar-faced tiger's body? Can you tell me? I implore you." At the entrance of the stronghold, Lin Fan surmised the elder's intentions. However, he spoke up, recognizing that if the elder did not release his pent-up emotions, he might very well be driven to madness. Over 20 individuals surged from the dungeon, rushing towards the stronghold's entrance. Lin Fan and the Su family stepped aside to grant them passage. The blood feud could only be assuaged by personal retribution. "You're a junior officer of the Jingwei?" A somewhat familiar voice rang out, tinged with surprise. Lin Fan turned to see the steward from the merchant ship he had boarded in Pingan County. "Steward Shun, you two were captured?" At that moment, Lin Fan realized why the faces of those young women had seemed familiar. They had traveled on the same ship. However, he rarely left the cabin, so the memory was faint. Yet, he recognized the steward immediately due to their frequent interactions. "Lord Lin, had I known you were a junior officer of the Jingwei, I would not have dared to accept your silver. Truly, I was blinded by greed. Without you, I would have perished in this den of bandits." Steward Shun was filled with remorse. He had never anticipated that the seemingly inexperienced youth was, in fact, a junior officer of the Jingwei, capable of slaying the scar-faced tiger. Payment for passage is only right. There is no need for regret. "But why were you captured, given that the ship did not dock?" Lin Fan queried, puzzled. They set up checkpoints at the dock, prohibiting our departure. Just as we were about to dock, the bandits arrived. I suspect Steward Chen's voice trailed off. Then he leaned closer, whispering, "I suspect these bandits received word of our arrival, but since the dock is under government control, only the officials should be privy to the merchant ship's information. Steward Shun, it is best to discuss such matters privately. Refrain from spreading rumors. You may retrieve the merchant goods from the warehouse later," Lin Fan advised. He was acutely aware of the bandit situation, but lacked the power to address the issue publicly at that moment. I understand, Steward Shun nodded repeatedly. After releasing the prisoners, Lin Fan proceeded to inspect the bandits and Appo's storeroom. It must be said, these bandits were truly ruthless. In addition to the goods from Steward Shun and Appo's ship, they had amassed 20,000 taels of silver, 100 taels of gold, and 2 large chests overflowing with jade and artifacts, as well as mountains of grain and meat. It was noteworthy that the annual tax revenue of Pingan County was merely 15,000 taels of silver. These spoils could easily equate to 2 or 3 years' worth of taxes. According to the regulations of the Jingwei, 70% must be surrendered, allowing Lin Fan to retain 30%, amounting to nearly 10,000 taels for himself. Utilizing the bandits and oppos, carts and horses, Lin Fan transported the silver and gold out. With Steward Chun and oppos as assistants, there was ample manpower for the task. Lin Fan led the way, with the carts laden with loot trailing behind him. Before long, he and the Su family reached the entrance of the stronghold. Upon witnessing the scene before them, all three were taken aback. The corpses of the bandits lay strewn about, riddled with wounds and mangled beyond recognition. Some townsfolk had even taken pieces of flesh from the scar-faced tiger's body and stuffed them into their mouths, wailing in grief, their tears flowing like a breached dam. Lin Fan felt a surge of emotion. He stepped forward, clasping his fists and declaring loudly, "Esteemed elders and fellow villagers, I apologize for the suffering you have endured." The dazed and vacant gazes of the townsfolk shifted towards him. Should you ever find yourselves oppressed or wronged again, do not hesitate to come to the Jingwei office to report your grievances. I, Lin Fan, shall ensure justice is served. His voice resonated, reaching every ear. Lord Lin, if only you had arrived sooner. An elder cried hoarsely. Lin Fan's expression grew somber as he bowed his head in apology. I'm sorry. Do not be so hard on yourself, my lord. We do not blame you. Had it not been for you, we would have likely died without anyone to seek justice or avenge us. The elder suddenly bowed deeply. You are our just ruler. In the next moment, all the townsfolk knelt before Lin Fan, bowing their heads in fervent gratitude. This scene left Lin Fan momentarily speechless. A certain chord within him seemed to resonate. Originally, he had sought power solely for vengeance, wishing to make those from the Wang family pay dearly and then live a carefree life. Yet now, witnessing the sea of kneeling villagers, his perspective began to shift. Chapter 19. Revelry. The severed heads of 32 bandits were tossed atop a carriage, alongside the corpses of 7 Jingwei. After all, they had perished in the line of duty. It would be remiss to leave their remains unattended. As they journeyed along the path, Lin Fan noticed that Su Bao, walking beside him, appeared quite uneasy. Baozi, what troubles you? Lin Fan inquired, leaning closer. And nothing. Su Bao stammered, hastily shaking his head. Lin Fan furrowed his brow, admonishing, speak your mind. After a moment of hesitation, Su Bao retrieved 3 letters from his pocket. Sir, I found these in a hidden compartment of Scarred Tiger's chamber, he disclosed. Lin Fan opened the letters and scanned their contents. As he concluded his reading, his expression grew increasingly grave and his eyes darkened. He looked up at Su Bao and demanded, Why did you withhold this information? Sir, this is a significant predicament. I fear it may jeopardize your standing, Su Bao explained. Once today is over, you will be a Jingwei. Should you err again, I shall personally remove you from your position, Lin Fan declared coldly. Su Bao nodded repeatedly. I understand. I shall not repeat this mistake. Lin Fan tucked the letters close to his chest. The matter at hand was indeed complex, and addressing it would not be straightforward, as it involved officials far beyond his capacity to manage. It seemed Scar Tiger was not entirely foolish, having left behind letters as a safeguard. Yet, he had not anticipated meeting his demise at Lin Fan's hands, rendering his protection futile. Within the Jingwei headquarters, revelry reigned supreme. The desks, typically used for paperwork, had transformed into a banquet laden with fine wines and sumptuous dishes. Jingwei members reveled in the company of beautiful courtesans, sipping exquisite wines brought to their lips. The delectable cuisine from the Food Fragrance Pavilion and vintage wines from the city's west were lavishly enjoyed, were it not for their official attire. Who would suspect this was a Jingwei stronghold? Ha ha ha, what a delight! Li Zheng exclaimed, one hand caressing the delicate fabric of a courtesan's attire, a wave of desire washing over him, almost compelling him to display some marksmanship prowess on the spot. Master Gao, I truly appreciate your indulgence. I have heard of your fondness for martial arts, and here's a treat, a martial arts manual A small token of my esteem, Lu Guangdou said, presenting a volume to Gao Chong. Upon receiving the manual, Gao Chong glanced at it, recognizing it as a rare footwork technique, albeit of third-rate quality. His face broke into a broad smile. You are most gracious, Lu Darren. It is but a minor matter. I can easily handle such trivialities. Since we serve in Ping and County together, we must look out for one another. The peace and prosperity of our citizens are due to the diligence of responsible Jingwei like you. Lu Guangdou responded with a smile. Gao Chong laughed heartily. Lu Darren, you are my senior in age. Henceforth, let us address each other as brothers. I'll call you old brother, and you may call me old younger brother. Historically, the Jingwei had been marginalized by other officials, their status as the emperor's personal army rendering them solitary figures. Now, in times of prosperity, Gao Chong spoke with newfound ease. Then, I shall boldly call you old younger brother. Lu Guangdou raised his cup. Old younger brother, I toast to you. Ha ha, you flatter me, old brother. Gao Chong raised his cup and drank heartily. As the banquet continued, the atmosphere grew increasingly uninhibited. Old brother, in our domain of Ping and County, should the Jingwei wish to eliminate someone, it is but a matter of a single word. Though I am merely a banner leader, I wield significant power. Under the emperor's orders, I am permitted to act first and report later. Gao Chong proclaimed, bowing in salute towards the capital. Lu Guangdou smirked inwardly, thinking to himself that if the emperor were to learn of Gao Chong's use of act first, report later in this context, he would surely strip him of his skin. The audacity of the Jingwei to presume camaraderie with a civil servant was laughable. Yet, with Lin Fan's affairs still unresolved, Lu Guangdou maintained a fade of smiles. Indeed, I am well aware of Gao's capabilities, he praised. By the way, old brother, I have dispatched Lin Fan to Rotnox Mountain, but your side is reliable, correct? He won T return unscathed. Will he? Gao Chong asked with a grin. Lu Guangdou raised an eyebrow. Rest assured, Scarred Tiger possesses considerable skill. Not only Lin Fan, but even an average 7th-tier martial artist would struggle against him, especially with 10 9th-tier experts at his command. Now I can breathe easy. I never expected an 8th-tier peak martial artist would be at your disposal. Truly astonishing, Gao Chong said, his eyes slightly glazed with inebriation as he unwittingly let slip such words. Old younger brother, let us not speak recklessly. I possess no such ability, Lu Guangdou signaled, and Gao Chong immediately grasped the implication. He had long contemplated dealing with Scarred Tiger, given the lucrative prospects. Yet, each time he considered action, warnings had deterred him. It seemed those warnings came from Lu Guangdou as superiors. At this point, it was clear that further discussion would be inappropriate. The guests resumed their feasting and drinking. A few Jingwei, unable to restrain themselves, took the courtesans to other rooms for more intimate discussions. Brother-in-law, I raise a toast to you. Zhao Chong sidled up to Gao Chong, lifting his cup with a smile. Gao Chong shot him a glance. You have something on your mind, don't you? You caught me again, Zhao Chong chuckled. Brother-in-law, with Lin Fan dead, isn't it time for the small flag position to fall to me? Why the rush? I am the banner leader. How could you not benefit? Gao Chong replied, somewhat annoyed. Brother-in-law, I am anxious. The monthly salary for a laborer is merely 4 taels. Barely sufficient for expenses. If I could rise to the position of small flag, it would enhance your and my sister's reputation, wouldn't it? Zhao Chong said, his face beaming with eagerness. Fear not. I shall secure an appointment for you by tomorrow. Gao Chong patted him on the shoulder. But there is another matter. You must adhere to your duties during work hours. Understood, banner leader. Zhao Chong feigned seriousness. Get lost. Gao Chong kicked him aside. He began to contemplate securing a small flag position for his brother-in-law, hoping his wife would put on an extra show of affection that night in gratitude. Suddenly, a round object came hurtling through the doorway, landing with a dull thud before rolling several times and finally stopping at the foot of a courtesan. The guests halted their revelry, gazing in astonishment. Upon recognizing the object, panic ensued. The courtesan leaped aside, clutching her companion and bursting into tears. For it was a bloody human head. Chapter 20. The celebration feast of Gao Chong indeed. Master Gao Chong's foresight is remarkable. He has graciously arranged a celebration feast for us in advance, for which we are profoundly grateful. Following this, a familiar voice resonated, causing Gao Chong to momentarily freeze as he lifted his gaze. He beheld Lin Fan entering with Lin Guzi and the Su father and son. Lin Fan? The name slipped from Gao Chong's lips. At that moment, Lu Guangdou, who had just raised his cup, halted his actions as well. How is it possible? How could this lad still be alive? If he is alive, then whose head lies on the ground? As he pondered this, Lin Fan provided the answer. This is the head of Scarred Tiger's man. He had gathered a band of outlaws at Lanyo Mountain in Ping'an County, committing heinous acts and even daring to rob passing merchant ships. I led my men to eliminate this band of mountain bandits. As he spoke, Lin Fan strode to a table, kicked aside a member of the Jingwei seated there, and took a hearty swig from the wine jug. The alcohol coursed down his throat, invigorating him considerably. The operation went exceptionally well. All 32 bandits had been slain, and we seized a substantial amount of plunder. According to the Jingwei regulations, we will remit 70% and retain 30%, of which another 30% must be submitted to the superiors. Lin Fan turned to Gao Chong with a smile and said, Master Gao, you are in for a fortune this time. I estimate you will receive at least 3,000 taels of silver. At the mention of 3,000 taels, Lu Guangdou nearly crushed the wine cup in his grip. He had spent 3,000 taels to procure Lin Fan's head. Yet not only did he fail, but he also ended up compensating Scarred Tiger. If the higher authorities were to learn of this, he would surely wish to remove his own head as a night pot. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. Lin Fan's gaze fell upon Lu Guangdou. With a smile, he inquired, Master Gao, may I ask who this esteemed gentleman is? I do not believe we have met. Gao Chong's expression darkened, but he knew he could not say much. He could only reply in a low voice, This is Lu Guangdou, our county's deputy magistrate. Ah, Deputy Magistrate Lu, I have long heard of your esteemed name, Lin Fan said with a squint and a smile. This gaze made Lu Guangdou uncomfortable. Could it be that this young man possessed evidence linking him to Scarred Tiger? Yet he mustered the courage to clasp his hands and salute, saying, I have long heard of Lin Xiaoqi's valor. It appears to be truly extraordinary. Though his teeth were nearly ground to dust, he could only obediently utter these words. Once the celebratory drinks were consumed, Lin Fan remarked, I must trouble Master Gao to report this operation to Lord Baihu. I am quite fatigued today and shall take my leave. Setting down his cup and adjusting his attire, Lin Fan exited with Lin Guzi and the others. No sooner had they left than Gao Chong violently hurled his wine cup to the ground. Lord Lu, is this the Scarred Tiger you spoke of? I see nothing but a sickly cat. He felt utterly humiliated, having been slapped in the face by a mere young flag-bearer. He wished he could twist Lu Guangdou's head off. If it were not for this man, he would not have been subjected to such disgrace. Lu Guangdou's expression was equally grim. He replied angrily, Gao Chong, this is clearly your oversight. Why did you not inform me of his capability to slay an 8th-grade peak martial artist? Now that Scarred Tiger has fallen, we have lost tens of thousands of silver. How am I to report this to my superiors? We are not of the same path. I request you to leave my Jingwei office. Gao Chong suppressed his fury, pointing towards the door. This filthy place, I have no desire to associate with snakes and rats. With a flick of his sleeve, Lu Guangdou strode out of the office. My lord, shall we continue drinking? A Jingwei tentatively asked. Their silver spear had been eagerly awaiting use. Yet this unexpected turn of events occurred. Drink? What nonsense! Get out! Gao Chong swept all the food and drink from the table to the floor. If anyone dares to utter a word about today's events, I will flay him alive. Do you understand? His gaze was icy, a clear threat to everyone present. Understood, understood. Whether the courtesans or the Jingwei, all nodded vigorously. Get out of here, quickly. With his bellow, the courtesans hastily departed. As for silver, who cared for it when their lives were at stake? Before long, the room was eerily empty. Gao Chong punched the table, creating a hole. Lin Fan, I will never let you off. Meanwhile, Lin Fan had reached the county office's exterior. Please announce. Jingwei flag bearer Lin Fan seeks an audience with the county magistrate. The Jingwei? The steward was taken aback. With the emperor's authority extending to the countryside, the Jingwei patrolled the various counties on behalf of the emperor. However, the Jingwei typically operated independently from the county office, with little interaction throughout the year. It was indeed a rarity for a flag bearer to visit. Please wait. Lin Darren. I will notify him at once. Lin Fan waited patiently at the county office's entrance. This was the route Wang who had mentioned. Although the Lan Yo Mountain Bandits had a backer, County Magistrate Wang Onping was renowned for his integrity. Yet, Wang Onping's authority had been nearly stripped away, preventing him from effectively managing the bandits. Nevertheless, even a powerless county magistrate held the highest office in the county. Gaining Wang Onping's support would facilitate matters ahead. Inside the county office, Wang Onping perused numerous documents, his brow furrowed. They were petitions from citizens against the Lan Yo Mountain Bandits. Each year, hundreds fell victim to these bandits. During harvest season, they would descend to pillage, inflicting immense suffering on the populace. He had repeatedly petitioned for the governor to send skilled warriors to eradicate the bandits, and had also consulted with the Jingwei commander Gao Chong regarding the bandit issue. Yet, all had come to naught, as the other party clearly had no intention of moving against the bandits. This left him disheartened. As long as the bandits thrived, the citizens of Ping'an County would endure no peace. As a father figure to the county, his inability to protect his people weighed heavily on his heart. My lord, Jingwei, flag-bearer Lin Fan, seeks your presence, a steward suddenly reported, interrupting his reverie. Wang Onping frowned. What could the Jingwei want with him? Let him come to the front hall. Yes. The steward promptly went to deliver the message, while Wang Onping moved to the front hall to await Lin Fan's arrival. Before long, a young man clad in a black flying fish robe, possessing an appealing countenance, entered. Jingwei flag-bearer Lin Fan pays his respects to the county magistrate. Lin Fan clasped his hands in greeting. Lin Xiaoqi, please take a seat. Wang Onping assessed Lin Fan, who in turn scrutinized him. The magistrate appeared amiable. Having ascended to the highest office in the county at around 30 years of age, he was evidently well-read and knowledgeable. Yet, despite his youthful appearance, silver strands had begun to pepper his temples, indicating a lack of vitality, likely due to excessive toil. What brings you here, Lin Xiaoqi? Wang Onping asked, lifting a nearby teacup and blowing off the foam. County Magistrate, this morning, all the Lan Yo Mountain Bandits have been eradicated. Wang Onping suddenly looked up at Lin Fan. Disbelief etched across his face. Chapter 21. County Magistrate Wang Onping Lin Xiaoqi. What did you just say? Wang Onping's gaze was fixed intently on Lin Fan. This morning, all 32 bandits on Rotten Cow Mountain have been eradicated. Lin Fan reiterated calmly. Was it General Gao who intervened? Wang Onping's voice trembled slightly. No, Gao Chong did not take action. It was I who led a team to the mountain to eliminate the bandits. Lin Fan replied with composure. Wang Onping's eyes brimmed with disbelief. How could Lin Fan, not yet 20, possibly contend with the Scar Tiger? Your Excellency, please take a look at this. Lin Fan produced a letter from his bosom. Wang Onping immediately took it and skimmed through its contents. Halfway through, his hands began to tremble, his eyes ablaze with fury. Upon finishing the letter, he slammed his palm on the table in anger, exclaiming, "What audacity Lu Guangdou has! How dare he!" This letter was correspondence between Lu Guangdou and the Scar Tiger, sharing information. As the county magistrate, Wang Onping recognized Lu Guangdou and Amp, Appo's, handwriting at a glance, confirming it to be an authentic missive. My lord, after I returned to the Jingwei office following the elimination of the bandits, do you know what I saw? Lin Fan inquired. What did you witness? Wang Onping asked. Gao Chong was hosting a victory banquet with Lu Guangdou. Lin Fan stated matter-of-factly. Why would they hold a victory banquet? Wang Onping puzzled further. It is likely that Lu Guangdou, under someone's instigation, aims to eliminate me, conspiring with Gao Chong to assign me to patrol outside the city, intending to have me eliminated by the Scar Tiger. They presumed I would surely perish during the mission today. Thus they commenced their banquet early, Lin Fan explained. Lin Xiaoqi, you are merely a junior officer. Why would Lu Guangdou wish to eliminate you? Wang Onping queried. Have you heard of Lin Fan, the heir of the Pingjian Wang Manor in the capital? Lin Fan asked with a smile. Indeed, I have heard of him, but it is a pity that such a lineage has produced one so. Wang Onping began, but upon seeing the significant smile on Lin Fan's face, he abruptly realized the truth. You are Lin Fan, the heir of the Pingjian Wang Manor? Wang Onping exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Fan shook his head. I was once Lin Fan, the heir of the Pingjian Wang Manor, but now I am simply Lin Fan of the Jingwei. Wang Omping recalled some rumors, mentioning that Lin Fan had insulted his cousin and was expelled from the Wang Manor. He seemed to regain his composure and then chuckled. "My lord, what is it that amuses you?" Lin Fan questioned, puzzled by his laughter. Wang Omping replied with a smile. "I find it amusing that hearsay often misrepresents the truth. It appears Lin Xiaoqi has been wrongfully accused, and there are those who wish to use Lu Guangdou's hand to eradicate you. My lord is indeed astute. No wonder you hold the position of county magistrate at such a young age," Lin Fan genuinely praised. Wang Omping shook his head with a wry smile. What use is being a magistrate if one is rendered powerless, unable to quell even a band of mountain bandits, while the common folks suffer oppression without recourse? "My lord, has an opportunity not presented itself?" Lin Fan remarked. "Though there is a letter, I suspect Lu Guangdou has powerful allies within the prefectural government. It may be difficult to bring him down," Wang Omping sighed. "My lord has perhaps forgotten my current status," Lin Fan sneered, his eyes glinting coldly. Upon hearing this, Wang Omping immediately understood. "I shall clear Lin Xiaoqi and Amp. Oppo's name. I have many old friends serving in other prefectures, though they disdain the Jingwei. They are men of integrity who despise evil. I can write to them to restore your reputation." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan smiled. Conversing with an intelligent person is indeed straightforward. To ensure his safety, he must cultivate a reputation. The more renowned he becomes, the less likely others will dare to harm him. Having eliminated the bandits, I have seized a substantial amount of ill-gotten gains, amounting to tens of thousands of taels, along with over 30,000 pounds of grain. According to regulations, the Jingwei may retain 30%. I am willing to allocate this entire share towards improving the livelihoods of the people," Lin Fan declared earnestly. Wang Omping's smile widened. "This can also be included in the letter. Lin Xiaoqi's reputation will surely reach the emperor's ears." "Thank you, my lord." Lin Fan clasped his hands in gratitude. "And what of Lu Guangdou?" Wang Omping inquired. Lin Fan's expression turned serious. "It is the Jingwei's duty to eradicate corrupt officials." "Then I shall rely on you, Lin Xiaoqi," Wang Omping said, bowing slightly to Lin Fan. "My lord need not be so formal." Lin Fan was taken aback by the bow and quickly assisted Wang Omping to his feet. After leaving the county office, Lin Fan returned home directly. Wang Hu, along with the Su father and son, awaited him in the courtyard. "My lord, what is the situation?" Wang Hu stepped forward as soon as Lin Fan arrived. Lin Fan replied calmly. "Everyone should return early to prepare. We shall convene at Su's martial arts hall at the hour of the rat tonight. Should the mission succeed, I will ensure generous rewards." "Understood." All 5 men displayed expressions of delight. Lin Fan then addressed the Su family. "Later, you and Wang Hu will go to the office to collect your uniforms. From this day forth, you shall be members of the Jingwei. We, as father and son, shall certainly follow you closely," the Su father and son declared, clasping their hands. "All right, you may all return to rest now." Lin Fan gestured for them to leave. As everyone dispersed, Wang Hu returned to pay respects to his deceased family members, while the Su father and son accompanied Wang Hu to the office to collect their uniforms and register. With the official documents bearing Gao Chang's official seal, they had no fear of being unrecognized by the office staff. Once everyone had left, Lin Fan stood alone in the empty courtyard, his gaze somewhat bewildered. Initially, he joined the Jingwei for self-preservation and to seek vengeance in the future. He did not consider himself a virtuous person, yet he could not stand idly by while corruption and injustice prevailed. The Pingjian Wang Manor had alliances with military generals. It was unlikely this was orchestrated by Lin Nantian. Qin Hui, hailing from the loyal duke's residence, was known to cultivate connections with scholars and officials. It was likely that this was their doing, and many names would have to be added to his ledger. Having accomplished such a significant feat, he wondered if there might be an opportunity for promotion. Gao Chang was the general, and with him still in power, the chances seemed slim. A glimmer of light flickered in Lin Fan's eyes. Perhaps he could find a way to clear obstacles, first enhancing his strength, then awaiting the opportune moment. In the southern part of the city, there stood an opulent residence with a plaque inscribed with 2 characters, Lu Fu. This was none other than the abode of County Vice Lu Guangdou. It was hard to fathom how a mere county vice could possess such an extravagant estate. The household staff were numerous, and there were 10 guards stationed outside. In the study, Lu Guangdou spread out a piece of paper, but hesitated, unsure of how to begin his writing. If that esteemed individual discovered that he had botched the task and lost the scar tiger, a valuable asset, he would surely be furious. Moreover, he was most concerned about whether the scar tiger had left any loose ends. If Lin Fan were to uncover any incriminating evidence, the higher authorities would undoubtedly seek his life. In a state of despair, he could hardly muster the appetite to eat dinner. "My lord, it is already past the hour of the rat, and you have yet to dine. You should at least have something." A woman clad in fine silk entered the study, carrying a meal. The food was quite exquisite, featuring a plate of stir-fried chicken tongues and another adorned with silver inlays. Lu Guangdou waved his hand dismissively. "I have no appetite at present. Please take it away." No sooner had he spoken than a chilling voice resonated from the doorway. "Lord Lu, perhaps you should eat something. Once you enter the prison, you won't have the luxury of such fine dishes." Chapter 22. Lu Guangdou enters the prison of edicts. What is it? Lu Guangdou's expression tightened as he swiftly drew the sword hanging on the wall. However, his movements revealed a lack of martial training. He held the sword with trembling hands, clearly flustered. "Master Lu, the Jingwei requests a discussion in the prison of edicts." A tall figure emerged from the shadows. The light from the study illuminated the man's face, causing Lu Guangdou to shiver even more. He barked at Lin Fan. "I'm the county magistrate of Pingyang. If you wish to arrest me, you must present an imperial edict. Otherwise, you have no authority to detain me." "An imperial edict?" Lin Fan scoffed, then declared loudly, "We shall execute first and report later. The emperor grants us this privilege. The Jingwei requires no edict to apprehend you." "Where's Wangfu?" "Here." A figure leaped down from the rooftop into the courtyard. "Please, Master Lu, return to have tea." "At your command." Wangfu charged toward Lu Guangdou, a 9th-grade expert, moving with remarkable speed. Lu Guangdou cried out in desperation, "Liang, where are you? Come save me." "Master, I am coming." A man leaped down from the surrounding wall, launching himself at Wangfu. Yet, Wangfu showed no sign of hesitation, even knowing his opponent was an 8th-grade warrior. In the next moment, a flash of the blade cut through the air, and a gust of wind swept past, leaving deep gashes on the ornate beams above. The freshly landed Liang froze in place. Lin Fan sheathed his sword and calmly stated, "The Jingwei serves as the emperor's personal guard. Those who obstruct our duties are deemed traitors and shall be executed without mercy." Warm blood poured from Liang's chest as his body was cleaved in two, falling lifelessly to the ground. Blood pooled around him, extinguishing the life of a dignified 8th-grade guardian. Those guardians poised to leap down from the walls halted in their tracks, silently retreating, lacking the courage to even glance back. Wangfu had already knocked Lu Guangdou to the ground and bound him with ropes. The noble woman nearby stood petrified, akin to a wooden statue, unable to utter a sound at the gruesome spectacle. "Let's go, Master Lu," Wangfu said politely. Lu Guangdou, filled with shame and indignation, could hardly fathom being bound like a dog and led away. He raged, "Lin Fan, I will report this to the county magistrate, to the governor. You have no evidence. How dare you detain me?" Lin Fan leaned closer, lowering his voice with a smirk. "Master Lu, how do you know I have no evidence?" Lu Guangdou's pupils dilated. The cursed scar-faced tiger had not inadvertently left any trace that Lin Fan could seize, had he? He quickly added, "I demand to see your superior, General Gao. He and I are brothers. If you can endure until tomorrow morning in the prison of edicts, you shall naturally meet General Gao." Lin Fan replied with a smile. Upon witnessing that devilish grin, Lu Guangdou felt a chill run down his spine. The prison of edicts was no place for a human. Even an Iron Man would be reduced to nothing there. How could a mere civil official withstand such torment? "Lin Fan, I am willing to offer 5,000 taels of silver. Spare me," Lu Guangdou pleaded. Lin Fan shook his head, chuckling, "Master Lu, you're crossing a line. How can one resort to bribery? The reputation of the Jingwei is already tarnished. You are putting me at risk. But I owe you 5,000 taels. Isn't this merely repaying a debt?" Lu Guangdou hastily conjured an excuse. Repaying debts is unnecessary. Once you enter the prison of edicts, upon collecting the ill-gotten gains, I shall naturally receive my 30% cut. Lin Fan dismissed him, waving his hand. Take him away. Wangfu led Lu Guangdou out of the Lu residence, heading straight for the Jingwei headquarters. Just as they exited the door, Lin Guzi rushed over. Master, all those who attempted to send word have been eliminated. The Su family trio remains on guard. Lin Guzi's words extinguished the last flicker of hope within Lu Guangdou. He had hoped someone could slip out through a side door to send a warning. Yet Lin Fan's ruthlessness and the arrangement to intercept the informers were truly heartless. Dragging Lu Guangdou, who resembled a lifeless dog, they arrived at the Jingwei headquarters. Upon entering, the night watchman recognized Lu Guangdou. Just as he was about to inquire, Lin Fan shot him a glare, and he promptly sealed his lips. You will stay here and perform your duties well tonight. Should you abandon your post, your head may roll. Understand? Lin Fan patted the night watchman's shoulder, offering a friendly reminder. Understood. The watchman quickly affirmed, inwardly lamenting his misfortune in encountering such an incident during his watch. Guzi, you should stay with this brother to keep watch, Lin Fan instructed after a moment's thought. At your command, Lin Guzi replied respectfully. Lin Fan and Wangfu dragged Lu Guangdou into the prison of edicts. The atmosphere was dark, with an overwhelming stench of blood and decay assaulting their senses. The walls were stained with deep brown marks, remnants of dried blood. Nearby, an array of torture devices was displayed. Iron brushes, finger clamps, and more. A perpetual fire burned in a nearby furnace, useful for heating irons and boiling water. The use of hot irons is self-explanatory, while boiling water was to be used in conjunction with the iron brushes. First, hot water would be splashed, followed by the iron brush. The service would undoubtedly be thorough. Wangfu, I leave this to you. I have not yet interrogated anyone and am not skilled in the methods. Please do not let Master Lu perish on my account, Lin Fan said calmly, pulling up a chair to sit comfortably. Rest assured, Master, I have served in the Jingwei for 10 years. My methods are not to be questioned. Until Master Lu divulges all his secrets, he will certainly not meet his end. Wangfu grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth that made Lu Guangdou and Appo's scalp tingle. A surge of warmth escaped from beneath him, dampening his clothes. Master Lu is eager. Please begin, Lin Fan gestured dismissively. Soon, anguished screams reverberated through the air. A ceaseless cacophony. Lu Guangdou's confessions came forth faster than Lin Fan had anticipated. After Wangfu had him sign the documents, he still appeared unsatisfied. What a pity. We only utilized 2 instruments of torture, and already he is done. We Haven't even employed the iron brush. Wangfu lamented, shaking his head. Why couldn't Master Lu endure just a bit longer? Lu Guangdou, dragging like a dead dog, internally cursed Wangfu's ancestors for generations. Clearly, the instruments of torture were not being used on him, so he felt no pain. Master Lu, please rest. We shall step out for a moment, Lin Fan said, unable to endure the foul stench, covering his nose as he exited the prison of edicts. He glanced at the confession document. The stakes were high, reaching as far as Fengzhou. However, the details were scant. Evidently, the connections in Fengzhou were tenuous. This was acceptable. Some large fish were not ones he could catch at this moment. Master, this fish is too big. We may not be able to reel it in. Wangfu expressed his concerns after leaving the prison. Lin Fan sighed. Draft another confession. You should know what to include and what to omit. Understood. Wangfu acknowledged with a bow. Chapter 23. Rewards for meritorious service on the other side. Lin Guzi promptly informed the Su family that they were to commence a raid. The father and son had long been eager, waiting with bated breath. What constable does not relish the thrill of a confiscation? A successful raid guarantees a handsome reward. The 4 of them busied themselves until the rooster crowed, finally completing the raid. This experience made Lin Fan acutely aware of the importance of manpower without sufficient hands. The efficiency of the operation would suffer. Nevertheless, the spoils were indeed plentiful. They seized 12,000 taels of silver in cash, along with 8,000 taels in banknotes, and 230 taels of gold. Additionally, a large wooden chest brimmed with antique paintings and calligraphy was gathered. The cart incessantly transported the ill-gotten gains to the headquarters of the Imperial Guards for safekeeping. Once this matter was concluded, Lin Fan immediately instructed Lin Guzi to inform Wang Onping at the county office's rear residence. At that moment, Wang Onping had yet to fall asleep. He paced back and forth in his study, awaiting news. "Sir, the strongman Lin Guzi of the Imperial Guards seeks an audience," announced a constable. "Quick, please invite him in," Wang Onping commanded eagerly. As Lin Guzi stepped into the study, Wang Onping cast him a hopeful glance. "Sir, my master sends word that all is proceeding smoothly." Lin Guzi's voice, though not loud, resonated in Wang Onping's ears like thunder. "Ha ha ha, splendid." Wang Onping laughed heartily. "The wretched parasite has finally been eradicated. Inform your master that I have dispatched all the letters. He may rest assured." With numerous tasks still pending, Lin Guzi bowed respectfully and took his leave. In the study, Wang Onping found it hard to regain his composure. In less than 3 days since Lin Fan's arrival, he had not only eradicated the mountain bandits, but also removed the internal rot. Such decisive action for the nation's welfare, and yet he had been wrongfully labeled a wastrel, subjected to slander that he had bullied his own cousin. It was utterly ludicrous. If a person of such integrity cannot receive fair treatment, then the fate of the Jing is indeed bleak. It appeared that Qin Hui, who seemed virtuous and demure, was in fact vile and corrupt. Contemplating this, Wang Onping resolved to write another letter. He intended to clear Lin Fan's name and reveal Qin Hui's true character to the world. Meanwhile, Lin Fan had returned home. Entering the realm of the Copper Mirror, he tirelessly plucked grass leaves until he was utterly exhausted, collecting a total of 12. After emerging from that world, he exhaled deeply. He had initially intended to gather some ash from a pot to form elixirs, but alas, the fire was not lit at home, leaving him no option but to scale the wall into the neighbor's kitchen to pilfer 2 pounds of potash. The next step was to form the elixirs. Each grass leaf was cut into segments of 2 to 3 centimeters and mixed with the ash to create the pills. Soon, the elixirs were ready. This time, Lin Fan boldly crafted 18 pills, storing them close to his body. As he was washing his hands, footsteps echoed from outside the door. It was Lin Guzi and the others returning from their errands. "My lord, why are your hands so black?" Wangfu inquired. Lin Fan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, responding nonchalantly. "Let us not dwell on that. Have all tasks been completed? Mine is done. So is mine. My lord, here is the statement of testimony." The group chimed in, with Wangfu producing the freshly drafted statement. "You all have accomplished such great merit since joining me. I believe in rewarding those who contribute." Lin Fan's gaze swept over the 5 faces. "Wangfu, Su Kuang, you two have lingered at the 9th rank for many years. Have you not?" The two were momentarily taken aback, wondering why their lord posed such a question. However, they answered truthfully. "Indeed, it has been many years. I have remained at the 9th rank for 10 years now," Wangfu replied with a wry smile. "The cultivation of martial arts demands substantial resources, and I have simply lacked the funds to progress. I am still at the pinnacle of the 9th rank." "So am I," Su Kuang added. "The martial path is exceedingly costly. My techniques are lacking, and without resources, I can only lament my stagnation. This reflects the current plight of many grassroots martial artists. The average practitioner rarely ascends beyond the 7th rank, for martial cultivation inherently requires a vast array of resources. Nurturing a master of at least the 3rd rank may cost hundreds of thousands of taels, while even a mid-tier practitioner demands tens of thousands. A burden beyond the reach of most. You need not worry about resources any longer. As long as you perform your duties well, they shall be abundant," Lin Fan assured them, revealing a number of elixirs from his hand. The 4, excluding Lin Guzi, exchanged bewildered glances at the sight of the crude pills. They appeared dull, lacking any sheen, and resembled pot ash more than elixirs. Wangfu was the first to break the silence. "My lord, what are these?" Lin Fan hesitated. While the pills belonged to him, he had not considered a name for them. After a moment, he replied, "These are grass return elixirs. Each pill is equivalent to a ginseng aged 50 years. The group gasped in astonishment. 50-year-old ginseng is valued at over 200 taels. Could such crude pills truly rival the worth of a 50-year-old ginseng? You decide whether to accept them or not, Lin Fan remarked, losing patience with their incredulity. 2 pills each. Take them if you wish. Without hesitation, Lin Guzi snatched 2, and the others quickly followed suit, claiming their share. As Lin Fan gazed at the remaining 8 pills in his hand, he sighed inwardly. The hard-earned elixirs had nearly vanished in the blink of an eye. Enough. You've received your rewards. Now return home. The task bonuses will be calculated tomorrow. He waved his hand, signaling for them to depart. Suddenly remembering something, he added, do not arrive too early for tomorrow's roll call at noon. Lin Fan yawned and turned to retire to his room. Wangfu and the Su family, having diverged in their paths at the entrance, parted ways. Lin Guzi returned to his quarters to refine the elixirs. The 4 men, oblivious to the elixir's true value, were unaware of their potency. Compared to 50-year-old ginseng, these pills possessed equally powerful medicinal properties and were even more easily absorbed. The Su family hurried home under the cloak of night. Father, these elixirs look so rudimentary. Do they truly work? Su questioned, scrutinizing the grayish pills in his hand with skepticism. I think there is no issue, Su Bao interjected. Lord Lin is at least a minor standard-bearer, and with the ability to slay a peak 8th rank opponent, he wouldn't deceive us in such matters. Why question it? We'll know once we consume them. Su Kuang added. Father's wisdom shines through. Su Hu and Su Bao concurred. Before long, the trio arrived home, disregarding Su Wanner's greetings as they swiftly entered the training room. Who wishes to go first? Su Kuang's gaze shifted between his 2 sons. I shall, Su Bao declared boldly. Following the recent battle at Lan Yo Mountain, he held considerable admiration for Lin Fan. If his father and elder brother doubted Lord Lin, he would serve as a testament, silencing these 2 short-sighted individuals. Chapter 24. The doghead strategist, Zhao Cheng Su Bao, cautiously placed the elixir into his mouth. A wave of bitter and charred flavors surged violently toward his senses, causing him to blink rapidly, nearly shedding tears. Resolute, he tilted his head back and swallowed the elixir whole. The herbal residue dissolved swiftly in his stomach, sending a wave of bitterness up his throat. Just as he was about to cough, he suddenly felt a warm current radiating from his lower abdomen. Su Bao's expression sharpened as he immediately began to absorb and refine this warmth. The energy surged within him, tumultuous yet remarkably pure, making the process of refinement surprisingly effortless. The 2 bystanders watched intently, their gazes fixed on his transformation. Moments later, Su Bao opened his eyes, brimming with excitement. How do you feel? Su Kuang inquired. Su Bao, his face alight with enthusiasm, exclaimed, incredible. This elixir is not only astonishingly effective, but also easy to refine. 1 dose is worth years of arduous cultivation, far surpassing a 50-year-old ginseng. Is that so? Su leaned in closer. Su Bao raised an eyebrow, slightly annoyed. How could Lord Lin's gifts be counterfeit? If you're unwilling to consume it, then hand it over to me. With that, the implication was clear, and both Su Kuang and Su Hu promptly swallowed their own elixirs, embarking on their own cultivation journey. Upon sensing the overwhelming potency akin to a tidal wave, they too were swept into a state of bliss. Meanwhile, in an ordinary residence in Ping'an County, Wangfu also felt the surge of medicinal energy, leaving him astounded. The following morning, all the Jingwei gradually arrived at the official office to begin another day of idleness. When the guards inspecting the storeroom noticed the sudden influx of gold and silver treasures, they could not help but rub their eyes in disbelief. What on earth? The god of wealth has descended. Our storeroom has gained several tens of thousands of taels of silver, he shouted excitedly. On the other side, the guards inspecting the prison, still groggy, entered the cells. They routinely surveyed the area, a customary duty of the Jingwei. However, upon reaching one cell door, they were startled by the sound of snoring. When he looked up in surprise, he saw a blood-stained figure lying within. The familiarity of the man's face struck him. It was Lu Guangdou, the county magistrate. Who imprisoned Magistrate Lu? He exclaimed loudly, rousing Lu Guangdou and drawing the attention of other Jingwei. Shortly thereafter, Gao Chang gathered all the Jingwei in the main hall of the official office. Lu Yang, you were on duty last night. Explain what transpired. Gao Chang's gaze was fixed on the guard responsible for the previous night. Lu Yang, at a loss, recounted the events honestly, detailing how Lin Fan had apprehended Lu Guangdou, brought him to the prison for interrogation, and subsequently deposited the illicit funds. Upon hearing the full account, Gao Chang and Appo's face darkened ominously. "How dare you act without my permission?" he thundered, slamming his palm on the table in a fit of rage. Lu Yang shrank back, frightened into silence, resembling a timid quail. "My lord, should we not release Lu Guangdou?" Li Zheng ventured. "Release? How do you propose we do that? Are you unaware that summoning a spirit is far easier than dismissing it?" Gao Chang replied gravely. "Lu Guangdou has connections. He likely holds a position within the prefecture. Lin Fan's actions have offended those above us. Even if we return Lu Guangdou now, this matter will not end well." "Return him?" Zhao Cheng interjected with a grin. "My lord, why should we return Lu Guangdou?" Gao Chang turned his gaze to Zhao Cheng. "Zhao Cheng, what are you suggesting?" Zhao Cheng smiled slyly. "It was Lin Fan who captured him. It was Lin Fan who brought back the stolen funds. And it was Lin Fan who recorded the statements. As long as we distance ourselves from the process moving forward, what concern is it of ours if the higher-ups place blame?" Originally, Gao Chang had not grasped the implications, but Zhao Cheng's words sparked clarity. Indeed, who in the official circles of Ping'an County was unaware of the discord between himself and Lin Fan. If Lin Fan were to attract trouble, how would that implicate him? It was even conceivable that Lin Fan could face punishment, perhaps even execution. In such a case, the affairs of Ping'an County would once again fall under his dominion. With this realization, his previously gloomy disposition brightened. A smile crept onto his lips as he remarked, "Zhao Cheng, you have truly matured. You are capable of standing on your own." "All thanks to your guidance, my lord," Zhao Cheng replied. Smack! Gao Chang playfully struck the back of Zhao Cheng's head. "What do you mean, my lord? I am your brother-in-law." Zhao Cheng rubbed his head in confusion, pondering. Didn't you say we should address titles during work hours? However, he dared not voice this thought. Regarding Lu Guangdou's case, no one is permitted to interfere. All processes must be handled solely by Lin Fan himself. Is that understood? Gao Chang's voice was authoritative, scanning the faces of those present. Understood, they replied in unison, clasping their fists in acknowledgement. To bring about one's downfall, one must first drive them to madness. Brother-in-law, Lin Fan is like a grasshopper in autumn. We shall merely watch him leap. A grin spread across Zhao Cheng's face, feeling as though he possessed unparalleled wisdom, as if he understood the grand currents of the world. "Zhao Cheng, come to my home tonight. I shall have your sister prepare some delightful dishes," Gao Cheng said, patting Zhao Cheng on the shoulder with a jovial demeanor. Zhao Cheng eagerly agreed. "I happen to have 2 bottles of aged wine. I shall bring them over tonight. It has been ages since I savor my sister's culinary skills." With that, everyone resumed their tasks as if nothing had occurred the previous night. The silver in the storeroom went unheated, and Lu Guangdou was left unattended. They all anticipated watching Lin Fan grow increasingly arrogant, only to be met with his own demise. In the county office, letters flew in all directions, dispatched by passing merchants, with some reaching the capital. Wang Anping felt as though he had written more today than during his years of intense study for the imperial examination. Yet, as long as it helped Lin Fan establish a firm foothold, everything would be worthwhile. If only he could find a responsible Jingwei to partner with, Ping'an County would surely flourish, and the people would grow increasingly content. After sending off all the letters, Wang Anping exhaled a sigh of relief. He had not slept all night, yet he remained invigorated. Lin Fan's donated illicit funds had already been deposited into the county office's treasury, and he needed to begin planning how to allocate the resources. A full 10,000 taels of silver would undoubtedly elevate the infrastructure of Ping'an County to new heights. It would also allow for the construction of numerous irrigation channels, ensuring the people would have enough to eat next year. At noon, Lin Fan awoke with a stretch. Finally awake, he relished the comfort of his slumber. After a brief stretch, he stepped out of his room. Guzi had prepared a meal, and the aroma of chicken wafted enticingly through the air. "Guzi, your culinary skills are commendable," Lin Fan remarked as he entered the kitchen, the scent of chicken whetting his appetite. "Young master, this chicken was a gift from a fellow villager," But rest assured, I compensated him, Ere Guzi replied with a grin. You've done well, Lin Fan encouraged, patting him on the shoulder. My lord, I have broken through to the 8th rank. A figure leaped over the wall and entered the courtyard, shouting exuberantly. Chapter 25. Fame in Ping'an County. Where did this madman come from? Lin Fan stepped outside and focused his gaze. To his astonishment, it was Su Kuang. Su Kuang, upon noticing him, rushed over, brimming with excitement. My lord, thanks to your elixir, I have ascended to the rank of an 8th grade martial artist. He extended his palm, where crimson patterns coiled like serpents, the 2 lines symbolizing his newfound status. Very well, Lin Fan nodded approvingly. Father, why are you running so fast? Wait for us. 2 figures then vaulted over the wall. They were Su Hu and Su Bao. Lin Fan felt exasperated. Is there not a proper entrance to my home? Su Kuang, slightly embarrassed, replied. I merely wish to share this splendid news with you as soon as possible. All right, Amp, Oppos. V heard the news. Remember to use the main entrance in the future. Lin Fan instructed. Rest assured. Su Kuang responded just as the main door was forcefully flung open. With a loud crash, the bolt was broken, and Wangfu stormed in. My lord, I have also broken through to 8th grade, he shouted as he approached. Lin Fan was taken aback. Was such a breakthrough truly worth this commotion? It would have been simpler to scale the wall. At least that Wooden and Oppos have resulted in a broken bolt. My lord, it was all thanks to your elixir that I reached 8th grade. Wangfu displayed his own crimson patterns. He did not detect the surprise he had anticipated on Lin Fan's face. He paused, then turned to Su Kuang. Brother Su, you've also reached 8th grade? Indeed. I came early this morning to bring the good news to my lord. Su Kuang replied with a smile. It an Amp, Oppos. That's just 8th grade. If you follow my lead, your paths ahead will be long, Lin Fan remarked as he walked towards the stone locks. With a single motion, he effortlessly lifted 10 stone locks, each weighing 200 pounds, a total of 2,000 pounds. Su Kuang and his sons, along with Wangfu, stared in astonishment. My lord, have you perhaps broken through to 7th grade? Su Kuang inquired, eyes wide with disbelief. A 7th grade martial artist under 20 was a rarity in the entire Dying Dynasty, typically unattainable except by the scions of the elite families. Lin Fan shook his head after placing the stone locks down. I am still a errand Amp. Amp, Oppos, S breadth from 8th grade. Perhaps I shall achieve it in a few days. The crowd in Oppos, S astonishment only deepened at his words. Such strength, yet he had not yet ascended to 8th grade. Truly astounding. Wangfu exchanged glances with Su Kuang's family, all 4 filled with shock and confusion. They had never encountered a 9th grade martial artist capable of such strength in the text they studied. It was utterly extraordinary. Young master, the meal is prepared. We can dine now. Lin Guzi peered from the kitchen into the courtyard. Upon spotting Su Kuang and Amp, Oppos, S family and Wangfu, he was momentarily taken aback. No one had informed him of guests. Would there be enough food? It was inevitable to invite them to dine. So Lin Guzi dutifully went to the market to procure some additional dishes and bought a basket full of buns. As the 6 gathered around the table for the meal, Lin Fan maintained a calm demeanor, while Su Kuang and the others pondered in thought. Why is everyone so quiet? Lin Fan inquired. Ha ha. Brother Guzi's cooking is truly delightful. These dishes suit my palate, Su Kuang responded with a hearty laugh. Lin Guzi replied with a hint of melancholy. Brother Su, the dish you enjoy is actually pig and Amp, Oppos, S head meat that I bought from outside. Lin Fan picked up a piece of pig's head meat and placed it in Su Kuang's bowl. To supplement your strength, consume more pig's head. Thank you, my lord, Su Kuang said as he eagerly devoured the meat and quickly followed it with several bites of bun. After the meal, the 6 made their way to the Jingwu Wei headquarters. The presence of the Jingwu Wei was still imposing, and the common folk typically avoided them, well aware of their ruthless methods and greed. However, Lin Fan and his companions were treated entirely differently. My lord, have you eaten? My lord, my wife has prepared several delicious dishes. Would you care to try? My lord, are you married yet? Shall I introduce you to some suitable candidates? The townsfolk and Amp, Oppos, S enthusiasm left Lin Fan, feeling somewhat disoriented. Guzi, what on earth is happening? Lin Fan quietly asked. Guzi beamed, "My lord, your deeds have spread throughout Ping and Amp, Oppos, and County, which is why everyone holds you in such high regard." Guzi relished the attention. Previously, others feared him because he was Lin Fan and Oppos' servant, but now they respected him for the same reason, a delightful turn of events. Even though his reputation had spread throughout Ping and Oppos and County, Lin Fan wondered how they could recognize him without having met him. All the other Jingwu Wei in Ping and County are either rough-looking or intimidating, but you, young lord, are handsome and approachable. That's why we can identify you at a glance. An elderly woman chimed in, winking at him. "My lord, my niece is quite beautiful. She would be a perfect match for you. Would you like me to arrange a dinner for you two this evening?" "Oh dear, your niece is too robust. How could she possibly match my lord? My own niece would suit him far better." A chorus of women began to bicker, and Lin Fan ultimately fled in disarray. He only felt relieved once he entered the official building. "My lord, those women seem quite enthusiastic. Since you're not yet wed, why not find a partner to warm your bed?" Wangfu joked, his demeanor noticeably lighter since avenging his grievances. Lin Fan shot him a glare, and he fell silent, though he continued to chuckle privately. Upon entering the office, Lin Fan sensed that something was amiss. The guards were excessively courteous, as if nothing had happened the previous night. "You all continue with your tasks. I shall seek out Gao Chong," Lin Fan instructed before making his way to find Gao Chong. "Ah, Lin Xiaoqi has arrived. Please, take a seat." Gao Chong greeted him with a warm smile. Lin Fan found his smile puzzling. Hadn't Oppos Lu Guangdo been with Gao Chong the night before? Why was Gao Chong showing no reaction to Lu Guangdo and Oppos' arrest? "My lord Gao, regarding last night, before he could finish, Gao Chong interrupted. "I'm fully aware of what transpired last night. You are to handle this matter entirely. The credit is all yours. Proceed with confidence." Gao Chong and Oppos' straightforwardness made Lin Fan realize his intentions. He presumed Gao Chong wished to distance himself from Lu Guangdo, who had a formidable background, and shift the blame entirely onto him. This arrangement suited Lin Fan just fine. He would not have to share the spoils, and the process would be much smoother. With that thought, Lin Fan clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you for your trust, my lord. I shall take my leave now." Go on, go on." Gao Chong waved him off. After Lin Fan departed, Zhao Cheng emerged from behind. "How did I perform, brother-in-law?" Gao Chong asked, a grin on his face. Zhao Cheng praised him effusively. "Brother-in-law, your abilities are more than sufficient to be 100 households." "Ha ha ha." Gao Chong laughed heartily and added, "Do not worry. Once we deal with Lin Fan, I shall promote you to a small flag officer." Zhao Cheng immediately responded with enthusiasm. "Thank you for the promotion, brother-in-law." Chapter 26. Dividing the tea fees with the interference from Gao Chong eliminated, handling Lu Guangdo and Oppos' case became significantly simpler. The confessions and various pieces of evidence were swiftly dispatched to the Fengzhou 100 household office. A sum of 12,000 taels of silver was set aside as a reward. Lin Fan allocated 30% of this amount to Gao Chong, but he declined, stating that Lin Fan had accomplished a great feat and would not accept a share of the spoils. Ultimately, all 12,000 taels of silver were granted to Lin Fan, a mere junior officer. The other junior officers of the Jingwei could hardly conceal their envy. Yet, they understood that some wealth comes with a price. There are fortunes to be had, but they might not live to enjoy them. They had all heard of Lin Fan and Oppos' tumultuous past, and a discarded heir of the Jingguan Wangfu would certainly not provoke the Wangfu and Oppos' involvement. Thus, in their eyes, Lin Fan was as good as dead. With the 12,000 taels finally in hand, Lin Fan summoned Lin Guzi and the others. Apart from Lin Guzi, the remaining four gazed at Lin Fan with eager anticipation. Everyone knew the Jingwei's customs. Once a task was completed, it was time to share the rewards. Lin Fan's gaze swept across the faces of the five before he calmly announced, "The case of Lu Guangdo has concluded, and we juniors will share a total of 12,000 taels." Upon hearing this figure, everyone gasped in astonishment. They had not expected such a bountiful reward. Previously, when they eradicated the mountain bandits, the entire sum had been donated to the county office. Therefore, this time, I have decided to bestow upon each of you 1,500 taels. Lin Fan's voice was steady, yet it struck their ears like thunder. Ordinarily, a strong man might receive 300 to 500 taels, as higher authorities would always take their cut. Yet Lin Fan was directly distributing 1,500 taels to each of them, a truly substantial sum, particularly for the Su family trio. This was a windfall that would elevate them from impoverished farmers to affluent households. Su Kuang swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he asked, "My lord, is that not a bit excessive? My principle is simple. If I have a morsel of meat, those beneath me shall have a bowl of soup. If you miss the first meal, then let this one fill you to the brim." Lin Fan replied with a smile, his tone gentle. As he spoke, he withdrew a stack of banknotes, each worth 100 taels. "Wangfu, here is yours." Lin Fan counted out 15 banknotes and handed them to Wangfu. Wangfu received the notes with trembling hands, his heart racing. He had only spent a few hundred taels to join the Jingwei, and now his fortune had multiplied manifold. "Su Kuang, this is yours." Lin Fan counted out another 15 banknotes for him. "Thank you, my lord," Su Kuang exclaimed, his eyes reddening. Just days prior, he had been fretting over his livelihood, even contemplating working as a laborer. Now, with 1,500 taels in hand, he was set for life. Lin Fan also distributed 15 banknotes, each to Su Hu and Su Bao. The two brothers had never seen so much money and were shaking with excitement. Su Bao repeatedly expressed his loyalty, vowing to serve faithfully. "Guzi, this is yours." Lin Fan handed 15 banknotes to Lin Guzi, who pushed them back, his eyes devoid of greed. "Young master, what would I do with these banknotes? I have followed you since childhood. My life is yours. So these banknotes must also belong to you. Guzi, you must establish a household, marry, and have children. How can you do so without money? Take it." Lin Fan commanded with an undeniable tone. Lin Guzi's eyes brimmed with tears of gratitude. "Young master, I vow to follow you to the ends of the earth. I will serve you for generations." His words were heartfelt. He had been a mere servant, even if a servant to the heir of the Jingguan Wangfu. He was still of lowly status. Now, Lin Fan had not only made him a Jingwei, but also granted him wealth. Lin Fan was his savior. Even if death lay ahead, Lin Guzi would charge forward without hesitation at Lin Fan's command. After the distribution, Lin Fan still had 4,500 taels remaining. He stated seriously, "The silver has been allocated, but you all must understand one thing. Such major cases are rare. We cannot neglect the ordinary cases. If any commoners seek justice, we must cleanse the corrupt officials within our ranks. Everyone needs to stay vigilant and perform their duties well. Is that clear?" "We understand," the group replied in unison. "Good, now begin your patrols. Not only outside the city, but if there are any reports from within, we will handle them. In my eyes, there is no distinction of territory." Lin Fan thought of Gao Chang's so-called territorial divisions and could not help but sneer internally. As the group set out to patrol, Su Kuang immediately halted his two sons as they stepped out the door. "Huzi, Baozi, wait a moment. Father, what an oppose? What's the matter?" the two asked, puzzled. Su Kuang rummaged through his pockets until he finally produced 2 taels of silver. "Take this 2 taels and share it. Give the banknotes to me." "Father, no. We earned this through hard work." Su Bao protested quickly. Although Su Hu remained silent, his hand instinctively clutched his pocket. Su Kuang spoke earnestly. "You are still young. You cannot manage this money wisely. Let me hold on to it for you, so you can use it to marry in the future." "Father, what kind of bride costs 1,500 taels? Besides, my brother and I are now Jingwei. We won in Oppos. Do you have trouble finding brides?" Su Bao argued, clutching the banknotes, clearly unwilling to part with them. Su nodded in agreement. "Baozi is right. You two scoundrels. Have you forgotten your father once you earned some money? You should know that I am not only your father, but also an 8th grade martial artist." Su Kuang cracked his knuckles, the joints popping ominously. It was evident that if the two did not comply, he would let them feel the long-lost warmth of paternal affection. "Father, here you go. Isn't that good enough?" Su Bao relented, reluctantly handing over the banknotes. Su Kuang seized the banknotes with a satisfied grunt. "Now that's more like it." Su scratched his head and followed suit, surrendering his share as well. "Adding mine, that's 4,500 taels. When your sister gets married, it will be a grand affair." Su Kuang stored the banknotes close, murmuring to himself, "Father, if you had said it was for my sister's dowry, I would have given it to you sooner, Su Bao said helplessly. Yes, we joined the Jingwei to earn a dowry for our sister. You could have just told us. Su Gaim Din. Enough, enough. Hurry and patrol. If you dawdle, Lord Lin will be displeased. Su Kuang waved them off, and the two brothers immediately set out to patrol. That afternoon, Lin Guzi and the others received numerous reports from the common folk outside the city. Most involved local gentry exploiting the peasants. By the end of the day, they had accounted for 458 taels of ill-gotten silver, a sum that would be unattainable for ordinary farmers in a lifetime. As Lin Fan's reputation grew, more cases began to pour in. Chapter 27. Exterminating the Vermin, Your Honor. This is a report from the owner of the winery in the western part of the city, who claims that some officials threatened him and forcibly demanded a substantial sum of silver as a tea fee. Wangfu presented a case file. Your Honor, I have a case as well. Su Kuang also handed over a legal document. I have one too. So do I. Several individuals produced legal documents. All complaints secretly submitted to them by the common folk and merchants of the city. They were aware of the unspoken rules of the Jingwei, yet they had witnessed Lin Fan's decisive methods. It was no secret that Lin Fan and the commander Gao Chong were not on good terms, which encouraged them to take the risk of seeking redress from Lin Fan. Among these cases, the most heinous was presented by an elderly woman from the city. The contents were horrific and appalling. The plaintiff's name caused Lin Fan to momentarily freeze in astonishment. Jingwei Sub-Officer Liang Bai. The complaint was shockingly written in blood. Although the brush used was of poor quality, the elegant strokes revealed that the elderly woman hailed from a prestigious background. Upon reading the entire document, Lin Fan's expression darkened considerably. This elderly woman was originally the matriarch of the Zhang family in Ping'an County. Despite their wealth, the Zhang family was known for their philanthropy. The beauty of the Zhang daughter was well known throughout the county. Liang Bai, infatuated with her, resorted to underhanded methods after multiple rejections, imprisoning Master Zhang. After coercing a confession, he exterminated all 32 members of the Zhang family and, in front of the elder Zhang and his wife, humiliated their daughter. Unable to bear the disgrace, Ms. Zhang tragically took her own life. Liang Bai then slaughtered the Zhang family and surrendered their estate and wealth to Gao Chong. The former Zhang residence became the current Gao residence. What villain Liang Bai is, what monster Gao Chong is. The utter disregard for human life and the brazen appropriation of wealth is truly inhumane. Lin Fan's voice was icy, filled with murderous intent. Your Honor, concerning the other sub-officers of the Jingwei, it may be difficult for us to take action. Lin Guzi sighed. Lin Fan scoffed. What makes it difficult? Once we enter the prison, evidence will naturally surface, and with evidence, the case can be resolved. However, his words only heightened the concern among the others. After all, this involved Gao Chong, a formidable opponent, not only the commander of the Jingwei, but also a 7th-grade martial artist. Tomorrow, let us first handle the other cases. Lin Fan turned to Lin Guzi and inquired, how did the elder Zhang survive back then? The elder Zhang had a slight misalignment of her heart, which allowed her to escape with her life. After crawling out from a mass grave, she disfigured herself and resorted to begging in the city. Lin Guzi replied. Lin Fan recalled the elderly beggar he had seen recently near his courtyard and realized that she was the elder Zhang. He paused. Do not establish too much contact with the elder Zhang, lest Gao Chong and Liang Bai decide to silence her. Understood. Lin Guzi clasped his fists. After dispersing for the day, Lin Fan saw the elderly beggar at the entrance of his courtyard once more. He reached into his pocket and tossed a few coins into her hands. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you. The elderly woman repeatedly expressed her gratitude before unsteadily departing from the courtyard. Lin Fan watched her fade into the distance. Martial artists possess keen senses, and sensing her aura, he realized the elderly woman was nearing the end of her days. If it were not for her desire for vengeance, she might have already departed this world. Returning to his room, Lin Fan rested for a while. After midnight, the bronze mirror completed its charging. As a flash of light enveloped him, Lin Fan again entered the realm of the bronze mirror. He began fervently harvesting grass leaves. Soon, he had plucked 15 stalks. With a bountiful harvest, he began to consume the leaves, absorbing their essence. Within his body, his vital energy seemed to reach a critical threshold. Upon finishing the 8th leaf, Lin Fan suddenly experienced a painful sensation akin to having overeaten. Was he on the verge of a breakthrough? He immediately employed his ironclad technique to digest the amassed energy within. Shortly thereafter, accompanied by a muffled sound, he felt a sense of clarity wash over him. Expelling a breath of stagnant air, Lin Fan gathered his strength and looked at his palm, where a vivid crimson pattern now coursed, marking his advancement to the 8th level. However, the pace of growth through consuming grass was too slow. He wondered if his current 8th level prowess would suffice to explore other areas of that world. After consuming the remaining grass leaves, Lin Fan lay down to rest once more. By the time of the rooster's crow, the other Jingwei had yet to arrive at the office, but Lin Fan's subordinates had already gathered. Time was of the essence, and tasks were heavy. Everyone, focus. Once everyone is accounted for, we will immediately enter the prison for questioning. All cases must be concluded today. Do you understand? Lin Fan's voice rang out. Understood. The crowd responded in unison. Let us depart. With Lin Fan's command, 5 individuals followed him out of the Jingwei office. Outside a civilian residence, it was common knowledge that the house belonged to Lu Gaosheng, the head of the 3rd squad of the Ping'an County officials. Although a mere head, he wielded significant power over a squad of officials and was a prominent figure in the county. Lu Gaosheng had amassed great wealth through illicit means, taking 3 concubines in the process. This early morning, the noise outside irritated him. Do you not know this is my Lu residence? Lu Gaosheng grumbled as he opened the door to admonish the ruckus outside. To his shock, he was confronted by a group of Jingwei officers who swiftly subdued him. Hey, what are you doing? I am Lu Gaosheng, the head of the squad. Who are you little officers? Have him come see me. Lu Gaosheng exclaimed, startled. Many onlookers had gathered, further heightening his sense of humiliation. Lu Bantu, your misconduct has been uncovered. Lin Fan approached, his tone calm. Seeing Lin Fan, Lu Gaosheng's pupils dilated. Everyone knew that a formidable figure had recently emerged in Ping'an County. Lu Gaosheng steadied himself, recalling the hierarchy of the Jingwei, and immediately declared, You must be Officer Lin. This southern part of the city is the domain of my family, Lu Ji. Your reach may be overextending. Be cautious lest Gao Durun decides to clip your claws. Once inside the prison, I will clip your claws first. Take him away, Lin Fan commanded. And Su Hu and Su Bao immediately shackled Lu Gaosheng and escorted him from his residence. The citizens observed, murmuring amongst themselves. The rumors are true. Our new officer is indeed a virtuous one, serving the nation and the people. Indeed, Lu Gaosheng has long oppressed us, flaunting his authority as the head of the squad. This is truly satisfying. As the chatter continued, Lin Fan raised his hand. Proceed to the next location. Chapter 28. The court's request for merit at the Jingwei office. Li Zhongliang, Bai, and 3 other junior officers gathered in one room. My lord, that Lin Fan has gone too far. He dares to conduct investigations and apprehend people on my territory. Li Zheng exclaimed angrily. I added, my lord, those merchants on my turf pay us hundreds of taels of silver each year. Yet Lin Fan indiscriminately arrests them, extending his reach far too much. He even dares to capture Lu Gaosheng. Lu Gaosheng is the head of the strongmen. We have collaborations with them. This is a slap in our faces. Sheng Guang Yuan interjected. Enough. Let's not raise a ruckus. What is actually going on? I need someone to clarify. Gao Chang, overwhelmed by the noise, slammed his palm on the table and shouted. The 4 junior officers immediately quieted down, standing there like quails. Bai, you explain what happened, Gao Chang commanded. Bai immediately responded. My lord, yesterday Lin Fan captured several local gentry. While that area outside the city is his jurisdiction, this morning he suddenly began a massive sweep in the city, showing no regard for our authority. This has caused widespread panic and will surely affect our annual tea fees. Gao Chang understood the gravity of the situation upon hearing just one account. His eyes darkened, and he solemnly declared, what a Lin Fan. He truly believes he is untouchable, daring to extend his claws this far. Today, I shall cut off those claws and feed them to the dogs. Gao Chang immediately grabbed his blade, ready to confront Lin Fan, with the 4 junior officers following closely behind. Lin Fan was indeed capable, having slain the 8th-rank scarred tiger. However, Gao Chong was a 7th-rank warrior, and he subtly showed signs of advancing to the 6th rank. Once he reached the 6th rank, he would be qualified to become a trial 100-man captain with an official rank straight to 6th. Hold on, brother-in-law. Just as they were about to depart, Zhao Cheng suddenly stepped in front of them. Zhao Cheng earnestly advised, brother-in-law, Lin Fan submitted a confession yesterday. If all goes as expected, someone from above will come down at the latest tomorrow. We just need to endure for one more day. There's no need to clash with him head-on at this moment. Zhao Cheng, I know you're Gao Darren's brother-in-law, but Lin Fan has already mounted us and is defecating on our heads. If we continue to endure, how will we survive in Ping'an County in the future? Bai retorted loudly. Zhao Cheng replied solemnly, Gentlemen, have those individuals Lin Fan arrested committed any crimes? The crowd hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Those people paid them fees, essentially to cover their misdeeds. The Jingwei had no clear territorial demarcation. Lin Fan was currently arresting individuals who had indeed violated the law. Even if it escalated to a higher authority, they would have no grounds to stand on. Since no one would die overnight, it would be better to let them confess to their crimes. And once the envoy arrives tomorrow and dismisses Lin Fan from his position, their lives would naturally be spared. Without his official title, Lin Fan would be as vulnerable as a fish on a chopping board. Zhao Cheng spoke rapidly, presenting a compelling argument. His words sparked contemplation among the others. It seems to make sense, Li Zheng mused while stroking his chin. The others nodded in agreement. Gao Chong's fury gradually dissipated, replaced by a look of satisfaction. He patted Zhao Cheng on the shoulder and smiled. Zhao Cheng, you have truly matured. I promise that once Lin Fan is dismissed, that junior officer position will be yours. Thank you for your endorsement, brother-in-law. Zhao Cheng sighed in relief. What shall we do now? Bai inquired. We should eat and drink as usual while we await the envoy's arrival tomorrow, Zhao Cheng replied. Gao Chong added good. Once Lin Fan loses his position, we shall strike hard at the drowning dog. In the capital of the great Jing Empire, the court meeting had already progressed significantly, filled with insipid discussions. The Jing Emperor was nearly dozing off, finding it far more comfortable to be entwined with his beloved concubine than to endure the droning of these inept officials. Lin Nantian, the head of the military officials, wore a troubled expression. His family had recently faced misfortune with the emergence of a wayward son who had even joined the disreputable Jingwei. Every time he entered the court, he felt the heat rising to his cheeks, as if everyone whispered about the wasteful son of the Ping'an Duke's household joining the Jingwei. Why couldn't his child, Lin Fan, be as obedient and diligent as Xiaolong? As the court meeting was about to conclude, the Minister of Rights, Wang Lang, unexpectedly stepped forward. Your Majesty, I have a matter to report. The Jing Emperor opened his eyes and glanced at the elderly official with white hair and beard. What matter does Wang Aiqing wish to discuss? Wang Lang respectfully replied, Your Majesty, I wish to commend an individual. Oh, who does the minister wish to commend? The Jing Emperor raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Wang Lang stated earnestly, It is Lin Fan, a junior officer in the Jingwei of Ping'an County. The mention of a Jingwei left all the officials present in shock. If anyone in the court looked down upon the Jingwei, it would undoubtedly be the Ministry of Rights. The Jingwei acted with reckless abandon, lacking any semblance of decorum, while the Ministry of Rights valued such principles above all else. The two were destined to be incompatible. Yet, here was Wang Lang, the Minister of Rights, proposing to commend a Jingwei officer, which left everyone dumbfounded. However, the name Lin Fan seemed familiar. The Jing Emperor immediately recalled the identity associated with that name and glanced teasingly at Lin Nantian. Duke Ping'an, isn't the wasteful son you recently discarded named Lin Fan? Upon hearing Lin Fan's name, Lin Nantian's expression soured. Now that the Jing Emperor had personally pointed it out, he felt utterly humiliated. Yet, how could one refuse the Emperor's inquiry? He had no choice but to brace himself and respond, Your Majesty has a good memory. Indeed, his name is Lin Fan. Indeed, this junior officer of the Jingwei in Ping'an County is the discarded son of Duke Ping'an, Wang Lang added. His words further enraged Lin Nantian, who lamented, This useless wretch has brought disgrace to the court. I should have suffocated this miscreant at birth. Wang Aiqing, What merit do you wish to commend this wasteful son for? The Jing Emperor's interest piqued further. Upon arriving in Ping'an County, Lin Fan, within a mere 3 days, purged the notorious Neoshan bandits who had terrorized the locals for a decade and donated all the tea fees from the Jingwei to improve the living conditions of the people in Ping'an County. Wang Lang paused before continuing. As the Jingwei serves as the Emperor's personal army, representing your Majesty's face. Lin Fan's actions allow the common folk to feel your Majesty's grace, fostering their affection for you. Therefore, I believe Lin Fan's actions should serve as an example for the Jingwei and be rewarded. Chapter 29. The Trial of the 100 Households. When Wang Lang's words reverberated through the court, astonishment enveloped the assembly. It was unimaginable that this once dissolute heir of the capital would undertake such a noble endeavor for the nation and its people. Lin Fan was particularly taken aback. How could this be? That scoundrel had always been self-serving. It was a feat in itself that he did not exploit his power as a member of the Jingwei to oppress the common folk. How could he possibly act selflessly now? Upon the dragon throne, Emperor Jing was greatly pleased by Wang Lang's proclamation. Indeed, Lin Fan was now a minor officer of the Jingwei, part of the Imperial Guard. Should Lin Fan perform virtuous deeds, the populace would undoubtedly hold the emperor in higher regard. Yet, the emperor was not oblivious to Lin Fan's notorious past. Thus, he inquired, Wang Iching, I have heard whispers of Lin Fan's previous reputation. Can you assure me that he has genuinely acted for the sake of the nation and its people? Your Majesty, Wang Lang replied, the return of a wayward son is not an uncommon occurrence in our dynasty. Lin Fan has joined the Jingwei and is now a part of your Majesty's personal guard, influenced by your royal aura. Is it not within reason that one might undergo a transformation? The officials regarded the Minister of Rights with newfound respect. Known for his adherence to decorum, he was now unabashedly flattering the emperor, showcasing his exceptional talents. Although the discerning could see through the flattery, Emperor Jing was not of that mind. His spirits were already elevated, and Wang Lang's words only deepened his elation. Regardless of how formidable the Duke of Wang was in battle, he could not even manage his own son. However, once Lin Fan became part of the Imperial Guard, his character could shift dramatically, transforming into a man of virtue for the state and its people. Did this not affirm the emperor's own prosperity and legitimacy as a sovereign? Considering Wang's assertions, the emperor decided, since Lin Fan now holds the rank of minor officer, let us elevate him to the trial of the 100 households. Bestow upon him the embroidered spring blade, grant him 1,000 taels of silver, and present him with a renowned martial arts manual from the Imperial Armory. Your Majesty is indeed wise. Wang Lang responded with reverence. As the court session concluded, Lin Fan intercepted Wang Lang at the palace gates. Minister Wang, what compels you to obstruct my path? Wang Lang inquired. Lin Fan replied sternly, do not be deceived by that little wretch. He has always been selfish. How could he possibly undertake such selfless acts? Wang Lang chuckled derisively. My lord, if you do not trust your own son, I can only lament for Lin Fan. If your lady wife were truly as virtuous as rumors suggest, how could she allow her son to be branded a wastrel throughout the capital? I have yet to hear of a virtuous mother whose offspring indulge in debauchery. Lin Fan hesitated. He recognized his wife's virtue, and he had witnessed how well Xiao Long had been raised. Just as he was about to retort, he found that Wang Lang had already departed. Sighing, he thought to himself, this little wretch possesses remarkable acting skills, capable of deceiving even a paragon like Minister Wang. At this moment, Wang Lang encountered another group of officials. Minister Wang, they greeted him eagerly. What brings you to commend a minor officer of the Jingwei? They are nothing but a den of filth. One official began to complain. We, the righteous, have always been at odds with the Jingwei. Why did you not consult us prior to this decision? The Minister of Works chimed in. Minister Wang, even if this matter is true, should you advocate for a member of the Jingwei? Wang Lang smiled and shook his head. Though the Jingwei is indeed a corrupt entity, is there not now a standard to uphold? I believe we might leverage Lin Fan to transform this den of iniquity into a bastion of purity, which would be a tremendous boon for the nation and its people. The Minister of Works sighed. Your aspirations are commendable, but the Jingwei has long been rotten to the core. A single standard cannot affect change. Nonetheless, if Lin Fan has indeed acted for the people, there is no harm in advocating for him. Ultimately, the officials departed, shaking their heads at Wang Lang's seemingly fanciful notions. Ah, how well I know the Jingwei is beyond redemption, yet the current unrest grows ever more tumultuous. The very stability of the Jing is at stake, and I cannot afford to overlook any potential remedy. Wang Lang lamented, regretting his role as the Minister of Rights, which constrained him from enacting more tangible reforms. Rights may stabilize the order in prosperous times, but they prove utterly ineffectual amidst chaos. At noon, a royal edict swiftly departed from the palace, borne by a fine steed. The horses of Jing are meticulously bred, vigorous, and robust. The journey of 3,000 li would be accomplished in a mere day and night through the imperial relay stations. In Ping'an County, Lin Fan had apprehended over 50 individuals, filling the prison to near capacity. The moment for Wang Hu to shine had arrived. However, in less than 2 hours, Wang Hu emerged from the prison, clutching a thick stack of confessions, each duly signed and sealed. How could it be so swift? Lin Fan furrowed his brow. My lord, I am as perplexed as you. I employed little to no torture, and they all confessed willingly. Their accounts are reasonable and well evidenced. They will serve as irrefutable proof, Wang Hu explained. Something is amiss. Unusual occurrences often conceal hidden truths, Lin Fan murmured. My lord, what shall we do now? Wang Hu inquired. Let us first compile the confessions and evidence. Next, we shall ascertain how well the county magistrate is performing, Lin Fan replied. And our operation tonight? Wang Hu asked. Proceed as planned, Lin Fan affirmed. Wang Hu clasped his fists in salute and returned to organize the evidence. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was time to disperse. After parting ways, Wang Hu and the others reconvened in Lin Fan's quarters. Are we prepared? Lin Fan scanned the faces of the 5 men. Ready, they replied in unison. Good. We depart promptly at the hour of the pig. As the bells chimed, the clang of a gong echoed, followed by the watchman's call. Lin Fan and his companions exited the courtyard, making their way through the night towards the northern part of the city. Not far from the courtyard's entrance, an elderly woman watched the 6 depart, murmuring, May the Bodhisattva bless them. I hope Lord Lin and his companions achieve swift success and bring the wicked to justice. The night was deep, the moon obscured by clouds. In a 3-compound courtyard in the northern part of the city, Liang Bai shared a drink with his burly subordinates after their shift. Upon returning home, his concubine had prepared warm water for him. Immersing himself in the soothing liquid, he felt an indescribable comfort wash over him. Ah, this is the life, Liang Bai thought, reclining in the tub as his concubine presented him with fresh fruits. Indulging in the delights while soaking in the bath brought him immense satisfaction. Yet, reflecting on Lin Fan's recent actions soured his mood considerably. Daring to stir trouble in my domain, I will ensure that one day I personally see to your demise. Suddenly, the door to the Liang residence was forcefully kicked open, followed by a commanding shout. Jingwei are conducting an investigation. All unauthorized personnel, stand back. Chapter 30. Suspension in the tub. Liang Bai was immediately filled with rage, springing up from the water. However, the next moment, the bathroom door was kicked open, and Wang Hu and Su Kuang rushed towards him. Lin Fan, as fellow members of the Jingwei, how dare you lay a hand on me? Liang Bai summoned all his strength, hoping to repel Wang Hu and Su Kuang. Having ascended to the 8th rank of martial artists, he believed he could severely injure them. Yet in the blink of an eye, he found himself forcibly pushed back into the water tub. The immense strength of the two was so overpowering that he could hardly lift his head. It was then that he realized both Wang Hu and Su Kuang were also 8th rank martial artists. Cold chains were shackled around him, and Liang Bai was dragged out against his will. Lin Fan, we are both Jingwei. Do you think Lord Gao will remain oblivious to your actions? Liang Bai seethed with fury. No one would be pleased to be yanked into the courtyard while bathing in such a state of undress. The servants and concubines surrounding them had never witnessed their master in such a disgraceful predicament. They all lowered their heads, refraining from uttering a word. Liang Bai, your deeds have been uncovered. Lin Fan's voice remained calm. What deeds? I do not comprehend what you are saying. Release me at once. Liang Bai retorted angrily. Lin Fan's gaze turned icy. The Zhang family, All 32 members, you should remember them, right? Liang Bai froze momentarily before quickly countering. I do not understand what you are saying. Let me go. Otherwise, Lord Qian will not spare you. You will comprehend soon enough once you are in the interrogation chamber. Take him away. Lin Fan waved his hand, and all members of the Liang family were shackled and taken to the Jingwei headquarters. Those resting in the interrogation cell could tell from the commotion outside that another unfortunate soul had arrived. The first sight that greeted them was a flurry of exposed skin. The physique was robust, though in some areas it resembled that of a toothpick. Who is this? The build is quite solid, but the strength is lacking, someone jested, trying to lighten the mood. But the next moment, that person in amp, Oppos, a smile froze on their face. Liang, Lord Liang? Liang Bai glared fiercely at the speaker, his eyes blazing with fury. Liang Bai, you're aware of the methods employed by the Jingwei. Either you confess honestly, or you shall experience our techniques firsthand. Lin Fan stated coldly. What do you want me to confess? I do not understand, Liang Bai scoffed. Lin Fan, are you a fool? Do you truly believe you can act tyrannically in Ping'an County? Release me now, and perhaps I can make your life somewhat easier tomorrow. Do you understand? Wangfu, I'll leave him to you. Lin Fan patted Wangfu and Oppos' shoulder and turned to exit the interrogation chamber. Liang Bai, taken aback, called out, Lin Fan, do not leave. Are you out of your mind, biting anyone in sight like a mad dog? Before long, anguished cries echoed from within. Lin Fan leaned against the wall at the entrance of the interrogation chamber, gazing up at the moon. The clouds were dispersing, and the silvery light gradually cascaded down. Liang Bai was indeed quite resilient. It took over an hour for the screams to cease. Wangfu emerged from the interrogation chamber, blood-stained hands presenting a stack of confessions. How is it? Lin Fan asked, perusing the statements. The words of the Zhang family matriarch are all verified as true, Wangfu replied, his voice heavy, with a glint of murderous intent in his eyes. The tragic fate of the Zhang family resonated with his own experiences. It was too swift. It seemed unlikely they could eliminate this individual today. Lin Fan frowned, his eyes shifting forward. A figure approached with a fierce aura, followed by 3 other junior officers. Lin Fan, you possess audacity beyond measure, daring to torture a colleague without permission. Gao Chang reprimanded sharply. He had thought Lin Fan had settled down, but to his surprise, he had delivered such a significant shock by capturing Liang Bai. Had it not been for Liang Bai and Oppos, as cousin residing next door, he would have remained unaware of this incident until it was too late. My lord, according to Jingwei regulations, those implicated must recuse themselves. I believe it would be prudent for you to withdraw from Liang Bai's case, Lin Fan replied calmly. He had initially intended to interrogate Liang Bai and then present the confessions to County Magistrate Wang, hoping to bypass the Baihu and report to the Qianhu. But he had not anticipated Gao Chang's rapid arrival. Gao Chang's heart sank. That damned Liang Bai had implicated him. However, it mattered little, as the confessions would not escape. He sneered, producing a document. Lin Fan, I intended to give you this suspension notice tomorrow, but since you have shown such disregard, I shall present it to you today. He flung the document in front of Lin Fan. The document bore the official seal of the Baihu of Fengzhou, and its content was straightforward, stating that Lin Fan had abused his authority and was temporarily stripped of his position, pending further action. Lin Fan, even a dragon crossing the river requires strength, let alone you, who is no dragon at all. Gao Chang mocked coldly. Someone, remove Lin Fan and Oppos' copper badge and expel him from the office. Li Zheng and others immediately stepped forward to take action. Wait, Lin Fan halted them, his voice still calm. You need not act. I shall handle it myself. After surrendering the copper badge, Lin Fan departed the office with Wangfu and the others. My lord, what shall we do now? We shall observe the developments. My position is not so easily relinquished, Lin Fan replied with a cold smile. Tomorrow, do not report for duty. The office is now filled with Gao Chang's people, and it would be unwise to attract their ire. We understand. Su Kuang and the others clasped their fists in acknowledgement. Upon reaching the intersection, they parted ways to rest. That very night, all individuals, including Liang Bai, were released without charge, all confessions rendered void, and the evidence obliterated. My lord, I apologize. Liang Bai, covered in blood, knelt on one knee before Gao Chong. Gao Chong replied indifferently, "It is of no consequence. Offering a confession for self-preservation was our plan, and I shall not hold it against you. Rise." "Thank you, my lord." Liang Bai expressed his gratitude profusely before getting to his feet. "That Lin Fan possesses quite the audacity. I never expected him to dare capture you." Gao Chong scoffed, his gaze icy. "My lord, both Wangfu and Su Kuang are now 8th-rank martial artists. I suspect Lin Fan may also be of that caliber," Liang Bai warned. Gao Chong waved dismissively. "That is inconsequential. Mere 8th-rank martial artists. I'm already half a step into the 6th rank. A mere 8th-rank martial artist is insignificant. Once you enter the 6th rank, my lord, won't there be an opportunity to compete for the position of Baihu?" Liang Bai inquired. "Indeed, naturally. I am on good terms with the Baihu. Once I attain the 6th rank, I shall have the opportunity to vie for the position," Gao Chong replied with pride. "Congratulations in advance, my lord." Liang Bai grinned, adding that Lin Fan truly is a mad dog, daring even to bite you. "That is simple. Do you not recall what our Jingwei excels at?" Gao Chong sneered. "Tomorrow at noon, you shall search Lin Fan's residence. You know what to do. And consider it recompense for tonight's grievances." Upon hearing this, Liang Bai's expression brightened, and he hurriedly clasped his fists. "Thank you, my lord. I shall ensure Lin Fan regrets ever stepping into this world." Chapter 31. Resistance to Law Enforcement in the Early Morning. The energy of the copper mirror was once again restored. Lin Fan took a deep breath, murmuring to himself, "I wonder if my current strength at the 8th rank can allow me to stand and take a few steps in that realm, to behold the other landscapes of that world." When he entered before, his vision had been largely obscured by the lush grass, preventing him from seeing further. The brilliance of the copper mirror flickered and vanished, and Lin Fan successfully entered the world of the copper mirror. A tremendous pressure instantly bore down upon him. "Get up!" Lin Fan mustered all his strength, his limbs straining as he attempted to rise. Yet, just as his body lifted off the ground, an overwhelming force forced him back down, still unable to stand. What kind of strength is required to stand here? Lin Fan sighed, but continued to wriggle. His movement speed seemed to have increased significantly. He estimated that moving 3 or 4 feet today would not pose a problem. He resolutely decided against eating grass again, lest he vomit, and hoped to find something else. Lin Fan endeavored to wriggle, exerting immense effort to move over 2 feet. The scenery before him began to change slightly, and his gaze was soon drawn to a cluster of slightly greenish fruits. These fruits grew from a blade of grass and bore a resemblance to wild strawberries from his past life, though they were still quite unripe, with some barely the size of soybeans. The energy contained within these fruits should far exceed that of the grass, but he was unsure if they were edible. After pondering for a moment, Lin Fan decided to attempt plucking one of the fruits. His target was a fruit that had begun to show signs of ripening, evidenced by a hint of red. The vine of the fruit was quite resilient, and Lin Fan exerted all his strength before he finally succeeded in detaching it. After obtaining the fruit, he found himself devoid of energy and retreated from the world of the copper mirror. Lying on his bed, Lin Fan gasped for breath, his once tense muscles gradually relaxing. He glanced at the greenish-red fruit in his hand. Securing this fruit felt worthwhile. After resting for a while, Lin Fan sat up. He was uncertain whether the fruit was poisonous. He needed to test it on a living creature first. He decided to target the last rooster in the backyard. During the day, some villagers had delivered 2 chickens, a male and a female. The female had been stewed, leaving only the male alive in the backyard. The rooster appeared somewhat sickly, having witnessed the slaughter of its mate, which had greatly affected it. Lin Fan carefully carved off a piece of fruit flesh the size of sesame seed and placed it on a corn kernel before tossing it to the rooster. The rooster glanced at the corn kernel before swallowing it. Lin Fan quietly awaited, observing the rooster's condition with keen interest. Before long, the rooster suddenly stood up, as if someone had grasped its throat, emitting a hoarse croak. It began flapping its wings, staggering about, and soon collapsed to the ground. Dead? Lin Fan frowned. Is this fruit truly poisonous? He sighed as he regarded the fruit in his hand, feeling disheartened. It would have been better to gather some grass leaves to enhance his strength. Well, I suppose I shall keep it for future use in poisoning. Just as Lin Fan was about to turn away, a rustling sound suddenly came from behind him. He turned to see the rooster trembling as it stood back up. It then tilted its head and crowed, the sound piercing and shrill, far louder than an ordinary rooster's call. Upon observing the rooster again, he noted its comb had turned a much deeper red, its feathers appeared smoother, and its claws had become darker and sharper, while its eyes sparkled with newfound vitality. It seemed entirely transformed. No poison, but useful. Lin Fan and Appo's eyes brightened. He immediately returned to his room, preparing to consume the fruit. For safety, he divided the fruit into 4 equal parts. After consuming one portion, he began to cultivate. A torrent of energy coursed through his body, indeed surpassing the energy contained within the grass leaves. After refining just one portion of the fruit, Lin Fan experienced a significant increase in his cultivation level. The effect of a single fruit was superior to that of 10 blades of grass. It seemed that advancing to the 7th rank was within reach. By the 4th watch of the night, Lin Fan had finally digested all the fruit. He opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. If only I could obtain 2 more fruits, I should be able to reach the 7th rank. A 7th rank warrior is barely sufficient in a place like Fengzhou. Before dawn, he lay back down to catch some more sleep. However, this rest was interrupted by the clamorous sounds from outside. "Liangbai, what do you intend to do?" The furious shout of Lin Guzi echoed in his ears. "What do you think I'm doing?" "Of course. I'm here to conduct a search." Liangbai laughed heartily. Someone reported that Lin Fan, the former flag bearer of the Jingwei, accepted bribes. "I have come to investigate." In the crowd, Lin Guzi spotted the so-called informant, Lu Gaosheng, the head of the strongman squad who had been imprisoned in the imperial prison just the day before. Lu Gaosheng taunted, "Kid, you kicked me twice when you arrested me yesterday, didn't you? Just wait. You are taking revenge for personal grievances." Lin Guzi shouted angrily. "Revenge for personal grievances? Ha ha." Liangbai chuckled. "I am indeed taking revenge for personal grievances. What can you do about it?" With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Begin the search." A group of Jingwei streamed out behind him, charging straight toward the courtyard. Lin Guzi's forehead bulged with veins, blood surging through his body as he shouted, "I dare anyone to try." Liangbai, seeing this, sneered coldly and leaped into the air, resembling a great rock soaring to attack Lin Guzi. He kicked out, and Lin Guzi hastily raised his fist to defend. Bang! Although Lin Guzi was nearing the 8th rank, he had yet to attain it. Thus, under the force of that kick, he was sent flying backward, landing in the courtyard. "Those who obstruct the Jingwei in their duties shall be executed without mercy." Liangbai turned, drawing his sword, and then stepped forward, striking at Lin Guzi with his waist knife. The speed of this strike was astonishing, empowered by the 8th rank. It was sufficient to cleave an ordinary 9th rank warrior in 2. Just then, a stone flew through the air. Accompanied by a sonic boom, the stone struck the blade. The tremendous force caused Liangbai's knife to tremble violently, nearly causing him to lose grip. He staggered back a few steps, his gaze fixed on the direction from which the stone had come. "Lin Fan, are you resisting law enforcement?" He stood firm, impervious to fear, and questioned sharply. "Those who wish to kill me shall find it no easy task." Lin Fan advanced slowly, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. "Lin Fan, according to the laws of the Great Jing, obstructing the Jingwei in their duties is punishable by death." Liangbai tightened his grip on his waist knife, his expression fierce. Lin Fan helped the injured Lin Guzi to his feet and gazed at Liangbai, saying, "Want to kill me? You can certainly try. Do you truly think I am afraid?" Liangbai commanded, "Jingwei, heed my orders, kill." More than a dozen Jingwei surged forward, encircling Lin Fan in the courtyard. Liangbai bellowed, "The Jingwei serve as the emperor's personal guard. According to the laws of the Great Jing, those who harm the Jingwei are deemed to disrespect the imperial authority. Their family shall be obliterated. Lin Fan dares to harm you. He is seeking his own demise. Kill him." Chapter 32. The Imperial Edict arrives. The roar reverberated as if it had injected adrenaline into the ranks of the Imperial Guards. They let out a collective roar, pouncing upon Lin Fan like wolves. Liangbai, upon witnessing this, revealed a cold smile. Regardless of whether Lin Fan had accepted bribes, the moment he dared to harm the Imperial Guards, his fate would be sealed. Stop! At that moment, a commanding voice echoed from a distance. Liang Bai and his companions turned to see the source of the voice, and their eyes widened in surprise. It was none other than Wang Anping, the magistrate of Ping'an County, impeccably dressed in official robes. Wang Anping rode forward, followed by a throng of constables. He halted his horse at the gate, dismounted, and strode towards them. Magistrate Wang, you are the magistrate of the county office, not the commander of the Imperial Guards. We do not belong to the same hierarchy. What right do you have to interfere with our affairs? Liang Bai mocked. Wang Anping cast him a sidelong glance. Ignoring his taunt, he then produced a scroll adorned with a bright yellow seal. Lin Fan received the edict. When these 4 words were uttered, everyone present gasped in astonishment. Wang Anping possessed an imperial edict from the current emperor. Instantly, all knelt, unable to lift their heads. Even the arrogant Liang Bai complied and knelt in submission. The Imperial Guards were the Emperor's personal troops, their authority granted by him. To disregard the edict meant dismissal and punishment, even execution for their entire clan. Lin Fan was equally taken aback. He had anticipated that Wang Anping might unite with a righteous faction to protect him, but he never imagined he would bring forth an imperial edict. Lin Fan is here. He hastily knelt on one knee, clasping his fists in salute. Wang Anping glanced at him before he began to read the contents of the edict. To the Imperial Guard Lin Fan, since joining the Guard, you have achieved remarkable feats. Your ambition is commendable, and your conduct praiseworthy. You are hereby promoted to the position of Trial Hunter Household. I hope you will work diligently henceforth and live up to my expectations. Furthermore, I bestow upon you a royal embroidered spring blade, with the hope that you will wield this weapon to protect the nation and its people. Additionally, I grant you 1,000 taels of silver to reward your contributions, which you may utilize wisely. Lastly, I bestow upon you a first-rate martial arts manual. I wish for you to delve deeply into martial studies, enhance your skills, and safeguard my realm and its populace. Thus decreed. As the edict was concluded, Wang Anping smiled and said, Lin Hunter Household, accept the edict. Thank you for your grace. Your Majesty. Lin Fan stepped forward to receive the edict. At that moment, Liang Bai turned pale with fright, trembling like a leaf in the wind. His plan to have Lin Fan dismissed had backfired. Instead, Lin Fan had ascended to the position of Trial Hunter Household and received a royal spring blade. This is disastrous. All is lost. Lin Hunter Household, I am concerned that you may lack sufficient personnel, so I have brought the constables from the county office for your service. Wang Anping remarked cheerfully. Lin Fan accepted the edict and rewards, clasping his fists in gratitude. Thank you, Magistrate Wang. My lord, I am also a constable. I am the leader of the strong class. Lu Gaosheng interjected, a flattering smile on his face. There's no need for your assistance, Lu Gaosheng. The imperial prison is more suitable for you. Lin Fan's smile vanished abruptly as he barked, Arrest Lu Gaosheng. A group of constables rushed forward, restraining Lu Gaosheng and locking him in shackles. Lin Fan clasped his fists and said, My lord, I shall begin cleansing the pests of Ping and Appos and County. I will certainly treat you to a drink on another day. Ha! I look forward to the celebration of your promotion, Lin Hunter Household. Wang Anping laughed heartily before turning to leave the courtyard. The eradication of pests in Ping'an County was a tremendous boon for the common folk, and he would certainly not obstruct it. Lin Hunter Household, I was wrong. Please let me go. Liang Bai, sensing Lin Fan's gaze upon him, immediately began to plead for mercy. My lord, leave this scoundrel to us, came voices from afar. Lin Fan looked up to see Wang Hu and the Su family rushing toward them. Liang Bai was shackled, but with only Su Kuang and 4 others. It was evidently insufficient. Lin Fan pondered for a moment and turned to the Imperial Guards, declaring, Now is your chance to redeem yourselves. From now on, you will follow my orders without fail. Thank you, Hunter Household. We shall do our utmost. The Imperial Guards responded in unison. Having only encountered the rank of commander in their lives, they were now in the presence of Lin Fan, who had transformed into the Trial Hunter Household. Though the title bore the word trial, it was still a position of the 6th rank. They dared not resist. Capturing individuals was essential, but Lin Fan needed to don the attire of the Trial Hunter Household first. clad in silver flying fish robes. With a royal spring blade in hand and a bronze plaque inscribed with Trial 100 Household at his waist, Lin Fan's demeanor seemed elevated, exuding an air of authority without needing to raise his voice. Upon stepping out of the room, the imperial guards looked upon him with envy. For achieving the rank of 100 Household was a height that most could only dream of. Let us proceed to deal with Gao Chang first. Then we will cleanse the other pests, Lin Fan instructed. My lord, I know where Gao Chang is. I will lead the way. An imperial guard eagerly volunteered. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow and replied, Very well, you shall guide us. The Fragrant Pavilion, the largest and finest tavern in Ping and Apos and County. In the private room on the top floor, Gao Chang sat confidently at the head of the table, flanked by his brother-in-law Zhao Chang on the left and his capable aide Li Zheng on the right. Opposite them sat the flag-bearers Chang Guangyuan and Lu Ji. The table was laden with sumptuous delicacies, and in his arms rested a beauty as soft as jade. Drinking and dining, they reveled in the utmost pleasure. After today, Lin Fan will be eliminated from our Ping'an County, and it shall remain our territory. Let us drink to that. Gao Chang raised his cup and downed its contents in one gulp. The others followed suit, sharing in the toast. Zhao Cheng, you handled this matter admirably. I never expected you to possess such cunning, Gao Chang praised, clapping Zhao Cheng on the shoulder. Zhao Cheng, taken aback by the compliment, hurriedly responded, That is all thanks to my brother-in-law's guidance. Without following you, I would not have grown so swiftly. Ha ha ha. Gao Chang laughed heartily. You become quite the smooth talker. Rest assured, once Lin Fan is dealt with, the position of flag-bearer will be yours. Thank you, brother-in-law. Zhao Chen quickly raised his cup in gratitude. Li Zheng suddenly interjected. My lord, Lin Fan has 2 8th-rank warriors under him. Will Yang Bai alone be sufficient to handle them? Gao Chang waved his hand dismissively. Li Zheng. That's where you're mistaken. What is Lin Fan now? He is merely a commoner, while Liang Bai is an imperial guard. Lin Fan, who fancies himself a scholar of the great Jing law, should know well the repercussions of assaulting an imperial guard. My lord, that strategy is truly brilliant. Li Zheng braiza rapatabli. Gao Chang chuckled. This is all Zhao Cheng's scheme. He has been performing excellently lately. You all should take note. Zhao the Little Flag is formidable indeed. A master of strategy, truly worthy of being High Lord in Apos, brother-in-law. The others, astute as they were, recognized Gao Chang's intent to elevate Zhao Cheng and offer their compliments in earnest. Ha ha, everyone, enjoy your meal. Gao Chang beckoned, and the beauty in his arms continued to pour wine for the group. Chapter 33. Capturing Gao Chang underneath the fragrant pavilion, the bustling crowd was abruptly parted. A battalion of the Jingwei rushed in, encircling the establishment. Following closely was a figure on horseback, a young man clad in a silver-white flying fish uniform, with an embroidered spring knife hanging at his waist, who reined in his steed amidst the gaze of the onlookers. The horse reared up, letting out a loud neigh that drew gasps from the crowd. Lin Fan gracefully dismounted, his movements sharp and decisive, and cast his gaze toward the 3-story pavilion. Inside, there was no sign of alarm. It seemed that Gao Chang and his companions were engrossed in their meal. Otherwise, such a commotion below would surely have caught their attention. My lord, shall we charge in? Wangfu inquired as he stepped forward. Lin Fan raised a hand to halt him, replying coolly, There is no need. I shall personally go upstairs to invite our esteemed Gao to descend. My lord, Gao Chang is about to reach the 6th rank HM? A glance from Lin Fan silenced Wangfu immediately. Lin Fan then strode into the fragrant pavilion, ascending the stairs toward the 3rd floor. In the top-level private room, Gao Chang was already slightly inebriated, while the other 4 were thoroughly tipsy. And my lord, was that noise downstairs? I think I heard a horse neigh. Li Zheng said, his words slurred as he fumbled with the woman in his arms. Who cares? Let us drink, Zhao Cheng declared, downing his cup in one go. Good fortune was at hand. He was soon to become a small flag bearer of the Jingwei, and his spirits were high. Li Zheng, you are inferior to Zhao Cheng. A mere horse neigh can distract you? You must understand that as long as I, Gao Chang, am here in Ping'an County, no one can overturn my authority. Gao Chang spoke with arrogance, confident that he would soon ascend to the 6th rank. at which point even the 100 households of Fengzhou would have to show him some respect. Upon hearing this, Li Zheng flattered, "Your wisdom is unparalleled, my lord." Suddenly, there was a loud knock on the door. Gao Chong frowned and barked, "Who is knocking? Did I not say I would call you if there was a matter? Why disturb my enjoyment?" "It is I." A voice that sounded familiar to Gao Chong echoed from outside. However, he quickly retorted, "You? Who do you think you are?" Even if the king of heaven came, disturbing my pleasure would not end well. "And my lord, I shall deal with the intruder outside." Lu Ji, swaying, stood up and walked to the door. Yet upon opening it, he froze in place. "Lu Ji, what is the matter?" Gao Chong asked, displeased. With a thud, Lu Ji knelt on the ground. "Your subordinate pays his respects to you, my lord." Seeing this, Gao Chong laughed mockingly. "Lu Ji, you are truly drunk. How can you kneel before me when I am right here?" A sharp crack echoed in the room as Lu Ji was sent flying by a slap. The next moment, the remaining occupants of the room beheld a figure clad in a silver-white flying fish uniform. Lord Baihu? Gao Chong was taken aback, as his position faced the door, granting him a clear view. However, upon recognizing the face, he shot upright, his intoxication evaporating instantly. "Lin Fan, how dare you wear the uniform of 100 households? Do you seek the annihilation of your clan?" Gao Chong slammed his palm on the table, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Fan. The other three were equally astonished, their drunkenness dissipating upon realizing that it was Lin Fan before them. Silver-white flying fish uniform? How did Lin Fan come to don such attire? By what right does he wear it? "Lord Gao, last night you stripped me of my position. I wonder if I now possess the authority to interrogate you." Lin Fan's voice was calm, yet the embroidered spring knife he held gleamed ominously, its scabbard adorned with exquisite red and blue gemstones, a clear indication that it was bestowed by the emperor. While 100 households in the Jingwei were typically equipped with embroidered spring knives, not every 100 households had the privilege of receiving an imperial one. The implications were worlds apart. "Lin Fan, from where did you steal that embroidered spring knife and flying fish uniform? Today, I shall take you down to uphold the dignity of the Jingwei." Gao Chong bellowed vehemently, unable to believe that Lin Fan could have been promoted to 100 households. With his roar, the others quickly regained their senses. Indeed, this brat had only joined the Jingwei a few days prior. How could he possibly become 100 households and acquire an imperial spring knife? It must be stolen. Gao Chong leaped into action, drawing his blade to strike at Lin Fan. His pinnacle 7th rank prowess was formidable, creating a gust of wind as he unleashed his attack. Clang! The imperial spring knife was drawn, its dark iron blade shimmering coldly, akin to a lightning strike. In an instant, the two clashed, sparks flying. Yet, they swiftly separated. Gao Chong staggered back several paces, his foot shattering the dining table as he nearly fell. Lin Fan, however, stood steadfast, his grip on the knife unwavering, like an immovable mountain. How is this possible?" Gao Chong gasped in disbelief. Lin Fan was clearly an 8th rank warrior. How could he subdue his 7th rank peak? "What are you four doing? Attack together!" Gao Chong roared. The four immediately drew their blades and charged at Lin Fan. Gao Chong led the assault, while the others provided support. In that small room, the clash of blades erupted into chaos, the sounds of clanging metal reverberating as the startled courtesans shrieked and took cover in the corners. Downstairs, Wangfu and the others heard the commotion from the 3rd floor, their faces etched with concern. The lord is undoubtedly engaged in battle with Gao Chong and his 4 subordinates. Our lord is at a disadvantage in both rank and numbers. Brother Su, let us ascend to assist the lord. Gao Chong is ferocious, with 3 8th rank warriors and 1 9th rank peak. If anything goes awry, it will be troublesome. Wang, who turned to Su Kuang. Su Kuang's eyes flickered with determination, agreed. The two immediately prepared to ascend. However, the next moment, the railing of the 3rd floor compartment was suddenly shattered. A figure plummeted from the 3rd floor. The crowd hastily retreated to avoid being struck. "Gao Chong?" Wang, who exclaimed in surprise. Soon, one by one, figures tumbled down from the 3rd floor, including the other 3 small flags and Zhao Chong. As Gao Chong scrambled to his feet and prepared to flee, a figure leapt down from the 3rd floor. Lin Fan descended with the force of a mountain, executing the wind-breaking 3 blades. Gao Chong hastily raised his knife to block, but the immense power of Lin Fan's strike smashed against Gao Chong's waist blade. Clang! The waist blade shattered, and the embroidered spring knife cleaved downwards, severing Gao Chong's left arm at the root. Blood sprayed forth as Gao Chong let out a piercing scream. With a resounding thud, Lin Fan delivered a kick to Gao Chong's chest, sending him crashing over 10 meters, colliding violently with the pillar of the fragrant pavilion. Blood and foam spilled from Gao Chong's mouth, and he could not rise again. With matters settled, Lin Fan mounted his steed with fluid grace, a seamless motion that exuded elegance. "Take them all away," he commanded, and a throng of Jingwei surged forward, swiftly subduing Gao Chong and his companions. Lin Fan rode away, with the Jingwei escorting the captured criminals closely behind. The onlookers gazed at the departing figures, their eyes wide with astonishment. Has Lord Lin been promoted to 100 households? With a lord like Lin who serves the nation and its people, the citizens of Ping'an County are truly fortunate. Chapter 34. The greedy minor official today. Ping'an County is particularly bustling. The Jingwu Wei patrol the streets tirelessly, apprehending individuals. Within a mere half-day, all those who were released from the prison last night have been recaptured, and 5 more, including Gao Chong, have been added to the list. The wails from the prison echoed for an entire day. A mountain of confessions lay before Lin Fan on his desk. Even Gao Chong could not withstand the tortures of the Jingwu Wei, confessing every detail. Among the 4 small flags and 1 chief flag of the Jingwu Wei in Ping'an County, not a single one is untainted. Their transgressions warrant 100 executions. "Sir, what shall we do next?" Wangfu inquired. "Today we raid homes. Tomorrow we execute, leaving none behind." Lin Fan spoke with an unsettling calmness. Currently, over 80 individuals are imprisoned, nearly half of whom are county officials, with a small number being heavily implicated Jingwu Wei warriors. If all were executed, the county office would be rendered nearly paralyzed, and the Jingwu Wei's numbers would dwindle from over 40 to barely 20. Wangfu hesitated, asking, "Sir, should we inform the county office?" "No need. County Magistrate Wang desires these parasites to perish even more than I do, since he hasn't sent anyone to plead for them. You must be prepared for a thorough cleanse," Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. "Understood." Wangfu immediately set out to raid homes. Carriages laden with gold and silver treasures were transported to the Jingwu Wei's treasury. The magnitude of corruption was staggering. Even a mere clerk had accepted bribes exceeding 100 taels of silver. It is unimaginable how many lives have been ruined and families destroyed due to these illicit gains. This grand operation continued until the hour of the pig. Lin Fan, rubbing his temples, asked, "Have all the ill-gotten gains been accounted for?" Lin Guzi replied, "Yes. It is all thanks to the county magistrate sending help. Otherwise, we would have been counting through the entire night." "How much?" Lin Fan inquired, looking up. The valuables were estimated to be worth approximately 150,000 taels, alongside 8 estates, the most opulent being Gao Chong's 5-courtyard residence. Lin Fan was taken aback upon hearing the figure. 150,000 taels. This was not akin to the bandits of Lan Yo Mountain robbing merchant vessels. The silver in the hands of these parasites was extorted from the over 50,000 ordinary citizens of Ping'an County. Return all recoverable funds to the rightful owners, and confiscate the rest, Lin Fan commanded. "Understood," Lin Guzi affirmed. Lin Fan stood and stretched lazily, notify the brothers to disperse. The night in Ping'an County was destined to be tumultuous, with oppressed citizens moved to tears. Upon returning home, Lin Fan had barely settled into bed when he heard commotion in the courtyard. Drawing his blade, he cautiously scanned his surroundings, only to see various items being tossed over the wall into the yard, cloth, grain, and cured meats among them. The flow of goods continued unabated. Leaping onto the rooftop with the grace of a swallow, he discerned common folk clad in coarse linen tossing their meager possessions into the yard. Though these items held little monetary value, they were treasures the citizens could scarcely afford to part with. Lin Fan sighed, calling out, "I am Lin Fan of the Jingwu Wei, and I graciously accept your goodwill. My monthly salary of 50 taels far exceeds your daily struggles. Please take your offerings back. It is Sir Lin." The citizens, upon noticing him atop the roof, waved excitedly, hurling their goods even faster. Sir Lin, you are a good official. You deserve your high salary, and we harbor no envy. This is our heartfelt gesture, given willingly. Several seemingly literate citizens shouted to him, tossing more items into the yard. Lin Fan, feeling somewhat helpless, sternly warned, "It is already curfew. If you do not return home, I shall have the Jingwu Wei seize you for imprisonment." The weight of the Jingwu Wei's reputation, coupled with the terror associated with the prison, proved effective. Gradually, the crowd began to disperse. Once the last person exited the courtyard, Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief. A small mountain of goods accumulated on the ground, compelling him to awaken the weary Lin Guzi to assist in the cleanup. These are the people's goodwill. We must ensure they are not taken by cats or weasels. Lin Fan then retreated to his chamber to study the supreme martial art granted by Emperor Jing. After a long day, he had yet to peruse its contents. Dragon Elephant Fragmenting Heaven Technique. The title was indeed imposing, but its substance remained to be seen. Upon opening the text, Lin Fan soon found himself engrossed. The Dragon Elephant Fragmenting Heaven Technique enhances the practitioner's efficiency in absorbing rare resources and vastly increases physical strength and resilience. By embodying the legendary dragon and elephant, one can forge an unparalleled physique. If mastered to perfection, one could possess immense strength, rivaling even grandmasters without formally attaining that rank. It is undeniably a formidable technique, with its potential far surpassing that of third-rate skills. The Iron Armor technique could only support training up to mid-third tier, while the Dragon Elephant Fragmenting Heaven technique offers the opportunity to reach Grandmaster status. Lin Fan promptly began his training in the Dragon Elephant Fragmenting Heaven technique, entering the Copper Mirror world to harvest a yet-to-mature fruit before commencing his practice. The following morning, he awoke and stretched, his joints cracking like bamboo shoots in a pan. He seemed to have grown slightly taller, and his cultivation had progressed, likely nearing the 7th tier with just half a fruit remaining. After breakfast, Lin Fan and Lin Guzi proceeded to the official residence. Today, as tasks remained arduous, over 80 heads were to be severed, requiring extensive preparations. After completing all necessary arrangements, noon arrived. Lin Fan glanced at the clear sky. The bright sunlight signaled an opportune time for executions. "Sir, where shall we carry out the executions?" Wangfu approached for clarification. Lin Fan pondered. "At the city gate. There are too many people. It would be troublesome to execute them in the marketplace." The Jingwu Wei, dragging the 82 prisoners with a long chain, marched out of the official residence toward the city gate. The scene drew the attention of onlookers. The common folk, who had long suffered under the tyranny of these officials, raised their baskets, hurling rotten eggs and spoiled vegetables at the captives. Many Jingwu Wei members found themselves unwittingly besmirched in the process. The 82 prisoners lined up in an open space outside the city gate. At this point, using a waste knife was impractical, so Lin Fan had 3 executioners borrowed from the Yamen. "Sir Lin, spare me. I realize my mistakes." "Sir Lin, it was all Gao Chang's orders. If I refused, he would have killed me." Cries for mercy and attempts to shift blame echoed amidst the chaos. As these corrupt officials faced death, they appeared particularly wretched. Lin Fan's gaze landed on Gao Chang. Having lost an arm, Gao Chang's face was pale, yet he glared at Lin Fan with a feral intensity akin to a wolf caught in a trap. "Lin Fan, this world is inherently predatory. You foolishly seek to carve out a niche in this vast net, a mere ant shaking a tree. I, Gao Chang, await you in the underworld." Chapter 35. A crisis looming. Execute him. Lin Fan spoke with an air of tranquility, unperturbed by Gao Chang and Appo's bluster. He understood that with sufficient status and formidable strength, one might yet shake the foundations of this so-called vast web of power. In Lin Fan's eyes, Gao Chang resembled nothing more than an ant. As the executioner swung his blade, blood gushed forth, and severed heads rolled onto the ground, staining the earth crimson. With his sanguine infusion, it was likely that come spring, the land would burgeon with even lusher grass. 82 individuals met their end, among whom were several first-tier martial artists. The three executioners had their blades dulled by the task before them. The lead executioner clasped his fists and said, "My lord Lin, all the criminals have been executed." "Thank you for your efforts," Lin Fan replied, gesturing to Guzi. The latter promptly produced 3 silver ingots and presented them to the executioners. Although they had slain criminals, their profession was still deemed a taint on one's moral standing. It was customary to compensate those brought in to perform such deeds. "Thank you, my lord." The executioners accepted the silver graciously before departing. Lin Fan took the lead, returning to the official residence, while the others, under Guzi's guidance, dug graves to prevent the corpses from decaying and spreading disease. Upon his return, Lin Fan, now serving as the trial 100 households, sat in the position previously held by Gao Chong. In the great Jing dynasty, trial 100 households donned the same silver-white flying fish attire. Yet they remained subordinate in authority to the genuine 100 households. The 100 households of Great Jing oversaw 2 main banners and approximately 140 elite imperial guards, while the trial 100 households still occupied a banner position but had merely ascended a rank in official standing. Typically, without significant merit, one could expect promotion to 100 household status in 3 years, or seize the opportunity to replace a deceased superior and govern 2 counties. Among the 2 powerful 100 households in Fengzhou were Chu Feiying, who managed the imperial guards of Baoguang and Yongtai counties, and Ling Huan, who oversaw Pinyin and Ningyi counties, the latter being Lin Fan's direct superior. The dismissal letter bore Ling Huan's official seal, indicating a close relationship with Gao Chong, which could potentially lead to future obstacles for Lin Fan. However, protocol dictated that he must report to the 100 households of Fengzhou within 3 days. Additionally, Lu Guangdou likely had backing as well, possibly holding a high position in Fengzhou. His previous failure to eliminate Lin Fan hinted at a potential future attempt, as he would need to account to the loyal duke. Lin Fan rubbed his temples, feeling the weight of the situation. Why did so many wish to take his life? He knew he must arrange matters to firmly secure control over the imperial guards of Pinyin County. After a little over an hour, Guzi and the others returned from handling the bodies. "Guzi, gather everyone," Lin Fan commanded promptly. "Yes, my lord," Guzi replied respectfully before heading out. Under his direction, the remaining 23 imperial guards gathered in the courtyard. Lin Fan strode forward, surveying the faces of these men. They were a ragtag bunch, yet they represented the only power he could command at present. Guzi, Venghi, Sukeng, Suhi, Subao. Lin Fan called out 5 names in succession. The 5 instantly clasped their fists and replied in unison, "We are here, my lord." With a serious demeanor, Lin Fan declared from now on, "You 5 shall serve as the small flag of the Pinyin County Imperial Guards, responsible for managing all guards and maintaining order in the county." Yes, the 5 were elated. Except for Wang Hu, the others had only recently joined the Imperial Guards. This promotion from ordinary guards to small flag was a significant leap, transforming their status and doubling their monthly wages from 4 taels to 8. Lin Fan continued sternly, "Do not rejoice too soon. We currently have only 23 guards. Expedite the recruitment of the remaining 27, prioritizing character and loyalty over mere strength." Suddenly, Su Kuang spoke up, "My lord, I have an idea regarding recruitment." Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. "What idea?" "My lord, I previously ran a martial arts school, and many of my disciples still reside within Pinyin County. Most possess commendable character. If you permit, I would like to have them try out," Su Kuang proposed. "That is acceptable," Lin Fan replied with a nod, adding, "However, they must not accept any under-the-table contributions." "Rest assured, my lord, I would never engage in such unscrupulous dealings," Su Kuang assured him. After delegating the remaining tasks to the 5 newly appointed small flags, Lin Fan returned to his position to continue analyzing the situation. Time passed swiftly, and after dispersing, he returned home with Guzi. Upon arriving at the courtyard, they encountered the elderly matron leaning against the door. "Madame Zhang, please awaken." Guzi rushed forward to assist her. However, upon touching her, he felt a chill emanating from her body. Hastily, he checked for her breath, turning to Lin Fan. "Young master, she has passed away. She was a pitiful soul. Move her body to the courtyard, and we shall purchase a coffin for her burial tomorrow." Lin Fan sighed. He had sensed that Madame Zhang was nearing her end. With her vengeance avenged and her final worries laid to rest, she had lost the will to live. Just as Guzi prepared to lift the body, a small box fell from Madame Zhang's embrace and landed on the ground. "My lord, there is something," Guzi exclaimed. Lin Fan bent down to pick up the box, opening it to reveal a scroll of martial arts techniques, a second-tier movement technique named Wind Step. Such movement techniques were rare, with even third-tier techniques holding value comparable to typical second-tier martial arts. This second-tier movement technique was worth a fortune. "My lord, this must be a token of gratitude for Madame Zhang," Guzi suggested. Lin Fan gazed at the scroll in his hands and finally stated, "Tomorrow, let us also prepare a ceremonial grave for the Zhang family, so they may be reunited and rest." That night, Lin Fan chose to practice the wind step using a bronze mirror. This time, the figure stepping forth from the mirror was clad in a red flying fish attire. When executed to perfection, the wind step resembled a celestial being gliding upon the wind. After careful observation, Lin Fan ventured to the courtyard to practice. The second-tier movement technique proved significantly more challenging than the third-tier sword techniques. By night's end, he had barely grasped the fundamentals of the wind step. Returning to his quarters, Lin Fan managed to catch a brief rest. Yet, not long after, he was disturbed by Guzi and Appo's commotion. "Damn rooster, perish!" In the back courtyard, Guzi was chasing after a particularly flamboyant rooster with a knife in hand. He had intended to prepare porridge for Lin Fan, but discovered rice scattered everywhere, the rooster pecking greedily at the grains. In a fit of frustration, he lunged at the agile bird, which, surprisingly, managed to take short flights with each flap of its wings. Despite his peak 9th-tier strength, he found himself unable to capture the wretched creature. Breathless, Guzi glared at the rooster perched triumphantly atop a tree, gritting his teeth and cursing, "By my mother, is this chicken possessed?" Chapter 36. Restructuring the guard, the rooster stood majestically on the branch, stretching its neck to crow. The sharp, piercing sound was evidently a supreme mockery aimed at Lin Guzi. Yet, Lin Guzi found himself unable to catch the creature. He pointed indignantly at the rooster and exclaimed, "Just you wait. Once I get my hands on you, I shall slaughter you and prepare a sumptuous feast." "What's going on?" Lin Fan emerged after dressing. "Young master, I cannot fathom how it happened, but the chicken coop has a hole, and this rooster has escaped, wreaking havoc in the kitchen and ruining the rice." Lin Guzi fumed. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan quickly understood. It was likely the remnants of fruit that had triggered the rooster's transformation. Its strength and physique were markedly superior to that of ordinary chickens, enabling it to tear free from the coop. "Guzi, why are you getting worked up over a mere chicken? We have plenty to eat. Let's just keep it." Lin Fan chuckled helplessly. With a look of grievance, Lin Guzi replied, "Young master, one tea come down, and look how it continues to provoke me." Lin Fan glanced upwards. Indeed, the rooster's eyes gleamed with unusual intelligence, its gaze dripping with disdain for Lin Guzi. Suddenly, it sprang into the air, flapping its wings to evade him. Lin Fan lightly tapped the branch with his toes, soaring after the rooster like a swift swallow. He grasped the bird by its neck and gently brought it back to the ground. "Young master, hand it over to me. Yes, you. I will stew it to perfection." Lin Guzi eagerly stepped forward. Lin Fan looked at the rooster, which was still flapping its wings in his grasp. After a moment's contemplation, he decided, "Let go this time." With Lin Fan's words, Lin Guzi abandoned his intentions toward the creature. Lin Fan had his own thoughts. As he ventured deeper into the world of the copper mirror, countless unknown plants and creatures would undoubtedly arise. This rooster, it seemed, would serve as an excellent test subject for potential toxins. "Henceforth, I shall ensure you receive ample food, but no more wastage. Understood?" Lin Fan admonished, gripping the rooster's neck. The rooster appeared to comprehend, ceasing its flapping. "Now off you go." Lin Fan tossed the bird away. To Lin Guzi's astonishment, the rooster returned to its coop unaided. "Let us purchase some provisions along the way. Come, let us go," Lin Fan called as he exited the courtyard. "Young master, wait for me." Lin Guzi hurriedly followed. After a light meal at a roadside stall, they made their way to the government office. With the vermin in Ping'an County nearly eradicated, there was little work left for the Jingwei. Their tasks now consisted mainly of eavesdropping and documenting the actions of officials. Time swiftly passed until afternoon, when Su Kuang entered the office with a group of burly men. "Sir, what do you think of these individuals?" he inquired, presenting them to Lin Fan. Lin Fan glanced over the 12 men before him. While they were all robust, not one had attained the rank of a martial artist. "Su Kuang, did you not teach them any techniques at the martial arts school?" Lin Fan asked, puzzled. "Sir, our Su family practices a third-rate technique called frenzied tiger strength, but it demands a high level of vitality. With the calamities of recent years and poor harvests, how could ordinary folk afford to cultivate martial arts?" Su Kuang sighed, his tone laden with helplessness. "Sir, my master did impart techniques, but our family simply cannot afford meat or the herbs needed for training. We hardly even have the funds to learn martial arts. Most days, we survive by carrying heavy loads at the docks." One stout man stepped forward to explain. "Ah, so that's the case," Lin Fan mused. "Then you may all stay." "Thank you, sir," the men exclaimed, their excitement palpable as they clasped their fists in gratitude. Joining the Jingwei promised a monthly stipend far exceeding their previous earnings. "Su Kuang, take these men to receive their copper badges and uniforms and summon all the junior officers," Lin Fan instructed. "Understood," Su Kuang replied as he led the group out. Before long, he returned with Lin Guzi and the others. "I wish to discuss a matter with everyone," Lin Fan stated calmly. "What is it, sir?" Lin Guzi inquired. "Dogsy, you are aware that during our time in the capital, the Jingwei train daily. Our courtyard is well equipped, and there's ample space. I wish for our strongmen to commence their training," Lin Fan explained. "Sir, those who came with me today are accustomed to heavy labor. But the other strongmen are merely average fighters. They may not withstand the training," Su Kuang cautioned. Lin Fan replied nonchalantly, "That and oppose. As simple. Those who cannot endure should leave. The foretales of monthly pay should not support a bunch of idlers. Sir, they're and oppose. That's another concern. If they're to train daily, their stipend may not suffice for their sustenance," Su Kuang pointed out, fully aware of the daily demands on a martial artist's diet. Lin Fan pondered briefly before stating, "We still have the plundered silver from this recent campaign. Even if we reserve 30%, it amounts to a substantial sum. Each of you can draw 1,000 taels as a reward for this mission, and the remainder will cover our food expenses. Henceforth, our lunches will be plentiful." The 5 men were taken aback. A generous meal daily would require significant funds. However, considering the recent bounty, supporting this arrangement for 4 or 5 years seemed feasible. "Yet, we must change our cook. The food is simply dreadful, and we need someone reliable," Lin Fan mused, stroking his chin in thought. Suddenly, Su Bao, who had been silent, cautiously suggested, "Sir, I have a candidate." Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. "Speak." "My sister, Su Wanner, used to prepare the communal meals at her martial arts school, and everyone praised her cooking," Su Bao replied. "Su Wanner, that's a commendable choice," Lin Fan remarked, turning to Su Kuang. "What do you think?" "Sir, I shall inquire with Wanner. If she agrees, I will bring her tomorrow," Su Kuang affirmed. Lin Fan considered for a moment and said, "If she consents, she shall receive 4 taels as her monthly stipend, drawn from the treasury. Additionally, she will be responsible for procuring ingredients, while you will oversee the training of the strongmen." "Understood." Su Kuang replied. "Very well. Notify everyone of this arrangement. Anyone who objects shall be dismissed from the Jingwei," Lin Fan commanded, waving his hand. The 5 swiftly conveyed the message. The newcomers held their tongues, but the veterans grumbled incessantly. However, after 2 individuals were promptly dismissed by Su Kuang, the rest fell silent. Soon, it was time to disperse. Lin Guzi rushed in, clutching a pigeon that flapped its wings incessantly. "Young master, the hunter household of Fengzhou, Ling Huan, demands your presence in Fengzhou within 2 days." Lin Fan's expression hardened. "This sounds urgent." Chapter 37. Directly entering the 7th rank young master. "What shall we do now?" Lin Guzi inquired with concern. Lin Fan chuckled coldly. "When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water flows, we shall dam it. I am eager to see what tricks Ling Huan is up to." He looked up at Lin Guzi and commanded, "Prepare 2 swift horses. Tomorrow morning, you shall accompany me to Fengzhou." "Understood, young master." Lin Guzi clasped his fists. In the early hours of the night, Lin Fan once again entered the realm of the Copper Mirror. After cultivating the dragon elephant crushing heaven technique, his strength had significantly increased. This time, he effortlessly plucked 2 fruits and gathered over 10 blades of grass. The efficacy of the grass had diminished, and he planned to grind these leaves into powder, which he would instruct Su Wanner to sprinkle into the pot as seasoning while cooking. This should greatly expedite the cultivation progress of his subordinates. He opened his mouth and consumed one of the fruits. A torrent of pure essence emanated from the fruit, vast and concentrated. In the past, while practicing the iron garment technique, he would have struggled to digest such immense power. However, the dragon elephant crushing heaven technique allowed him to seamlessly refine the fruit and Appo's energy. An hour later, Lin Fan opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. 7th rank, he thought to himself, dividing the remaining fruit into 4 portions, consuming 3 to solidify his newly achieved realm. It was already the 4th watch of the night when he rose and knocked on Lin Guzi's door. "Who is it?" Lin Guzi rubbed his drowsy eyes as he approached the door. Upon seeing Lin Fan, confusion spread across his face. "Young master, you have not yet slept?" Lin Fan replied. "Guzi, let us speak inside." Lin Guzi and Appo's heart leapt in apprehension. Historically, the young master had indulged in pleasures at the flower house countless times by this hour. Yet he had refrained from doing so recently. Had the young master's inclinations shifted due to his expulsion from the royal residence? If the young master desired, what would he do? No. He was the young master's servant, and his body belonged to the young master. With this thought, Lin Guzi's gaze firmed. He gritted his teeth and said, "Young master, whatever you wish to do, just say the word, and I shall comply." Lin Fan was slightly puzzled by his resolute tone, but produced a piece of fruit the size of a fingernail, stating, "Guzi, eat this," dividing it into 2 portions. Lin Guzi was already prepared to remove his trousers, only to be taken aback by Lin Fan and Appo's words. "Young master, you have come to deliver something to me? Is there any other reason?" Lin Fan asked, perplexed. Lin Guzi and Appo's face flushed, and he hurriedly replied, "And no, it's nothing. Young master, I understand now. I will consume this shortly." With that, he turned to return to rest. As Lin Fan approached the door, he felt a twinge of worry and reminded him, "Make sure to divide it into 2 portions." "Rest assured, young master, I will remember," Lin Guzi affirmed. After watching Lin Fan leave, Lin Guzi sat on a stool and sipped his tea. He suppressed any distracting thoughts, his gaze fixating on the small piece of fruit. After dividing it in half, he swallowed 1 portion whole. He had no doubt about the young master and Appo's gifts. As the fruit slid down, it felt as though he had swallowed a ball of flame, igniting a fierce blaze in his lower abdomen that sent sharp pangs throughout his body. Such potent medicine was far more powerful than a century-old ginseng. Lin Guzi hastily circulated his qi and blood to refine the medicinal energy. The following morning, as Lin Fan pushed open his door, he found Lin Guzi practicing in the courtyard. From the looks of it, Guzi had successfully broken through to the 8th rank, and his realm was solidified. "Good morning, young master," Lin Guzi greeted excitedly upon seeing Lin Fan. "Good morning," Lin Fan responded, then added, "Let us have a meal together before heading to the official residence to ride to Fengzhou." "Whatever you say," Lin Guzi replied. Chucking aside the stone weights he had been lifting, Lin Fan chose not to disclose the origin of the fruit to him, and Lin Guzi would not ask. As the young master's most loyal servant, one must not only possess strong execution, but also keep their mouth in check. Upon arriving at the official residence, Lin Fan immediately heard shouts coming from the courtyard. He went to observe the training and discovered a total of 18 individuals present, including the 12 who had joined the Imperial Guard just yesterday. Lin Fan stood quietly in the courtyard, waiting. Gradually, 9 more drowsy warriors arrived, but upon seeing Lin Fan, they immediately perked up and joined the training. As of now, aside from the 2 who had been dismissed yesterday, 6 others had yet to arrive. "Guzi, what time is it?" Lin Fan inquired. "Sir, judging by the daylight, it should be around the hour of the rabbit," Lin Guzi replied promptly. "Indeed, it is the hour of the rabbit," Lin Fan mused. Dismiss the 6 who have not yet arrived. If they resist, let them visit the prison. Perhaps we can uncover some corruption. Understood, sir. I will handle it immediately. Lin Guzi responded, swiftly preparing the dismissal documents. The individuals training in the distance breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this news, grateful that they had not been late, lest one more be added to the dismissed. The 6 individuals ventured out of the official residence like lost dogs, not daring to voice a complaint. Lin Fan summoned Su Kuang and the other captains. Today, I shall report to the 100 household office. In the meantime, manage the 100 household office well and ensure all personnel are accounted for. Sir, the young lady has already reported in. Shall we begin preparing meat dishes today? Su Kuang asked. Bring her over, Lin Fan instructed. Before long, Su Wan and Appos was summoned. It was evident that the trio doted on her. In merely a few days, she had changed into garments of the finest fabric, adorned with gold and silver jewelry. Yet she still radiated a spirited aura, though Lin Fan sensed an indescribable nuance in her gaze directed at him. Suvania, you shall now oversee the lunch preparations for the captains. Ensure the dishes are delectable and varied, Lin Fan instructed, producing a porcelain vial. This contains the crushed grass leaves mixed with various spices. When cooking, take a small pinch from this vial and add it to the pot. Understood? Suwana nodded. I understand. Excellent. This seasoning in the vial is solely for the captain's meals and must not be used for personal purposes, Lin Fan reiterated, handing the vial to her. Once all matters were arranged, Lin Fan and Lin Guzi donned casual attire and departed Ping'an County, riding toward Fengzhou. As they galloped out of the city, the experience was markedly different from their previous departure from the capital. With their cultivation, they had exchanged their ordinary steeds for fine horses. The distance from Ping'an County to Fengzhou was 150 li. Despite the mountainous terrain along the way, they reached the gates of Fengzhou by the afternoon. Young master, shall we proceed directly to the 100 household office? Lin Guzi asked. Lin Fan replied, let us first find an inn to rest for the night. Explore Fengzhou a little and visit the 100 household office tomorrow. Chapter 38. Listening to melodies at the brothel in the bustling streets of Fengzhou City. Throngs of people swarmed about, their voices mingling in a cacophony of sales pitches. Amidst the crowd, 2 young men clad in fine garments strolled leisurely. The first, possessing an exquisite countenance, exhibited an air of distinction in his every gesture. In contrast, the young man beside him appeared somewhat timid, shivering occasionally, which rendered him a rather comical sight. Dogsy, what ails you? Have you caught lice? Lin Fan inquired, noticing Dogsy's peculiar demeanor. Dogsy scratched at his chest and lamented. Young master, this brocade attire is quite uncomfortable. I find my coarse linen garments far more agreeable. This fine clothing slips about uncomfortably. You truly are like a mountain pig unable to appreciate fine grains. Lin Fan sighed, shaking his head in exasperation. Where exactly are we headed, young master? We have been walking for quite some time without pause, Dogsy queried, a hint of confusion in his tone. Observe the multitude of carriages on this street. In the capital, such a sight would be commonplace, but in a mere state, it is unusual to see so many opulent carriages, Lin Fan explained. And then? Dogsy asked, perplexed. Lin Fan sighed once more, continuing, these carriages indicate that significant events are unfolding in Fengzhou. Thus, I must seek out a place to gather information. Now I see, Dogsy replied, a light of understanding dawning upon him. He then smacked his forehead and exclaimed, young master, you surely haven't forgotten that place? It is the ideal spot for acquiring news. What place? Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, unsure of Dogsy's meaning. After a brief pause, the image of warm jade in his embrace and cups of fine wine being lifted to his lips filled his mind. The sounds of melodious wind instruments filled the air, and his gaze was captivated by ethereal maidens clad in scant attire, gracefully dancing. Certainly, the best place to gather information is the brothel, Dogsy chuckled. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Dogsy, your cleverness knows no bounds. Your praises are unwarranted, young master, Dogsy replied, feigning modesty, though the pride was evident on his face. As they sipped their wine, listened to the melodies, and admired the beauties, Lin Fan also tuned into the discussions around him. The brothel, indeed a melting pot of various characters, soon divulged the information he sought. It turned out that the Ouyang family's triennial literary gathering was to be held the day after tomorrow. This Ouyang family was no ordinary clan. The current head, Ouyang I, was the former tutor to the emperor of the Great Jing dynasty. Ouyang I had successfully inherited his father's legacy, becoming a renowned scholar in his own right. Winning the top prize at the literary gathering could not only yield a monetary reward, but also grant a jade pendant, which could be exchanged for the Ouyang family's assistance in a matter of one's choosing, so long as it did not contravene the family's principles. This jade pendant served as a talisman of sorts. For Ouyang, one was not merely a scholar, but a master who had excelled in the martial arts through literary pursuits. It was rumored that Ouyang one had once engaged in combat with a grandmaster. Although he did not achieve victory, neither did he suffer defeat. The allure of the literary gathering's prize alone was insufficient to attract the attention of numerous prominent families. But the jade pendant was enough to entice nearly every clan within the Great Jing dynasty. Naturally, being favored by Ouyang I and becoming his disciple would be even more advantageous. After all, while the pendant could facilitate a single endeavor, being a disciple would provide a steadfast support comparable to that of a grandmaster. Upon realizing the source of the commotion in Fengzhou City, Lin Fan lost interest in the affair and devoted himself to enjoying the music, his gaze lingering on the alluring dancers. That night, Lin Fan and Dogsy took up residence within the brothel, finding comfort amidst the stormy weather outside. At the fourth watch, Lin Fan bestowed 20 taels of silver upon the serving girl, sending her away. With a playful pout, she swayed her hips and exited, closing the door behind her. Alone, Lin Fan locked the door and activated the copper mirror. Instead of entering it, he opted to practice his martial techniques. He once again witnessed a vision of his future self executing the perfected windstride step. However, this time, the figure moved with even greater elegance and grace, akin to a startled swan or a drifting dragon. After observing the execution of the windstride step, Lin Fan sat on the bed, lost in thought for an extended period. "Wait," he exclaimed internally. Though both were the perfected windstride step, this instance was undeniably distinct from the last. Lin Fan felt a certainty in his heart. Yet, he could not comprehend why there would be variations in the perfected technique. Was it because his own windstride step had reached a minor success, thereby affecting the trajectory of his future self? Lin Fan furrowed his brow, pondering this possibility. It seemed that the future depicted by the copper mirror was not immutable. Without dwelling on it further, Lin Fan began to deeply contemplate the insights he had gained. By dawn, he had made considerable progress in mastering the windstride step, yet he still had a way to go before achieving a greater success. Perhaps another session that evening would allow him to fully attain that level. If he could reach the pinnacle of the windstride step, even an average 5th-tier warrior would find it challenging to match his speed, he mused. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon. "Young master, are you awake?" Dogsy's voice called out. Lin Fan quickly rose. "I'm up." After a night of tempestuous weather, both men appeared invigorated. After changing into fresh attire at the inn, they proceeded directly to the headquarters of the Brocade Guards. At the city gates of Fengzhou, an opulent carriage entered, flanked by 20 attendants, the leader among them a formidable 5th-tier warrior. "Stop!" Routine inspection. A young soldier began to approach the carriage, but was swiftly reprimanded by the squad leader with a sharp slap to the back of his head. The leader's icy gaze fell upon him, sending a chill down his spine, akin to being trapped in a glacial abyss. Such a gaze could only belong to a battle-hardened veteran. The squad leader shuddered and quickly smiled. This lad is new to the city guard and knows not the rules. "Please, proceed into the city." The guards resumed their path, the splendid carriage following closely behind. Only after the carriage had vanished from sight did the squad leader's anxiety dissipate. He turned to the new recruit and scolded, "You fool. Do you wish to court death? Did you not see the emblem on that carriage? It belongs to the Prince of the Joint Kingdom." News of the Prince of the Joint Kingdom's arrival quickly swept through Fengzhou City. Just days prior, the prince had made headlines due to a rare change in heirs, an event most unusual within the Great Jing dynasty. The prince entering Fengzhou could only be the newly appointed heir, Lin Xiaolong, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Inside the carriage, Lin Xiaolong reclined upon a plush fur cushion, surrounded by fresh fruits, while a maid attended to him, kneading his shoulders. Your esteemed status is unmatched. Why stoop to compare yourself to that lowly creature? The maid's voice was soft and sweet. Lin Xiaolong frowned. You do not comprehend. That wretched creature has the support of Wang Lang and has caught the emperor's favor. His martial prowess may have already surpassed mine. If I cannot prove myself elsewhere, will it not imply that I am inferior to that waste? Even if he is formidable, he is merely the emperor's hound. You, young master, are destined to be the future prince of the joint kingdom. You are not of the same world, the maid replied. Lin Xiaolong shook his head. Rumors abound in the capital that my mother appears virtuous but has falsely accused Lin Fan of wrongdoing. I must establish my worth, not only for myself, but also to vindicate my mother. The maid rolled her eyes playfully and smiled. Young master, your literary talent is unparalleled. You are destined to claim the top prize at the gathering. Your reputation for both literature and martial prowess will undoubtedly resonate throughout the great Jing dynasty, bringing honor to your mother. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaolong's expression softened, and he replied with a smile, Indeed, with my father guiding me in the martial arts. Lin Fan is merely a temporary rival. If I could capture the esteemed Mr. Ouyang's attention and become his apprentice, perhaps I would achieve a harmonious mastery of both literature and martial arts, surpassing all contemporaries. Chapter 39. Upholding the dignity of the superior before the 100 House, the gatekeeper, a formidable figure, confirmed Lin Fan's identity with indifference, stating, Please have Lin Shiba wait at the door. I shall inform within. Lin Guzi, hearing this, immediately expressed his displeasure, saying, I say, brother, do you not recognize written characters? My master is a trial 100, personally promoted by His Majesty. You expect him to wait at the door? The gatekeeper cast a scornful glance at Lin Guzi and retorted, What of a trial 100? This is the 100 House. You will wait here quietly, or you may leave. Lin Guzi was about to explode in anger when Lin Fan restrained him, offering a calm counsel. Oh, Guzi, do not act rashly. This brother is merely following orders. Let's wait a moment. I will go inform them. With that, the gatekeeper turned to enter. Brother, hold on a moment, Lin Fan called out, stopping him. The gatekeeper turned back, his eyes filled with disdain. What is it? Do you have something to say? In the next instant, a resounding slap landed harshly on his face, sending him crashing against the wall with tremendous force. Blood spilled from his mouth as he looked at his hand, astonished to find 2 teeth missing. How dare you strike me? The gatekeeper exclaimed, a mixture of shock and fury in his voice as he pointed at Lin Fan. What of it? Lin Fan sneered, striding forward and delivering a powerful kick to the gatekeeper's abdomen. The impact was so immense that the gatekeeper was sent crashing into the overhead beam before falling heavily to the ground. He curled up, trembling, while pitiful wails escaped his lips. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of others from the 100 House. What is happening? Who dares to cause trouble here? A group of gatekeepers rushed over, with the foremost among them clearly at the 8th rank, and one even at the 7th rank. The 100 House of Fengzhou was indeed far more formidable than the local county's flag office. Had it not been for Lin Fan's silver-white flying fish attire, they might have already attacked en masse. Yet, even upon seeing Lin Fan's garb, their eyes remained menacing. You are Lin Fan, the trial 100? Why have you harmed one of our own? The 7th rank warrior demanded sternly. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes and replied with a smile, I am indeed a trial 100. A rank 6 official. You are merely ordinary gatekeepers. According to the court's regulations, should you not first pay your respects upon seeing an official? Why do you question me instead? You, one of the gatekeepers, furious, reached for the hilt of his knife. However, the 7th rank warrior restrained him, preventing the blade from being drawn. Lin Fan, observing this, silently lamented the lost opportunity. Had the man drawn his weapon, it would constitute an offense against a superior. A crime serious enough to warrant severe punishment. Subordinates pay their respects to Lin Shiba. The leader of the 7th rank warriors cupped his fists in greeting, deliberately emphasizing trial in his tone. The others, though reluctant, followed suit, mimicking the gesture. Very well, rise, Lin Fan said, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, calmly accepting their salute. His demeanor only served to infuriate the group of gatekeepers further. Lin Shiba, would you care to explain why you assaulted him? The seventh-rank warrior pressed. Lin Fan, narrowing his eyes, replied with a smirk, by what authority do you speak to me? As a minor flag-bearer? In our Jingwei, there is no precedent for subordinates questioning their superiors. Unless, of course, you possess an imperial edict to interrogate me. You, the seventh-rank warrior, was taken aback, feeling humiliated that his earlier greeting had been in vain. He was about to argue further when a commanding voice interrupted. Jian, step back. The gatekeepers turned to see the newcomer and immediately parted to create a pathway. This individual also donned a silver flying fish robe, with a plaque at his waist clearly inscribed with 100. He bore a spring knife, though not as ornate as Lin Fan's imperial gift. My lord, Lin Shiba has gravely injured Xiao Wu. The gatekeeper, named Jian, gritted his teeth. The newcomer paid him no heed, striding directly to Lin Fan. Lin Shiba, I am Ling Huan, he stated, his expression neutral, devoid of discernible emotion. Yet, such individuals are often the most formidable opponents. A pleasure, Lord Ling. Lin Fan acknowledged with a simple bow. Jian and his companions lacked the authority to interrogate Lin Shiba, but did Lin Shiba possess the authority to question the Lord? Ling Huan displayed a faint smile, seemingly benign, yet carrying the latent menace of a coiled serpent. Of course, Lord, you may inquire, and I shall answer without reservation. Lin Fan replied, maintaining his composure. Why did you strike Xiao Wu? Assaulting a colleague is a grave offense within our Jingwei, Ling Huan inquired. Lin Fan smiled and explained. My lord may not be aware, but this individual obstructed my duties and openly defied his majesty, disregarding your orders. Naturally, I had to discipline him, otherwise, word might spread that Lord Ling is lax in commanding his subordinates. You speak nonsense. The injured gatekeeper shouted, now being assisted to his feet. In an instant, Lin Fan darted toward him, catching even Ling Huan off guard. He had not anticipated Lin Fan's audacity to act before him. With a resounding impact, Xiao Wu was sent sprawling across the ground, causing the two Jingwei assisting him to stumble. Reacting swiftly, Ling Huan was about to reprimand Lin Fan when Lin Fan interjected. How audacious! I am a trial hundred appointed by His Majesty and was expressly directed by Lord Ling to report to the 100 House. You expected me to wait at the door? Such an act is a profound disrespect to His Majesty and a disregard for Lord Ling's orders. Furthermore, you have insulted a superior. If word spreads, how will Lord Ling maintain his reputation? If I do not discipline you today, people may indeed think Lord Ling is ineffective in managing his subordinates. His tirade left everyone speechless. Even the trembling Xiao Wu on the ground began to question whether he had indeed erred. Yet, upon reflection, he realized this was merely Lord Ling and Appo's attempt to instill fear in Lin Fan. Ling Huan and Appo's expression darkened. His concealed hand trembled with fury. He spoke in a subdued tone. So, you claim that your actions against Xiao Wu were to uphold my authority and that of His Majesty? Lin Fan replied earnestly, My lord need not thank me. It is my duty to uphold the dignity of His Majesty and yourself. Ling Huan's face shifted between shades of anger and pallor before he bellowed. Were you all standing around for? Go back to work. Yes. The gatekeepers responded in unison, hastily dispersing from the entrance. Xiao was also dragged away, acutely aware that his beating had been unjust. Chapter 40. The case of the annihilation of the Fengping princess's family. Lin Shiba truly possesses a silver tongue. Ling Huan remarked with a cold smile. Lin Fan humbly replied, Your Excellency, you flatter me. I merely speak the truth. Ling Huan continued, coming from the capital. Lin Shiba has seen much more than we mere country folk, and thus possesses the ability to articulate well. However, in our esteemed Jingwei, mere eloquence is insufficient. One must also possess the skill to solve cases and alleviate the emperor's burdens. Your teaching shall be etched in my heart, my lord, Lin Fan responded. Ling Huan's demeanor appeared calm, as if the prior discord had dissipated in an instant. He patted Lin Fan's shoulder and said with a smile, Lin Shiba, you are new to this position. Despite your previous achievements, you cannot compare to the seasoned veterans. Take, for instance, Jian. although he is but a minor flag officer. He has managed over 30 cases. You have only recently joined the Jingwei and have already been promoted to Shibehu. Though it is the emperor's decree, it is still difficult to win the respect of others. Upon hearing the mention of royal relatives, Lin Fan's heart sank. Any case involving royal kin carries immense complications. If a royal is the perpetrator, capturing them and gathering evidence becomes a daunting challenge. Conversely, if they are the victim, the situation is even more precarious. Those bold enough to harm royalty are either exceptionally ruthless or possess formidable power and connections. After all, Lin Shibuhu's position is bestowed by His Majesty. Do you not wish to serve the royal family? Ling Huan observed Lin Fan's change in expression, his smile deepening. Lin Fan silently cursed his predecessor's ancestors for entrusting him with such a hot potato. Yet, he could not refuse. He could only respond. It is my honor to alleviate His Majesty's concerns. Excellent, Ling Huan exclaimed. I admire your strategic mindset, Lin Shibehu. I shall grant you full authority in this matter. You may mobilize personnel from the Shibehu office at your discretion. Thank you, my lord, Lin Fan replied respectfully, though internally he cursed Ling Huan's ancestors once more. Allowing him to direct the personnel from the Shibehu office would likely result in a lack of diligence or even sabotage, given that this involves the royal family. There must be a deadline. How long do you deem appropriate? Lin Shibehu, Ling Huan inquired again. Lin Fan felt overwhelmed. He resolved to eliminate this annoyance at the first opportunity. Just as he was about to speak, Ling Huan interjected, Lin Shibehu, 7 days shall suffice. I shall report the results, regardless of completion. Lin Fan gritted his teeth in frustration, but ultimately replied, agreed. The case file is in the archives, numbered 9527. You may review it at your leisure. I must return to my duties, Ling Huan declared before departing. After watching Ling Huan leave, Lin Fan spat in disdain. Let me find an opportunity. I swear I shall have my revenge. Time was of the essence, so Lin Fan promptly sought directions and headed to the archives. The Shibehu office's archives comprised 3 large rooms. As he pushed open the door and prepared to enter, he heard a commotion within. He looked up and saw a young man, appearing to be around 16 or 17, seated at a writing desk. Upon noticing Lin Fan's arrival, the youth immediately stood. I am Chung Feng, the archivist of the Shibehu office. May I inquire which Shibehu you represent? Lin Fan responded, I am Shibehu Lin Fan, here at the behest of Shibehu Ling to review case files. I would appreciate your assistance in retrieving the file numbered 9527. Certainly, I shall fetch it at once. Chung Feng replied, hastily moving to locate the file. Although his expression changed rapidly, Lin Fan discerned an unusual undertone in his demeanor. Shortly thereafter, Chung Feng returned with the file. My lord, here is the case file numbered 9527. There is a reading room nearby for your convenience, and I shall prepare tea for you. Thank you, Lin Fan said as he took the file and proceeded to the adjacent reading room to study it closely. Upon seeing the date on the case file, his brow furrowed. This case did not pertain to recent events, but dated back 3 years. A case involving royal relatives that had remained unresolved for so long. It seemed Ling Huan had indeed assigned him a formidable task. If this case were to falter, his position as Shibehu might well diminish to that of an ordinary officer. Complaining would yield no results, so he immersed himself in the details. As he delved deeper, his frown deepened. The incident occurred at the residence of the Fengping princess, a relatively obscure royal figure, likely forgotten even by Emperor Jing. The entire family of the Fengping princess had been exterminated, including the prince consort Zhao Mingjue and his 14-year-old son Zhao Feng. Notably, no treasures were reported missing from the princess's estate. Every inhabitant had been slain. The signs of severe torture were evident on both the princess and the prince consort. However, when the Jingwei arrived under the cover of darkness, they found no useful clues. My lord, could this have been an act of revenge? Lin Guzi inquired. Lin Fan shook his head. It seems unlikely. The file mentions that the Fengping princess was well regarded and treated her tenants kindly. The prince consort, having risen from humble beginnings, was also known for his amicable nature and had not made enemies. Lin Guzi expressed confusion. That is indeed perplexing. Generally, homicides stem from greed or revenge. Since no treasures were taken from the princess and Appo's residence, what motive could the assailant possibly have? Lin Fan and Appo's gaze fell upon the term torture. The assailants must have sought information from the princess and the prince consort. Yet, with the entire household deceased for 3 years, this angle offered no viable lead. For a moment, Lin Fan felt at a loss. "My lord, your tea," Chung Feng announced, bringing 2 cups of steaming tea. One for Lin Fan and one for Lin Guzi. "Chung Feng, you're a local, are you not?" Lin Fan asked during tea. "Indeed, I am from this region," Chung Feng confirmed. Lin Fan pressed further. "What do you know of the Fengping princess?" After a moment's contemplation, Chung Feng replied. The Fengping princess was reclusive and seldom in the public eye, thus not much is known about her. However, I have heard that the prince consort was astute and well-read, often seen reading late into the night after returning from his duties. Reading late into the night? Lin Fan keenly seized upon those words. Chapter 41. The residence of Princess Fengping. The incident occurred during the night. If the nobleman preferred to indulge in late-night reading after his shift, could it be that he was apprehended or met his demise in the study? Born into a humble family, Lord Zhao Mingjue had ascended to the position of deputy magistrate, undoubtedly possessing exceptional intelligence. Thus, in the location where he encountered misfortune, there might be traces he deliberately left behind, serving as clues. "Chung Feng, do you know the location of the princess's residence?" Lin Fan inquired, lifting his gaze. Chung Feng nodded, "Of course. Everyone in Fengzhou is aware of where the princess's residence is. Could you guide us there?" Lin Fan asked. Chung Feng appeared hesitant. "Lord Lin, it wouldn't be an issue to take you there, but I still have to guard the archives." "Fear not. I shall speak with Lord Baihu, and you may accompany me," Lin Fan replied. "Very well," Chung Feng agreed. Being merely an ordinary guard with no martial prowess, it was easy for Ling Huan to release him. After all, the more cooperation from the Baihu office, the heavier the responsibility on Lin Fan's shoulders. The 3 of them exited the Baihu office and made their way directly to the residence of Princess Fengping. The layout of Fengzhou was not particularly well planned, with winding streets that could easily confuse one's sense of direction. "Chung Feng, you seem quite familiar with the route to the princess's residence," Lin Fan remarked with a smile during their journey. Chung Feng responded promptly. "Although the roads in Fengzhou are intricate, as long as we head south, we cannot go astray. The princess's residence is situated in the southern part of the city." "Ah, I see," Lin Fan nodded thoughtfully. Before long, they arrived at a somewhat dilapidated estate. Weeds flourished, even on the roof of the gatehouse. Nevertheless, one could still discern the grandeur of the mansion from years past. After all, it belonged to royal blood, and even a collateral branch like the princess would have had her residence constructed to certain standards. The main gate was secured with an iron lock, a standard lock used by the Jingwei, designated for sealing. "My lord, please wait a moment. I have the key," Chung Feng said. He rummaged at his waist for a moment and soon produced a key. Upon unlocking the door, a cloud of dust billowed forth, accompanied by a musty, decaying odor. The ground, paved with blue bricks, was riddled with weeds, some even reaching waist height. Various garden plants, left untended, had grown wildly, creating a somewhat chaotic appearance. The entire estate exuded an eerie atmosphere. As they stepped inside, the temperature seemed to drop significantly. "Chung Feng," Lin Fan called out. Chung Feng came to his senses and quickly replied, "This is my first time seeing the princess's residence. I am somewhat astonished. Please forgive my surprise." "Not at all. Such grand estates are built upon the blood and sweat of countless commoners," Lin Fan chuckled. Chung Feng hurried to clarify, "My lord, you misunderstand. I have heard that the Princess Fengping treats her tenants quite well, even establishing several schools to help the children of her tenants learn to read. By that account, Princess Fengping indeed seems commendable," Lin Fan remarked, surveying the surroundings. "Let us first examine the study." The 3 of them navigated through the overgrown grass, passing through a somewhat dilapidated corridor. The rockery was covered in moss, and the pond water appeared greenish, uncertain if any goldfish still survived within. Judging by the layout, this should be the study. Lin Fan noticed knife marks on the wooden door, indicating that this was likely one of the crime scenes. There were also several shattered holes in the wooden planks, presumably kicked in by someone. Upon entering the study, they were greeted by a writing desk overturned on the ground, bearing several knife marks. The adjacent bookshelf also bore numerous traces of swords and daggers. Clearly, on the day of the incident, Lord Zhao Mingjue had indeed been reading late into the night when a group suddenly burst in to capture him. He fought back, but his scholarly pursuits did not endow him with the necessary martial prowess, ultimately leading to his capture after a futile struggle. The walls bore mottled brown stains, likely the result of blood soaking into the surface. Lin Fan ventured further inside. The bookshelf was now completely bare. "Where are the books?" he inquired. Chung Feng explained. After the incident, the Jingwei at the Baihu office were unable to identify the assailants, ultimately having to temporarily close the case. The treasures were confiscated by the Baihu office and sent to the capital, while nearly all the books ended up in the hands of the Ouyang family. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Why would the books from the princess's residence end up with the Ouyang family? The previous head of the Ouyang family was the imperial tutor, who had a penchant for collecting books. Lord Zhao Mingjue possessed numerous rare texts, so the tutor purchased all the volumes and transferred them to the Ouyang family. However, the tutor also passed away 2 years ago due to illness, Chung Feng replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan fell into contemplation, forming a hypothesis. It was possible that when Zhao Mingjue was confronted, he might have left traces on certain texts. As an astute individual, he would not likely forsake such an opportunity. However, now that all the books had been acquired by the Ouyang family, the situation became quite troublesome. Despite the tutor's demise, the Ouyang family still held considerable influence. The current head, Ouyang I, was not only exceptionally skilled, but also a contemporary sage, making an investigation into the Ouyang family impractical. Even Lin Fan, a mere trial officer, would have to show deference if he were to encounter Ouyang I. "My lord, what troubles you?" Chung Feng inquired. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. Let's continue our search." He temporarily set aside his thoughts, resolved to explore further, hoping to uncover any additional clues. Before long, the three men had thoroughly explored the entire princess's residence. Every nook and cranny had been inspected, and they continued their investigation until the sun began to set. The case had elapsed for 3 years without yielding any useful leads. After such a lengthy duration, even if any clues remained, they were likely washed away by the sands of time. Lin Fan sighed, feeling a sense of helplessness. "My lord, do you still require my assistance?" Chung Feng asked. Lin Fan regarded him and replied, "No, but you have been busy with us all day. Allow me to treat you to a meal." "My lord is too kind. There is no need for a meal. I must return to the Baihu office to lock up the archives," Chung Feng replied. Hearing this, Lin Fan did not press further and allowed him to depart. After watching Chung Feng leave, Lin Guzi asked, "Young master, what shall we do now?" Sighing heavily, Lin Fan lamented, "After a day of vexation, it is time to indulge a little. Let us head to the tavern for some music." The master and servant once again spent the night at the tavern, enjoying fine wine and delicacies, which considerably lightened their previously gloomy spirits. At the Baihu office, Ling Huan fixed a piercing gaze upon Chung Feng. "Are you certain that Lin Fan did not uncover any useful clues?" Chung Feng and oppose. His complexion turned pale as he replied, "I am certain. The residence of Princess Fengping is in ruins." He searched the entire estate, but found no clues. A chilling laugh escaped Ling Huan's lips as he replied, "Lin Fan, you have slain Gao Chong and severed my support in Ping'an County. I shall watch with great interest how you navigate your next steps." Chapter 42. Public assault on the young master in the deep of the night. Lin Fan, as was his custom, bestowed a few coins to the woman in his arms, allowing her to depart from his chamber. He once again wielded the bronze mirror, manifesting his future self. This time, the wind-treading step he executed was even more exquisite, enabling him to traverse the air, akin to divine intervention. By dawn, he had thoroughly assimilated the insights gained, and the wind-treading step had officially reached a consummate state. He felt capable of confronting even fifth-tier masters. "Young master, are you awake?" Lin Guzi called at the door punctually. As the door swung open, Lin Fan emerged, resplendent in fine garments. Upon seeing his appearance, Lin Guzi paused for a moment. "Young master, are we not going to the 100 house today?" "To what 100 house?" Today, I shall take you to the literary gathering, Lin Fan replied with a serene smile. The only lead resided with the Ouyang family, and thus, a visit to the literary gathering was a necessity. Lin Guzi hastily asserted, then I must change into appropriate attire. Those literati abhor the presence of our imperial guard. Before long, Lin Guzi had donned his usual attire. The two set off towards the east of the city. The Ouyang residence lay in the eastern part of Fengzhou City, a family of utmost prominence not only in Fengzhou but throughout the entire Guangming prefecture. Even the residence of the Fengping princess could scarcely rival the Ouyang family in stature. As they journeyed, the duo observed numerous ornately decorated carriages heading eastward. Quite a number of attendees for the literary gathering, Lin Fan remarked. Suddenly, Lin Guzi tugged at his sleeve, whispering, "Young master, look over there." Following Lin Guzi's gaze, Lin Fan's pupils constricted sharply, a fleeting chill coursing through his eyes. The carriage of the Bianjin Wangfu was in sight. It appeared that Lin Xiaolong had also arrived. His voice turned frigid. He vividly recalled the slander and the 100 lashes he had endured. Were it not for the bronze mirror, he would have been nothing more than carrion in the jaws of a wild dog by now. "Young master, please do not act impulsively. He rides in that carriage," indicating he is now the heir of the Bianjin Wangfu. There will undoubtedly be protectors accompanying him. Should you act against him, it would truly be catastrophic, Lin Guzi hastily advised. Lin Fan's eyes brimmed with animosity, though his tone remained eerily calm. "Rest assured, I will not seek revenge until I have attained sufficient status. With the young master's talent, surpassing the prince is merely a matter of time. Your ability to think this way eases my mind," Lin Guzi replied, relieved. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Ouyang residence. The literary gathering was not held within the Ouyang family's estate, but rather in the Ouyang villa, an extensive garden separated from the Ouyang family by a street. This garden was a lavish creation commissioned by the late emperor, costing hundreds of thousands of taels, and was exquisitely designed, making it a fitting venue for poets and scholars. The offspring of the Ouyang family attended school there, and even the current emperor had spent some time studying within its confines. The existence of the Ouyang villa attested to the family and amp, Oppo's, as favored status. Nevertheless, the Ouyang family maintained a relatively low profile. Their servants did not arbitrarily insult others, earning them a commendable reputation in Fengzhou. Before the villa's grand entrance, Ouyang's guards were diligently checking invitations. Upon witnessing this, Lin Fan furrowed his brow. The necessity of an invitation was rather troubling. However, just as he lamented, a modestly dressed scholar without an invitation managed to gain entry after registering, which sparked a glimmer of hope in him. It seemed that the invitation was not an absolute requirement. Anyone with literary talent wishing to attend the gathering could enter. "Guzi, let us proceed as well," Lin Fan declared, striding forward, clad in luxurious garments, accompanied by his attendant, resembling a scion of a distinguished family. Upon reaching the entrance, a guard inquired, "Does this young master possess an invitation?" "None," Lin Fan replied. "In the absence of an invitation, please register at the side to receive one before entering." The guard responded courteously, showing no signs of disdain. As Lin Fan and Lin Guzi approached to register, a mocking voice suddenly rang out nearby. "I just thought you looked familiar. I never expected you to truly be my dear elder brother." The surrounding individuals immediately turned their attention to the speaker. Upon recognizing him, they gasped in astonishment. "It's the young master." They reverently greeted the young man. The speaker was none other than Lin Xiaolong, Lin Fan's half-brother. Lin Xiaolong had entered the villa, but returned upon realizing that his father had tasked him with delivering gifts to Master Ouyang, which he had inadvertently left in the carriage. As he approached the villa's entrance, he spotted a familiar figure, confirming that it was indeed his seemingly inept brother, Lin Fan. Lin Fan knew he could not evade the encounter. Thus he set down his brush and turned to face Lin Xiaolong. His gaze was cold, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "Lin Fan, you have been expelled from the Bianjin Wangfu. I am now the heir of the Bianjin Wangfu. Why do you not bow to me?" Lin Xiaolong approached with an air of arrogance, his eyes filled with disdain as he regarded Lin Fan. "Why should I bow to you?" Lin Fan replied with a gentle smile, though the warmth of his smile sent shivers down Lin Guzi's spine. The more amiable Lin Fan appeared, the more his inner fury intensified. He had witnessed Lin Fan smile in such a manner before, only for the recipient of that smile to end up dead. Because I am heir of the Bianjian Wangfu, and you're merely a dog, Lin Xiaolong shouted angrily, attempting to intimidate Lin Fan with his presence, relishing the thought of seeing the former heir kneel before him. Slap! With astonishing speed, Lin Fan's hand struck Lin Xiaolong's face with a resounding crack. Lin Xiaolong spun through the air, unable to muster even a defensive motion despite being a ninth-tier martial artist. A throng of guards rushed forward to apprehend Lin Fan, but he brandished his waist token and barked, "What are you attempting to do? I am an officer of the Imperial Guard, an envoy of the Emperor. Are you planning to rebel against the Imperial Guard?" With that statement, all guards ceased their movements. Logically speaking, they could not afford to act against him. Though they would not face punishment from the Bianjian Wangfu, their lives would undoubtedly be forfeit. Lin Xiaolong, clutching his face, shouted, "Seize him! He is but a dog, a waste. Why are you afraid of him? I am an envoy of the Emperor's Imperial Guard, appointed by the Emperor himself. Your words insult His Majesty's judgment." Lin Fan retorted with a cold chuckle. "Even if you are the heir of the Bianjian Wangfu, what of it? To insult His Majesty, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your father today." As his words fell, Lin Fan lunged at Lin Xiaolong, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Lin Xiaolong, a ninth-tier martial artist, found himself utterly defenseless against Lin Fan's assault. Yet, the guards hesitated to intervene. Who among them was unaware that Lin Fan's position as an envoy was bestowed by the Emperor? To call Lin Fan a waste was tantamount to casting aspersions on the Emperor's judgment. In a matter of moments, Lin Fan had Lin Xiaolong lifted and was delivering resounding slaps to his face. Soon, Lin Xiaolong's visage became swollen, blood oozing from his mouth, leaving him in a pitiful state. "Lin, that is quite enough." The captain of the guards finally interjected, unable to restrain himself any longer. If Lin Fan continued, Lin Xiaolong would surely miss the literary gathering. Ceasing his assault, Lin Fan leaned close to Lin Xiaolong's ear and whispered, "Dear brother, the world of officials is not akin to that at home. One must tread carefully in speech and action. Consider this a free lesson from your elder brother. And remember to think before you speak in the future." With that, he unceremoniously tossed Lin Xiaolong to the ground. "The heir apparent has so brazenly insulted your majesty. He ought to be dragged into the imperial prison for interrogation to ascertain whether he harbors discontent toward your majesty. However, considering the standing of the Prince of Bianjian today, I shall let this transgression pass. Should there be a next time, I shall show no mercy." Chapter 43. The Path Beneath Our Feet with a Cold Snort. Lin Fan promptly turned around, ready to jot down his details. Just then, the guard responsible for registration suddenly obstructed the ledger with his hand. "My apologies, Sir Lin. My master is not particularly fond of interactions with the Jingwei. I trust you understand." The guard bore an apologetic expression, his smile tinged with helplessness. If anyone held disdain for the Jingwei, it would undoubtedly be the scholars of the countryside, with Ouyang one being no exception. To navigate this circle, one must adhere to certain unspoken rules. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan comprehended the guard's implication. It served no purpose to press the guard further, so he relinquished the brush in his hand. "In that case, I shall take my leave," he remarked, accompanied by Lin Guzi as he departed with an effortless grace that left many young talents feeling a twinge of regret. Though Lin Fan had once been a wastrel, he had now embraced a sense of duty to his country and people. It was a pity he was part of the Jingwei. Some might suggest he should resign from the Jingwei. With his commendable virtues, he could certainly carve out a successful career in government service. A chorus of murmurs followed behind him, mingled with sighs and lamentations. Lin Fan heard them, but paid them no heed. Should he pursue a government position, the civil officials would be crushed under the weight of the loyal duke, while the military officers were aligned with the Qin family, and the Wang residents led the military ranks. Thus, the only feasible path lay with the Jingwei. Lin Fan harbored no regrets about joining the Jingwei. Were he given another chance, he would undoubtedly choose the same path. However, he found himself puzzled by the identity of the individual who had facilitated his ascent to a minor position within the Jingwei with but a word. managing to keep it hidden from others. Such influence could only belong to the upper echelons of the Jingwei. Regrettably, that individual had been clad in ordinary attire that day. Otherwise, he might have gauged their status by their clothing. Young master, those slaps just now were truly satisfying. Lin Guzi chuckled. Lin Fan snorted, "Were a few slaps. When I attain the rank of commander, I will ensure that fool pays dearly. Young master, you are indeed extraordinary, and that day will surely come. But what shall we do next? Shall we abandon participation in the literary meeting?" Lin Guzi inquired. "Abandon? That is out of the question." Lin Fan replied with a cold smirk. "Since we cannot enter through the front, we shall find another way." "Huh? Young master, do you know of an alternative route into Ouyang's estate?" "Route? What is a route? There is no path in this world. It is merely that many have walked it, and thus it has become a path." Arriving at a secluded spot, Lin Fan gazed up at the courtyard wall. Lin Guzi seemed to grasp Lin Fan's intentions. In the next moment, Lin Fan lightly tapped his toes, soaring into the air like a swallow, before landing within the courtyard walls. "What remarkable agility!" Lin Guzi exclaimed in astonishment. He quickly added, "Young master, wait for me." Though he lacked such finesse, his 8th grade cultivation allowed him to easily scale the modest 3-meter wall. The two landed amidst a bamboo grove, fortunate that the area was relatively deserted. "Young master, this is the imperial tutor's family's estate. If we are discovered, we will be in dire straits," Lin Guzi whispered. Lin Fan turned. "Can you not be so timid? With your furtive demeanor, it is evident to anyone that you are no respectable person. Is it that obvious?" Lin Guzi hunched his back, his eyes darting around. Bang! Lin Fan delivered a kick to his rear. Lin Guzi tumbled into the dirt. Clutching his backside, he exclaimed, "Ouch! Why did you kick me?" Upon looking up, he found himself face to face with a stranger, causing him to recoil in fright and scramble backward. "Stand up, do not disgrace me," Lin Fan admonished. Lin Guzi hurriedly straightened himself. "This young man looks unfamiliar," the stranger remarked with curiosity. "I hail from the vicinity of Linjiang Prefecture, so it is only natural that I appear unfamiliar." Lin Fan replied with a smile. "Oh, so you are a talent from Linjiang Prefecture. No wonder you carry a hint of the accent from the capital." The young man paused before introducing himself. "I am Ouyang Sheng. My father is Ouyang Wen. May I inquire your name?" "Ah, Ouyang brother. I am Xiao Feiyu, and this is my attendant, Xiao Go." Lin Fan performed a respectful bow. "Xiao Go," Ouyang Sheng chuckled. "Your attendant's name is quite amusing." Lin Fan remarked, "A name is merely a moniker. It should be as free-spirited as one desires. You are quite an interesting person. Why don't we engage in discussion together?" Ouyang Sheng suggested, intrigued. "That would be most welcome," Lin Fan replied, and the two walked side by side, with Lin Guzi trailing behind. As their conversation deepened, Ouyang Sheng found himself increasingly impressed by Lin Fan. After all, Lin Fan had experienced 9 years of compulsory education in his past life, effortlessly recalling the ancient sage's maxims. While he may not provide thorough explanations, he could easily impress Ouyang Sheng. This only spurred Ouyang Sheng's enthusiasm further, leading him to invite Lin Fan to his residence for discussions on poetry and literature. Meanwhile, outside the estate, Lin Xiaolong's swelling face had diminished significantly due to the application of various medicinal herbs. However, the lingering bruises remained unmistakable. "Damn Lin Fan, just you wait. I will make you pay," he roared within the carriage. Throughout his life, everyone had coddled and indulged him. Even the soldiers he sparred with had always held back. Yet today, his handsome visage had been reduced to a spectacle, struck before many onlookers, leaving him utterly humiliated. "Young master, do not be so enraged. It is not worth it to let that little wretch ruin your health," his maid urged gently. "Pearl, how can I not be furious after being publicly humiliated by that little wretch? I yearn to flay his skin and shatter his bones." Lin Xiaolong clenched his fists, seething with rage. "Young master, his arrogance is but fleeting. Ultimately, he is merely a dog. Once you claim the top position in the literary meeting, you will be a direct disciple of Master Ouyang. At that point, crushing him will be but a matter of a word," Pearl soothed in a soft voice. Lin Xiaolong's fury subsided slightly as he turned to Pearl, gritting his teeth. "You are right, Pearl. Once I secure the top position in the literary meeting, I will devise a way to eliminate that little wretch." Only then can my heart find peace. It is good that you have come to this realization, young master. What is Lin Fan? He is merely a dog. You stand high above, like the bright moon in the sky, while he is not even a star. How could the moon be angered by the flickering of fireflies? Indeed, I shall participate in the literary meeting and strive to claim the top position, redeeming my honor. Lin Xiaolong successfully transformed his anger into motivation. After hastily concealing his facial injuries, he exited the carriage and strode purposefully into the estate. Chapter 44. The Master of Literary Wei. Ouyang won at the hour of the serpent. All the youthful prodigies attending the literary gathering had found their seats. The expansive pear orchard was adorned with tables, bustling with people. Beside the lakeside orchard stood a waterside pavilion, which housed only a single table. Many of the young talents present were not newcomers to these gatherings. They were well aware that the table was reserved for Ouyang Sheng, the son of the Ouyang family. A slender boat glided across the lake, and soon the attendees beheld Ouyang Sheng disembarking from the vessel. Following closely behind him was another young gentleman. The crowd widened their eyes, eager to ascertain which family this young talent belonged to, who could share a boat with Master Ouyang. Yet, the young man obscured his face with a fan, leaving his features hidden. Behind him trailed a servant, whose face appeared darkened, as if smeared with soot. It seemed we had a competitor this time. To share a boat with Ouyang Sheng surely indicated he was no ordinary individual. However, his mannerisms were peculiar. Why would he conceal his face with a fan? I doubt he possesses the capability to contend for the top position. For the heir of the Wang family has also arrived, and he is equally accomplished in both literature and martial arts. As the crowd murmured among themselves, Ouyang Sheng had already led the young gentlemen to their seats in the pavilion. Lin Xiaolong and Appo's gaze turned icy, harboring resentment towards yet another individual. This heir had not been invited to the pavilion, so what was the identity of this person who could sit alongside Ouyang Sheng? Once I claim the top position, I shall uncover your identity, he silently vowed. Under the pavilion, Ouyang Sheng turned to ask, "Why do you conceal your face with a fan, Brother Shao?" "Well," Lin Fan hesitated briefly before responding. "Do you not think it adds an air of mystery?" Ouyang Sheng stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Indeed, it seems to affirm the ancient saying, 'A divine dragon shows its head, but not its tail.'" He then glanced at Lin Fan and inquired, "And why does Shao go cover his face in soot?" Lin Fan paused. "He suffers from a skin ailment, and the soot, made from a blend of herbs, serves as a remedy." "Herbal soot? I see." Ouyang Sheng chose to believe him. After discussing literary theories with Lin Fan in the study, he had become somewhat enamored with his knowledge, even considering it comparable to that of his father, leading to a burgeoning trust in him. Before long, a figure approached, walking upon the water, dressed in white robes. With flowing beard and graceful demeanor, he glided over the surface as if a celestial being. With each step, he seemed to traverse several yards, moving as if in a leisurely stroll, akin to an ethereal being descended from the heavens. The middle-aged man landed on the shore, striding towards the solitary table positioned at the head. "We have all encountered Master Ouyang." The young talents rose in unison to pay their respects. The son of the imperial teacher, a contemporary sage, and a master of literary Wei. When these three descriptors converge upon one individual, their stature soars to a level that commands universal reverence. Ouyang I was indeed that person, a paragon at the pinnacle of the Jing dynasty, the Marquis of Wenchang. "Please be seated, esteemed scholars." Ouyang Wen's voice resonated powerfully. The assembly promptly took their seats. "I'm greatly pleased that you all could attend this gathering. To commemorate this occasion, I shall present the Wenchang sword, bestowed by the late emperor, as a prize for the victor." As he spoke, Ouyang Wen unveiled a magnificent sword, adorned with numerous gemstones and intricate patterns of gold and silver, exuding an air of nobility intermingled with a sharpness that was palpable even from afar. The Wenchang sword, forged from celestial iron, was no mere weapon. It symbolized status and prestige. The eyes of the young talents sparkled with desire. To possess the Wenchang sword would suffice as a treasured heirloom. What a splendid sword! I am determined to claim it. Lin Xiaolong and Appo's eyes gleamed with ambition. Ouyang I, perceptive to the longing evident in the crowd, stroked his beard and chuckled. This Wenchang sword is unique. Those who wish to claim it must demonstrate genuine skill. I hope all of you will showcase your true talents and refrain from resorting to imitation or plagiarism. We understand. The young talents replied in unison. Let the literary gathering commence. I shall present the first topic. Ouyang cast his gaze around the assembly, and the hearts of all present quickened. It was well known that Master Ouyang preferred to draw inspiration from the environment, and it was likely that the picturesque orchard would serve as the subject. The attendees had already prepared themselves for this moment, eagerly awaiting Master Ouyang's prompt to begin composing verses. With the pear blossoms nearing their fall, using them as a theme might evoke a sense of melancholy. However, the lotus leaves in the lake had just begun to emerge, vibrant with life. Let us compose verses inspired by these fresh lotus leaves, Ouyang declared. Upon hearing the first part of his statement, the crowd brimmed with confidence. But when they realized the subject was those newly sprouted lotus leaves, their expressions turned blank. They had not prepared verses related to lotus leaves. Moreover, what could be written about a mere tip of a leaf? Master, I have a poem, a young man proclaimed. The crowd turned to see it was the talented Li Yuran from the Li family, known for his literary prowess. Quiet springs gently flow around fragrant groves. Emerald leaves unfurl towards the azure skies. Jade dew condenses like pearls, adding grace. A pond's beauty reflects the rosy dawn. As Li Yuran recited his poem, astonishment swept through the crowd. Even Ouyang appeared taken aback. Indeed, the talent of the Li family is commendable. This composition is truly impressive. With Li Yuran's poem delivered, nearly 95% of the attendees surrendered their hopes of claiming the top prize. Yet, was there any other talent capable of producing a superior piece? If not, victory would undoubtedly belong to Li Yuran. Ouyang remarked with a smile. Master Ouyang, I too have composed a poem. The crowd turned to find it was Lin Xiaolong. Though his face bore bruises, his countenance remained striking, and his elegant attire exuded both refinement and a hint of valor. Who are you? Ouyang inquired, for he did not recognize Lin Xiaolong. Years prior, while serving in the palace, Lin Nantian had brought only Lin Fan along, and as the second son. Lin Xiaolong had yet to earn an invitation to such gatherings. I am Lin Xiaolong, the son of the Duke of Jingjian, Lin Nantian. Lin Xiaolong clasped his fists in salute. Oh, so you are the heir of the Duke of Jingjian. It has been years since I last saw your father. I did not expect you to attend the literary gathering as well. Ouyang's demeanor softened as he held a cordial relationship with Lin Nantian, seeing Lin Xiaolong as a younger counterpart. My father often speaks fondly of you, and he entrusted me with a token of appreciation for you, Lin Xiaolong replied respectfully. The Duke is too kind, Ouyang said. Pray, share your poem with us. Lin Xiaolong paused briefly before reciting. Clear springs cascade over stones with grace. Tender lotus blooms shyly unfurl their face. Dragonflies perch upon the pointed tips, stirring ripples that dance in the eye's gaze. I concede defeat to Lin Xiaolong, Li Yuran admitted readily. Ouyang was taken aback, then exclaimed, Indeed, this poem is of exceptional quality. The crowd was equally astonished. The heir of the Duke of Jingjian was indeed versatile in both literature and martial arts. It was no wonder the Duke had made the rare decision to replace heirs. The new heir was truly remarkable. It seemed unlikely anyone could surpass Lin Xiaolong's composition. Yet just as Ouyang was about to conclude, Ouyang Sheng, seated in the pavilion, interjected, Father, Brother Xiao may have a noteworthy piece that rivals the heiress. Chapter 45. A pedestrian piece. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. How did Ouyang Sheng perceive his burgeoning thoughts? Ouyang somewhat astonished, then noticed a young talent seated beside Ouyang Sheng, whose face was obscured by a fan, unwilling to reveal his true visage. Curiosity compelled him to inquire, Pray tell, which esteemed family do you hail from? I am Xiao Feiyu from the Linjiang Xiao family. Lin Fan replied, his voice slightly hoarse. Oh Xiao, why does your voice sound so raspy? Ouyang Sheng asked softly. Lin Fan lowered his voice. I choked on some tea. The Linjiang Xiao family? Ouyang pondered, struggling to recall any knowledge of such a clan. The assemblage of young prodigies around them also found themselves at a loss. Unable to remember when a Xiao family might have emerged from Linjiang. It seemed they were merely the offspring of humble beginnings. Ouyang contemplated silently before suggesting, "Young Xiao, do share a piece of your work for us to appreciate. One cannot call a masterpiece, merely a humble poem." Lin Fan paused before beginning to recite. The spring's quiet springs cherish the gentle flow. The shade of trees reflects the water's soft glow. Upon hearing the first couplet, the audience felt a pleasant surprise. The simplicity of the 14 characters vividly painted an image in their minds. Ouyang Wan, equally pleased by this line, nodded in approval. "Such pretentiousness," Lin Xiaolong scoffed quietly. Lin Fan continued, "The lotus buds barely show their pointed tips. Already a dragonfly perches upon the tips." Upon hearing the final couplet, Ouyang Wen's eyes lit up with excitement. He murmured, "The spring's quiet springs cherish the gentle flow. The shade of trees reflects the water's soft glow. The lotus buds barely show their pointed tips. Already a dragonfly perches upon the tips." Simple yet profound, the imagery leaps from the page. What a splendid poem. He abruptly raised his gaze to Lin Fan, exclaiming, "Young nephew, this verse is something even I may struggle to compose. It rolls off the tongue beautifully, truly a remarkable piece. With this single poem, you have already earned your place as a leader in this literary gathering." Lin Xiaolong was left dumbfounded, unable to fathom that the prize he had anticipated had flown away, and that the title of leader would go to this Xiao Feiyu. Was the literary meeting not just beginning? How could it conclude so soon? The young talents below began to silently recite Lin Fan's poem, each one astounded. Even those who could not grasp why the poem was commendable echoed Ouyang Wen's praises. Beside Lin Fan, Ouyang Sheng and Lin Guzi wore expressions of disbelief, especially Lin Guzi, who questioned whether the young master before him was truly the same person, wondering where the previously uninspired youth had vanished. Lin Fan, quick to show humility, responded, "Ouyang, sir, you flatter me. It was merely a moment of inspiration, unworthy of such high praise." Lin Xiaolong, anxious, interjected, "Sir, the gathering has only just begun. It cannot end so abruptly. Please present us with another topic." He felt a rising urgency, knowing he could not match Lin Fan in martial prowess, and hoped the literary competition would not be lost to an unknown contender. Ouyang, when considered this, then announced, "Young Lin is right. We must indeed present another challenge." Reflecting on the shifting light of the day, he suddenly had an idea and smiled. "Let us write a piece on the themes of time and life." Upon hearing this theme, all present were momentarily stunned. The easiest subject to write about was nature, while the most elusive was that of fleeting time. Crafting a piece on such a topic would challenge even the most esteemed scholars to produce something of merit in a short time. Lin Xiaolong became bewildered, rapidly searching for inspiration, yet found himself at a loss. Understanding the essence of time was far too complex for a lad of merely 15 or 16 years. Time passed swiftly, and as half a stick of incense burned away, no one volunteered to recite their writings. While others had surrendered, Lin Xiaolong remained visibly anxious. In the pavilion, Lin Fan leisurely sipped his tea, unfazed. Ouyang Sheng, noticing his calm demeanor, questioned, "Brother Xiao, are you not anxious?" "Huh?" Lin Fan paused, his gaze somewhat bewildered. "Why should I be anxious?" Ouyang Sheng sighed. "Surely, you must be eager to compose your piece." "The piece indeed exists, yet." Lin Fan hesitated, contemplating whether to share a particular work. It would be perfect for the occasion, but he feared it might be too cliché, as nearly every time traveler recited it, leaving the audience astounded. "Father, Brother Xiao has a piece prepared." Before Lin Fan could respond, Ouyang Sheng spoke up. Instantly all eyes, including Ouyang Wen's, turned towards Lin Fan. Ouyang Wen regarded him with admiration. "Young Xiao, there is no need for modesty. If you possess a fine piece, do share it." "Then I shall begin," Lin Fan declared, but suddenly remembered something and inquired, "Ouyang, sir, do you have any wine?" "Wine?" Ouyang Wen was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Of course, a fine piece of writing deserves a fine wine to accompany it." He gestured grandly. "Bring forth the imperial wine I have cherished for years to present to young Xiao." Servants promptly scurried to fetch the wine. Lin Xiaolong clenched his fists, thinking to himself, What fine piece of writing could possibly need wine? This is merely a delay, a ruse. I shall see how you conclude this. Soon, the imperial wine was presented, and a servant poured Lin Fan a cup. The liquid was clear, with a fragrant aroma wafting through the air. Lin Fan raised the cup and drank deeply, exhaling a breath of satisfaction. What fine wine! He turned his back to the audience, facing the lake, and began to recite. Do you not see? The waters of the Cangjiang come from the heavens, rushing to the sea, never to return. Do you not see? The bright mirror in the grand hall laments white hair. Morning like black silk, evening turned to snow. With these lines, Lin Fan infused the imagery of the Yellow River with that of the Cangjiang, his voice booming with grandeur. The audience was left enraptured. Ouyang nearly slapped the table in excitement, yet restrained himself, fearing to disrupt Lin Fan's recitation. Finally, he managed to stammer, "Exquisite! One must seize joy in life, lest the golden goblet be empty before the moon. I am born with talent. Surely it shall be of use. Even if I squander a fortune, it shall return. Let us roast lamb and slaughter cattle for delight. We must drink 300 cups at once." Lin Fan poured more wine, raising his cup high to drink it all. Ouyang Sheng, Wenchang Marquis, let us drink, do not let the cup cease. Both Ouyang Sheng and Ouyang were illuminated by this grand display. Such a work would undoubtedly be immortalized in history, echoing through the ages. While their own names might not endure, they could live on through this composition. Lin Fan's actions had truly captured the hearts of this father and son duo. What scholar does not wish to leave a mark upon history? Ouyang's gaze towards Lin Fan grew ever warmer. Let me sing a tune for you. I beseech you to listen closely. With a 5-flower steed and a coat worth 1,000 gold, call a boy to exchange for fine wine. And together we shall dispel the sorrows of eternity. Lin Fan, slightly tipsy, felt an overwhelming joy coursing through him. He was so engrossed that he did not even notice his folding fan had slipped from his grasp. Ouyang, sir, I humbly present my work. I hope you will appreciate it. Lin Fan turned, bowing respectfully to Ouyang. Chapter 46. He is Lin Fan of the Jingwei. Everyone was immersed in the grandeur of this magnificent narrative. Even Ouyang Sheng, a master of literature in the Tao, found himself captivated. Only one person remained silent. His face twisted in rage. This was Lin Xiaolong. Impossible, impossible. Lin Xiaolong suddenly lifted his gaze towards the waterside pavilion. However, upon seeing Lin Fan's visage, he froze momentarily and then abruptly stood up, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Fan, exclaiming, "Lin Fan, how could it be you?" His loud outburst jolted everyone from their reverie. They all turned their attention to the pavilion. Many present recognized Lin Fan at a glance, having seen him at the entrance. At that moment, Lin Fan finally realized that his fan had inexplicably fallen. How careless! In my inebriation, I failed to notice it had dropped. This is quite troublesome. Sir, he is not named Xiao Feiyu. He is Lin Fan, my elder brother who has been stripped of his title as heir, and he is also a member of the Jingwei. Lin Xiaolong's expression, a blend of rage and excitement, prompted him to loudly declare. At this revelation, the crowd remembered Lin Fan's identity, a member of the Jingwei, a group despised by scholars. Yet, this very Jingwei had composed an exquisite piece of poetry and recited a magnificent article. With such talent, why would one choose to be a member of the Jingwei? Indeed, it seemed a great pity. What would Master Ouyang decide? He had always expressed disdain for the Jingwei and had previously petitioned for its dissolution during his time in court. The murmurs among the crowd grew louder, filled with regret. Yet no one dared to speak up for Lin Fan. Such a remarkable talent. If he were to be executed in a fit of rage by Master Ouyang, it would indeed be a loss. Sir, a member of the Jingwei infiltrating the literary gathering tarnishes your esteemed abode and its purity. My nephew believes he should be executed. Lin Xiaolong spoke again, his tone thick with malice. Ouyang narrowed his eyes at Lin Fan, but remained silent. Ouyang Sheng quickly interjected, "Father, although Brother Lin deceived you. He did so to partake in this literary gathering. I believe he possesses great literary talent. To kill him would be a significant loss to the literary world of dying." Ouyang's hand rested on his Wenchang sword. Observing this, Lin Xiaolong felt a surge of delight, envisioning Lin Fan's beheading. Meanwhile, Lin Fan heightened his vigilance. Every hair on his body standing on end. Even with his mastery of the wind step, he doubted his ability to evade a master-esque strike. Who could deny that Ouyang was not only a revered scholar of the age, but also a master of the literary Tao? This master was akin to a martial arts master. Thus, upon entering the Tao through literature, Ouyang's prowess had surely reached the realm of mastery. The swords worn by scholars were not mere adornments. They were deadly weapons. Suddenly, Ouyang burst into laughter. This unexpected sound left the crowd in a state of shock. They then witnessed Ouyang toss the Wunchong sword towards Lin Fan. Nephew Lin can be the leader of the literary gathering. He shall wield the Wunchong sword. Lin Fan caught the sword, his eyes filled with disbelief. Sir, you do not hold me accountable for infiltrating the gathering. Why should I blame you? Ouyang replied with a smile. Though you are a member of the Jingwei, you are unlike the others. I have long heard of your deeds in Ping'an County. You are worthy of the title of the Emperor's personal guard. Lin Fan was momentarily stunned. Truly, the magnanimity of a master of the literary Tao was beyond what ordinary scholars could aspire to. Lin Xiaolong was also taken aback. This was not how he had envisioned things. Shouldn't Ouyang have drawn his sword to kill Lin Fan outright? He hastily exclaimed, Sir, Lin Fan was a wastrel in the capital, engaging in misdeeds, and he even insulted my cousin. To make him the leader of the literary gathering would tarnish your reputation. Ouyang's gaze turned sharp as he fixed it upon Lin Xiaolong. Lin Xiaolong trembled. He sensed displeasure in Ouyang's eyes. However, he persevered, saying, Sir, my father is a close friend of yours. I would not deceive you. Oh, Xiaolong, have you ever heard the saying? Ouyang's voice was calm. What saying? Lin Xiaolong asked. A failure to educate the child is the father's fault. Ouyang replied coldly. The king is occupied with affairs of state and has no time to educate Lin Fan. Yet your mother, the matriarch of the Wang family, is renowned for her virtue. Why has she, despite her esteemed reputation, failed to properly instruct her son? A mother with a virtuous name, yet her son is infamous. I find this rather illogical. At this pronouncement, everyone fell silent in astonishment. It was common knowledge that the Wang matriarch was virtuous. Yet Ouyang's words insinuated that her reputed virtue was a fade, casting her as a wicked woman who deliberately led the former heir astray, namely Lin Fan. But considering Lin Fan's past reputation and his current display, Ouyang's assertion seemed alarmingly accurate. A wastrel could hardly engage in noble deeds for the country or its people. A wastrel could not rise to become a member of the Jingwei or produce such a magnificent article. Lin Xiaolong's complexion turned pale, his voice trembling. Sir, Lin Fan. He is a born wastrel. I implore you to see clearly. Young master, though I am aged and my sight may be dim, my heart is not blind. Since you refuse to heed my words, I must ask you to leave the Ouyang estate. Ouyang's voice was icy as he waved his sleeve, commanding, show him out. Sir, Lin Xiaolong attempted to argue further, but the guards would not afford him the opportunity. We kindly ask the young master not to trouble us. The guards clasped their fists in respect. Under the gaze of many, Lin Xiaolong felt as though his face was being scorched by flames. Every stare felt like a burning fire, compelling him to lower his head. Ultimately, he had no choice but to leave the estate in disgrace. As he stepped outside, he turned to glare fiercely at the characters Ouyang adorning the entrance. The humiliation he suffered today would be etched in his memory. When the day came that he regained power, he would surely trample the Ouyang family and gouge out the eyes of this old fool, so he might see who the real wastrel is and who the true dragon is. Back in the carriage, Lin Xiaolong vented his frustrations, leaving the fox-fur couch in disarray. Why is the young master so angry? Could you share your grievances with me? Zhu'er inquired gently. Suppressing his fury, Lin Xiaolong recounted everything to Zhu'er. After sharing his tale, he gritted his teeth and declared, Zhu'er, do you think that old fool Ouyang is blind to the truth? Zhu'er nodded in agreement. He is indeed blind to the true dragon. Lin Fan's current pride is but fleeting. Zhu'er, I want Lin Fan dead. I want him dead. Lin Xiaolong shouted in rage. Zhu'er rolled her eyes thoughtfully. Young master, is it not true that the governor of Fengzhou is your maternal uncle? Zhu'er is truly astute. At her words, A glint of cunning flashed in Lin Xiaolong's eyes. He glanced at the gift in his hand. This gift is unworthy of Ouyang One. It shall be presented to the governor instead. Chapter 47. The Mountain Lord as the Tiger. The Ouyang literary gathering has concluded, with Lin Fan emerging as the champion, thus becoming a distinguished guest of the Ouyang family. Though many looked upon him with envy, a greater sense of admiration prevailed. When the gap between oneself and the victor is negligible, jealousy may arise. However, when the disparity is as vast as the heavens, only respect remains. Just as mortals do not envy the powers of celestial beings, they instead revere and worship them. Lin Fan stood as this gathering's ethereal figure. His recitation of invitation to wine captivated all, including Ouyang One. In the guest hall of a separate residence, Ouyang One presented Lin Fan with a jade pendant, a token of the Ouyang family. With this pendant, my esteemed nephew Lin can request the Ouyang family to assist you in a matter that does not contravene our principles. Lin Fan accepted the pendant and examined it closely. It felt smooth and warm to the touch, its intrinsic value already remarkable. Yet, he handed it back to Ouyang One, stating, "Sir, I have a matter that requires your assistance." Ouyang One was momentarily taken aback, as most would simply cherish the pendant, rarely utilizing it. He did not expect Lin Fan to not only use it, but to do so immediately. Nevertheless, having presented the pendant, he was prepared to assist the literary champion. He smiled. "Please, dear nephew, speak your mind. As long as it is within our means, we shall do our utmost." Lin Fan promptly replied, "I have heard that, following the tragic incident at the princess's residence, all the books were acquired and stored by the Ouyang family. I wish to examine these collections." Ouyang Wen chuckled. Why would such a request necessitate a pendant? He then addressed Ouyang Sheng. "Sheng, take Lin Fan to the library." "Understood, father." Ouyang Sheng replied with a bow. Turning to Lin Fan, "Brother Lin, please follow me." "Thank you, sir," Lin Fan said, bowing to Ouyang Wen before following Ouyang Sheng to the library. After watching Lin Fan depart, Ouyang Wen began to transcribe Lin Fan's recitation of invitation to wine, his admiration unabated. "What a splendid piece! Truly remarkable!" he exclaimed, stroking his beard. The legacy of their family would be immortalized through this work, and he was determined to ensure that both the piece and Lin Fan's name would resonate throughout the Jing dynasty. Meanwhile, Lin Fan and Ouyang Sheng arrived at the Ouyang family's library. Lin Fan soon understood why it was referred to as a library rather than merely a collection room. The space was akin to a warehouse, sprawling across several rooms, filled with shelves brimming with books. The sheer volume was staggering. How will we ever find anything among so many books?" Lin Fan exclaimed in astonishment. Ouyang Sheng laughed. "This is just one of our libraries. We have 2 more of similar size. But fear not, there is a specialized index for locating the princess's collection, so searching will not be arduous." As he spoke, he approached a shelf laden with catalogs. Indeed, this entire shelf is dedicated to catalogs. "Brother Lin, as a member of the Jingwei, are you searching for the princess's books for a case?" Ouyang Sheng inquired while perusing the catalogs. "Yes, I am indeed investigating the princess's case. The time that has elapsed since the incident has made it difficult to uncover clues at the princess and Appo's residence. Thus, I must rely on the text from her collection." Lin Fan sighed, his tone tinged with resignation. Ouyang Sheng responded, "The county magistrate, Zhao Mingjue, once attended my father's lectures. He was a commendable individual. Upon hearing of the tragic news, my father expressed great sorrow. Therefore, when the authorities sought to sell the princess's collection, my father invested 300,000 taels of silver to acquire the entire library." He paused, then added, "However, I recall that when the county magistrate perished, he seemed to be holding a book." Lin Fan and Appo's eyes brightened at this revelation. "Ouyang brother, please assist me in locating that book." "I will do my best," Ouyang Sheng replied, having already found the catalog and proceeded to locate the position of the princess's books. After an hour of searching, he finally extracted a volume. "Brother Lin, this should be the one." He turned and handed the book to Lin Fan. Lin Fan examined it closely. The edges of the pages bore faint traces of dark brown blood, likely that of Zhao Mingjue. The Classic of the Mountain, a rare tome of the Jing dynasty. The pages were stained in numerous places, rendering the text nearly illegible. Ouyang Sheng remarked, I had suspected that Zhao Mingjue might have concealed clues within the pages. Yet I could discern nothing at the time. Lin Fan remained silent, engrossed in his examination. Upon reaching a particular page, he abruptly halted. There on the page were nearly imperceptible specks of blood. Ouyang Sheng leaned in, saying, This appears to be the character Jun. I noted it as well, but surely such a small stain must be a mere coincidence. Lin Fan flipped to the next page, where another tiny blood stain was visible. The character in Oppos, Shan, and Oppos. I believe the thin paper has allowed the ink to bleed through. Ouyang Sheng conjectured. So you propose that the characters and Oppos, Jun Shan and Oppos, are clues left by the county magistrate? Lin Fan shook his head. While the paper may be thin, such a minuscule amount of blood should not have seeped through. Are you suggesting that Jun Shan is indeed a lead? Ouyang Sheng pondered aloud, stroking his chin. Jun Shan, it seems to be a place name. We do have such a location in Jing, albeit far from here. Jun Shan, Lin Fan muttered, repeating the word softly. Mountain Lord. Suddenly, he froze, exclaiming, Ouyang brother. Could it be that it is not Jun Shan, but rather Shan Jun? Shan Jun? Ouyang Sheng replied, somewhat astonished. Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with realization. The Mountain Lord as the tiger. Yet it cannot be that a tiger entered the princess's residence to commit the crime. This implies that tiger may be a moniker or title belonging to someone. He turned to Ouyang Sheng and inquired, Do you know anyone in Fengzhou or nearby whose name includes tiger or who is known by such a nickname? Upon hearing tiger, a name leapt to Ouyang Sheng's mind. Chiyuhu Jiang Duan, an influential figure in the eastern part of Fengzhou, currently serving as the village head in Jiangjia village. Why would you remember a mere village head? Lin Fan asked. Ouyang Sheng responded, Jiang Duan was once a wandering hero. His martial prowess has reached the 5th rank, making him a well-known figure among martial artists in Fengzhou. A 5th-rank martial artist serving as a village head? Lin Fan mused, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. A 5th-rank martial artist could easily hold a substantial position in the military or within the Jingwei. Yet he chooses to remain a village head without any official rank. This is indeed curious. Although Jiang Duan's position as a village head is peculiar, I have not heard of any enmity between him and Zhao Mingjue, Ouyang Sheng remarked. Lin Fan replied nonchalantly, There are myriad reasons for murder. Enmity is merely one of many possibilities. Chapter 48. Ripe fruits Lin Xinzi. Why not stay for a meal before you depart? Ouyang inquired with a benevolent expression. His politeness was genuine. He truly did not wish for Lin Fan to leave. Engaging in discourse with Lin Fan was an indulgence he cherished. Lin Fan politely declined, stating, Sir, I have matters to attend to and cannot linger for a meal. Ah, then I wish you success in your endeavors. Whenever you find time, my Ouyang family will always be ready to welcome you. Ouyang watched Lin Fan until he vanished at the end of the street before turning to enter his abode. Ouyang Sheng hesitated, saying, Father, the Jingwei is ultimately a murky place. Would it not be better for you to assist him in finding an alternative path, allowing him to distance himself from a Jingwei? Ouyang shook his head with a sigh, regardless of whether he is a civil or military official. His path has already been severed. The Jingwei is the only road available to him. Should he depart, countless individuals would wish for his demise. Are you implying Qin Hui and the Duke of Zhongding's estate? Ouyang Sheng ventured cautiously. Ouyang glanced at his son, patted his shoulder, and walked towards the study. In the street, Lin Fan strolled with his hands clasped behind his back, followed closely by Lin Guzi. Young master, why don't we enlist the help of the Ouyang family? The jade pendant is still in your possession, Lin Guzi queried, perplexed. Lin Fan replied nonchalantly, he is merely a 5th-rank martial artist, and we cannot ascertain whether he is the perpetrator. Involving the Ouyang family would be an extravagant use of resources. Then where shall we go next? Lin Guzi asked. Lin Fan glanced up at the sky, estimating that there were still 2 hours until sunset. After a moment's thought, he said, Let us retrieve the horses from the inn, then head to Jiangjia village in the eastern part of the city. Upon returning to the inn, the two mounted their steeds and galloped towards Jiangjia village. The village was not particularly remote, situated not far from the main road. In just an hour, they arrived at the village, which was quite sizable, home to over 100 households and more than 400 residents. The appearance of two young gentlemen clad in brocade attracted the attention of many ordinary villagers. "Old man, we are merely travelers. Might we trouble you for a drink of water?" Lin Fan dismounted and approached an elderly man carrying firewood. The elder turned to see the two and smiled. "What fine young men! My home is just ahead. If you wish for water, follow me." "Then I shall impose upon you," Lin Fan replied, dismounting and leading his horse behind the elder. The elder guided them through the village until they passed a long courtyard wall. "Old man, whose estate is this? What a grand residence!" Lin Fan exclaimed in surprise. The elder chuckled. "This is the residence of Jiang Lijing. He was once a wandering knight, capturing many fugitives and earning numerous rewards. Upon returning to the village as Lijing, he built this large estate to care for his mother, truly a devoted son." "I see. But with such a large estate, does he and his mother not feel lonely?" Lin Fan pondered. "Not all. Jiang Lijing has a group of brothers, 9 in total. All are ranked martial artists. When passing by the wall, we often hear their training sounds." The elder explained. Lin Fan's eyes flickered. A 5th-rank martial artist with 9 companions posed a considerable challenge. "Young man, just ahead is my humble abode," the elder said, entering his small courtyard and pushing open the door. He brought Lin Fan and Lin Guzi each a bowl of tea. To Lin Fan's astonishment, the tea contained floating bits of leaves, though the moldy scent had overpowered the fragrance, indicating improper storage. "Old man, you still have tea?" Lin Fan remarked cheerfully after taking a sip. "These are what my son brought back from his work, leftover bits that the host did not want. Please don't mind." The elder replied. "Not all," Lin Fan said, finishing the bowl in one gulp. He then inquired, "Where's your son?" The elder suddenly stiffened, then sighed. He was conscripted by the court to fight in the northern frontier. It has been over a year without any news. Lin Fan fell silent upon hearing this. A year without news likely meant his son had perished. He spoke to comfort the elder. "Your son undoubtedly has a guardian spirit watching over him. Do not worry, old man." "Ah, but I have not yet married, leaving the old man without a legacy. Alas, it is getting late. We should continue on our way while there is light." The elder rose to collect the tea bowls, inadvertently brushing his sleeve across his face. He returned from the kitchen, trembling as he brought 2 pieces of dry cakes back to the courtyard. "Young man," the elder Napo's voice suddenly halted. The courtyard was now empty, and on the stone table where Lin Fan and Lin Guzi had just been sitting lay 2 copper coins. Outside the village, 2 fine horses raced toward Fengzhou City. "Young master, should we not scout the Jiang family?" Lin Guzi asked. Lin Fan shot him a glance. "Scout? Do you wish to do so beneath the watchful eyes of a 5th-rank expert? What shall we do then?" Lin Guzi inquired. "First, we return to the inn. Are we not going to the brothel today?" Lin Fan replied. "To the brothel? We have serious matters to attend to." With a swift crack of his whip against the horse's flank, their steeds surged forward. By the time they returned to the inn, night had fallen. They hastily ate before each retired to their rooms. Lin Fan managed to sleep for a brief while, but awoke promptly at dawn. Taking a deep breath, he re-entered the world of the copper mirror. The fragrant aroma of grass and wood enveloped him, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure. Yet this time, he forced himself to rise. Using all 4 limbs, he managed to elevate his chest off the ground. Although only a foot high, his field of vision greatly expanded. Previously limited to the surrounding grass, he could now discern the situation within a radius of 3 zhang. Besides the greenery, many red fruits from before were nearby, with several now fully ripe. Entirely different from the unripe ones he had consumed earlier. Ripe fruits would undoubtedly yield greater benefits. With great effort, Lin Fan crawled toward the nearest ripe fruit, a distance that would typically take 2 steps, yet nearly exhausted his entire strength. Upon reaching the fruit, he could no longer hold himself up, collapsing on the ground. Gasping for breath, "I must pick the fruit before leaving." Gritting his teeth, Lin Fan stretched out his hand to pluck the ripe red fruit. "Come down." With a fierce determination, he yanked down 2 ripe fruits. In the next moment, he immediately exited the world of the copper mirror. Back in bed, he lay there like a dead dog, resting for over half an hour. His muscles ached as if he were being pulled apart. Looking at the 2 vivid red fruits in his hand, Lin Fan smiled with satisfaction. He bit into one, and the juice flowed forth, lacking the previous astringency, now imbued with a subtle sweetness. As the fruit slid down his throat into his stomach, a fiery sensation ignited within his lower abdomen. He promptly began to circulate the Longxiang Sutian technique to assimilate the fruit's energy. Chapter 49. The courier pigeon. The ripe fruit yielded exceptional results. One was equivalent to 2 unripe ones. After thoroughly absorbing the 2 ripe fruits, Lin Fan realized it was already the 5th watch of the night. His clothes were soaked with sweat. After a quick wash, he stepped out of the room. "Dogsy, we're off to the Hunter household office," Lin Fan called out. "This is already the 3rd day. When are we moving?" Lin Dogsy inquired. "First, we need to call for reinforcements. With just the 2 of us, we cannot manage," Lin Fan replied. "Ah, you mean to have the Hunter household office join us?" Lin Dogsy asked, bewildered. Lin Fan scoffed. "How can we rely on them? If a fight breaks out, they might stab us in the back. Then what do we do? We'll send a pigeon to summon Su Kuang and the others for assistance." In a flash, the 2 arrived at the Hunter household office. Upon entering, they encountered Yin Jian. "Oh, if it isn't Lin, the trial officer. Have you completed your case?" Yin Jian said with mockery. "Yin Xiaoqi, is this how people from the 100 household office greet their superiors?" Lin Fan replied, cracking his knuckles. Yin Jian recalled the incident when Lin Fan reported to the 100 household office. He snorted and turned to enter the office. Lin Fan ignored him and headed straight for Ling Huan. Seeing Lin Fan and Lin Dogsy enter, Yin Jian muttered, "Wait until you botch the case and are demoted. Let us see how I deal with you." Ling Huan was reviewing case files when he noticed Lin Fan and Lin Dogsy walk in. "Lord Ling, we need the assistance of the Hunter household office," Lin Fan stated directly. Ling Huan raised an eyebrow, smirking. "Lin, the trial officer, seeking manpower? I shall have my subordinates assemble right away." "Not quite," Lin Fan continued. "I wish to utilize the pigeons of the Hunter household office. The Jingwei of Ping'an County is more my liking." "I see. You merely want to send a message via pigeon. Feel free to use them," Ling Huan readily agreed. Having previously employed Gao Chong under his command, he was familiar with the Jingwei of Ping'an County. With a handful of men left, most were unfit for duty, having been eliminated by Lin Fan. However, Lin Fan's sudden request for assistance raised suspicions. Had he found clues and identified suspects? If that were true, it would be troublesome. Even if the lad had only a glimmer of success, Ling Huan would not allow it. After Lin Fan departed, Ling Huan immediately summoned Yin Jian. Lin Fan reached the pigeon loft, retrieved a pigeon, penned a message, and released it into the sky. Watching the pigeon vanish into the horizon, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Time was fleeting. It had only been 3 days, and he wondered how well the group had trained. Yet, time waits for no one. He could only hastily call them for assistance. In Ping'an County, at the main flag officer's office, thanks to Su Kuang's efforts, 50 Jingwei had been assembled. Among them, 36 were former disciples he had trained, while 14 were the original staff of the office. In just over 3 days, the office had transformed, with everyone appearing invigorated and beaming with health. They were lined up in front of the kitchen, eagerly waiting for Su Warner to finish cooking. The rich aroma of meat wafted through the air, making everyone's mouths water. "Miss Warner, your cooking is exceptional. This meat smells so good it can make one swallow their tongue." They wondered how it was that the office's meat made them feel so energized, as if their vitality surged forth. "If I trained for just another day, I might reach the 9th rank. I can already lift a stone lock weighing 750 pounds. As they waited for their meal, laughter and chatter filled the air. The 14 seasoned veterans had completely integrated into the group, finding this life more fulfilling than before. Upon returning home, their wives remarked on their improved marksmanship. In the kitchen, Su Warner carefully poured some fragments from a porcelain bottle into the large pot. After mixing it with a spatula, she called out to the others, "Form an orderly line, 1 bowl each, come back for more if needed, and no one is allowed to eat the buns." "Sure, who would eat buns when there's meat? Ha ha, today's lamb, how delicious." Su Wan and Appos ladled out generous portions of meat into each bowl. Once served, everyone found a corner to squat down and eat heartily. The meat was devoured with great satisfaction, and they felt a warmth surge within them, as if their blood was boiling. At that moment, Su Bao suddenly dashed over. Sir's pigeon message. He held a pigeon in his hands. The crowd hurriedly gathered around. Wangfu, having personally removed the message from the pigeon's leg, opened it and was taken aback. Then he smiled. The master wants us to go to Fengzhou. He says we will gain merits and benefits. Ah, then let us hurry, Su Bao exclaimed. Su Hu and the others were equally eager. Since joining the Jingwei and following Lin Fan, they had transformed from destitute to wealthy individuals with thousands of taels of silver. Ideals and sacrifice were mere words. Wealth was undeniably the most compelling motivation. Hold on. The master said we depart tomorrow. Moreover, we need to arrange for those who will stay behind to ensure the office runs smoothly. Wangfu chuckled. Ah, I want to stay behind. I must come along. Suwao insisted. I won't stay either. I want to join the action. If I don't have something to do, I'll grow rusty. Rusty bones, you say? Shall we give you more training? After much discussion, they decided that Su Hu, who had yet to break through to the 8th rank, would stay behind with 10 strongmen, while the rest would set off for Fengzhou at dawn. There were not enough horses in the office, so they needed to set out early, as Ping'an County was over 100 kilometers from Fengzhou City, and they had to arrive before nightfall. As night fell, Lin Fan once again entered the world of the Copper Mirror. Since he had already climbed to the fruit tree last time, it was much easier this time. As he departed yesterday, there were still 3 ripe fruits and 1 half-ripe fruit on the verdant branches. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed that one of the ripe fruits was missing, evidently consumed by another creature. Fortunately, the remaining ones were untouched. He immediately reached out to pluck the 2 ripe fruits and, after a moment's thought, decided to take the half-ripe fruit as well. There were plenty of wild fruits nearby. He would eat first to enhance his strength. After gathering 3 fruits, Lin Fan still had energy to spare. His gaze swept around, locking onto a fruit just 2 steps away. Today was bound to be fruitful. A smile crept upon Lin Fan's lips as he began to crawl earnestly towards the fruit, the distance between them steadily decreasing. Just as he was about to touch the fruit, a sudden surge of intense danger washed over him. His hair stood on end as if death itself had marked him. Turning his head, he saw a ravenous wolf leaping towards him. In the world of the Jing dynasty, he would have dared to confront not just wolves, but even tigers. Yet in the realm of the Copper Mirror, crawling was a challenge, while the wolf moved with ease. The disparity in strength was undeniable. Without a moment's hesitation, he promptly withdrew from the Copper Mirror world. The wolf's speed was astonishing, nearly colliding with his face. Fortunately, the mirror reacted swiftly, returning him to his bed. Lin Fan lay on the bed, gasping for breath, wiping his forehead, the foul stench of the wolf's breath still lingering in his nostrils. Damn it, I nearly met my end in there. Chapter 50. Entering the 6th rank in the world of the Copper Mirror, dangers lurked as well. Henceforth, vigilance must be heightened, Lin Fan murmured to himself. The emergence of the wolf had made him acutely aware. The Copper Mirror realm was not a sanctuary. Numerous perils awaited. Today was a wolf. But what if a tiger were to appear next? Or even those so-called demonic beasts? Anything was possible. The absence of an encounter did not imply their non-existence. Lin Fan glanced at the 3 fruits in his palm and exhaled deeply. Fortunately, he had gathered the fruits beforehand. Otherwise, he would have returned empty-handed. It was time to enhance his strength. He opened his mouth and swallowed one of the fruits whole. The energy of the fruit dispersed within his body, subsequently absorbed and transformed into vital essence through his cultivation technique. The surging vitality rippled around him, and the 3 crimson patterns on his palm spontaneously emerged. Ripe fruits yielded stronger effects. Having already consumed 2, this one successfully elevated his realm to the pinnacle of the 7th rank. As the essence surged, Lin Fan felt as though he were on the verge of breaking through an invisible barrier. It seemed that shattering this membrane would lead him into a new world. He began to gather his vital essence, ultimately coalescing it into a mighty force. Break for me, with a low shout. It was as though a stone had been thrown into a placid lake, causing his entire essence to erupt. Immediately, the expelled essence began to reconvene within him. After more than a dozen breaths, a thread of energy appeared within his meridians, beginning to circulate spontaneously. This was the hidden strength, a hallmark of entering the 6th rank. Lin Fan did not pause, but instead absorbed the last remnants of energy from the fruit. With a sigh of relief, he had reached the 6th rank. A martial artist with hidden strength stood atop the hierarchy in any region. Feeling the hidden strength within him, no thicker than a hair, Lin Fan displayed a satisfied expression. He raised his hand and struck the railing beside his bed. A dull thud emanated from the railing, yet its exterior remained unscathed. The outer layer of the railing was crushed, revealing splintered wood within. Such was the might of hidden strength, which explained the chasm that separated 6th and 7th rank martial artists. Contemplating, Lin Fan divided the ripe fruit in half and exited his room. He approached Lin Guzi's door and knocked gently. Lin Guzi, still bleary-eyed, opened the door. Upon seeing Lin Fan, he instantly perked up. "Young master, what brings you here? Split this in half and consume it. It must be divided," Lin Fan instructed, extending half of the fruit towards Lin Guzi. Recognizing the fruit, Lin Guzi's eyes widened. This was the very item that had propelled him to the 8th rank last time. However, such a treasure seemed unworthy for him to consume. It should be reserved for the young master. "Young master, this item is precious." Lin Fan interrupted him. "If I offer it to you, then surely I shall not lack for myself." "Thank you, young master," Lin Guzi exclaimed, filled with gratitude. He began to digest it promptly, as a fierce battle awaited them the following day. Lin Fan turned to leave. Once Lin Fan returned to his room, Lin Guzi closed the door, cautiously divided the fruit, and swallowed one half. The explosive potency surged through his body, and he hurriedly began to absorb and digest it. Lin Fan took a brief nap, likely due to the exhaustion from his breakthrough. When he awoke, it was nearly noon. "Guzi, what time is it?" "Young master, it is now noon. Lin Guzi replied as he entered. Lin Fan glanced at him. "You've reached the 7th rank?" Lin Guzi chuckled. "Thanks to the young master, I am indeed at the 7th rank, though the speed of my breakthrough has left my foundation somewhat unstable. A shaky foundation can be solidified with practice." "Have Wangfu and the others arrived?" Lin Fan inquired. Lin Guzi shook his head. "Not yet. I estimate they will arrive by mid-afternoon. Our official office lacks sufficient horses, so they must come on foot." "I had forgotten about that," Lin Fan said, stretching lazily. "Let us go downstairs for a meal, and also inform the innkeeper to prepare rooms and food in advance." "Understood." Lin Guzi followed him downstairs. He still hadn't questioned the origin of the item from the previous night, confident that the young master had encountered something extraordinary. After all, even a century-old ginseng would not come without side effects. Yet the item gifted by Lin Fan had enabled him, an average individual, to break through to the 7th rank in less than half a month. Such a divine object, if known to others, would undoubtedly incite a storm of bloodshed. While Lin Fan was still enjoying his meal, a commotion of footsteps resonated from outside. The innkeeper peeked out, and upon seeing the crowd, turned pale, rushing from behind the counter to greet them. "Gentlemen, my establishment has committed no wrongdoing." His voice trembled with fear. No merchant could remain unperturbed at the sight of so many imperial guards entering their establishment, especially when the leading trio donned the attire of minor officials. These were officers with authority. However, the imperial guards disregarded him, marching directly into the inn and bowing to Lin Fan. "Imperial guards Wangfu, Su Kuang, and Su Bao greet you, my lord." Their voices combined to create a thunderous sound that echoed painfully in the ears. The innkeeper's complexion paled further. It dawned on him that the guest residing in his inn was a figure of substantial importance within the imperial guards. He began to mentally retrace his actions over the past few days, confirming that he had not slighted them in any way, allowing his anxiety to ease slightly. "Please, do not be so grave. You might frighten off other guests, and what then becomes of your business?" Lin Fan remarked with a hint of exasperation. After wiping his mouth, he inquired, "What brings you here so swiftly?" Before Wangfu could respond, Su Bao interjected, "My lord, we departed at the hour of the tiger, fearing we might delay your affairs." Only then did Lin Fan notice the beads of sweat glistening on their faces, evidently indicating they had hurried without rest. "Innkeeper, kindly arrange a lavish feast for my brothers here. Finances will not be an issue," Lin Fan instructed the innkeeper beside him. However, Upon witnessing the innkeeper's sudden pallor, he immediately understood the source of his concern. After all, how often did the Imperial Guards pay for their meals? Thus, he turned to Lin Guzi. Guzi, give the innkeeper 50 taels. Let the food and drink flow freely, and any surplus will serve as a deposit for the rooms. Lin Guzi promptly produced a 50-tael note, pressing it into the innkeeper's hand. Take it. The innkeeper felt the note's warmth, momentarily unsure whether to accept it. Take the note and prepare the feast. Should you dawdle, I shall ruin your establishment. Lin Fan declared with a hint of menace. Yes, I shall attend to it right away. The innkeeper felt reassured, recognizing that this was the proper demeanor expected of the Imperial Guards. As the feast was served, Wangfu and his companions shared a table with Lin Fan, while the remaining 8 Imperial Guards occupied another. The 5 tables were perfectly arranged. Lin Fan surveyed the scene. Why are there so many newly ascended martial artists? Among the 40 Imperial Guards, 8 had already reached the rank of entry-level martial artists. The remaining 32, though yet to ascend, radiated robust vitality, indicating they were not far from doing so. Chapter 51. Capturing Jiangduan, my lord. They have all trained in martial arts at the dojo before. It is merely the lack of resources that prevented them from becoming martial artists. It is likely that after consuming a considerable amount of meat these past few days, their vitality has surged, allowing them to attain their rank, Su Kuang explained. Although he himself found this reasoning hard to believe, if a few meals of meat were sufficient to elevate one's standing, the number of martial artists in the world would be staggering. At present, it seemed the most plausible explanation. Lin Fan revealed a satisfied smile. Well done. Our opponents tonight include 10 martial artists, among whom the primary target is a 5th-rank master. The rest are likely around the 7th or 8th rank. With these additional martial artists on our side, our chances of victory increase. A 5th-rank martial artist? Wangfu exclaimed in astonishment. My lord, will we have 100 households assisting tonight? Ha! Considering Ling Huan has been dining with Gao Chong, do you truly believe you will lend us a hand? Lin Fan retorted coldly. Wangfu, confused, inquired, my lord, how do we contend with that 5th-rank master? Lin Fan replied calmly, you need only to hold off the others. I shall deal with the 5th-rank martial artist myself. My lord, have you broken through again? Wangfu's eyes widened in shock. Just a minor breakthrough, Lin Fan said composedly. Soon, you 3 will accompany me upstairs. I shall assist you in your breakthroughs, thus enhancing our chances for tonight. Wangfu and the other 2 were astounded. After all, he and Su Kuang had only recently reached the 8th rank. How could a breakthrough be as simple as a meal in the mouth of their lord? After dining, the 5 members of the Jingwei each retreated to their rooms to rest. They were utterly exhausted after traveling since the early hours, and needed to recuperate before the evening's operation. Wangfu and the Su father and son proceeded to Lin Fan's chamber together. Lin Fan produced 3 slightly reddish pills, resembling small dumplings about the size of soybeans, yet infused with a fruity aroma. 1 for each of you. Consume it, Lin Fan instructed, distributing a pill to each of the 3. Without hesitation, they swallowed the pills. The moment the pills settled in their stomachs, they felt an intense fire igniting within their abdomens. The trio immediately began to circulate their energy to digest the medicinal effects, while Su Kuang and Wangfu managed well. Su Bao, being merely at the peak of the 9th rank, found the potency of the pill overwhelming. His face flushed as if he might burst. My lord, I cannot endure this. Su Bao cried out, seeking Lin Fan's aid. Lin Fan frowned, regretting not reducing the fruit content in Su Bao's pill. He moved behind Su Bao, channeling his internal energy to guide the medicinal force within him. Gradually, Su Bao's complexion improved, and he successfully broke through to the 8th rank. My lord, I have reached the 8th rank. Su Bao exclaimed joyfully, a realm he had never dared to dream of before. Return to your room and stabilize your new rank. Lin Fan ordered Su Bao to leave. Having digested their pills, Su Kuang and Wangfu's strength had significantly increased, though they still had some distance to cover before breaking through. Continue to advance, Lin Fan said, handing each of them another pill. The 2 were astonished. These pills could rival an 80-year-old ginseng, capable of saving years of arduous training. If sold, one could fetch 1,000 taels of silver. Yet their lord had so many to offer. Quickly eat and continue your breakthroughs, Lin Fan urged. They promptly accepted the pills and consumed them. The potent energy surged within them, pushing them towards their next rank. After each had taken 3 pills, they finally stepped into the 7th rank. Seeing this, Lin Fan sighed in relief. Fortune favored them, as the fruit was just sufficient. Thank you, my lord, for the medicinal pills. Su Kuang rose and bowed respectfully. Me too. Wangfu chimed in eagerly. Enough. Return to your rooms to stabilize your rank and acclimatize to your newfound strength. Lin Fan dismissed them. Time passed swiftly, and the sun soon set. The city gates were closed, with guards leaning against the walls, dozing. A sudden rush of footsteps startled them awake. Who goes there? The guards yelled, raising their long spears towards the darkness. Jingwei, on official business, opened the city gates. Lin Fan revealed his copper plate of the 100 households. Quickly, open the gates, the squad leader shouted. The guards hastily opened the gates. Led by Lin Fan, over 50 Jingwei donned in black cloaks surged out of the gates. Merging into the darkness, the squad leader was taken aback by the late-night activity, sensing a significant case at hand, but he chose to remain uninvolved. The gates closed once more, and the guards resumed their slumber, none noticing the shadowy figure in black who scaled the walls and slipped out after them. East of the city, in Jiangjia village, all was silent under the dark moonlit sky. A group of Jingwei cloaked in black had gathered beneath the courtyard wall. Once inside, for small flags and 9 martial artists will form a perimeter for me. The others need only to create a distraction. Do not engage directly. Understood? Lin Fan instructed in a hushed tone. We understand. They replied softly. With a powerful leap, Lin Fan ascended onto the courtyard wall. Inside lay a training ground, deserted under the cover of night. Follow me. Lin Fan beckoned, then leaped down from the wall. The figures flowed in one after another, the tall courtyard wall posing no obstacle for those trained in martial arts. They stealthily approached the main house. Inside, Jiang Duan lay in bed, tossing and turning. Unable to sleep, a sense of unease gnawed at him, as if something momentous were about to occur. Am I too anxious for a breakthrough? He pondered, furrowing his brow while sitting on the edge of his bed. Suddenly, a cacophony of barking erupted throughout the village. Startled, he quickly drew the treasured sword hanging beside his bed and strode out of his room. In the courtyard, Lin Fan cursed under his breath at the sudden uproar. Someone is meddling. We have been exposed. Attack. He unsheathed his sword and dashed towards the main house at lightning speed. With a crash, the door splintered apart, and Jiang Duan charged out with his sword drawn. The clash of blades echoed as both men were forced back a few steps. Jiang Duan's heart raced at the sight of over 50 Jingwei before him. What do you want? He bellowed, raising his sword. I am the village chief, even as Jingwei. You have no authority to invade my home. Jiang Duan, your time has come, Lin Fan sneered. Jiang Duan's heart sank, and he quickly retorted, what are you talking about? I did not understand. Lin Fan scoffed 3 years ago at the Fengping princess's residence. I am merely a village chief. What does the princess's residence have to do with me? Jiang Duan protested vehemently, though Lin Fan noticed a fleeting panic cross his face. Whether it is related or not, you shall discover once you enter the imperial prison. You have no evidence. You cannot take me. Jiang Duan argued. Lin Fan grinned. We act first and report later. Imperial authority grants us the right. Do you think we Jingwei require evidence to apprehend someone? Jiang Duan, surrender. Chapter 52, the consequences you cannot bear if you wish to take me. You must ascertain whether you possess the capability. With a decisive step, Jiang Duan brandished his blade, striking fiercely towards Lin Fan. A 5th-tier master, his hidden strength surged like a rope, and the sound of the slicing wind was unmistakable. In the face of such a formidable attack, Lin Fan chose not to defend, but rather to counterattack. The embroidered spring knife emerged, cleaving through the air like a silken ribbon of autumn water. Clang! The 2 blades collided, sending sparks flying that illuminated the night. Jiang Duan was taken aback. Lin Fan clearly emanated the aura of a 6th-tier warrior, and to engage him directly was proving to be no small challenge. The tremendous force transmitted through the blade momentarily overwhelmed him. It was not merely hidden strength, but true power. The impact reverberated through his hands, causing a stinging pain as if they might crack. Lin Fan, too, was astonished. Indeed, the prowess of fifth-tier hidden strength was formidable. As the energy coursed through him, he felt his muscles ache and his bones tingle. Yet, thanks to his robust physique and strength that surpassed that of his peers, this discomfort remained within his tolerable limits. The clanging of blades continued, and the sparks from their skirmish resembled meteors or fleeting fireworks. "Stand firm, brothers. Assist the Lord," Wangfu bellowed. Following his lead, Su Kuang and Lin Guzi charged forward, blades in hand. Though all three were at the 7th tier, confronting Jiang Duan head-on would surely lead to their demise. But they could still create distractions. Jiang Duan was already struggling against Lin Fan. Each clash felt as though he were being struck by a rampaging bull. The addition of 3 7th-tier warriors only intensified his plight, and danger loomed ever closer. "Brother, we come to aid you." 9 men, armed and ready, rushed towards the fray. They were clad only in trousers, evidently having hastily arrived without their garments. The leader was a 6th-tier master, while the others ranged between the 7th and 8th tiers. "You all, intercept those 9. Jiang Duan is enough for me to handle," Lin Fan commanded, having created some distance after a brief engagement. "Yes, my lord." The 3 promptly withdrew from the battle, rallying the Jingwu Wei to confront the advancing 9 men. Though these 9 were formidable, the sheer numbers of the Jingwu Wei created a stalemate. "Jiang Duan, cease your futile resistance. Surrender now, and you may lessen your punishment," Lin Fan urged as he swung his blade. Jiang Duan's face contorted with rage. "Impossible. I'm a dignified 5th-tier warrior. You cannot subdue me. Is that so?" Lin Fan scoffed, his blood surging with renewed vigor. His aura intensified, and all his strength coalesced into the embroidered spring knife. With a sudden, powerful strike, he unleashed a near-perfect, wind-cleaving technique. Jiang Duan's eyes widened in horror. He hastily raised his weapon to defend, his red jade blade, technique commendable. Yet Lin Fan's force was overwhelmingly fierce. He barely managed to block the first strike, but the second followed swiftly. The power of the second blow escalated further, causing Jiang Duan's hair to stand on end as he scrambled to defend himself. Clang! His treasured blade shattered, leaving him weaponless. The third strike descended upon him, more ferocious than the previous 2. Jiang Duan's complexion turned pale. He attempted to evade, but it was futile. At that moment, a figure in black leaped from the rooftop, swooping down upon Lin Fan like an eagle. With a powerful palm strike, the gathered energy felt as if it could split mountains and shatter stones. Lin Fan quickly raised his left hand to intercept. Bang! The man's garments exploded as he was sent flying from the sheer force. Simultaneously, Lin Fan's right hand swung the knife, pinning Jiang Duan to the ground. "Jiang Duan is apprehended. You all should surrender," Lin Fan commanded fiercely. The 9 men, witnessing the event, had no choice but to drop their weapons and allow the Jingwu Wei to bind them in chains. The black-clad figure did not linger. Turning to depart, Lin Fan's gaze remained cold as he watched. A 5th-tier warrior, possessing extraordinary palm techniques, the target was unmistakable, given the limited number of 5th-tier masters in Fengzhou. "My lord, are you unharmed?" Lin Guzi rushed over, concern etched on his face. Lin Fan shook his head. "I am fine." Yet beneath his cloak his hands trembled. After all, he had just faced a 5th-tier master skilled in palm techniques. Though he seemed to have gained the upper hand, it was a hasty response. The searing pain beneath his muscles served as a reminder that his arm bones had been jarred. "Shall we take them to the prison now?" Lin Guzi inquired. Lin Fan shook his head. "No need. We shall interrogate them here." Jiang Duan and the 6th-tier warrior were secured with special restraints to inhibit their hidden strength, while the others were bound tightly with chains. "Confess," Lin Fan instructed, taking a seat with a calm demeanor. "I have nothing to confess. I am not responsible for the case at the Duke and Appo's residence," Jiang Duan replied, his tone resolute, clearly intent on maintaining his silence. "You must understand the reputation of the Jingwu Wei. Consider your blind mother. I have no time to waste with you. If you do not confess within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the consequences will be yours to bear," Lin Fan stated indifferently. It was evident that Jiang Duan was behind the incident, and even if he were not directly responsible, he could not escape culpability. Lin Fan had no illusions about being a virtuous man. Since joining the Jingwu Wei, he had no intention of adhering to any moral code. You are shameless. Do not involve my mother. She is innocent. If you dare harm her, I will make you pay. Jiang Duan transformed into a fierce beast at the mention of his mother, struggling violently against his restraints, desperate to lash out at Lin Fan. Calm yourself. Two strong men yanked the chains, pulling him back. Blood dripped onto the ground, creating a rhythmic sound. Jiang Duan gasped for breath, his crimson eyes locked onto Lin Fan. Killing royalty is a crime punishable by annihilation. Do you think I would confess? If I do, my mother has no chance of survival. Confess clearly, and I will spare your mother, Lin Fan replied, his voice steady. Why should I trust you? Jiang Duan countered, his tone low. You have no choice. The Jingwu Wei handles investigations. Accidental killings are common. I may face repercussions and demotion, while you face the destruction of your family, Lin Fan retorted. Jiang Duan fell silent, his gaze drifting to Lin Fan's embroidered spring knife. It was no ordinary weapon. The jewels and golden threads signified it was a bestowed item. Fine, I confess. Those three words seemed to drain Jiang Duan of his strength. His voice was hoarse. I killed 62 people at the Fengping Duke's residence. And your motive? Lin Fan inquired. Jiang Duan shook his head. There was no motive. Speak the truth, Lin Fan pressed, his brow furrowing in impatience. Without a motive, this confession cannot hold, and the case will be difficult to resolve. Jiang Duan looked up at him. You would do well not to pry further, even with your bestowed embroidered spring knife. Some consequences are beyond your capacity to bear. Chapter 53. The Green Robe Pavilion. Lin Fan repeated once more, purpose. Indeed, it is difficult to persuade a stubborn ghost. Jiang Duan spoke in a deep voice. I hope you can take care of my mother before I die. Otherwise, I will not spare you after my death. Very well. I promise you, Lin Fan replied with decisive clarity. Do you know about the Green Robe Pavilion? Jiang Duan raised his head to look at Lin Fan, his expression laden with meaning. I am a member of the Green Robe Pavilion. The reason I destroyed the residence of Princess Fengping is that I received orders from the pavilion. Upon hearing the name Green Robe Pavilion, Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. It was the largest underworld force in the Dajing dynasty, rumored to be overseen by a Grand Master. Numerous formidable masters were affiliated with the pavilion, with members scattered across the nation. Even the Dajing government adopted a hands-off approach towards the Green Robe Pavilion, neither suppressing nor supporting it, maintaining a neutral stance. Lin Fan quickly regained his composure. Why did the Green Robe Pavilion target the residence of Princess Fengping? Jiang Duan grinned. This could be attributed to the Marquis, Zhao Mingjue. What does the Marquis have to do with it? Zhao Mingjue is amiable and has not provoked anyone he shouldn't have, Lin Fan replied, puzzled. Jiang Duan sneered. Because he obtained something he shouldn't have. Before Lin Fan could inquire further, he continued, aside from studying, Zhao Mingjue has a hobby of collecting jade. 3 years ago, he purchased a piece of white jade at the market, which is precisely what the Green Robe Pavilion is seeking. So, the Green Robe Pavilion sent you to annihilate the Marquis's residence to seize that piece of jade? Lin Fan asked. Indeed, Jiang Duan sighed. Unfortunately, despite torturing Zhao Mingjue, I still could not obtain that jade. Had I completed this task successfully, I would have gained recognition and advanced to the 3rd rank, and I would not have fallen into your hands. Lin Fan's eyes glimmered with intrigue. The Green Robe Pavilion had gone to great lengths, even destroying a Marquis's residence, solely to search for a piece of jade. What extraordinary powers could that jade possess? I have conveyed the information to you. Now, bring forth the confession document. I shall sign it, Jiang Duan said decisively. He promptly signed his name and pressed his palm onto the document. He then looked up at Lin Fan. I implore you to ensure my mother is well cared for, allowing her to live a good life. Rest assured, Lin Fan replied. Just as his words left his lips, Jiang Duan suddenly coughed up black blood, his head tilting as he took his last breath. Wangfu hastily pried open Jiang Duan's mouth, inspecting it before gravely stating, My lord, he has cavities in his teeth, concealing a specially crafted poison from the Green Rope Pavilion. No matter, Lin Fan replied. We have obtained the confession document. Our mission is complete. Lin Fan and Appo's SK swept across the remaining 9 individuals. All of them had participated in the case involving Princess Fengping. They should be taken back as well. Guzi, you and I will head to the backyard. The backyard was the residence of the women in the household, where Jiang Duan's mother resided. My lord, do you truly intend to assist Jiang Duan's mother? Guzi inquired. Lin Fan replied calmly. I have made a promise to him. How could I go back on my word? However, as he pushed open the door, he was taken aback. An elderly woman hung from the beam, directly facing the door. Guzi promptly lowered the elderly woman. My lord, she has already passed away. Alas, grant her a proper burial, Lin Fan sighed. It was evident that the elderly woman had long known of her son and Appo's actions. Upon hearing the commotion outside today, she realized her son's predicament and chose to take her own life, departing this world alongside him. Jiang Duan's family was quite affluent, likely having aided the Green Robe Pavilion significantly. The accumulated wealth of gold and silver amounted to over 60,000 taels, classifying them as immensely rich. Additionally, they discovered a second-tier martial arts manual, stone skin technique, presumably a reward from the Green Robe Pavilion. Lin Fan instructed, you all may take the manual to cultivate. Distribute 30% of the silver among everyone, and the rest shall be confiscated. Thank you, my lord. Su Kuang and the others rejoiced. They had previously practiced only third-tier techniques, and now, with access to a second-tier manual, their progress would accelerate and their strength would increase. A second-tier manual would fetch no less than several thousand taels in the black market. A total of 50 individuals had come, and the confiscation was executed swiftly and efficiently. The group carried the plunder back to Fengzhou City overnight. Wangfu remained behind to guard the spoils, while the others returned to the inn to rest. My lord, could that man in black also be affiliated with the Green Robe Pavilion? On the way back to the inn, Su Kuang recalled the figure in black who had retreated after a brief confrontation with Lin Fan. He is not from the Green Robe Pavilion. Lin Fan shook his head. Su Kuang, puzzled, asked, then who is he? The Jingwu Wei. Lin Fan's gaze turned icy. Had it not been for his breakthrough in training yesterday, that strike would surely have cost him his life. It was not in his nature to leave a grudge unavenged. He merely awaited the opportune moment. Upon returning to his room, Lin Fan immediately entered the Copper Mirror world. After elevating his rank to the 6th tier, he found it less strenuous to rise, though he still could not stand. As he entered the Copper Mirror world, he scanned his surroundings with vigilance, confirming there was no danger. He turned his attention to the fruits. He crawled over swiftly and plucked a fruit. The sharp pain from the fractured bone in his left arm caused him to frown. After harvesting all 4 fruits from the plant, he hastily pulled some grass and quickly retreated. He opened his mouth and consumed one of the fruits. The potent medicinal energy spread through his body. However, after reaching the 6th tier, the fruit's effects had diminished. Nevertheless, he felt his fractured bones gradually healing. Soon, he had consumed all 4 fruits. The dark energy within him thickened from a hair's width to that of a needle. Yet it still fell short of the thickness of a hemp rope. His broken bone had completely healed, and he moved with agility, the bones now even tougher than before. As for the 10 or so blades of grass in his hand, he intended to dry and crush them to enhance the meals of the strongmen beneath him, thus also benefiting Su Kuang and the others in their cultivation. With ample time remaining, he lay down on the bed and took a brief nap. Upon waking, he felt refreshed. Lin Fan immediately called for Guzi. Guzi, go find me a doctor who specializes in setting bones. Young master, is your bone broken? Guzi exclaimed, startled, and rushed to check. My bones are fine. Just do as I say. Lin Fan waved his hand. Hearing that his young master was unharmed, Guzi promptly set off to find a doctor. Before long, Lin Fan's left arm was fitted with a bamboo splint, and a rope was fashioned around his neck to support his arm against his chest. My lord, are you injured? Su Kuang inquired with concern upon seeing the splint. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing serious, just a minor injury. Let's head to the Baihu office. The group set off in a grand procession towards the Baihu office. Inside, upon seeing Lin Fan's arm in a sling, Ling Huan's expression relaxed slightly. Lin Fan, you have accomplished a remarkable feat by solving a case that had remained unsolved for 3 years. This is a significant achievement. Lin Fan sighed. Ling Darren, you must advocate for my merit. Last night, a figure in black emerged, and during our confrontation, my left arm was injured. The doctor stated it would take at least 2 months to heal. Chapter 54. Force transfer. Ling Huan's gaze shifted slightly as he smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, I shall certainly commend you. Lin Fan replied, My lord, since this case is concluded, I shall return to Pinyin County to guard it and recuperate. That is indeed appropriate. Ling Huan paused briefly before continuing. Once the rewards are bestowed, I will ensure they are sent to Pinyin County. Then I shall take my leave, Lin Fan said decisively, departing the 100 Households office with a flourish. My lord, are we truly allowing him to go unpunished? After Lin Fan and his entourage left, Yin Jian approached. Ling Huan scoffed coldly. How could we let that happen? Last night, I clashed with him, and he managed to withstand a blow at the 6th rank. If he were to break through to the 5th rank, I fear my position here would be in jeopardy. Should we take care of him on the road then? Yin Jian suggested, making a slashing motion across his throat. There is no need for such drastic measures. Yesterday, the prefect consulted me regarding a matter. The notorious bloodthirsty Wei Wudao has arrived in our territory of Fengzhou. He wishes to requisition our elite from the 100 Households office for an assault on Wei Wudao, specifically requesting Lin Fan's presence. Do you grasp the implications? Ling Huan chuckled. Yin Jian suddenly realized, is it because Lin Fan embarrassed the heir of the Wang family during the Ouyang meeting? Ling Huan smirked ominously. Lin Fan was the former heir of the Wang family. The current heir, Lin Xiaolong, will not allow him to continue his ascent, and the Wang Fei, Qin Huinyang, from the loyal Dingho family, will not permit Lin Fan's existence either. It is not merely us seeking his demise. A multitude wishes to crush him. Then we shall ride the tide, sending Lin Fan to confront Wei Wudao. He is already injured. Even if he miraculously survives, it would benefit you. Yin Jian interjected. Break through to the 6th rank soon, for when Lin Fan meets his end, his position in the 100 Households should rightly fall to you. Thank you for your guidance, my lord. Yin Jian quickly bowed in respect. Once they exited the city and traveled over 100 miles, they planned to summon Lin Fan back. Oh, and bring along his subordinates, Wangfu and Su Kuang, 2 7th-rank warriors. Let's see if they can be of service to us, Ling Huan instructed. In the early afternoon, Lin Fan reclined in the carriage, resting. Since he had to feign a severed arm, it would be imprudent to ride back, so he had Lin Guzi procure a carriage. Su Kuang, how far are we from Pinyin County? Su Kuang hurriedly replied, My lord, we are still 50 miles away. 50 miles? Could it be that Ling Huan has no ulterior motives? Lin Fan felt a twinge of disappointment, believing Ling Huan might seize the opportunity of his injury to act. And Lin Xiaolong, was that brat truly one to swallow his pride after being publicly humiliated? It seemed rather illogical. Just then, a flurry of hoofbeats echoed from behind the caravan. Lord Lin, please wait. Yin Jian's voice rang out. Lin Fan lifted the curtain and stepped down from the carriage. Yin Xiaoqi, you traversed such a distance. Does my lord have further instructions? Yin Jian replied, Lord Lin, the bloodthirsty Wei Wudao has appeared in Fengzhou. The prefect has requisitioned 6th rank and above experts from the 100 Households office to eliminate Wei Wudao. This. Lin Fan hesitated. Yin Xiaoqi, you see I have lost my left arm. My strength has greatly diminished. Yin Jian clasped his fists. My lord, I deeply regret this, but it is the prefect's command, and the Qianhu has already agreed to the requisition. Could there be any leeway? Lin Fan shook his arm, still encased in a bamboo splint. I apologize, but the Qianhu's orders cannot be ignored. Yin Jian's expression remained impassive, though inwardly, he reveled at Lin Fan's predicament. Yin Jian, my lord has sacrificed an arm for the case. Wei Wudao is a 4th-rank expert. Are you not sending him to his death? Wang Hu, unable to contain himself, shouted at Yin Jian. Yin Jian maintained his professional demeanor, replying, My brother, I regret to inform you, but it is the command of the Qianhu. I am powerless. Such insolence. Wang Hu rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront Yin Jian, while the other Tji glared in fury, seemingly poised to act. They had just received their pay, each gaining 20 taels. If not for following Lord Lin, how could they earn such a sum? Each one was determined to impress Lin Fan. Though Yin Jian was a 7th-rank warrior, he was alone. Witnessing the scene, even he felt a pang of anxiety. He quickly shouted, "What do you intend to do?" "I am here at the behest of the 100 households to invite Lord Lin to take action. To harm me would be to defy a superior's command. My lord is a hero. He has sacrificed for the 100 households." The crowd echoed their outrage. "Everyone, cease at once," Lin Fan commanded, halting Wangfu and the others. "My lord, they are being excessively oppressive." Wangfu and the others looked to Lin Fan for support. Lin Fan sighed, "We are Jingwei, not bandits. Since the superior has given an order, we must comply. Return for now. I will return to Ping'an County after the mission concludes." "My lord, you cannot go," Wangfu implored earnestly. "Return for now. I have just achieved merit for the 100 households. The 100 households and Oppos. Lord would not dare harm me," Lin Fan rebuked. Seeing no other option, they subdued their frustrations. "Lord Lin, now that you have lost an arm, it would not be convenient for you to go alone to the 100 households office. Perhaps Wangfu and Su Kuang could accompany you for support," Yin Jian suggested with a smile. Lin Fan pondered, "Very well, let them accompany me." "My lord, what about me?" Lin Guzi interjected anxiously, unwilling to let Su Kuang and Wangfu overshadow his role. "In Xiaoxi, I have matters to discuss. Please excuse us," Lin Fan stated. Yin Jian stepped aside, indifferent to Lin Fan's arrangements. In his eyes, Lin Fan was already a dead man. No matter his struggles, he would not escape death. "Guzi, take this bottle of seasoning. Remember to give it to Su Wanner for cooking upon our return." Lin Fan handed him a porcelain bottle. Then he produced a small box. "This box contains medicinal pills for cultivation. You may distribute them to those who have rendered service, but during my absence, do not let any mistakes occur. Do you understand?" "Young master, Guzi, Ping'an County is our stronghold. Only you can manage it to my satisfaction. Do you comprehend?" Lin Fan gazed sternly at him. "Young master, I understand. I will not disappoint your expectations." Lin Guzi nodded vigorously, stowing away the box and bottle. "All right, Su Kuang and Wangfu, come with me to Fengzhou. The rest of you may return." Lin Fan waved his hand. "All of you follow me," Lin Guzi commanded, leading the group onward. Once turned away, he touched the wooden box and porcelain bottle in his possession. "Rest assured, young master, I shall manage Ping'an County well for you." Chapter 55. The son of the county princess. As dusk fell, Lin Fan returned to Fengzhou City, once again lodging at the same inn, where Su Kuang and Wangfu occupied the adjacent room. Under the cover of night, Lin Fan delved once more into the world of the Copper Mirror, successfully harvesting 5 ripe fruits. The wolf seemed to have wandered far, and both encounters had transpired smoothly without a trace of the beast. After more than 2 hours, he had completely digested the 5 fruits. The hidden energy coursing through his meridians had grown significantly stronger, and it was merely a matter of time before he would step into the 5th-tier realm. In the morning, as Lin Fan rose from his slumber, he was greeted by an unexpected visitor. "Cheng Feng, what brings you here?" Lin Fan inquired, his brow furrowed at the sight of the young man before him. Cheng Feng replied, "Sir, may we speak in private?" Lin Fan hesitated, but eventually acquiesced. "Very well." Upon entering the room, Cheng Feng suddenly knelt, bowing 3 times before Lin Fan. "Your Excellency, for avenging my Zhao family, Zhao Feng is at a loss for how to repay you. I offer this jade as a token of gratitude." After completing his bows, Cheng Feng presented a jade pendant that hung around his neck. "Zhao Feng, you are the son of County Prince Zhao Mingjue?" Lin Fan expressed surprise. "Didn't Ti Jiangduan and his men kill you?" Cheng Feng recounted. "Zhao's retainer, Cheng Lai, is skilled in disguise. That night, his son happened to visit, and Cheng Lai switched our appearances. I managed to escape through the dog hole in the backyard, saving my own life." Cheng Feng's teeth clenched at the memory of that bloody night. "For years, I have lurked within the Jingwei, tirelessly seeking vengeance. I became a sentinel in the archives, and had it not been for your intervention in eliminating Jiang Duan, I might never have even discovered the identity of my enemies." Lin Fan realized, no wonder you exhibited peculiar behavior when accessing the records, and why you seemed so familiar with the county princess's residence. It turns out you are the county prince's son. Sir, this jade is the cause of my family's demise. It serves no purpose in my possession. So I present it to you, Chang Feng stated. Lin Fan accepted the jade, intrigued to discern its peculiar properties. He stowed it away and asked Zhao Feng, "What are your plans moving forward?" The Qingyi Tower still stands. Zhao Feng cannot survive in this world. Henceforth, I must live as Chang Feng. He replied with a bitter smile. Lin Fan contemplated, how about this? Let me see if I can assume Ling Huan's position. If I can replace him as the hunter householder, would you be willing to work for me? Excellent. From this day forth, Cheng Feng's life belongs to his benefactor. Cheng Feng shall act at your command. Cheng Feng declared, clasping his fists in respect. Lin Fan instructed, you should return now. Lingering too long may attract unwanted attention. Understood. Cheng Feng rose and departed the inn. After bidding farewell to Cheng Feng, Lin Fan examined the jade pendant. The jade glimmered with a pearly sheen, and upon closer inspection, it appeared as though a spring of clear water flowed within, a soft glow emanating from its depths. Holding the jade, Lin Fan sensed an aura reminiscent of that in the copper mirror world, though the jade's energy was markedly different. He drew his embroidered spring knife and traced it over the jade. The blade, sharp as it was, left not a single mark. What hard stone! What purpose does Qingyi Tower find in this? After much deliberation, he could not discern the jade's function, ultimately deciding to keep it close. Suquang, Guanggu, you two should explore Fengzhou City over the next few days to familiarize yourselves with the surroundings. I will make a visit to the 100 householders' office. Sir, do you require our company? Wangfu inquired. Lin Fan waved his hand. No need. I can manage alone. He donned the silver-white flying fish attire and fastened the imperial embroidered spring knife at his waist, making his way to the 100 householders' office. Upon arrival, he encountered another 100 householder of Fengzhou, Chu Feiying. Chu Feiying, with a long, angular face and piercing eyes reminiscent of an eagle's, was engaged in discussions with Ling Huan regarding the elimination of the notorious Wei Wudao. Wei Wudao, being a fourth-tier expert, posed a significant challenge, and the strongest present were Chu Feiying and Ling Huan, both of whom were fifth-tier warriors. Lin Shi 100 householder, your arrival is timely. We are deliberating on how to surround and eliminate Wei Wudao. If you have any suggestions, feel free to share, Ling Huan proposed with a smile. Lin Fan quickly responded, please, continue your discussion. I shall defer to your arrangements. Reliable sources indicate that Wei Wudao is currently hiding in the chaotic peaks north of Fengzhou City. The terrain there is complex, making it challenging to pinpoint his location, Ling Huan stated seriously. Chu Feiying interjected, that is easily remedied. The slender-waisted hound I borrowed from the Qianhu office has yet to be returned. If we obtain something bearing Wei Wudao's scent, the hound will surely lead us to him. Chu Hunter householder has borrowed the slender-waisted hound? Ling Huan's expression brightened. This simplifies matters considerably. We need only follow the hound to locate him and then enact our plan. Lin Fan could hardly stifle a laugh at the absurdity of it all. Ling Huan seemed to be leading a futile charge, relying solely on the hound to pinpoint the location before confronting a fourth-tier warrior. What do you all think? Ling Huan surveyed the room. Your plan is ingenious. I believe it is feasible, Lin Fan affirmed. Chu Feiying merely nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further. Then it is settled, with Lin Shi 100 householder included. We have 3 sixth-tier warriors in our ranks, along with 2 fifth-tier warriors, myself, and Chu Hunter householder. Additionally, we have the 5th-tier expert Wang Tung under the command of the governor. We should be more than capable of taking down Wei Wudao, Ling Huan declared, filled with confidence. When shall we act? Chu Feiying inquired. Ling Huan pondered for a moment and said, there and oppose. Es no time like the present. Let us proceed tonight. In the governor's office, Lin Xiaolong had grown increasingly impatient. The governor, it has been 2 days. Are you capable of handling this? Li Shun, the governor, took a sip of tea with a calm demeanor. Rest assured, young master, the arrangements have been made. Results will surely manifest within 3 days. You said the same 2 days ago and yesterday as well. Lin Xiaolong's patience had worn thin, and he retorted coldly, if you cannot achieve anything, I will have to call upon my uncle. My lord, Lin Fan is not only your enemy, but also mine. He has eradicated the bandits at Lanyushan. causing me significant losses, and he killed Lu Guangdou, severing my intelligence network in Ping'an County. Even if you said nothing, I would not spare him, Li Shun replied, a glimmer of cold light in his eyes. After all, he was a member of the Jingwei, the emperor's personal army. If he were to die without cause, it would surely provoke the wrath of the Jingwei. Thus, it would be best for him to die in the line of duty. You scholars are so indecisive, dragging your feet without a hint of decisiveness. Lin Xiaolong expressed his annoyance, clearly disregarding Li Shun's words. My lord, news has arrived from Ling Hunter householder. The task you assigned will be accomplished tonight. A servant rushed in with the news. Upon hearing this, a smile crept onto Li Shun's face. Young master, we can prepare for a celebration feast. Chapter 56. The bloodbath of Jingwei. As night fell, a gathering took place at the Hunter house with Ling Huan at the helm. Ling Huan, along with Chu Feiying and two sixth-grade Jingwu Wei, had already assembled. The two sixth-grade Jingwu Wei were both subordinates of Chu Feiying. One was named Wu Zhuang, adept with a ring-headed blade, and the other was Tian Yuan, proficient with a waist knife. Lin Fan, with his left arm still suspended in a bamboo splint, appeared somewhat frail among the muscular men. Commander Ling, when shall we depart? Wu Zhuang's voice boomed as he glanced at Ling Huan. Brother Wu, do not rush. The garrison commander Luo Fong has yet to arrive. Let's wait a while longer, Ling Huan replied. Wu Zhuang fell silent at his words. The group sat in silence, waiting for more than half an hour before Luo Fong sauntered into the Hunter house. Everyone is here, I see. Luo Fong surveyed the room, his gaze landing on Lin Fan. He raised an eyebrow and chuckled. What is this? A cripple joining our ranks? Is that appropriate? Lin Fan furrowed his brow, mentally marking this man as one who must be eliminated. Luo, this is Lin, the Hunter house inspector. He was injured in the case of the princess of Fengping, losing an arm, yet his capabilities are undeniably formidable. That Jiang Duan was a fifth-grade warrior and still fell to Lin, Ling Huan quickly clarified. Luo Fong appeared somewhat taken aback. One cannot judge a book by its cover. To reverse defeat from a fifth-grade warrior as a sixth grade is indeed promising. Though Lin has lost an arm, his strength remains intact, and he can certainly be a valuable ally, Ling Huan added with a smile. Then I shall wait and see, Luo Fong replied nonchalantly. Lin Fan observed the exchange between the two, choosing to remain silent, as in his mind, both had already been condemned to death. There is no need to argue with the deceased. After all, Commander Ling, it's getting late. Let us set forth, Chu Feiying urged impatiently. Then let us depart. Ling Huan agreed, turning to Lin Fan. Lin, you can still ride, yes? Rest assured, my right hand is my dominant one. Riding should pose no issue, Lin Fan responded. With that, they proceeded to the stable at the rear. The Hunter house was equipped with its own stable, typically housing 10 swift steeds, a luxury not afforded by the general's office. The group donned their blue uniforms and black cloaks before exiting the official residence. Once outside the city gates, they made their way directly to the chaotic peak mountain. Lin Fan caught a glimpse of Chu Feiying, who was carrying a bamboo basket, presumably containing the fine-waisted hound. Chaotic Peak Mountain lay 80 miles north of Fengzhou City. Half an hour later, they arrived at the mountain's perimeter. We must proceed on foot from here. Everyone, exercise caution. Ling Huan dismounted and tethered his steed to a nearby tree. Chu Feiying and the others followed suit. The rugged terrain made it difficult to ride, and they needed to avoid alerting Wei Wudao. As Chu Feiying set the basket down, a sleek black fine-waisted hound emerged, specially trained to track down fugitives, possessing remarkable speed and an acute sense of smell. Bring out the item, Chu Feiying instructed Tian Yuan. Tian Yuan promptly produced a foul-smelling cloth shoe, previously worn by Wei Wudao, now tainted with his scent. The fine-waisted hound sniffed at the shoe and recoiled in disgust, as the stench was unbearable, like rotten eggs left for weeks. Black Panther, have you memorized this scent? Chu Feiying patted the hound's head. The hound nodded and began to scurry off in search of its quarry, prompting the others to follow closely behind. The hound moved swiftly through the mountainous terrain, nearly impossible to keep up with unless one was a martial artist. As they navigated through increasing rocky obstacles and steep drops, visibility was hampered by the towering boulders. After scanning the surroundings, Luo Fong remarked, Wei Wudao certainly knows how to choose a hiding spot. Unless we flatten this rocky forest, capturing him will be a formidable challenge. Even with an army, Lin Fan gazed up at the sky, estimating it was around the third watch of the night. He approached Ling Huan and said, Sir Ling, I need to find a spot for a quick relief. I shall return shortly. Ling Huan shot him a glance. Hurry back. Thank you, sir. Lin Fan replied before swiftly disappearing into the rocky thicket. Finding a secure location and confirming no one was following, he immediately entered the realm of the Copper Mirror. Once inside, he chose to assist in cultivating the wind-breaking three blades technique. His future self manifested in the ethereal space, drawing forth the Xiuquan knife to execute the wind-breaking three blades. The technique transcended the ordinary realm of completion, with each slash seemingly altering the very fabric of day and night. After a brief moment, Lin Fan opened his eyes, the fierce blade intent flickering from his gaze. The wind-breaking three blades has reached completion. Though regarded as a third-rate technique, it would take an ordinary individual decades to cultivate it to such a pinnacle. Few would invest that much time in a martial skill, preferring instead to elevate their overall prowess. Just as Ling Huan and Luo Fong, nearing their 40s, had already attained 5th-grade martial arts, but lacked the time to perfect any one technique. Lin, have you fallen into a pit? How long does it take? Ling Huan's voice echoed. Lin Fan hurriedly answered. My stomach ached, and I took a moment. I'm coming. He rushed back to rejoin the group. Sir Ling, has the fine-waisted hound picked up Wei Wudao's scent? Lin Fan inquired. Ling Huan smiled. Just located it. I came to fetch you. Wei Wudao is fierce and a 4th-grade warrior. Having an extra hand only strengthens our resolve. Commander Ling, we should hasten to follow the Black Panther, Chu Feiying urged. The group immediately followed the fine-waisted hound deeper into the mountain. Soon, they stumbled upon a recently extinguished campfire, still glowing with embers. Nearby, animal grease indicated that Wei Wudao had cooked something there. We're close. Let us tread lightly, Chu Feiying advised. Without needing to be told, the group proceeded cautiously, an inexplicable chill settling over them. Every individual heightened their vigilance, hands resting upon their weapons. Die for me. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from above. Everyone looked up in alarm as a massive figure, resembling a ferocious tiger, descended. The dual-pronged fork struck with the speed of a meteor. It's Wei Wudao, Ling Huan shouted. The dual-pronged fork lunged straight for the outermost Wu Zhuang. Wu Zhuang swiftly swung his ring-headed knife in defense. Clang! Sparks flew as weapons clashed, the sound piercing. The dual-pronged fork lodged against Wu Zhuang and Appo's S-blade and forcefully pressed down. The explosive strength and hidden energy of a 4th-grade warrior bore down on Wu Zhuang like a mountain. With a splatter, Wu Zhuang coughed blood, suffering internal injuries from the impact. In the next instant, the dual-pronged fork flicked Wu Zhuang's knife away, and with a swift motion, pierced his neck. Blood gushed forth as Wu Zhuang fell, slain by Wei Wudao. Chapter 57. The Death of Wei Wudao, Wu Zhuang. Chu Feiying's eyes widened in anguish. Having worked alongside Wu Zhuang for over a decade, their relationship transcended mere hierarchy, resembling that of a right-hand man. Witnessing Wu Zhuang's brutal demise filled him with profound sorrow and rage. Wei Wudao withdrew his twin forks, shaking off the blood. With a sneer, he taunted, You filthy wretches think you can exchange my head for silver? You're sorely mistaken. Brothers, stand firm. Ling Huan bellowed, charging forward with his blade. Having reached the pinnacle of the 5th rank, though he lagged behind Wei Wudao in cultivation, he was still a formidable opponent. Luo Fong immediately unslung his long spear, snapping it into 3 sections before sending a dazzling thrust towards Wei Wudao. Chu Feiying, consumed by fury at the loss of his trusted ally, was equally relentless. Tian Yuan and Lin Fan, however, danced around the edges of the fray, their strength insufficient to engage directly against the 3 5th-rank experts. Yet, despite being besieged by 5 foes, Wei Wudao did not yield an inch. His twin forks seemed to defy gravity as they clashed with various weapons, showcasing his mastery of the 4th rank with unparalleled finesse. Get away from me. Wei Wudao lunged at Chu Feiying, the force of his strike forcing Chu to stagger back several paces. Seizing the moment, Luo Fong advanced, aiming his spear at Wei Wudao's back. Wei Wudao swiftly pivoted, parrying the spear with a violent clash. Suddenly, Ling Huan flicked his sleeve, unleashing a flurry of flying needles that scattered like petals in the wind. This unexpected maneuver caught Wei Wudao off guard, and even Lin Fan, who was flanking the battlefield, was taken aback. Despite Wei Wudao's desperate attempts to shield himself with his robe, 4 or 5 needles embedded themselves into his shoulder, each needle over 3 inches long, causing him to gasp in pain. He quickly expelled the needles using his internal energy and retaliated fiercely with his twin forks against Ling Huan. At that moment, Ling Huan regretted his earlier bravado. Wei Wudao's onslaught was overwhelming, leaving him wounded and struggling to keep up. "Lin Fan, help me!" Ling Huan shouted. "I'm on my way," Lin Fan replied, charging at Wei Wudao from behind with his blade, but his severed arm hindered his speed. With a resounding thud, a kick sent him sprawling backwards. Wei Wudao then thrust his fork into Ling Huan's robe, tearing it apart and exposing flesh, blood oozing from the wounds. "This useless fool!" Ling Huan seethed, frustrated with Lin Fan's ineptitude. Fortunately, Chu Feiying and Luo Fong rushed to his aid. Otherwise, Ling Huan would have been grievously injured by Wei Wudao. "My needles are laced with soft bone powder. He won't last long. We just need to hold him off," Ling Huan declared. Chu Feiying and Luo Fong understood and deliberately maneuvered to avoid direct confrontation, merely keeping Wei Wudao from escaping. As time passed, Wei Wudao sensed something amiss. The internal energy that once flowed smoothly began to thicken, each action feeling as if he were wading through lead, his strength waning. To think the esteemed Jingwei would resort to poison. How despicable. He cursed under his breath. "Huh, what need is there for finesse against scum like you?" Ling Huan retorted, blood staining his robe as he laughed maniacally. This operation would surely earn him accolades, allowing him to eliminate Lin Fan and perhaps rise to the rank of deputy captain. Wei Wudao's eyes narrowed as he scanned the battlefield, spotting the limping Lin Fan, realizing that continuing the fight could lead to his demise. He sought an opportunity to break free. With that thought, he forcefully shoved Chu Feiying and the others aside, lunging toward Lin Fan. "Lin Fan, block him!" Ling Huan shouted, fearing that Lin Fan's injuries would allow Wei Wudao to escape. Breaking wind, 3 blades. Lin Fan summoned all his strength to unleash his technique. The ferocity of his strikes, combined with his brute force, posed a threat even to the 4th-rank Wei Wudao. He raised his twin forks in defense. The clash echoed as Lin Fan was sent reeling, blood spilling from his mouth. However, Wei Wudao was momentarily halted, allowing Chu Feiying and the others to close in around him once more. "Wei Wudao, you shan't escape," Ling Huan shouted, raising his blade to strike at Wei Wudao's neck. Wei Wudao blocked with his twin forks, but Chu Feiying and Luo Fong pressed on, with Tian Yuan darting in and out, landing several strikes that left Wei Wudao bloodied and battered. "You force my hand. If you desire my life, I shall take at least one of yours with me." Wei Wudao's eyes glowed with rage as his breath grew ragged. The rapid loss of blood and the spread of the poison diminished his strength. Acknowledging his fate, he decided to fight recklessly, thrusting his twin forks towards the trio's vital points. The struggle intensified, as even in his weakened state, Wei Wudao fought like a cornered beast. Despite his declining strength, he retaliated fiercely, exchanging wounds for wounds. Lin Fan collapsed to the ground, blood frothing at his lips, yet he remained vigilant, secretly consuming a herb to regain his strength. Half a stick of incense later, Wei Wudao was a veritable blood-soaked mess, his body riddled with injuries. Meanwhile, Ling Huan and his companions were not faring much better, each sustaining grievous wounds. A 4th-rank warrior fighting for his life unleashed a terrifying surge of power. Yet, Wei Wudao was alone, and the poison was taking its toll. As his strength waned, he was thoroughly overpowered. Ling Huan struck again, but this time, Wei Wudao and Appo's twin fork shattered Ling Huan and Appo's blade. With a malevolent grin, Wei Wudao exposed bloodied teeth. "You despicable wretch!" He lunged at Ling Huan, aiming to crush his throat. But Ling Huan, with a knowing smile, countered, striking Wei Wudao's outstretched hand with a palm strike. The sound of cracking bones echoed as Wei Wudao's fingers bent at unnatural angles. Your mastery lies not in the blade, but in the palm. How vile! He roared in fury. It was too late. Ling Huan's palm struck Wei Wudao's chest with unrelenting force, caving in his rib cage and rupturing vital organs. Wei Wudao spat a spray of blood, collapsing to the ground, his eyes filled with bitterness as his heart ceased to beat. Ha! It was I who killed Wei Wudao? My golden jade palm has reached perfection. What does a fourth-rank warrior amount to? He fell beneath my hand. Chu Feiying and Luo Fong stared in astonishment, taken aback by Ling Huan's hidden prowess. Breathing heavily, Ling Huan turned to the incapacitated Lin Fan. Chapter 58. A bloodbath. Ling Huan stepped forward towards Lin Fan, his palm charged with surging energy, a murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. Chu Feiying frowned at the sight. Ling Baihu, what do you intend to do? Chu Baihu, there are matters best left unaddressed, Ling Huan replied, turning his head. Luo Fong also stepped forward, his spear held horizontally before Chu Feiying. Realizing Ling Huan and Oppo's intentions, Chu Feiying quickly turned his back. He understood that Lin Fan, being merely a stranger, was not worth incurring the wrath of Ling Huan and Luo Fong. What are you doing, Sir Ling? Lin Fan coughed blood, his voice frail. Ling Huan's lips curled into a sinister smile. Do you not know that Gao Chong is under my command? He supplies me with 10,000 taels of silver each year. Your act of killing him would sever my source of income. To cut off a man's livelihood is akin to murdering his parents. You ought to grasp this principle. Lin Fan's face turned pale as he hurriedly responded, My lord, if Gao Chong can supply you with silver, so can I. Ling Huan shook his head. Let us not forget that you disgraced me on your very first day at the Baihu office, and you have also disrupted the case involving the princess of Fengping. The imperial edict rewarding you is likely on its way. You will become a stumbling block for me. Thus, you cannot be spared. Once you're dead, I shall burn the edict for you. At this moment, Lin Fan seemed to be gripped by overwhelming fear, his voice trembling as he shouted, Ling Huan, I am a trial Baihu promoted by His Majesty, wielding the imperial embroidered spring blade. Do you dare to kill me? Why would I not? Ling Huan laughed. Trial Baihu Lin Fan, who perished while capturing the villain Wei Wudao. I shall write the death report. Alas, no one shall claim your compensation. You are plotting against a colleague. Lin Fan roared in anger. Ha! In this desolate wild, who will witness my treachery against a colleague? Ling Huan exhaled, nonchalantly stating, Lin Fan, just accept your fate. In your next life, remember not to be so arrogant. Arrogance invites death. Ling Huan raised his hand, aiming a palm strike at Lin Fan, the golden jade palm erupting with terrifying force, capable of shattering gold and stone. Clang! The embroidered spring blade was drawn, and in a flash, Lin Fan and Oppo's blade gleamed. Ling Huan and Oppo's hand halted mere inches from Lin Fan, disbelief filling his eyes. The complete realm blade technique. How can this be? A line of blood appeared on his neck. He attempted to speak, but the scene before him spun wildly. Bang! His head fell to the ground, the headless corpse collapsing before Lin Fan. You! Luo Fong witnessed the scene clearly, his speech faltering. But you were injured. How could you possibly kill Ling Huan? My apologies, I was merely pretending. Lin Fan rose, holding the embroidered spring blade before Ling Huan's corpse, his gaze icy as he looked at Luo Fong. What do you want? Luo Fong gripped his spear tightly, fixating on Lin Fan. What do I want? Lin Fan smiled. I intend to kill you. Even if you possess the complete realm blade technique, you have lost an arm, and my realm surpasses yours. Luo Fong's bravado faltered, his heart racing with dread. Lin Fan's previous strike had been too swift for him to react. Chu Feiying was also stunned, unable to believe that Lin Fan had turned the tables on Ling Huan. Then let us see, Lin Fan bellowed, charging forward with his blade. His mastery of the wind step technique allowed him to close the distance with remarkable agility. Luo Fong hastily wielded his spear to counter. The clash of metal rang out, sparks flying. In the next moment, Lin Fan's right-hand blade was knocked away. Luo Fong laughed triumphantly and lunged at Lin Fan with his spear. But the following instant, Lin Fan's left arm splintered, and before Luo Fong could process what happened, Lin Fan's left hand seized the still-falling embroidered spring blade. With a swift thrust, blood splattered as the blade pierced Luo Fong's chest. Luo Fong stared blankly at his wound. You. My left arm was also a ruse, Lin Fan replied calmly. Bang! Luo Fong knelt to the ground, life extinguished. Chu Feiying and Tian Yuan were left speechless, utterly shocked. So ruthless. This boy is indeed merciless, cunning and sly, despite being merely in his teens. He exhibited the guile of a seasoned fox. Ling Huan was formidable, and Luo Fong was no ordinary foe, yet this youth had outmaneuvered them both. Chu Feiying felt Lin Fan's gaze upon him. He swallowed hard and quickly assured, Lin Fan, I saw nothing. I will keep today's events confidential. Tian Yuan chimed in. Lin Darren, it is beyond doubt that Ling Huan and Luo Fong fell to Wei Wudao. Seeing their loyalty, Lin Fan smiled. You two are indeed clever individuals. I enjoyed dealing with the astute. Chu Feiying eagerly added, Brother Lin, with your previous achievements in the Fengping Princess case, coupled with your elimination of Wei Wudao, your promotion to Baihu is as good as guaranteed. We will soon be colleagues, and we must look out for one another. Ha, excellent. We shall look out for each other, Lin Fan replied with a grin. Chu Feiying felt a sigh of relief. This boy, though only in his teens, instilled a terrifying pressure. However, in the next moment, a blade of light surged toward him. Chu Feiying's hair stood on end as he instinctively raised his blade to defend himself. Screech! The blade scraped against the sound grating. The terrifying force emanating from Lin Fan nearly knocked the weapon from his grasp. Not to mention the hidden strength. The overt power alone showcased Lin Fan's superiority. He was twice as strong. That disparity nearly sent Chu Feiying's blade flying. Yet, the complete blade technique was commonplace. The sound of wind broke through as the embroidered spring blade sliced through the air like a shooting star. Chu Feiying continually swung his blade in defense. Already exhausted from the previous battle, in his duel against Lin Fan, he could only choose to defend, unable to counterattack. My lord, I shall assist you, Tian Yuan shouted, seizing the opportunity to strike at Lin Fan from behind. The chilling aura behind him urged Lin Fan to employ the wind step technique, evading the incoming strike with ghostly agility. In one swift motion, he retaliated. Puff! Tian Yuan and Appo's arm was severed at once, blood spraying across the ground. Before he could let out a scream, the embroidered spring blade struck again, sealing his throat. As he turned, he saw Chu Feiying fleeing. Brother Tian Yuan, forgive me. I must preserve my life to expose Lin Fan and avenge you. Chu Feiying muttered as he ran, a chilling sensation enveloping him, a sense of crisis compelling him to dodge instinctively. Screech! The sharp embroidered spring blade tore through his garments, nearly cleaving him in two. He stumbled to the ground, hastily gripping his waist blade. Lin Fan, I have promised to keep your secret. Why must you pursue total annihilation? Chu Feiying shouted, trembling with rage. The secrets of the living are mere words. Only the dead cannot speak. Lin Fan's voice was frigid as he continued to swing his blade at Chu Feiying. Having lost the will to fight, Chu Feiying succumbed. In but a few exchanges, the embroidered spring blade claimed his throat. Lin Fan sheathed his blade, exhaling deeply. He glanced back at the lifeless bodies on the ground, murmuring, Wei Wudao truly deserves the title of the blood butcher of Zhangbei. After this fierce battle, all the Baihu guards are dead, and I alone remain. Chapter 59. Mastery of the 100 Households, Fengzhou City. In the governor's mansion, a group of dancers twirled gracefully, accompanied by fine wines and sumptuous delicacies, while the melodious sounds of silk and bamboo instruments filled the air. Li Shun tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table, his eyes half closed in enjoyment of the delightful atmosphere. Typically, affairs at the state office kept him occupied for over half a day as he endeavored to manage all official duties. After all, he aspired for advancement, which naturally led to an abundance of gifts received. Yet, with so many gifts, he sometimes found it challenging to recall who had presented them. However, he was keenly aware of those who had not. To reward himself for his diligent efforts, he had specifically gathered a troupe of dancers and a band of musicians at the mansion. They provided him with entertainment during his leisure and served to delight his guests. Each dancer and musician possessed extraordinary skills, with any one of them being proficient in multiple instruments, their talents unrivaled. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted the anxious Lin Xiaolong and jestingly remarked, "Young master, why do you still appear so glum? Is it that the dancers and musicians I have procured fail to please your esteemed eyes?" Lin Xiaolong replied with concern, "Li Governor, are you certain that the plan to eliminate Lin Fan will succeed?" "Ah, young master, previously I had arranged for Scar Tiger to eliminate Lin Fan, but that plan went awry. This time, however, it is different. Not only do we have the assistance of the brocade-clad guards led by Ling Huan, but I have also enlisted the help of the Fengzhou garrison commander, Luo Fong. Luo Fong is at the pinnacle of the 5th rank, and Ling Huan is notorious for his ruthlessness. With these two working in concert, how could we possibly fail to dispatch Lin Fan? Set your mind at ease and indulge in the fine food and drink." Li Shun reassured him with a smile. "Indeed," Lin Xiaolong murmured. "Lin Fan is at most a 6th or 7th rank warrior. With two 5th rank warriors joining forces, how could he possibly survive? Perhaps I have been overly concerned. Young master, Lin Fan is merely a trial officer of the brocade guards. He can be dispatched with a mere jest." Li Shun waved his hand dismissively. "Let the music play on. Let the dancing continue." Lin Xiaolong relaxed, sinking into the pleasures of the feast. The celebration lasted well into the midnight hour. Afterward, Li Shun departed from the banquet hall. Lin Xiaolong, too, did not linger, leaving the hall as well. Although his mother had prepared a delightful maid for him, even the most exquisite dishes could become tiresome. In contrast, the dancers brought a certain allure, and their skills surpassed those of the maid. In a separate chamber, Li Shuo was engaged in physical training. The dancers, though lacking genuine enthusiasm, endeavored to appear as though they were thoroughly enjoying themselves to please the esteemed official. The chorus of sounds only served to heighten Li Shun's pride. Suddenly, an urgent knocking broke through, the sound echoing loudly enough to drown out the merriment within. "My lord, something terrible has happened." A frantic voice called from outside. Li Shun, startled by the commotion, quickly abandoned his usual calm demeanor, responding impatiently. "What is it? Why such a fuss? My lord, you must come out. A grave incident has occurred." The steward's voice trembled with urgency. All right, I hear you. I shall rise at once." Li Shun understood that the steward would not be so frantic unless something serious had transpired. Hastily donning his garments, he stepped out and demanded, "What has happened?" "My lord, Commander Luo is dead. 2 of the 100 households and 2 junior officers have also perished." "What?" Li Shun froze momentarily, his voice rising in shock. "Luo Fong is dead? How could this be possible?" Meanwhile, at the 100 households, Lin Fan was drenched in blood, and beneath his feet lay a row of bodies, including that of the notorious Wei Wudao and others such as Ling Huan. The personnel of the 100 households had been summoned and stood in stunned silence, gazing at the lifeless forms with disbelief. What is the meaning of this? Lord Ling is a 5th rank warrior. How could he have fallen? One voice trembled in shock. Yin Jian raised his gaze to confront Lin Fan, accusing him. "Lin Fan, what on earth has transpired? Lord Ling and the others were 5th rank warriors. How did you manage to return alive?" "Lord Ling and the others chose to sacrifice themselves to eliminate Wei Wudao," Lin Fan replied calmly. "You lie," Yin Jian retorted angrily. "Did you not kill Commander Ling and Commander Chu? Speak." A sharp slap resounded as Lin Fan struck Yin Jian, sending him sprawling. "What gives you the right to question me?" Lin Fan and Appo's voice was cold. Yin Jian, clutching his face, pointed accusingly at Lin Fan. "It must have been you who plotted against Commander Ling and the others." Lin Fan frowned, his tone serious. "Yin Jian, one must speak with evidence. On what grounds do you accuse me of killing Commander Ling?" The fatal wounds were inflicted by blades, while Wei Wudao wielded a double-pronged fork. His weapon broke, and he resorted to a waist dagger to kill them. "Then how do you explain your survival?" Yin Jian demanded. "Because Commander Ling and the others cherished their subordinates and willingly sacrificed themselves to eliminate Wei Wudao. I shall honor their legacy," Lin Fan stated resolutely. "You." Yin Jian's vision darkened with rage. "As a member of the brocade guards, you dare to slander a superior? Arrest him," Lin Fan commanded calmly. However, The guards hesitated, as they were subordinates of Ling Huan and Chu Feiying and were colleagues of Yin Jian. Now that both Commander Ling and Commander Chu have sacrificed themselves for the nation, I am the highest authority in the 100 households. Do you intend to defy my orders? Lin Fan's voice was icy. The crowd exchanged glances, yet none moved. Seeing this, Yin Jian chuckled mockingly. Lin Fan, you truly believe yourself to be someone of significance? No one will heed your commands. Who says they won't? A voice rang out from the entrance, drawing their attention to Wang Hu and Su Kuang, who strode in confidently. Subordinates pay their respects to the Lord. Both men bowed in unison to Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded and continued. Yin Jian has slandered a superior, and I suspect he is engaged in bribery and extortion. Wang Hu, take him to the prison. Understood. Wang Hu immediately advanced to seize Yin Jian. However, Yin Jian resisted, throwing a punch at Wang Hu. Lin Fan's gaze hardened, and with a swift step, he closed the distance between them, delivering a powerful kick to Yin Jian. Yin Jian flew back like a rag doll, crashing into the wall with a resounding thud. Lin Fan then approached, placing a foot on Yin Jian's arm. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed chillingly. Refusing to surrender and assaulting a colleague, what audacity! Lin Fan sneered. Take him away. He must provide a thorough account of his actions. Yes. Wang Hu dragged the now incapacitated Yin Jian toward the prison. A collective gulp echoed through the spectators. How could one so young act with such ruthless decisiveness? Lin Fan's cold gaze swept over the remaining brocade guards. The 100 households are now under my command. Who is in favor? Who is opposed? Chapter 60. The accusation of guilt's silence enveloped the crowd, each person wary of following the ill-fated path of Yin Jian. Yet, the thought of allowing an outsider to ride roughshod over them stirred discontent in their hearts. At that moment, a figure clad in a blue official robe hastened towards them, accompanied by a young man and a retinue of constables. Upon recognizing him, the previously silent members of the Jingwei brightened. Luo Shoubei had arrived. Li Shun trembled as he beheld the lifeless body of Luo Fong. Initially skeptical of the steward's claims, the sight of Luo Fong's corpse shattered his disbelief. The death of his foremost warrior, the linchpin of stability in Fengzhou, struck him like a thunderbolt. With Luo Fong gone, he found himself bereft of a formidable presence to maintain order. Lin Fan raised his gaze towards the newcomer, narrowing his eyes upon recognizing the hue of the official attire. This must be Li Shun, the governor of Fengzhou and the true mastermind controlling the bandits of Lania Mountain, Lu Guangdou's superior. With a grave expression, Lin Fan addressed Li Shun. Governor Li, my condolences. Luo Shoubei and his men perished in the noble pursuit of safeguarding the citizens of Fengzhou. Their deaths were honorable. Li Shun's gaze shifted to Lin Fan, the heir he had long wished to eliminate but had failed to do so. His eyes were bloodshot with disbelief. He could not accept that the deaths of Luo Fong and his companions bore no connection to Lin Fan. Lin Fan, Luo Shoubei, and the 200 household leaders accompanied you on the mission. How is it that you return alive while they perished? Lin Xiaolong, who had remained behind Li Shun, stepped forward to question Lin Fan with a sharp tone. In the darkness, Lin Fan had previously overlooked Lin Xiaolong. It was only upon the latter's outburst that Lin Fan became aware of his presence. Furrowing his brow, Lin Fan retorted, Lin Xiaolong, you're neither a member of the Jingwei nor an official of the prefecture. How do you know of our mission? At a loss for words. Lin Xiaolong recalled the humiliation he had suffered days prior, prompting his ire. Oh, I see now. Lin Fan's gaze turned icy, locking onto Lin Xiaolong. As soon as Luo Shoubei and the others entered the chaotic peaks, they were ambushed by Wei Wudao. Wu Zhuang was slain before he even had time to react. Clearly, there has been a breach in our security. Otherwise, Wei Wudao could not have anticipated our movements. What do you mean? Lin Xiaolong stammered, a hint of panic creeping into his voice. Lin Fan smirked. I suspect that the traitor who leaked our plans is none other than you. His accusation left Lin Xiaolong stunned, and even Li Shun, still mourning, was taken aback. The audacity of Lin Fan's words was striking, as he deftly placed the blame. Su Kuang, escort the young Master Lin to the prison. Lin Fan commanded. Understood. Su Kuang replied with a salute. He no longer cared about titles. He had learned that aligning with Lin Fan was the wisest course of action. In a short span, he had secured his daughter's dowry and his son's marriage gift, proving Lin Fan's wisdom. He advanced to seize Lin Xiaolong. I am the heir of the Bianjian Wangfu. Who dares to lay hands on me? Lin Xiaolong protested vehemently. Li Shun interjected, Lin Baihu, do not act recklessly. Some individuals may be apprehended, but releasing them could prove challenging. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Is it so? Governor Li, are you preventing my arrest of Lin Xiaolong because you informed him of our operation, thus allowing him to relay information to Wei Wudao? Li Shun felt a chill. Lin Fan's words were laced with venom. According to imperial edicts, leaking Jingwei operations was a capital offense. Lin Fan's insinuations could cost him dearly. No. How could I disclose the Jingwei's operations? I merely find it absurd that the heir of Bianjian Wangfu would conspire with the bloodthirsty Wei Wudao. Li Shen stammered, desperately trying to extricate himself from Lin Fan's accusations. Lin Fan chuckled. The Jingwei serves as the emperor's elite guard, tasked with ensuring his majesty's safety and maintaining the stability of the realm. Even the heir of Bianjian Wangfu must bow to the emperor's authority. Whether he communicated with Wei Wudao remains to be seen during the interrogation. Lord Lin, please grant me some consideration, Li Shun implored, his voice tinged with desperation. If Lin Xiaolong were to suffer harm in the prison, he would not escape retribution from the young lord, jeopardizing both his career and life. Governor Li, I understand that capturing Wei Wudao falls under the purview of the prefecture. The Jingwei's role is to assist in this endeavor, Lin Fan replied with a knowing smile. Realizing Lin Fan's intent, Li Shun clenched his fists, a tempest of rage brewing within him, yet unable to unleash it. Ultimately, for the sake of his own life and future, he gritted his teeth and conceded, I shall commend Lord Lin for his contributions. He shall be recognized as the foremost in the pursuit of Wei Wudao. Your praise is excessive, Governor. I acted solely for his majesty and the stability of the realm. Lin Fan replied, feigning humility. Li Shun felt as though he had swallowed something foul. How had the situation devolved into this? Taking a deep breath, he asked Lord Lin, May I now escort the young master away? Lin Fan shook his head. Words alone are insufficient. Governor Li, I require a written acknowledgement first. You. Li Shun's face quivered with indignation, but he exhaled deeply. Very well, I shall write it. Su Kuang, fetch me paper and ink. At once. Su Kuang complied. Once the materials were procured, Li Shun hastily drafted the document. After signing and sealing it, he tossed it to Lin Fan. Lord Lin, is it satisfactory now? Lin Fan glanced over the document, blowing gently on the still wet ink, and nodded. All is in order. Let's depart. As Li Shun ordered his subordinates to carry Luo Fang's body, he felt an urgency to escape the wretched place, fearing he might lose his temper and strike Lin Fan. Yet, he recognized that Lin Fan would not shy away, instead crafting a narrative that could implicate him in an assault against the Jingwei, a charge punishable by death. No sooner had they exited the precinct than Lin Xiaolong could contain his fury no longer. Li Shun, is this how you execute my uncle's orders? You pride yourself on your cunning, yet you have not only failed to eliminate Lin Fan, but have also allowed me to endure humiliation. Now, you seek to curry favor with him. Are you loyal to my uncle or to Lin Fan? Li Shun simmered with frustration. Had it not been for this imbecile's reckless words, he could have claimed the glory of capturing Wei Wudao for himself. Now, with Luo Fang lost, he was compelled to acknowledge Lin Fan's contributions. Who could he turn to for justice in this matter? Yet, Lin Xiaolong was the heir of Bianjian Wangfu, the beloved grandson of the loyal duke. Li Shun could only swallow his anger in silence. Young master, I will find a way to eliminate Lin Fan. Please grant me another opportunity. Lin Xiaolong scoffed, dismissing him with a wave of his hand. As Li Shun watched the young lord's retreating figure, his expression darkened even further. What a stroke of fortune for him to be born into such privilege. The Bianjian Wang must be blind to have chosen him as heir. Chapter 61. Promotion to Baihu. Lin Fan first dismissed the other Jingwei, leaving only Su Kuang and Wang Hu, who was still interrogating Yingjian. Su Kuang inquired, My lord, why not take this opportunity to imprison Lin Xiaolong? After all, your accomplishments in solving the case of the princess of Fengping are monumental. You wouldn't miss the credit for executing Wei Wudao. Lin Fan replied calmly. Even if I were to imprison Lin Xiaolong, what would it change? His father is the Prince of Bingjian. If I capture him today, he would be released tomorrow. Am I to capture him merely to vent my frustrations with a few lashes, only to send him off respectfully the next day? What shall we do next then, my lord? Su Kuang asked. Lin Fan contemplated for a moment before responding. Let us remain in Fengzhou and await the imperial decree. If all goes well, my achievements in the Princess of Fengping case should at least earn me a promotion to Baihu. At that time, I can fully take control of the Baihu office in Fengzhou, enabling us to genuinely compete with Li Shun in the game of power. Understood, Su Kuang affirmed. Soon, the outcome of Yin Jin's interrogation was revealed. As a close confidant of Ling Huan, Yin Jin had indeed received numerous benefits, all of which would now turn into blades for his execution following Ling Huan's downfall. He was taken into the imperial prison that night, and his head was severed at noon. With no Baihu to oversee matters, Lin Fan could now issue orders and write reports independently, even conducting a search of his residence. This maneuver struck fear into the hearts of the Jingwei at the Baihu office. Yet, Lin Fan knew that this was insufficient to truly control the Baihu office. He needed the imperial decree confirming his promotion. The following days passed comfortably, with little to occupy his time. It appeared that Li Shun had ceased his activities, and Lin Xiaolong seemed disappointed in his capabilities, departing back to the capital shortly after. Meanwhile, Lin Fan spent his days in the Copper Mirror world, harvesting fruits and weeding, drawing ever closer to the 5th rank in his cultivation. 7 days later, a decree was personally delivered by the eunuch in charge of proclamations. This was unexpected for Lin Fan. He had assumed it would follow the previous pattern of sending the decree through others. After all, Fengzhou was distant, and eunuchs typically favored by Emperor Jing would not undertake such a long journey for announcements. Clearly, the court placed great importance on the case of the Princess of Fengping. Lin Fan, present. The eunuch's sharp voice called out. I am here. Lin Fan responded quickly. I govern the realm with diligence and integrity, committed to securing the nation and safeguarding the people. It has come to my attention that Jingwei Lin Fan, loyal and courageous, has made significant contributions in the case of the Princess of Fengping. This case has remained unresolved for 3 years, fraught with complexities and difficult truths, affecting the dignity of the royal family, which weighs heavily on my heart. Since your appointment, Lin Fan, you have faced adversity without fear, ultimately bringing the truth to light and restoring justice for the deceased, thereby upholding the dignity of the royal family. Your diligence and wisdom have been greatly appreciated. In recognition of your merits, I hereby promote Lin Fan to the position of Baihu in Fengzhou Jingwei. I expect you to remain true to your principles and continue serving the court, fulfilling my trust and expectations. Your servant Lin Fan receives the decree. Lin Fan respectfully accepted the imperial edict and the new official seal. The journey to deliver this decree has been arduous. Please accept this small token of my appreciation. Lin Fan said, discreetly placing a 1,000-tael silver note into the eunuch's hand. Upon seeing the amount, the eunuch's previously cold demeanor transformed into a smile. Lord Lin, you are too courteous. Just call me Zaidizi. I've seen you a few times when you were still the heir of the Prince of Bingjian, and even then, I sense you were a prodigy. Now, you're the youngest Baihu in the court. Lin Fan chuckled. I wonder why you seem so familiar. You are indeed eunuch Da? Lin Fan had encountered the eunuch several times in the past during the reading of imperial edicts, but it took him a moment to recall. Eunuch despised. Pleased to be remembered. He continued, the emperor mentioned that considering your achievements, you should have been promoted directly to deputy Qianhu. However, your lack of experience made such a rapid elevation unwise. It is better to advance step by step, ensuring that each promotion is well-founded. Additionally, the Ministry of Rights is very satisfied with your performance. Normally, each province is entitled to 2 Baihus, but no additional Baihu will be assigned to Fengzhou during your tenure. Thank you for the guidance. Eunuch Da, Lin Fan replied, his heart swelling with joy as he clasped his hands in gratitude. The Jingwei operates independently of the standard bureaucratic hierarchy, answering solely to the emperor and not subject to local magistrates. With no additional Baihu being dispatched, Fengzhou would essentially become his domain, granting him considerable power. Ah, there's one more thing I almost forgot. Eunuch whispered. Baihu Lin, you need not continue your investigations at Qingyi Tower. Is this a direct order from the emperor? Lin Fan asked in confusion. Eunuch shook his head. It is not only the emperor's order, but also the wishes of the Ministry of Rights. Lin Fan, though puzzled, nodded in understanding. I comprehend. Baihu Lin, until we meet again. Eunuch turned to leave the Baihu office. Holding the imperial edict and the Baihu insignia, Lin Fan's lips curled into a smile. His gaze swept over the Jingwei present. It was time to settle accounts. He had observed their duplicity over the past few days, but until now, he lacked the legitimate authority to act. Now, however, it was time to unleash a vigorous campaign. Su Kuang, have our people arrived? Lin Fan inquired. My lord, they are waiting outside the city, ready to enter at your command, Su Kuang replied. Wangfu, how is the intelligence on Fengzhou's officials coming along? Lin Fan turned to Wangfu. Wangfu clasped his hands. We have gathered most information regarding the officials' corruption and bribery, thanks in large part to the cooperation of brother Cheng Feng. Lin Fan nodded and informed them to enter the city and make arrests. You and Su Kuang should lead the operation. The more accomplishments you achieve, the more your positions will rise. Yes, both men responded, their eyes gleaming with the prospect of promotion. Fengzhou Academy, where local scholars pursued their studies. The headmaster Liu Biqing was overseeing the academic activities when suddenly, a squad of Jingwei burst into the academy. This is a place of learning. What do you intend to do by barging in here? Liu Biqing scolded angrily. Your matters have come to light. Liu Ji. Lin Guzi's voice was calm, yet exuded a strong sense of pressure. Liu Biqing's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. What are you saying? I cannot understand you. Surrounding students rose to their feet, glaring at Lin Guzi. In their eyes, the Jingwei were nothing but vile hounds, unworthy of respect. Their usual behavior involved slandering others and extorting money. By order of Lin Fan, Baihu of Fengzhou seized Liu Biqing immediately without error. Lin Guzi shouted, and the Jingwei surged forward to apprehend him. Liu Biqing quickly urged the students, the Jingwei are bullying us too much today. If it is me today, it may be you tomorrow. Chapter 62. The cleansing of Fengzhou, yet the students hesitated, for they heard the name Lin Fan. Is it the Lin Fan who composed Song of Wine? It must be him, for our Fengzhou and Appos. Jingwei has only one Lin Fan. Such a monumental figure must be a person of integrity. Could it be that Liu Xuejing truly committed an offense? However, Liu Xuejing hailed from humble beginnings and was known for his uprightness, even skipping on meals, only consuming a few cloves of garlic without indulging in any vegetables. The murmurs spread, yet none of the Jingwei intervened. Liu Biqing panicked. As a scholar, how could he possibly contend with the Jingwei, especially those from Ping and Appos and County, all of whom were seasoned fighters, some even possessing the strength of ninth-tier warriors? Soon, Liu Biqing found himself restrained by two towering Jingwei. Esteemed scholars, do you not believe in my character? Liu Biqing implored. Will you allow these unscrupulous individuals to slander me? Today it is I they defame, tomorrow it could very well be any of you. Liu Biqing shouted, hoping to rally the students to his defense. If the Jingwei laid hands on the scholars, the situation would take a grave turn. At last, one student spoke up. Sir, you serve under Lord Lin, and we have no desire to question his integrity. However, Liu Xuejing has always been frugal and kind-hearted. Surely he has committed no wrongdoing? Sir, without substantial evidence, it is also a stain upon Lord Lin's reputation, another added. Faced with the students' inquiries, Lin Guzi remained unperturbed, smiling as he replied, My master has always held scholars in high regard, as you all know. If we possessed no tangible evidence, how could we apprehend anyone? Since you wish to see, allow me to present the evidence. Upon hearing this, the students thought to themselves that this Jingwei was indeed different. Unlike the fearsome others, those under Lord Lin were reasonable, with the leading flag officer being particularly eloquent. The academy is just beside the provincial school. Please, Liu Durun, Lin Guzi said with a smile, leading the Jingwei and the students toward the academy. Liu Biqing's heart raced, sweat pouring down his face. Could it be that his deeds would be exposed? No, they must be deceiving him. He had been cautious, and nothing would go awry. Before long, they arrived at Liu Biqing's quarters. Lin Guzi surveyed the surroundings, then raised his hand, pointing to a wall. Break the wall. The leading ninth-tier warrior rushed forward, delivering a powerful kick that shattered the wall. With a resounding crash, a pile of silver coins appeared in the void, dazzling all present. As the sight of the silver struck them, everyone was momentarily stunned. The pile of coins appeared to amount to 8 or 9,000 taels. Liu Biqing's pupils constricted sharply, and he hastily exclaimed, "I know nothing of these coins. Who placed this silver here? I have always lived modestly and treated others kindly. Who would conspire against me?" He continued to protest, striving to convince the scholars of his innocence, yet doubt crept into their eyes. Lin Guzi sneered. "It seems Liu Xuezheng remains unconvinced. Very well, let us examine further evidence." With that, Lin Guzi strode to Liu Biqing's bed, slipped his dagger into the bedding, and yanked it sharply. The bedding flew up, sending silver notes cascading into the air. The smaller denominations were 10 taels, while the larger ones reached as high as 500 taels. The scene left all the students dumbfounded, while Liu Biqing sank into utter despair. "Liu Duren, will you still not confess?" Lin Guzi turned to him, voice stern. Liu Biqing snapped back to reality and shouted, "Who placed these notes beneath my bedding? Why are you intent on framing me?" "Liu Duren, the evidence is irrefutable. It seems you require a visit to the execution chambers before you will sign a confession," Lin Guzi replied, shaking his head in resignation. Liu Biqing collapsed to the ground, trembling as he spoke. "I spent not a single coin. My family has been tenant farmers for generations. We have lived in poverty. I dare not touch even a penny. It is all right here." He looked up at Lin Guzi, tears streaming down his face. "Sir, I was wrong. Lin Guzi's gaze was icy. "You do not realize your mistake. You are merely afraid. How many bribes have you accepted from students over the years, obstructing those of true talent from impoverished backgrounds? Had you encountered a figure like yourself during your studies, perhaps Liu Biqing would not exist today." The surrounding students were utterly stunned, unable to believe the scene before them. They could hardly fathom that the ostensibly just and incorruptible scholar was, in fact, such a person. They could not comprehend how Liu Biqing, despite accepting so many bribes, still made his mother toil at needlework to supplement their household. Everything they witnessed shattered their preconceptions and unveiled the true nature of Liu Biqing. "Take him away," Lin Guzi commanded, having no time to waste. There were many corrupt officials to address that day, and he immediately ordered Liu Biqing's removal. The students watched as Lin Guzi and his men departed, until they disappeared from sight. Similar events transpired across Fengzhou. For officials of grade 7 and above, Lin Fan personally led the charge, while those below grade 7 were dealt with by various junior officers. In the span of a day, Fengzhou seemed to undergo a transformation. Over 20 officials were apprehended and taken to the execution chambers, the highest ranking among them occupying the position of deputy prefect, second only to Prefect Li Shun. Unlike previous investigations conducted in Ping'an County, this time Lin Fan targeted the big fish, letting the smaller ones slip through the net for the moment. Within the state office, Li Shun was utterly taken aback upon receiving the news. How could Lin Fan, so newly appointed, possess such audacity? Every official in Fengzhou had their own factions and supporters. Did Lin Fan not fear inciting widespread resentment? Yet, he soon burst into laughter. Youthful arrogance led one to believe they could shift the heavens. Inciting public ire could drown one in a deluge of scorn. "Lin Fan, you are still too young. Tomorrow, the censure against you will rain down like snowflakes upon the court." Lin Fan remained oblivious to Li Shun's thoughts. At that moment, he was stationed at the Baihu Saw, awaiting the results of the interrogations. The cries of anguish echoed from the execution chambers, continuing until dawn the next day, when the results of the interrogations finally emerged. Wangfu emerged, carrying a thick stack of confession documents. All the officials are accounted for. None have been wrongfully accused. Lin Fan swiftly scanned through a confession, a cold smile spreading across his face. Indeed, a pack of parasites, feasting off the court while gnawing at the common people, had grown fat and complacent. Chapter 63. Favoritism. Lin Fan summoned everyone. The distinction between the forces of the 100 House and the 40 Imperial Guards dispatched from Ping'an County was stark. Lin Fan scrutinized the Imperial Guards of the 100 House, who bowed their heads, having long perceived the county's guards as a disorganized rabble. However, their notions were irrevocably shattered upon witnessing the disciplined Imperial Guards from Ping'an County. In comparison to this proficient group, they seemed indeed a fitting representation of chaos. Lin Fan's intention in dispersing these guards to execute tasks alongside the Ping'an forces was precisely to evoke this realization. All of you are the elite of the 100 House and have participated in today's operations. What are your thoughts? Lin Fan's calm voice only caused the guards to lower their heads even further, as if wishing to bury themselves in the earth. After a moment of silence, Lin Fan continued, "Since no one is speaking, I shall proceed." He produced a piece of paper. Wan Peng, Kong Sha, Chui Peng. Step forward. The 8 individuals were momentarily stunned, but took a step forward nonetheless. Seize them, Lin Fan commanded with a wave of his hand. Wangfu and the others immediately surged forward, restraining all 8. "My lord, what are you doing? We contributed to this operation as well," one of them exclaimed, sensing the dire situation. "Drag them into the prison. I, Lin Fan, have no need for vermin among my ranks." Lin Fan ignored the outcry. The 8 were swiftly taken away, and their fate was all too apparent. The remaining 20 or so guards were in a state of panic, wondering if Lin Fan intended to eliminate them as well. "Do not be alarmed. Those 8 have earned their fate," Lin Fan reassured them. Yet, before they could breathe a sigh of relief, Lin Fan shifted his tone. "Of course, you all have erred in various ways. I have taken note of that. But the 100 House currently lacks manpower, thus I am willing to offer you an opportunity. Should you not cherish it, there is always room for more in the prison. I, Zhao Si, pledge my loyalty to you, my lord," one Imperial Guard declared with fervor. "I, Lu Hua, vow my allegiance." Another followed suit, and soon, the others echoed their commitments. Seeing this, Lin Fan's face broke into a satisfied smile. The 100 House was finally under his complete control. "Rest easy. I have always been clear in my rewards and punishments. I will not treat you differently because of your pasts. There are many in the Ping'an ranks who were once formidable subordinates, and I have not been harsh with them." Upon hearing this, the guards felt a wave of relief wash over them. "You may return to rest now. Gather at the 100 House at noon to receive your team money." At the mention of team money, everyone's eyes brightened. They had captured more than 20 significant targets today, with the smallest yielding a fortune of 6 to 7,000 taels, and the largest, a deputy magistrate from Fengzhou, having amassed 200,000 taels through bribery and embezzlement over 3 years. Even with 70 participants in the operation, each would receive a handsome sum. Except for Lin Guzi and Su Kuang, the rest returned to rest. With everyone now united, Lin Fan spoke. "From this day forth, Fengzhou will be our domain. However, to establish a firm foothold, we must also gain control over the counties of Baokong, Yongtai, and Ningyi. My lord, the reputation of the Imperial Guards in those 3 counties is rather poor," Wangfu remarked. Lin Fan smiled serenely. "Therefore, I intend to summon the captains of those 3 counties to report to me. Those who arrive will be imprisoned. Those who do not will be dismissed and investigated for dereliction of duty." Wangfu and the others were taken aback. "My lord, to remove the captains of all 3 counties at once might cause upheaval in Fengzhou. Many among them are suspected of collusion with bandits." Lin Fan regarded them seriously. "After removing the captains, I plan to recommend Su Kuang, Wangfu, and Suhu to take their places. I expect you to swiftly eliminate obstacles and stabilize the situation. Can you accomplish this?" The 3 men trembled at the prospect, their eyes wide with disbelief. To ascend to the rank of captain so soon, a position of considerable authority, seemed surreal. "My lord, do we not lack the necessary experience?" Su Kuang and Appo's voice quivered. "Your contributions today are sufficient for your promotion to captain, but to maintain that position, you must prove yourselves. If you cannot hold your ground, I shall have to find others. Do you understand?" Lin Fan fixed them with a steady gaze. "Understood. We will not disappoint you, my lord," they replied in unison. Lin Fan produced 5 porcelain vials and handed them to the trio. "These contain elixirs for your cultivation. Make diligent use of them, for without strength, you cannot command respect from those beneath you." If you elevate your realms swiftly, I will ensure you rise to the ranks of the 100, even the 1,000. With unshakable confidence, Lin Fan declared this. He had secured his own safety and now aspired to ascend even higher, to a level capable of challenging the loyal duke's household and crushing Qin Hui and Lin Xiaolong. Survival demands progress. Stagnation leads to demise. Alone, I cannot support this endeavor. I must elevate Lin Guzi and others to new heights. We vow to follow you to the death, my lord. Lin Guzi and the others echoed, their fervor palpable, transformed into Lin Fan's ardent supporters. Should he boldly proclaim, "What noble lineage is there without merit?" They would follow without hesitation. For this man had not only provided them with ample rewards, but also granted them the respect they so desperately sought. As the meeting concluded and the others returned to their lodgings, Lin Fan chose to remain at the 100 house, which indeed had accommodations for its 100 residents. However, Ling Huan and Chu Feiying deemed the conditions inadequate and had acquired homes elsewhere. Lin Fan cared little for such trivialities. The 100 house was merely a temporary refuge. Accompanying him at the 100 house was Lin Guzi. Lin Fan inquired, "Guzi, are you upset that I did not make you captain?" With a grin, Lin Guzi replied, "Young master, I have no desire for such titles. I wish to stay by your side. You are my heaven. Why do you lack ambition? Is not a high office appealing?" Lin Fan jested. Lin Guzi shook his head. "Were it not for you, I would have become a mere bone in a wild dog's mouth. I choose to follow you, now and in future lives. Guzi, you are indeed a true brother to me. No, I wish to be your loyal dog." Chapter 64. Entering the 5th rank upon returning to his chamber, Lin Fan once again traversed into the world of the Copper Mirror. The surroundings remained the same familiar environment since his arrival in this realm. His range of movement had been confined to a radius of merely 2 zhong, with the furthest distance traversed being from the starting point to the grassy expanse teeming with wild fruits. The wild fruits had nearly ripened completely, and Lin Fan crawled towards the nearest ones with both hands and feet. His mobility in this world had significantly improved. He could now sustain movement for 30 to 40 breaths, a remarkable advancement from his previous limitations. This progress afforded him ample time to gather resources. One by one, the ripened red fruits were collected into his possession. Suddenly, a grasshopper leapt across his path. Lin Fan's eyes glimmered with excitement as he coldly remarked, "Ah, it's you again. You shall remain with me." He raised his hand and struck at the grasshopper, which, being sluggish, was easily captured. A sharp sting coursed through his palm, confirming that the creature was indeed struggling anew. "Huh, my capabilities have grown. My physique is far more resilient than before. Your legs cannot harm me now." After capturing the grasshopper, Lin Fan promptly exited the Copper Mirror world. Upon returning to his bed, he immediately disassembled the grasshopper. He tore off its 2 thick legs and plucked its wings. It was time to test the poison on the rooster. Lin Fan rose and headed to the backyard of the Baihu residence. Indeed, Lin Dogsy had brought the family rooster along for their extended stay in Fengzhou. Perhaps due to Lin Dogsy's daily care, the relationship between the man and the rooster had grown considerably more amicable. The rooster, currently wandering in the backyard, immediately flapped its wings excitedly upon seeing the familiar face. "Here, have a leg," Lin Fan said, tossing a grasshopper leg to the rooster. He had named the rooster Maori. Upon seeing the slender grasshopper leg, the rooster hesitated momentarily, looking up at Lin Fan and then down at the scarcely visible leg on the ground, seemingly questioning, "Are you serious?" "Quickly eat it, don't overindulge," Lin Fan urged. Despite its small size, the grasshopper leg was still meat, and eventually the rooster stretched its neck and consumed it. Lin Fan observed the rooster carefully to ascertain if it could indeed digest the offering. Soon, the rooster began to flap its wings frantically as if possessed, darting around the yard in a display of its newfound energy. After running in circles for a quarter of an hour, it finally came to a halt. Upon closer observation, Lin Fan noted that the rooster's feathers had become significantly shinier. Its physique appeared sturdier. Even its comb had grown plump and red, resembling a striking ruby. "No doubt, it contains more energy than the fruits," Lin Fan said, his face lighting up with joy. After some contemplation, he tossed the grasshopper's wings to the rooster before returning to his room. Back in his chamber, Lin Fan kindled a fire and lightly roasted the grasshopper, sprinkling some cumin and spices upon it. He then tossed it into his mouth, finding it delightfully crunchy, with a protein content estimated to be 5 times that of beef. As he swallowed the crushed grasshopper, a wave of immense energy surged through his abdomen. Such rich power. This is incomparable to 10 fruits, Lin Fan thought, immediately channeling all his efforts into refining the flesh and blood of the grasshopper. His vital energy surged around him, and the dark energy coursing through his meridians began to thicken considerably. After 2 hours, the dark energy had swollen to the thickness of a hemp rope. Breakthrough, Lin Fan bellowed, and a muffled sound erupted from within him. Suddenly, clarity washed over him as his meridians expanded, propelling his cultivation to the 5th rank. In a typical provincial guard, 100 households would generally reside within this realm. Coupled with Lin Fan's extraordinary strength and more robust dark energy, he would be nearly invincible among his peers. Exhaling deeply, Lin Fan felt a wave of fatigue dissipate with his breakthrough. He rose once more to the backyard, only to find numerous fierce scratches etched into the wall. Turning, he discovered that the rooster was sharpening its claws on a stone slab, leaving white marks with each scratch. Upon noticing Lin Fan's gaze, the rooster cackled twice in acknowledgement, clearly exhibiting a notable increase in its intelligence. "Maori, come here," Lin Fan beckoned. The rooster immediately took flight, powerful wings stirring a gust of wind, indicating its strength surpassed that of an average human. The rooster looked at Lin Fan with curiosity, seemingly puzzled as to why its master had summoned it. "This is for you," Lin Fan said, tossing a handful of grass blades onto the ground. The rooster's eyes sparkled with excitement as it promptly bent down to peck at the grass. Maori's intelligence is rising, and its physique is becoming increasingly robust. "I wonder if this nurturing will eventually yield a monster," Lin Fan mused as he watched the rooster devour the grass. The rooster, possessing a crop, consumed all the grass in one go, storing it for gradual digestion. After feasting, it seemed somewhat overwhelmed and flew up to a tree branch, resting against the trunk. "Eating and sleeping. You truly live a leisurely life," Lin Fan chuckled, shaking his head. He then began to practice in the backyard. The spring embroidery knife became an extension of his spirit. His technique oscillated between overwhelming ferocity and the grace of a butterfly flitting through flowers. He continued this practice until noon, when whispers of conversation drifted from the front yard, and a light sheen of sweat adorned his brow. Sheathing the spring embroidery knife, Lin Fan strode towards the front yard. Upon seeing Lin Fan approach, the Jingwu Wei members engaged in conversation immediately stood to pay their respects. "Greetings, my lord." Lin Fan gestured for them to rise. His gaze shifted to Wangfu. "Go fetch the silver. Remember to reserve 30% for our tea expenses, as I wish to take it with me when I report to the Qianhu in a few days." The 100 households could retain 30% of the seized funds, but a portion of that still needed to be handed over to the Qianhu. "Understood." Wangfu promptly led the others to tally the silver. Upon hearing this news, the group's faces brightened with joy. The tea expenses were on their way, and the amount would surely be substantial. Before long, everyone had gathered, and the silver was accounted for and brought forth. This time, they had seized over 500,000 taels of silver, and even after reserving 30%, that amounted to a staggering 160,000 taels, of which 30% was designated for the Qianhu. Even after setting aside the remaining 120,000 taels, it filled 3 large chests. Silver ingots were cumbersome to transport to the Guangming Prefecture's Qianhu. Thus, the silver distributed to the Jingwu Wei was in the form of cash. When the 12,000 taels of cash was displayed before everyone, they were left in awe, their eyes widening in astonishment. The sheer volume of silver presented an undeniable visual impact. The distribution of the silver commenced swiftly, with even the least involved receiving 300 taels. Those like Wangfu and Su Kuang, holding minor banners, received 5,000 taels directly. Lu Hua, after receiving 3,000 taels in cash, breathed a sigh of relief, fully aligning himself with Lin Fan. After the tea expenses were dispersed, Lin Fan proclaimed. "From this day forth, if you serve faithfully under my command, I shall ensure you are well rewarded." In unison, the crowd replied, "We will certainly follow you, my lord." The voices of over 70 robust men resonated together, echoing like thunder. Chapter 65. From impeachment to reward as the funds were secured. Lin Fan transformed the entire 100 households into an impenetrable fortress. Two of the chief banners overseeing the 3 counties were summoned to the 100 households and subsequently imprisoned. One individual, reluctant to report, met his demise at Lin Fan's own hand. After presenting his achievements, the 100 households received a swift response, with Su Kuang and his companions being appointed as chief banners, stationed in the 3 subordinate counties. The youngest and least powerful, Su Bao, was assigned to Ping'an County as the chief banner. Upon their appointment, Su Kuang and his allies immediately began to eradicate corruption and eliminate bandits. With only Su Hu at the pinnacle of the 8th rank, and both Su Kuang and Wang Hu at the 7th rank, the task of clearing out the bandits was executed with effortless ease. Following Lin Fan's example, they confiscated over 200,000 taels of ill-gotten silver. Meanwhile, Lin Fan had removed 2 county magistrates from their posts, both of whom were imprisoned for corruption and bribery. The magistrate of Yongtai County, being situated in a mountainous area and relatively impoverished, had skimmed less and thus managed to escape punishment. With the capture of the 2 magistrates, the entire Fengzhou and its 4 subordinate counties were stabilized. The common folk no longer feared banditry, and merchants could conduct their business without trepidation. However, apart from Ping'an County, the other 3 counties faced a significant shortage of officials, which hampered governmental operations. Concurrently, Lin Fan's bold actions finally drew the ire of the officials, culminating in an impeachment. The atmosphere in the court was palpably tense. Emperor Jing held a stack of memorials, seated high upon the dragon throne, his fingers drumming against the armrest. So many are impeaching Lin Fan of the Jingwei. The memorials are nearly piled into a hill. Can anyone enlighten me as to the situation? A figure stepped forward, drawing the attention of all present. It was Cheng Guang, the Deputy Minister of Works. "Your Majesty, Lin Fan has acted with excessive audacity. Since his promotion to the 100 households, he has indiscriminately arrested officials, from minor clerks to provincial officials, totaling over 40 apprehended. This has instilled great fear among the populace. Your Majesty, what Chendaran states is most accurate. If Lin Fan continues his rampage, it will sow discord among the officials, which is detrimental to the state." Another voice joined in, that of Ji Qing, an academician. Emperor Jing continued to tap the armrest, remaining silent. At that moment, Wang Lang interjected, "Your Majesty, while Lin Fan has indeed apprehended numerous officials, they are all guilty individuals. Is this not the very duty of the Jingwei?" "Your Excellency is mistaken," retorted another. "Though Lin Fan has caught only the guilty, his actions have rendered the government offices of Fengzhou nearly paralyzed. The provincial governor, Li Shun, has repeatedly submitted memorials, stating that nearly all officials have been apprehended, halting governmental operations. This is detrimental to the common people and the state." Wang Lang raised his gaze to the speaker, a smirk gracing his lips. "Lord, would it be better to allow these corrupt officials to continue oppressing the populace?" Duke Zhongding, Qin Jingwei, was momentarily a loss for words before finally stating, "That may be true, but we cannot allow the government to cease functioning. If the government cannot operate, who will collect taxes and who will manage the citizens? Your Majesty, Lin Fan and his subordinates have confiscated over 800,000 taels of silver, all of which has been deposited into the treasury." At this declaration, the assembly fell into stunned silence. All eyes turned to Qian Feng, the Minister of Revenue, who had delivered a decisive blow. Duke Zhongding was equally dumbfounded, for he noted the smile that had appeared on the emperor's face. "Your Majesty, originally, Lin Fan seized over 100,000 taels of silver. After excluding the portion that went into the Jingwei's private treasury, there remains 83,400 taels, equivalent to 8 years of Fengzhou's tax revenue. Such a horde of locusts seeks to ruin the foundation of our great Jing dynasty and destroy my empire." Emperor Jing bellowed, causing all in attendance to fall silent in fear. Such vermin, their skin should be flayed and their tendons pulled. They must be exterminated, the emperor declared. Lin Fan's actions resonate with my sentiments. He shall be duly rewarded. Duke Zhongding's mind buzzed, and so did Wang Jian's, both struggling to comprehend the turn of events. How could Lin Fan, a mere wastrel, achieve such feats in the Jingwei? In such a short time, he had ascended from a minor position to that of 100 households, and judging by the emperor's demeanor, it seemed he was soon to be elevated further. Was it truly, as the rumors in the capital suggested, that Lin Fan was innocent, and it was Qin Hui who had led him astray? As Lin Nantian began to reflect upon these matters, Duke Zhongding could no longer contain himself. The position of 100 households was already a 6th-rank official role, not a trivial one, even in the capital. Should Lin Fan continue to be promoted, he would soon become the deputy chief of the Jingwei, a 5th-rank position with authority extending across the vast Mingfu. At that point, any attempt to act against Lin Fan would be utterly futile. This individual must be removed, otherwise, he would surely become a source of calamity. However, the immediate priority was to prevent Lin Fan from gaining further advancement. With this thought, he boldly declared, "Your Majesty, in just 1 month, Lin Fan has risen from a minor position to that of 100 households, a record pace unprecedented in history. If he is promoted further, it may breed arrogance in him." Hearing this, Emperor Jing considered the argument with gravity. While the speed of his promotion is indeed swift, Lin Fan has accomplished great feats and deserves reward. If word of this spreads, will it not lead the world to think I am a feckless ruler, failing to reward merit? After much contemplation, Duke Zhongding concluded, "Your Majesty, Lin Fan is, after all, a martial artist. Perhaps you could bestow upon him some martial techniques or skills, allowing him to feel your grace." "Your minister's suggestion is commendable," replied Emperor Jing, stroking his chin in thought. "Last time, I granted him a first-rate technique. This time, let us reward him with a first-rate martial skill." Duke Zhongding felt a surge of joy. Such skills would require considerable time to master, not merely a year or two. Even if Lin Fan received a first-rate martial skill, by the time he had trained in it, he would likely be a mere skeleton in a grave. Qin Jingwei promptly exclaimed, "Your Majesty, you are wise." At that moment, Wang Lang unexpectedly rose once more. "Your Majesty, with the Fengzhou deputy governor's corruption leading to his execution, I believe the honest official, Wang Anping, should be promoted to the Fengzhou deputy governor. He may select a portion of the official students to serve in Fengzhou, filling the vacancies." "Approved," Emperor Jing replied nonchalantly. Yet Wang Lang did not withdraw, but continued, "Your Majesty, given Lin Fan's efforts in eliminating corruption within the Fengzhou government, I propose granting him the authority to act with discretion, allowing him to serve you with greater confidence and boldness." At this, a gasp spread through the assembly. Though the Jingwei was the emperor's personal army, known for its first strike, then report protocol, the actual procedures were more complex. Granting Lin Fan such authority would mean he could indeed act without prior approval, executing his plans without hesitation. "Your Majesty, the annual tax revenue of Fengzhou barely reaches 80 to 90,000 taels, yet Lin Fan has extracted over a decade's worth of revenue from these corrupt officials." Qianfeng interjected at the opportune moment. Emperor Jing, no longer hesitating, declared, "The Jingwei are my personal troops and indeed possess the right to act first and report later. Let Lin Fan proceed boldly." Qin Jingwei and Appo's expression shifted. He needed to quickly inform Li Shan to tidy up his affairs. Otherwise, his influence in Fengzhou would be severed by Lin Fan, a man who would stop at nothing. Chapter 66. The indecisive Lin Nantian. As the court session concluded, Lin Nantian stumbled down from the assembly, lost in thought. How could Fanner, a notorious wastrel, suddenly exhibit such vigor and begin to achieve notable accomplishments? Was it true, as Wang Lang suggested, that Hui'er was not as virtuous as she appeared, deliberately corrupting Fanner and driving a wedge between father and son? He murmured to himself, allowing his horse to carry him back to the royal residence. The capital was replete with taverns and tea-houses, where scholars often composed poetry. Do you not see? The waters of the Tsang River descend from the heavens, rushing towards the sea, never to return. A drunken scholar stood at the railing of a tavern, reciting passionately. Do you not see? The bright mirror in the high hall laments white hair. The morning is like black silk, by evening it turns to snow. Lin Nantian raised his gaze towards the scholar, puzzled, and inquired, what talented gentleman is this, exhibiting such literary flair? This esteemed sir has never heard of Jiang Jingjiu. A voice nearby exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Nantian focused his attention and saw a young man holding a folding fan. Perplexed, he responded, Jiang Jingjiu? Whose recent work is this? Could be by the head of the Ouyang family. Ouyang? The young man chuckled and shook his head. This Jiang Jingjiu does indeed relate to Mr. Ouyang. It is not penned by him. Then by whom? Lin Nantian asked, astonished and increasingly curious. Such eloquence could not merely belong to someone other than Ouyang. This person might indeed ascend to the ranks of masters. It was composed by Lin Fan, the deposed heir of the Wang family. The young man replied with a grin. Though Mr. Lin now serves in the Jingwei, he diligently combats corruption and serves the people. Simultaneously, he possesses remarkable literary talent. This exquisite piece was crafted at the Ouyang gathering, where he seized the title of literary champion and won Mr. Ouyang's favor. Lin Fan? Lin Nanshan's pupils constricted sharply, and he exclaimed, impossible. Lin Fan is utterly uneducated, having driven away several tutors. How could he produce such an exquisite work? It is absolutely inconceivable. The young man raised an eyebrow, his eyes filled with disdain. You appear to be a person of significance, yet even a person of stature should not tarnish Mr. Lin's reputation. That so-called reputation is merely a fabrication spun by Madame Qin of the loyal Dingho family. How could that be? Madame Qin is known for her virtue throughout the capital. How could she possibly be a wicked stepmother? Lin Nantian rebuked sternly. A virtuous lady may not necessarily raise a child proficient in both literature and martial arts. Yet she would never foster a debauched scion who revels in vice and oppresses the virtuous. After uttering this, the young man entered the tavern. Lin Nantian sat in a daze upon his horse. Wang Lang's voice seemed to echo in his ears. Could it be that he had misjudged Fanner? Yet, he had witnessed Qin Hui's virtue with his own eyes. Returning to the Wang residence, he was greeted by Qin Hui, who approached with a radiant smile. My lord, you have returned. I have prepared your meal and personally simmered your favorite chicken soup. Lin Nantian replied, though his expression remained subdued. He entered the dining hall, where 4 simple dishes were laid out, the steaming chicken soup beside them, evidently freshly prepared. As soon as he sat down, Qin Hui placed the soup before him. These were dishes prepared by Qin Hui herself, inexpensive yet favored by Lin Nantian. However, today, the chicken soup tasted bland, and his gaze wandered aimlessly. My lord, what troubles you? Qin Hui inquired, puzzled. I am fine. Lin Nantian shook his head, glancing around, and asked, where is Xiaolong? Why hasn't he come to dine? Qin Hui sighed. Xiaolong went to Fengzhou to attend the Ouyang gathering, where he encountered Fanner. Oh, that little rascal has become a Jingwei. How could he possibly attend the Ouyang gathering? Lin Nantian set down his bowl of soup, curiosity piqued, yet his eyes scrutinized every expression of Qin Hui. Fanner not only attended the Ouyang gathering, but also claimed the top honor. His piece Jiang Jingjiu garnered Mr. Ouyang's admiration, and Xiaolong hopes to study diligently to follow in his brother's footsteps. Qin Hui revealed, a hint of a smile gracing her face. My lord, with Fanner exerting himself so earnestly, perhaps we should call him back. Despite his past misdeeds, even the insult towards Nyener, he is still the legitimate heir of the Wang family, and the title of heir should rightfully belong to him. Lin Nanshan's gaze flickered, and before he could respond, Lin Xiaolong approached. Father, I encountered elder brother in Fengzhou. I inquired about him. Apart from the occasional visit to brothels, he appears to be quite diligent. Even as a Jingwei, he has not succumbed to despair. I am willing to relinquish the title of heir back to him. Before Lin Nantian could utter a word, Lin Xiaolong had spoken fervently, but the heir publicly. A voice from the side interjected. Silence. Lin Xiaolong snapped. The voice belonged to Zhuer, who fell silent. Yet her expression seemed to suggest she had something to communicate. Lin Nantian turned to Zhuer. Do you have something to say? Zhu cast a furtive glance at Lin Xiaolong, her tone timid. The heir was assaulted by the eldest son upon their first meeting, relying on his status as the heir's elder brother to publicly inflict injury, leaving the heir bruised and bloodied. Had it not been for the guards intervening, he might have been killed. Lin Xiaolong's expression darkened. Why did that little brat attack Xiaolong? He claimed the heir took his position and vowed that once he claimed the top honor, he would use the jade pendant to incite Mr. Ouyang to spread rumors, tarnishing the reputation of the lady and the heir. Zhu stammered. Suya, you have spoken too much. Lin Xiaolong rebuked sharply. The heir's title was indeed my elder brother's. It is only natural for him to resent my occupying it. Now that my brother seeks to atone, how can you sow discord between him and our father? I am sorry, my lord. I was wrong. Zhu, frightened, knelt and bowed repeatedly. At this moment, Lin Nanshan's expression darkened considerably. He raised his hand to lift Zhu back to her feet. You are not at fault. It is that Lin Fan, that little brat, who is too arrogant, publicly assaulting his own brother and sullying our mother's name. Even if he kneels before me in supplication, he shall never set foot in the Wang residence again. Chapter 67. The spiritual ascendance of the phoenix upon the mention of Lin Fan, the wayward son. Lin Nantian was filled with such ire that he could scarcely eat. Recently, the northern border South Wolf King Court had been rife with turmoil, and he felt compelled to frequent the military camp. Continue your meal, he declared, placing down his chopsticks and departing the dining hall. Once Lin Nantian had left, Lin Xiaolong and his mother took their seats. Qin Hui raised her gaze to the maid. Zhu, you have worked hard. Zhu replied earnestly, it is no trouble. My life was saved by the lady, and as long as I can assist the young master in securing his position, I shall do so willingly. Rest assured, although your birth may preclude you from being the official wife of the royal household, I will ensure that Xiaolong elevates you to a cherished concubine. Qin Hui stated with calm conviction. Zhu's face lit up with joy as she hurriedly bowed. Thank you, my lady. Lin Xiaolong's countenance, however, was grim. Mother, has father begun to harbor suspicions about you? Is my position as heir secure? Do not worry, Qin Hui replied with poise. With the support of your uncle and grandfather, your position will be firmly established. As for Lin Fan, he is merely a lowly wretch without any backing. He poses no threat to your status. Yet, she added, I have heard that the emperor has once again favored him today. Were it not for grandfather's intervention, his official rank would have surely been elevated. And with his burgeoning reputation among scholars, if we allow him to continue unchallenged, he could become a grave threat. Lin Xiaolong remained troubled. For the past decade, he had dismissed Lin Fan as inconsequential. Yet in this brief month, fear had seeped into his heart. Not only had Lin Fan reached the 6th rank, but he was also a captain of the Imperial Guard, having captivated countless scholars with his poem Song of the Wine. If this trend continues, even if Lin Fan does not become the heir of the Wangfu, he will undoubtedly evolve into a formidable force capable of shaking the foundations of the loyal Duke's residence and even the Wangfu itself. Let's observe for now. Lin Fan is currently in a position of great prominence, making him difficult to confront. The emperor's favor is fleeting, and once the fervor has subsided, we shall deal with him then. Qin Hui's eyes glinted coldly. She too longed to eliminate Lin Fan. Only by doing so could she erase the legacy of that woman from this world. The Wangfu must belong solely to her. Qin Hui. Mother, we must act swiftly. I fear that this little beast, Lin Fan, may grow beyond our capacity to contend with. Lin Xiaolong's anxiety persisted, an unsettling premonition gnawing at him, suggesting that Lin Fan would indeed burgeon into a terrifying presence, one that even the loyal Duke's residence and the Wangfu could not contend with. Fear not. Your grandfather is the loyal Duke, a noble of the empire. Even if Lin Fan were to ascend to the rank of captain, he would be crushed under your grandfather's hand. Qin Hui asserted, a rare ferocity flashing across her typically gentle visage. In Fengzhou, at the captain's residence, the sounds of training echoed through the courtyard. The techniques from the Ping'an County Imperial Guard had been adopted at the Fengzhou command. Su Wanner had also been assigned to the captain's residence as a cook. Simultaneously, chefs were summoned anew from the 4 subordinate counties. However, these chefs lacked the secret ingredients provided by Lin Fan. The herbal leaves were, After all, sourced from the realm of the Copper Mirror. And while Su Wanner and her companions were trustworthy, others were not. Nevertheless, Lin Fan occasionally distributed a small quantity of medicinal pills as rewards for merit, which served to enhance the capabilities of the imperial guards in the subordinate counties. Fengzhou had become a cohesive force, with Lin Fan spending his days basking in the sun and tending to chickens, enjoying a few leisurely days. With the 4 counties now stabilized, Lin Fan finally resolved to continue with his plans. Young master, the notification has been sent by tomorrow morning at the latest. Captain Su and the others will arrive in the state capital, Lin Guzi reported, hurrying over. Well done, Lin Fan acknowledged, opening his eyes from his repose on the bamboo chair. Turning to scrutinize Lin Guzi, he inquired, how is your foundation stabilizing? Lin Guzi chuckled, rest assured, young master. I have been intensifying my training, and my shaky realm is gradually solidifying. Is it nearing stability? Then tonight, attempt to break through. It is unacceptable for the captain and Oppo's residents to have only one warrior above the 7th rank. Lin Fan retrieved a porcelain vial, pouring out 2 slightly shriveled red fruits. Take these and see if you can break through to the 7th rank tonight. Lin Guzi stared at the fruits, astonished. He had consumed these several times before, yet had only ever seen a fraction of them. Today was the first time he had witnessed their full form. Those minuscule pieces had been akin to an 80-year-old ginseng. Consuming an entire fruit would be extraordinary. Young master, this is too much. You should keep it for yourself, Lin Guzi protested hastily. Do not worry. I have plenty of these. Eat as much as you need. I can afford to elevate you to a first-rank martial artist, Lin Fan replied casually, tossing the fruits to Lin Guzi, who fumbled to catch them. Thank you, young master. I will certainly train diligently and not tarnish your expectations, Lin Guzi vowed earnestly. Enough. Return to your training and aim for a breakthrough to the 6th rank by tomorrow. Understood? Understood, Lin Guzi exclaimed. Why shout? Off you go, Lin Fan chuckled, playfully chiding him. As Lin Guzi hurried away, the phoenix fluttered its wings and soared from the backyard. After days of nourishment, it had grown to waist height, its feathers resplendent and shimmering like golden silk in the sunlight. Its vibrant red comb was impressively large. The creature seemed almost otherworldly. Moreover, its combat prowess was formidable, with the strength of the guards at the captain's residence proving inadequate against it. Only the petty Lu Hua could exchange blows with the phoenix. Yet even he could not subdue it. The phoenix's feathers were impervious to blades, and its powerful wing beats stirred winds that made it difficult for anyone to open their eyes. The phoenix approached, strutting with a swagger, nudging its head against Lin Fan's palm, its small, round eyes gleaming with yearning. Lin Fan glanced at it, exhaling a sigh. All right, I understand. Just one for you. He retrieved a fruit from the porcelain vial and tossed it to the phoenix, which promptly caught it and swallowed it in a few bites. This little creature possessed a crop, allowing it to store the fruit, so there was no danger of it being overwhelmed by the medicinal potency. The phoenix flapped its wings and flew to a nearby parasol tree in the backyard. Observing this, Lin Fan mused, with the Copper Mirror realm in play, perhaps we might truly nurture a mythical creature. Chapter 68. The Jing Divine Crossbow at the Hour of the Rabbit. On the outskirts of Fengzhou City, Lin Fan led the entire Jingwei unit of the Baihu office, gathered here in full force. Shortly, squads of Jingwei converged from all directions. Sir, the Jingwei banner of Baoquan County, led by Su Kuang, reports in. Yongtai County's Jingwei banner, led by Wang Hu, reports in. Ningyi County's Jingwei banner, led by Su Hu, reports in. Ping'an County's Jingwei banner, led by Su Bao, reports in. Except for Ping'an County, the other 3 counties had yet to complete their formations. Nevertheless, the combined forces of the 4 counties amounted to a robust total of 180 men. Adding the 30 from the Baihu office, they now numbered nearly 200. Moreover, after several days of training, the spirit of these Jingwei had noticeably improved. While not elite soldiers, they were certainly superior to the average constables. Lin Fan's gaze swept over the gathered men, and those county office Jingwei who had yet to meet him scrutinized their superior. Indeed, he appeared as youthful as the rumors suggested, yet the commanding aura he exuded rendered them hesitant to gaze for long. Now that we are all assembled, let us proceed. As per our usual practice, rewards will be apportioned according to merit. The more you contribute, the more you earn. With a grand gesture, Lin Fan led his subordinates directly into Fengzhou City. The guards at the city gate were taken aback by this sudden display. The Jingwei were creating quite the commotion. Hadn't the governance of Fengzhou and its 4 subordinate counties already been cleansed? Why then this significant mobilization of the Jingwei? Some quick-footed guards discreetly slipped towards the state office to inform Governor Li Shun as the throng of Jingwei appeared on the streets. Even with their recent reformation under Lin Fan's command, ordinary citizens still chose to steer clear of them. Yet a few daring souls trailed behind, curious about their intentions. As they drew closer to their objective, the expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically. The state office. Their target is clearly the state office. My heavens! Lin Duran dares to confront the governor directly. Such audacity! The governor oversees a territory of 300 li and is a 5th-rank official. Before long, Lin Fan arrived at the front of the state office, with the governor's mansion directly behind. Surround them, Lin Fan commanded, and the numerous Jingwei surged forward, swiftly dividing into 2 flanking groups. Lin Guzi, leading over 30 men, boldly entered the state office. The constables, startled by this display, hastily shouted, "What do you Jingwei intend to do? This is the state office, and behind it lies the governor's residence." Before Lin Fan could respond, Lin Guzi kicked over the obstructing constable. "What are you? How dare you block my master's path?" A spit of disdain followed. The constable, merely a 9th-rank martial artist, was sent flying by Lin Guzi's strike, a 6th-rank martial artist. Seeing the ferocity of the Jingwei, the other constables wisely retreated. There was no need to risk their lives for a mere few taels of silver. Lin Fan and his men pressed on, and soon they entered the governor's mansion. Under the leadership of Su Kuang and others, the Jingwei had completely surrounded the estate, leaving no avenue of escape. Approaching the entrance, Lin Fan was about to knock when Lin Guzi stepped forward with a grin. "Young master, allow me." In a swift motion, he kicked the grand door, sending it crashing to the ground. Lin Fan, witnessing this, was momentarily speechless. "Guzi, we are here to investigate, not to cause destruction. Furthermore, the governor's residence is public property, not Li Shun's personal possession. The cost of this door will be deducted from your team money." Huh? Lin Guzi froze. Realizing the door's value might exceed 10 taels of silver, a significant loss before they had even begun their mission. As they stepped into the governor's mansion, the first sight that greeted them was a formation of guards, more than 30 in number, each radiating a formidable presence, clearly seasoned martial artists. Many were at the 8th or even 7th rank, with their leader exuding the aura of a 6th-rank master. "Li Duran, do you truly believe these guards can thwart me?" Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, chuckling lightly. "Of course not," Li Shun replied, appearing from behind the guards. He gazed at Lin Fan with a scornful demeanor. "You are merely a 6th-rank Baihu. How dare you encircle my governor's residence? I am a 5th-rank governor. What do you intend?" Lin Fan smiled. "I harbor no ill intentions. I simply wish to invite Li Duran for a cup of tea in the prison. I am a court-appointed official, ranking above you, unless a Qianhu appears in person. Even the Jingwei lack the authority to detain me." Li Shun's voice remained firm, unyielding even in the face of Lin Fan's challenge. "Have you perhaps forgotten? The Jingwei are the emperor's personal guard. In terms of rank, we are on equal footing." Lin Fan maintained his genial expression. "Li Shinskun Danansa Shifta Elena Fan. We have no conflict, right? The Jingwei and the state office should not clash. Why not simply perform your duties and earn your silver?" "Li Duran, perhaps you overestimate your position," Lin Fan scoffed. "I believe the fish will inevitably perish, but the net may remain intact." As these words echoed, the atmosphere within the governor's mansion grew tense. Jingwei began to scale the walls, while Su Kuang and his sons took to the rooftops, gaining the high ground. On Li Shun's side, elite guards brandished their weapons. Despite their smaller numbers, their vitality was palpable, indicating they were indeed formidable fighters. It seemed a fierce battle was imminent when suddenly, Li Shun broke into laughter. Fixing his gaze on Lin Fan, he sneered, "Lin Fan, you have forced my hand. Let us unveil the surprise." It was then that the crowd noticed a covered object behind Li Shun. As the cloth was lifted, gasps filled the air. The Jing divine crossbow. The bowstring, crafted from bull sinew, was taut, and arrows as thick as a man's arm were nocked and ready. This weapon was reputed to be capable of slaying third-rank martial artists, with the ability to kill fourth-rank martial artists within 50 paces, fifth rank within 80, and sixth rank within 100 paces, an instrument of war that commanded respect and fear. Now, with Lin Fan and his cohort merely 30 or 40 paces away, they had unwittingly entered the lethal range of the Jing divine crossbow. The glinting arrowheads cast a shadow of dread over the assembled Jingwei. For should the crossbow be fired, it would surely pierce them like skewered fruit, leaving no chance for survival. Chapter 69. Capturing Li Shun, a glint of cold light flickered in Lin Fan's eyes before he smiled and said, "If I recall correctly, the divine might crossbow is a forbidden weapon, is it not? How could a mere governor possess such an item? There is no need for you to trouble yourself. Lin Baihu, I merely wish to inquire if we may now sit down and have a proper discussion." Li Shun's gaze was filled with arrogance. Thankfully, the Marquis had sent the divine might crossbow early, or else he would truly struggle against Lin Fan. Once he had driven Lin Fan away, he could clear up all the loose ends. By that time, he would no longer fear any retaliation from Lin Fan, and might even have the opportunity to turn the tables on him, stripping him of his official position and reducing him to a commoner. Without the protection of the Jingwei, even if Lin Fan were a third-grade martial artist, he would be nothing more than an ant in the Marquis's eyes. Ah, Li Shun is so well prepared, even bringing out the divine might crossbow. What else can we do but talk? Perhaps we should enjoy some candied hawthorn? Lin Fan scoffed, then waved his hand. Fetch me a chair. If we are to converse, we must do so seated. One of the Jingwei stepped forward to bring a stool, while the crossbow's bolts remained trained on Lin Fan. Even the slightest movement from Lin Fan was closely monitored by Li Shun, who was poised to fire at any moment. Of course, he was reluctant to use the divine might crossbow unless absolutely necessary, for doing so against Lin Fan would be tantamount to rebellion, given that Lin Fan was part of the Emperor's personal guard. As for aiming the crossbow at Lin Fan now, he planned to later dismiss it as a misunderstanding once an agreement was reached. Upon seeing Lin Fan seated, Li Shun squinted and smiled. "That is more like it. We are both serving the court. Is there anything that cannot be discussed?" "Indeed, you speak wisely," Lin Fan replied, his words directed at Li Shun. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the divine might crossbow. He then glanced at the two men flanking him, Lin Guzi and Lu Hua, and scolded. "Why have you not retreated? Do you not see that I am here to discuss matters with Li Shun?" Understanding the cue, Lin Guzi immediately grasped Lu Hua and led their team back. In silence, the only target of the divine might crossbow was now Lin Fan alone. Nonchalantly crossing his legs, Lin Fan stated, "How does Li Shun wish to proceed? Speak." Seeing those men withdraw, Li Shun felt a twinge of displeasure, but reassured himself that as long as Lin Fan remained, it was sufficient. No matter how formidable Lin Fan appeared, he was merely a mid-third-grade martial artist and could not evade the divine might crossbow. "Lin Fan, my requirements are quite simple. You withdraw and cease to disturb my residence. As for the corrupt officials you have detained, they deserve their fates and may be considered a contribution to your accomplishments," Li Shun said with a smile. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. "That is acceptable. I can have my men vacate the governor's residence immediately." Li Shun shook his head with a smile. "You may return at any time, but the divine might crossbow may not always be able to target you. Hence I have prepared a small gift for you." He clapped his hands, and a bailiff promptly approached, holding a tray containing a porcelain vial. "What is this?" A cold gleam flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. Li Shun explained, "This is the Li Gong San. Consuming it will render you unable to use dark energy or inner strength for a month, though your physical strength will remain unaffected. Should you take the Li Gong San, our matter will be settled. Furthermore, you may rest assured, as you are a member of the Jingwei, I would never take advantage of you. After all, attacking a Jingwei is a grave crime of rebellion." Lin Fan took the vial in hand, scoffing. Li Shun, "Your calculations are quite clever, but who knows if I will even survive a month." Abruptly, he raised his head to look at Li Shun and then swiftly grasped the bailiff by the throat. With a snap, the bailiff's neck was broken. Li Shun's pupils constricted in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Lin Fan would dare to take action while under the threat of the divine might crossbow. He saw Lin Fan's hand resting on his embroidered spring knife, and the sight sent chills through him. Without hesitation, he shouted, "Release the arrows." No longer concerned with the notion of rebellion, survival became his utmost priority. The bowstring of the divine might crossbow suddenly slackened, and with a creaking sound, 3 bolts, each as thick as an arm, were shot forth. In less than 30 steps, the force of the bolts was astonishing, capable of penetrating walls over 3 feet thick. "Young master, my lord." The faces of the Jingwei turned pale. At such a close range, a mid-third-grade martial artist had no chance of survival. With a metallic sound, Lin Fan drew his embroidered spring knife, simultaneously employing the wind step technique. His mastery of wind step was now complete, a recent achievement gained through the use of a bronze mirror. As he executed the technique, he moved like a specter, amidst the gusts generated by the bolts. He swayed like a reed in the wind, skillfully evading the arrows as he slipped through the gaps. The 3 bolts tore through the air, flying straight past him, crashing into walls behind him. The scene left everyone stunned. How had Lin Fan managed to evade the divine might crossbow at such close range? They could barely keep up with his movements, only witnessing Lin Fan take a single step and appear behind the bolts. Lin Fan grinned. "Li Shun, do you have any tricks left? If not, I should make my move." Li Shun couldn't help but shudder. What manner of being was this? How could he possibly evade the divine might crossbow? Did the Marquis provide him with a counterfeit? Yet, he had little time to ponder this. As Lin Fan was already approaching, his pace was not swift, but each step felt like a weight upon Li Shun's heart, causing his very core to tremble. Lin Fan, I am the governor of this state, a 5th-grade official. You have unlawfully intruded upon my residence. I shall report you." Li Shun's voice quivered with fear. He had not anticipated that his meticulously prepared weapon would fail to restrain Lin Fan. "Jingwei, heed my command. Li Shun has attacked the Jingwei with the intent of rebellion. Apprehend him," Lin Fan bellowed. The Jingwei surged forward from all directions, pouring over the walls and rooftops, numbering over 200. "Charge! Kill them," Li Shun ordered frantically. Clang! His commands fell on deaf ears as the guards threw down their weapons in fear. They realized that opposing the Jingwei equated to treason. For a mere sum of silver, they would not risk their lives. At the very least, they wished to leave a path for their families. "My lord, it was all Li Shun's coercion. We are but guards, merely doing our jobs, with no intention of rebellion. Li Shun is a scoundrel. I shall expose him." The guards not only discarded their weapons, but also began to denounce Li Shun. Seeing this unfold, Li Shun felt a chill in his heart. After so many years in Fengzhou, having spent so much money, was this the kind of loyalty he had cultivated? Chapter 70. The greedy rat Lin Fan smiled and said, "Lord Li, the hearts of the people are telling. I am a man of the Duke of Zhongding, and I also hold the position of governor of Fengzhou. On what grounds can you arrest me without evidence?" Li Shun was still struggling, but despair had already clouded his eyes. Lin Guzi and others disregarded his defense and swiftly shackled him with chains. Lin Fan approached Li Shun and produced a stack of letters from his garments, playfully tapping them against Li Shun's face. "Lord Li, can you guess what these are?" Catching a glimpse of the names on the letters, Li Shun's fury nearly erupted. He couldn't end Amp, Oppos, T help but bellow to the heavens, Scar Tiger, Lu Guangdou, I have treated you well. Why do you betray me like this? Indeed, these are the testimonies left by Scar Tiger and Lu Guangdou, along with letters that established their connection to Li Shun. Such correspondence was typically destroyed upon receipt to maintain confidentiality, but due to their distrust of Li Shun, they had deliberately left a few behind. These letters would serve as the dagger that would seal Li Shun's fate. All personnel from the governor's office had been apprehended, including the guards. The group marched out of the governor's residence. Just as they stepped outside, Lin Fan's gaze fell upon the entourage that had come to proclaim the imperial edict. He recognized the leader well. It was the same eunuch who had read the edict for him previously. Upon seeing Lin Fan, the entourage immediately halted. Li Shen, spotting the imperial proclamation as if it were a lifeline, cried out desperately, "Eunuch, save me! I am a governor of Fengzhou. Lin Fan is abusing his power to imprison me." The eunuch shot a glance, and a guard immediately rushed forward, striking Li Shun across the face with the hilt of his sword. The blow was brutal, causing Li Shun to bleed and lose 2 teeth. Silence. Do you think you can bear the consequences of delaying the proclamation? The eunuch scoffed, before turning to Lin Fan with a smile. Mr. Lin, you have achieved great merit. His Majesty is exceedingly pleased and has sent me to convey a special edict to reward you. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. What merit had he accomplished? As the proclamation began, he respectfully accepted it. Upon learning the details, he was stunned. It turned out that those who had attempted to impeach him inadvertently brought him accolades instead. Lord Lin, please accept the edict, the eunuch beamed. Lin Fan quickly held the edict with both hands. The eunuch gestured, and a servant presented a first-rate martial arts technique as a reward. We know that Lord Lin excels in swordsmanship, so we have selected a technique specifically for you. Lin Fan hastily expressed his gratitude. Thank you, eunuch. Additionally, His Majesty has granted you the privilege to act with discretion within Fengzhou. You may execute first and report later, the eunuch conveyed. Upon hearing this, Li Shun's face drained of color. He realized he was doomed. Ordinarily, only 1,000 households could touch a governor like him. However, with Lin Fan now wielding the power to act at will, it meant that even he was within the realm of possibility for punishment. As long as Lin Fan could provide a reasonable explanation afterward, Lin Fan had not anticipated that Emperor Jing would grant him such authority, leading him to conclude that perhaps the emperor was not as foolish as he seemed. I shall remain dutiful and loyal, never to betray His Majesty's expectations, he declared. We need talents like you in the great Jing dynasty, the eunuch remarked, his smile broadening. Your praise is unwarranted. After your long journey, perhaps you would like to enjoy a cup of tea at my residence? Lin Fan suggested, handing the edict and reward to Lin Guzi as he approached the eunuch. Unobtrusively, he slipped a 1,000 taels note into the eunuch's sleeve. The eunuch recognized the denomination immediately, his smile growing even brighter. Lord Lin, there is no need for tea. However, I did hear some news on my way here. I wonder if it might be of use to you, the eunuch said. Please, do share, Lin Fan urged, knowing that the silver note was worth this information. Officials from the Duke of Zhongding's faction are attempting to impeach you. Yet Wang Lang and the Ministry of Revenue hold a favorable view of you. Initially, His Majesty was indecisive, but upon learning of the seized illicit silver, he decided to reward you. However, the Duke of Zhongding refused to relent, changing your position from deputy to a mere commendation with a martial arts technique. The eunuch explained succinctly. Lin Fan's brows furrowed, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. What a Duke of Zhongding! What Qin family! They fear I may become a threat. Although the Duke of Zhongding is suppressing you, perhaps you could forge an alliance with Wang Lang and the Ministry of Revenue. The eunuch advised. Lin Fan clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you for the reminder, eunuch. You are too kind, Lord Lin. The edict has been delivered. I must return to the capital, the eunuch said, bidding farewell and leading his entourage away. After watching the eunuch depart, Lin Fan turned to Li Shun, shaking the edict playfully in his hand. Lord Li, shall we proceed to the imperial prison now? Lin Fan, your actions demonstrate a complete disregard for the nuances of officialdom. This will surely incite public ire. Even as a captain of the Jingwu Wei, you may not escape death. Li Shun glared at Lin Fan with venomous eyes. Slap! Lin Guzi swiftly delivered a resounding slap to Li Shun's face, spitting on the ground in contempt. A prisoner dares to insult my lord? What are you even worth? Seeing this, Su Bao regretted not escorting Li Shun himself. Had he done so, he would have been the one to strike Li Shun. What a pity! As they made their way back, the townsfolk, upon realizing the prisoner was Li Shun, hurled rotten eggs and vegetables at him. The taxes imposed by the court were not excessive, yet Li Shun, in an effort to curry favor with the Duke of Zhongding and other superiors, had imposed numerous surcharges. He also frequently turned a blind eye to his subordinates' extortion, leading to widespread grievances among the populace. His lavish lifestyle, including maintaining courtesans and entertainers, drained substantial amounts of silver from the people. Now that the opportunity arose, they were eager to strike down the drowning rat. It was at this moment that Li Shun truly grasped how much he was despised. Upon arriving at the captain's residence, Li Shun was swiftly imprisoned. Historically, while many civil officials were boastful, they were not always robust. Less than 2 hours passed before Li Shun had confessed everything. When Lin Fan received the testimonies, he was astonished. Here was a mere county governor overseeing only 4 counties in a barren region, yet he had extorted a staggering 800,000 taels of silver. Considering that the entire Fengzhou, including the 4 counties, boasted a population of merely over 50,000, it was remarkable. Ah, this Li Shun is truly a talent. Scraping the ground clean, Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle coldly. He turned to Wangfu. Have they begun the search of his estate? They have. Lin Guzi and Su Kuang have taken people there, but the sheer volume of valuables is causing delays in the inventory, Wangfu replied. Lin Fan sighed. Let us see how much wealth we can uncover. Chapter 71. Tears of the Common People. The indulgent path of officialdom in the residence of the prefect. Carts laden with gold and silver were drawn out, and countless treasures of paintings and calligraphy were amassed. In the cellar, there was no grain to be seen, only crates filled with copper coins. Li Shun had not avariciously hoarded a single grain. Instead, he had converted everything into silver. He had taken no less than 18 concubines, the youngest of whom was a mere 12 years old, forcibly taken as his own. There were 12 dancing maidens, each more beautiful than the last, gathered from various regions, costing him a fortune of thousands of taels annually. Additionally, there were 8 courtesans, whose annual expenses also reached no less than 5,000 taels. Lin Guzi discovered numerous dead sparrows and spoiled cabbage leaves in the kitchen. Upon inquiry, he learned that Li Shun had a penchant for sparrow tongues, demanding a dish of them daily. A mere plate of sparrow tongues, no larger than a fingernail, cost him 100 taels of silver to procure. The discarded cabbage leaves were a result of his preference for only the hearts of the cabbage, tossing the rest aside to feed the pigs. Unlike Liu Biqing, who refrained from greed, this man not only dared to indulge, but also spent lavishly, reveling in a life of excess. After all, he was the chief official of Fengzhou, an ironclad position shielded by the loyal Duke of Zhongding, leaving him unafraid of repercussions. Little did he anticipate the arrival of a capable young man, with the help of Wei Wudao, eliminated all his underlings and unearthed his granaries. The investigation lasted a full day and night. Lin Fan sat in the precinct, patiently awaiting the results. As night fell, Lin Guzi approached with an account book in hand. Have the results come in? Lin Fan straightened, his gaze fixed on Lin Guzi. Young master, everything is in, Lin Guzi replied. Lin Fan coolly remarked, Speak, I wish to know how much grain this glutton has hoarded. A total of 120,000 taels in cash, 170,000 taels in silver notes, 8,000 taels in gold, and various paintings and treasures estimated to be worth 100,000 taels. Additionally, there are several properties in Fengzhou valued at approximately 50,000 taels, Lin Guzi disclosed, handing the account book to Lin Fan. Lin Fan glanced over it hastily. Is that all? Where did the remaining 300,000 taels go? Lin Guzi hurried to explain. The enforcers have dug 3 feet into the earth, nearly dismantling the prefect's residence, yet they still could not uncover the missing silver. We should ask Li Shun. Lin Fan proceeded to the interrogation chamber. Inside, Li Shun was suspended by 2 chains, his corpulent body marked with the welts of lashes. However, his injuries seemed limited, likely having succumbed during the initial round of whipping. Hearing footsteps, Li Shun struggled to lift his head. Upon seeing Lin Fan, he revealed a blood-stained smile. Lord Lin, you have found the silver, haven't you? Lord Li, they no longer intend to protect you. Do you still wish to shield them? Lin Fan took a seat in the interrogation room, his gaze calm as it fell upon Li Shun. Lord Lin, I can tell you everything, but you must agree to one condition. Li Shun grinned. Anticipating this, Lin Fan inquired, what condition? Spare my son, Shan'er, Li Shun pleaded, desperation gleaming in his eyes. Lin Fan recalled the 5-year-old boy from the Li family. Upon their first encounter, he had perceived the child as cultured and upright. The enforcers had informed him that this child was Li Shun's son, a claim he had initially doubted. Now, hearing the name Li Shun, it resonated with the boy's virtuous demeanor. Lin Fan smiled. Li Shun, you have chosen a fine name for your son. He possesses far more integrity than you. Indeed, Li Shun replied, a hint of pride in his tone. I sought out many great scholars to teach him literacy and conduct. Naturally, he excels. By 4 years old, he could already read the 1,000-character classic, and he treats others with humility and respect, worthy of the name Shan. By naming your son Li Shan, hoping he would grow to be virtuous, did you never consider the day that your own misdeeds might be revealed? If he were to discover the truth of his father, would he not resent you? Lin Fan's eyes bore into Li Shun, questioning him. A bitter smile spread across Li Shun's face. I, Li Shun, also hail from humble beginnings. My parents were mere farmers. If it were not for dire circumstances, who would willingly become a corrupt official? He gazed at Lin Fan earnestly. If you truly wish to hear my tale, I shall share it with you. Bring me a bowl of clean water. Lin Fan instructed accordingly. Prisoners in the interrogation chamber were denied water, a punishment in itself. After the interrogation concluded, they would have to resort to drinking their own urine or filthy water. Once the water arrived, Lin Fan personally offered it to Li Shun. After gulping it down, Li Shun sighed in relief. Thank you, Lord Lin. Now I shall begin. In truth, Li Shun was of ordinary peasant stock, unable to afford schooling, yet had a thirst for knowledge. While tending to the pigs, he often secretly listened to lessons at the village school. By the age of 7, he could read the 1,000-character classic fluently, showcasing considerable talent. Upon discovering this, his parents sold a piece of land to fund his education. Once in school, he displayed exceptional ability, winning the favor of his teacher, who reduced his fees, allowing his family to support his studies. He did not disappoint, standing out with an essay advocating for the welfare of the people. However, without connections in the bureaucratic world, even a gifted individual could only serve as a clerk in Yongtai County, earning just enough to sustain a modest living. His childhood sweetheart died in childbirth, taking both mother and child, as he could not afford a physician. His father, injured while farming, refused to spend money on medicine and ultimately succumbed to his wounds. While he received bribes, he resisted temptation until his mother fell gravely ill. Unable to hold back any longer, he accepted a bribe, spiraling into a cycle of corruption that he could not halt. He likened himself to a speeding carriage, unable to stop or turn back. Later, he became a protégé of the Duke of Zhongding, paying a yearly tribute of silver, which led to his promotion to the position of prefect. As his mother passed and wealth accumulated, life lost its flavor. He indulged in courtesans and dancers for fleeting pleasure, finding solace only in moments of excess. The birth of Li Shan rekindled hope within him, as he envisioned nurturing the boy into a better version of himself, planning to sever ties when Li Shan turned 10. Yet, time was against him. His son was only 5 when his own downfall came to pass. After a prolonged silence, Lin Fan mused. Had you waited just 5 more years, you could have changed your son's fate. Do you harbor resentment towards me? Li Shun shook his head. I bear no hatred. Even without you, Lin Fan, others would have emerged. My downfall is my own fault. He raised his gaze to Lin Fan. Lord Lin, I am willing to cooperate with the Jingwei investigation. Please spare my son. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Fan nodded. Very well. Chapter 72. The cunning and devious Duke of Loyalty. 30 miles outside the western outskirts of Fengzhou City, there lies a residence. Each year, I merely need to deliver the silver there, and naturally, someone will come to collect it, Li Shun stated calmly. Lin Fan inquired, how much silver in total has been sent? Li Shun pondered for a moment and replied, approximately 350,000 taels, but that residence is a dilapidated one, and I am uncertain whether any useful clues can be found there. Does the Duke of Loyalty not have direct contact with you? Lin Fan asked, puzzled. Li Shun sighed. The Duke of Loyalty is exceedingly cunning. How could he possibly expose himself to danger? Letters are encoded, and after half a month, the writing vanishes, leaving me no opportunity to gather any evidence. Lin Fan furrowed his brow upon hearing this. It would indeed be challenging to find evidence against the Duke of Loyalty. Having captured Li Shun with great difficulty, it would be a waste to let this opportunity slip away. What about the divine crossbow? Can we trace it? Lin Fan questioned. Li Shun shook his head. The divine crossbow was sent to the coastal territories under the Duke's arrangements. It merely passed through Fengzhou. It is utterly impossible to leverage the crossbow for our purposes. Lin Fan fell into contemplation. If all the proper procedures were in place, it would indeed be troublesome. After a moment, He spoke again. Who is responsible for transporting the divine crossbow? When will he arrive in Fengzhou? Li Shun reflected. He should be a distant relative of the Duke, currently holding the title of a fifth-rank official in the Ministry of War, named Qin Chao, and is indeed the Duke's nephew. Is Qin Chao above reproach? Lin Fan inquired. Certainly not. This is a lucrative position. Our Jing dynasty has only 2 officials in this capacity, and the Duke's house, with the support of the Wang family, is fortunate to have secured this post. Li Shun explained. His expression turned serious as he continued. You wouldn't consider taking action against Qin Chao, would you? His position is too vital. He is typically accompanied by skilled soldiers. Moreover, the Duke will undoubtedly protect him, seeking ways to discredit you, even going so far as to dispatch assassins. Besides, he holds a 5th-rank title, while you are merely 100 households in a province. You lack the authority to act against him. Rest assured, I have everything under control. Lin Fan stated calmly. I will ensure your son has safety, but the others must face justice. Preserving Shauner's life is sufficient. I care not for the rest. Li Shun shrugged indifferently. Having sought Lin Fan's assistance, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. As for those concubines and relatives, he held no concern for them. In his times of distress, none had offered him help. They were merely his pawns and outlets for his desires. Upon his release from the jail, Lin Fan instructed Lin Guzi arrange for several strong guards to oversee the prison. You and I shall visit the estate mentioned by Li Shun and see if we can uncover any clues. Understood. Lin Guzi promptly arranged for 6 strong men to guard the premises, 2 of whom were 9th-rank warriors. Additionally, Lu Hua and others stood watch in the front courtyard, ready to assist at the first sign of trouble. 2 swift horses galloped through the night, and the guards at the city gate immediately granted passage upon seeing Lin Fan, who was now the highest-ranking official in Fengzhou following the capture of the prefect. The 30-mile journey was but a fleeting moment for Lin Fan and his companion. Before long, a vast estate appeared before them. Under the dim moonlight, the only sound was the cawing of crows, surrounded by desolate villages overrun with weeds. Such abandoned villages were common throughout the Jing dynasty. Due to heavy taxation, the common folk could no longer afford to raise children. The saying that poverty seldom lasts beyond 3 generations rings true. Many families, too impoverished, extinguished their lineages before they could even pass beyond 3 generations. The scene before them, where the entire village had ceased to thrive, had thus transformed into a deserted estate. The 2 men walked directly towards the largest manor, once a wealthy household. It had fallen into ruin following the death of its last heir. Young master, this place feels eerie. Could there be ghosts? Lin Guzi remarked nervously. You, a 6th-rank warrior, fear ghosts? Lin Fan chuckled and then stepped inside. Spider webs adorned every corner, and desolation lay before their eyes. Lin Fan's gaze fell upon broken blades of grass on the ground, his brow furrowing as he instinctively placed a hand on his waist where his embroidered spring knife rested. As they ventured deeper, a whiff of smoke and the sound of voices reached them. Young master, there are people, Lin Guzi whispered. Lin Fan shot him a look. I'm not deaf. They stealthily approached and saw 3 young individuals, a pair of young men and a woman, sitting by a fire, roasting something. The men appeared relatively handsome, while the woman was strikingly beautiful, reminiscent of a heroine from the martial world. Who goes there? One of the young men, possessing keen senses, lifted a burning stick and kicked it in Lin Fan's direction. The flaming stick hurtled towards them. With a swift motion, Lin Fan shattered the stick with his palm and strode forward. Who are you? Why are you here in the wilderness at this hour? The trio gasped upon seeing Lin Fan and Appos, as attire, clad in a silver-white flying fish uniform. This young man, seemingly not yet 20, was already 100 households within the Jingwei. The one who had just acted hastily quickly bowed. Sir, we are disciples from the Tai Jianmen in Jizhou, traveling and happen to stop here for a rest. Tai Jianmen? Lin Fan frowned. Jizhou and Fengzhou were both part of Guangming Prefecture, and he was not well acquainted with the particulars of these sections. Sir, this is our sect's disciple, Tai Ling. The young man promptly produced a sword-shaped token and respectfully offered it. Lin Fan glanced at it briefly before returning it, surmising that they likely had no connection to the case at hand. 30 miles east is Fengzhou City. You should head there for rest. It It is ill-advised to linger in this desolate area, as it may lead to misunderstandings, Lin Fan stated nonchalantly. Very well, we shall take our leave. The young man quickly urged his companions to depart. While members of the Jingwu often looked down on the Jingwei, they knew better than to provoke them due to their significant influence. What is so great about the Jingwei? Aren't they just the emperor's dogs, chasing us away? The woman muttered softly. Lin Fan's eyes turned cold, and he instantly appeared before her, raising his hand to slap her face. With a resounding crack, the woman was sent sprawling. Mind your tongue. The Jingwei is the emperor's elite force. Should you dare utter such insolence again, it will not merely be a slap. Lin Fan's voice was icy. The two young men were taken aback, having failed to register Lin Fan's swift movement. They initially believed this young man had attained his position through connections, only to realize that he possessed genuine skill, undoubtedly a mid-third rank warrior. Forgive us. My lady is accustomed to being spoiled. We will ensure she is strictly disciplined upon our return. The leading youth hastily apologized, clasping his fists in contrition. Lin Fan cast a fleeting glance at the girl, who bore a glimmer of malice in her eyes. Although it was but a moment, he discerned her intentions clearly. Since she harbored murderous thoughts, he would not spare her. Just as he contemplated resolving the matter with her, a muffled noise suddenly emanated from other rooms in the distance. Guzi, something's amiss. Lin Fan immediately employed the wind-treading step and dashed forward. Young master, wait for me. Lin Guzi followed closely behind, pursuing the source of the disturbance. Chapter 73. Confrontation with a third-rank martial artist after mastering the wind step technique. Lin Fan's speed became astonishingly swift. Within just a few breaths, he traversed 20 to 30 zhang to the door of a room that had stirred with activity. He raised his hand and effortlessly shattered the already decayed door. As smoke billowed forth, a figure leaped into the air, crashing through the ceiling and soaring upwards. Stop, Lin Fan commanded, taking a step forward to pursue. Take that, you dog, came the furious roar of Lin Guzi from above. In the next moment, accompanied by a scream, Lin Fan witnessed Lin Guzi being struck by a masked figure. His waist blade shattered and sent flying. Guzi tumbled to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and muttered, "Damn it, how formidable." Thanks to the brief 3 breaths that Guzi had secured, Lin Fan closed in on the masked man. He raised his hand and swung his blade at the figure. The perfected blade technique cleaved through the turbulent air, the blade's gleam resembling a sweeping ribbon. Leave him to me. The masked man, taken aback, was reluctant to bear the brunt of Lin Fan's assault, despite his confidence in his own prowess. He swiftly turned and struck out with his palm, which was as hard as gold and jade, seemingly imbued with the roar of tigers and dragons. The light of the blade shattered as the palm strike met the embroidered spring blade. Lin Fan felt an overwhelming force surge along the blade, threatening to tear his muscles and shatter his bones. Internal energy, he gasped, realizing that his opponent was indeed a master of the upper third rank. Those who cultivated internal energy were among the elite of the Great Jing dynasty, akin to the captains of the Imperial Guards, who were usually third-rank experts. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the masked man struck again with another palm. The internal energy coalesced in his palm, rendering it even harder than metal. Boy, since we crossed paths, I cannot let you live. The man's eyes glinted with murderous intent, indicating he had made up his mind to kill. Lin Fan felt his nerves tighten. Against a third-rank master, he dared not underestimate his foe. He immediately swung his blade to meet the attack. 3-blade wins. The perfected blade technique was unleashed once more, each swing akin to a howling tempest. Yet, under the pressure of the opponent's realm, even the perfected technique was diminished in effectiveness. The palm struck, bending the embroidered spring blade against Lin Fan's chest. Bang! Lin Fan was sent staggering backwards. He used his feet to absorb the impact, each step shattering tiles and breaking beams. It took him a good 7 or 8 steps before he steadied himself, standing firm with his blade in hand, his gaze icy. The masked man was astonished. This young man was remarkably strong. To withstand a palm strike from him, a 5th-rank expert, and emerge unscathed was nothing short of impressive. He had exerted his full strength in that blow. Doubt began to creep into the masked man's mind. He He was beginning to feel uncertain about Lin Fan's true capabilities. Guzi, how long until our reinforcements arrive? Did they bring the divine might crossbow? Lin Fan shouted without turning. Guzi's eyes darted, and he replied, Sir, they should be arriving soon. If you can hold them off for half a stick of incense, that should suffice. And yes, the divine might crossbow was brought along. Good. Lin Fan responded, his voice resolute. He then turned his gaze back to the masked man and declared, What does it matter if you are third rank? Tonight, I shall capture you and deliver you to the imperial prison. The masked man's eyes flickered. All traces have been erased, and Lin Fan would certainly find nothing of value in this residence. With that in mind, there was no reason to continue the standoff with this young man. After all, there would be plenty of opportunities to deal with him in the future. With a sneer, he replied, Capture me? You best catch up first. With that, the masked figure turned and soared into the depths of the darkness, disappearing in a matter of breaths. Such speed, Lin Fan scoffed, then leaped from the roof, landing in the courtyard. Lin Guzi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and rushed over. Concern etched on his face. Young master, are you all right? Lin Fan shook his head, whispering, Let us return to the haunted house. The three disciples from the Iron Sword sect had witnessed the confrontation between Lin Fan and the masked man, and they were left in utter shock. From the aftermath of the clash, it was clear that the masked man was indeed a third-rank expert, while their own sect leader was also of the same rank. This young Hundred House officer had managed to engage the masked man without losing ground, revealing himself to be quite formidable. Brother, how can such a skilled Hundred House officer not be on the hidden dragon list? The young disciple inquired. The leading youth shook his head. It's unclear. The hidden dragon list updates monthly. Logically, he should be on it. Perhaps his accomplishments have yet to be recognized. Once we return to the sect, I shall inform my father. He must find a way to eliminate him. The young woman exclaimed, covering her face in indignation. The leading youth sighed, Junior sister. He is a member of the Imperial Guards. The common folk should not contend with officials. Furthermore, you spoke out of turn. Yet, setting aside the facts, was he truly in the wrong? A dignified Hundred House officer should not be quarreling with a fragile young woman. The young woman remained furious, her eyes burning with resentment and hatred. The leading youth sighed once more, but chose not to respond further. Even if their master learned of this incident, he would undoubtedly refrain from confronting that Hundred House officer. Outside the manor, Lin Fan and Lin Guzi mounted their horses. As they exited the village, Lin Fan could no longer suppress himself. A sweet taste filled his throat, and he spat a mouthful of crimson blood. His once rosy complexion turned pale in an instant, nearly causing him to topple from his mount. Guzi, startled, exclaimed, Young master, are you injured? Lin Fan waved his hand, I'm fine. Let us return to the Hundred House. He leaned against his horse, handing the reins to Lin Guzi, who was less injured. The horse galloped at a leisurely pace, taking twice as long to return as it had to arrive. Upon their return to the Hundred House, Lin Fan sensed something amiss. As Guzi helped him dismount, they entered the Hundred House only to find 6 corpses lying on the ground. Beside them, Su Kuang and the others wore grim expressions. A sense of foreboding washed over Lin Fan as he inquired, What has happened? Wangfu spoke with a bitter tone, Sir, a master infiltrated the imperial prison, slaying 6 mighty warriors. Li Shun and his entire family have been silenced. And Li Shan? Lin Fan pressed. Wangfu replied, He too is dead, his neck broken. Lin Fan sighed. The Zhou family was indeed formidable. Just one Li Shun had prompted them to deploy such a multitude of experts. Any martial artist arriving at the Hundred House would need to be at least to the 5th rank, for they could not have executed such a massacre without alerting Lu Hua or Su Kuang. Nevertheless, it was for the best. Even if Su Kuang and the others had intervened, it would have merely resulted in more injuries. Sir, you are injured? Su Bao keenly observed the blood at the corner of Lin Fan's mouth. I'm fine. It's just a minor wound. The dead are gone. So everyone should return to rest, Lin Fan said, turning back towards his chamber. Lin Guzi was pulled aside by the others, who bombarded him with questions. When they learned that Lin Fan had been injured in combat with a 3rd-rank martial artist, they were all utterly astonished. Wangfu could not resist exclaiming, Sir, your strength must surely be enough to place you on the hidden dragon list. Not only that, but your rank would likely be quite high, Su Kuang added. Chapter 74. The breaking mountain blade technique upon returning to his chamber, Lin Fan suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. The disparity between his dark energy and internal strength was overwhelming. A single strike had left him gravely injured. Sitting on the bed, Lin Fan's complexion was ashen. Had it not been for his practice of the iron garment skill and the dragon elephant crushing heaven technique, that blow would have been sufficient to shatter his internal organs. With only the wind breaking 3 blades at his disposal, even if he cultivated to the 4th rank, it might not guarantee victory against the masked man. He retrieved a porcelain vial containing some uneaten fruits he had recently picked. 10 pieces remained. Picking one up, he placed it in his mouth, feeling the potent medicinal energy diffuse throughout his body, providing temporary relief from his injuries. After resting for a moment, Lin Fan consumed 4 more, significantly improving his condition, though the remaining injuries would require time to heal on their own. With half an hour remaining until dawn, the copper mirror was still unusable, so he decided to examine the martial technique gifted by Emperor Jing. Lin Fan took out the Royal Martial Art Manual titled Breaking Mountain Blade Technique. The name seemed unremarkable, yet it astonished Lin Fan. The silver spin on this gift to Duke De had proven worthwhile. This technique, created by the renowned General Yu Changhe 2 centuries ago, possessed immense power, reputed to be capable of slaying masters when perfected. Furthermore, the technique emphasized simplicity, striking with greater ferocity. Though its variations were few, each blow was lethal. It relied heavily on overwhelming force, where the deeper the practitioner's foundation, the greater the explosive power of the blade technique. What a formidable technique, Lin Fan mused, estimating that even in its adept stage, its might would rival that of the wind breaking 3 blades. Since he had sustained injuries today, it would be inappropriate to enter the realm of the copper mirror. He would instead devote the day to practicing the breaking mountain blade technique, as he still had several fruits in hand. As time approached, Lin Fan activated the copper mirror. His future self emerged, traversing the void, and began to execute the blade technique amidst the darkness. This time, the future self donned a red flying fish garment, and his features bore the weight of several years, likely him 8 or 9 years hence. The technique was indeed executed at the perfected level, and Lin Fan felt as if an immense mountain bore down upon him, making it arduous to breathe. The surrounding space seemed to be sealed, inundated by an overwhelming force. In the next moment, a flash of blade light appeared, shattering the mountain and leaving spectators awestruck. The future self sheathed the blade and returned to the copper mirror, while Lin Fan stood in stunned silence, his heart surging with uncontainable emotion. It took him over half an hour to regain his composure, after which he exhaled deeply. What an extraordinary technique. If I can cultivate the breaking mountain blade technique to perfection, even if I cannot defeat that masked man, I will surely last longer in battle. Should my rank rise to the 4th, paired with the wind-treading step, I might even have the opportunity to slay him, Lin Fan murmured to himself. He then began to comprehend the blade technique. Before dawn broke, the breaking mountain blade technique had reached a minor level of mastery, though he still had a way to go before achieving full proficiency. As the sun rose, its call echoed, rousing Lin Fan from his brief slumber. Stretching his limbs, he sensed a slight improvement in his internal injuries. The residual medicinal energy seemed to be taking effect, and last night's practice had invigorated his blood flow, alleviating much of the stagnation within. He needed to elevate Su Kuang and the others' cultivation levels. Otherwise, they would be of no assistance against skilled adversaries. After some contemplation, Lin Fan crushed the fruits and rolled them into pill form, summoning Su Kuang and the others. "My lord, what is it?" Su Kuang inquired. Lin Fan produced the pills and distributed them, saying, "2 for each of you. Do not take them consecutively. Aim to reach the 6th rank as swiftly as possible." The group stared at the pills in disbelief. "We're aiming for the 6th rank. If memory serves, just a month ago I was still at the 9th rank, right? Decades of cultivation have yielded less than a month spent alongside our lord. What a disparity." They pondered where their lord had procured such resources, though they held no doubts regarding the efficacy of the pills, having experienced their miraculous effects before. Additionally, do not neglect your training. Ensure the warrior's cultivation levels rise. At the very least, they should reach a rank. Lin Fan instructed earnestly. Yes, we will do our utmost. Su Kuang and the others replied in unison. Lin Fan waved them off, saying, all right, go and attend to your tasks. After dismissing them, Lin Fan intended to stretch his muscles in the backyard, as gentle movement would facilitate the recovery of his internal injuries. Young master, are you all right? Lin Guzi approached with concern. Lin Fan responded nonchalantly, rest assured, I'm nearly recovered. How about you? Lin Guzi chuckled. I've merely sustained some internal injuries, but I'm almost healed. Focus on your training. Once your rank stabilizes, I will procure some treasures to aid your breakthrough, aiming for you to reach the 3rd rank soon. Moreover, do not neglect your martial techniques. Rank is one aspect, but without powerful techniques, one cannot fully exhibit their strength, Lin Fan advised. Lin Guzi patted his chest, declaring, fear not, young master. I am now diligent. I have already cultivated the wind-breaking 3 blades to a minor level. Keep it up. Lin Fan encouraged with a pat on his shoulder. However, not long after, Lin Guzi approached again. Young master, how about I guard your door at night from now on? Why? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Lin Guzi explained, that masked man was a 3rd rank warrior. I am worried he may come to assassinate you. Lin Fan laughed and scolded, you foolish pup. If a 3rd rank warrior truly came to kill me, what use would you be at the door? I could take a blow for you and buy some time. Lin Guzi stated matter-of-factly, young master, I do not need that little time. Lin Fan patted him on the back of the head, saying focus on your training. Raising your rank should be your priority. Besides, if he dares to come, it's uncertain who will perish. Lin Guzi's words did prompt Lin Fan to be more cautious. He chose not to sleep in his bed that night, instead lying on the beam. Life is precious, and without absolute certainty, Lin Fan would never take such a risk. For 3 consecutive days, Lin Fan perched on the beam, refusing to sleep in his bed. By the 3rd day, the breaking mountain blade technique reached perfection. The moment the technique reached its pinnacle, Lin Fan felt a tremendous weight lift from his heart. His injuries from the previous encounter with the masked man had nearly healed, and his cultivation had even seen some advancement. He was likely not far from reaching the 4th rank. Now, with the perfected breaking mountain blade technique as his ally, should he encounter that masked man again, while victory was uncertain, he could at least match him for a time. Li Shun's testimony had been sent to the 1,000 House of Guangming Prefecture. However, due to the incomplete recovery of stolen goods, a deficit of over 30,000 taels of silver remained, rendering Lin Fan's accomplishments insufficient for promotion to Deputy 1,000 House. Ultimately, he received only a verbal commendation, with the sole tangible reward being Lin Guzi's promotion to a trial position within the 100 House. Lin Guzi, elated by his promotion, beamed with joy, while Su Kuang and the others looked on enviously. Yet, it was Lin Guzi who truly held Lin Fan's favor. Young master, I have made a name for myself. Chapter 75, Wang Onping's Persuasion near the state office at the residence of the deputy governor. Lin Fan was astonished to discover that the new deputy governor of Fengzhou was none other than Wang Onping. It wasn't until Wang Onping extended an invitation for a banquet that Lin Fan became aware of this fact. I owe my promotion to the position of deputy governor of Fengzhou to your esteemed self, Lord Lin. Had it not been for your influence, I would still be fretting over the bandits of Rotten Cow Mountain, let alone dreaming of a promotion, Wang Onping remarked with a smile. Lin Fan quickly replied, you are too modest, Lord Wang. Your unwavering dedication to the people would have assured your ascent in due time, even in my absence. Wang Onping sighed. I am well aware of the current state of the bureaucracy. If I were to rely solely on my own efforts, it could take a decade or more to attain this position. He then chuckled. Upon my arrival in Fengzhou, I paid a visit to Mr. Ouyang, who provided me with considerable assistance. Though I currently serve as deputy governor, I am effectively acting as the governor. Perhaps, once Fengzhou stabilizes, I may advance further. Lin Fan raised his cup with a smile, arching an eyebrow. Then let me extend my early congratulations to you, Governor Wang. Not all, Wang Onping replied. In the realm of civil service, a steady and cautious approach is paramount. Transitioning from county magistrate to governor, I likely won't see another promotion in the near future. However, you, Lord Lin, are different. As a member of the Jingwei, Having made the Qianlong list before turning 20, you will undoubtedly have the opportunity to ascend to the position of deputy captain within a year, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Have I made the Qianlong list? Lin Fan paused in surprise upon hearing the term, instinctively asking. Wang Omping responded with some astonishment. You are not aware, Lord Lin? The Jingwei is typically more informed than the state office. Lin Fan felt somewhat bewildered, realizing that his recent immersion in honing his swordsmanship, alongside Su Kuang and others fervently practicing, had caused him to overlook the news surrounding the Qianlong list. The Qianlong list was an unofficial ranking established by the common folk of the dying dynasty, reportedly compiled by a mysterious force known as Qilin Pavilion, which differed from Qingyi Tower in that it merely disseminated information and arranged rankings within the martial world. There were two lists, the Qianlong list, which featured 100 young prodigies under the age of 25, and the Jinlong list, which ranked martial artists above the master level, comprising only 30 names, including grandmasters. For instance, Lin Nantian ranked 5th on the Jinlong list, while the literary master Ouyang was ranked 10th. Lord Wang, what is my rank on the Qianlong list? Lin Fan inquired with curiosity. Wang Omping replied, you are ranked 97th, with your notable achievements including the capture of a 5th-grade martial artist, Jiang Duan, and your participation in the operation to apprehend the notorious Wei Wudao in Jiangbei. Only 97th? Lin Fan expressed disappointment. With only 100 spots on the Qianlong list, being at the bottom felt embarrassing. Wang Omping laughed. That ranking is not insignificant. You have only just turned 18, and with your talent, you will surely break into the top 10 before you turn 25. Perhaps, Lin Fan conceded, accepting the reality. Based on the achievements listed, he was unaware of his recent advancements in cultivation, nor did he realize that his breakthrough blade technique had reached its pinnacle. If all factors were considered, it would not be unreasonable to expect a rise in rank by 10 places. By the way, Lord Wang, I have a question, Lin Fan said. Wang Omping replied, speak freely. I heard there's a batch of military supplies in the Fengzhou storeroom that needs to be transferred. When is the upper management planning to transport them? Lin Fan inquired. Wang Omping frowned. Why do you ask, Lord Lin? I heard that Qin Xiao, the director of the Ministry of War's Vehicle Department, is a distant relative of the Zhou Ding Marquis family, so I thought to ask casually, Lin Fan explained. Wang Omping looked at him seriously. Lord Lin, Qin Xiao holds the rank of 5th-grade official, overseeing the vehicle department of the Ministry of War. Although his official rank is not particularly high, his position is incredibly significant. If you were to provoke him, the Zhou Ding Marquis family would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. I'm merely inquiring. I have not yet made any decisions, Lin Fan responded. Wang Omping stated firmly, Lord Lin, I implore you to exercise caution. Given your current circumstances, as long as someone from the Guangming Prefecture is reassigned, your promotion to deputy captain is highly likely. It would be prudent to wait until you have authority over a prefecture and 10 states before engaging in any conflict with the Zhou Ding Marquis and Amp, Oppos, as family. Lin Fan sighed. In the ranks above 100, each position is fiercely contested. It is not an easy task to secure a promotion. If Ling Huan and Chu Feiying were not deceased, I would have been reassigned to another location as a 100-man captain. You have already garnered the attention of the emperor. Your promotion is merely a matter of time. I advise you against taking any action against Qin Xiao. Even if he personally comes to transport the military supplies, he will undoubtedly have experts accompanying him. If you act rashly, he could easily accuse you of attempting to seize the supplies, resulting in your immediate demise, Wang Omping warned gravely. As a rare talent within the Jingwei, he sincerely wished to see Lin Fan thrive. Thank you for your counsel, Lord Wang, Lin Fan replied earnestly. Wang Omping could only inwardly sigh, hoping that Lin Fan would heed his advice. After the meal, Lin Fan departed from the deputy governor's residence. Upon returning to the 100-man office, he began to ponder. As a 100-man captain in a state, opportunities to deal with the distant Zhou Ding Marquis were few and far between. It would be regrettable to let this chance slip away. If he could not even resolve matters with the Zhou Ding Marquis, how could he confront Qin Hui or Lin Xiaolong? In 3 days, if I can break through to the 4th grade, I will take decisive action. If I cannot, I will seek another opportunity. Additionally, I must enhance the strength of my subordinates. It seems I need to harvest in the copper mirror world extensively, Lin Fan contemplated. However, tools like the embroidery spring blade could not be brought into the copper mirror world. If he could take tools with him, gathering resources would be significantly easier. He rummaged through his belongings, pulling out all the dried herbs, along with 2 ceramic vials filled with crushed leaves. "Dogsy," Lin Fan called out. "Young master, I'm here." Lin Guzi immediately pushed the door open. "What is it, young master?" "Distribute these 2 ceramic vials. One should remain for the 100-man office, while the other should be sent to the 4 subordinate counties. During meals these next few days, pour it all in and have Su Kuang and the others prepare it themselves. Do you understand?" Lin Fan instructed earnestly. Lin Guzi had already guessed the purpose of the crushed leaves and nodded promptly. "Rest assured, young master, I understand." With that, he took the ceramic vials and exited the room, with the addition of the 2 vials of dried leaves. Lin Fan planned to gather more herbs over the next couple of days, along with the 30 or so 9th-grade martial artists already appearing. In 3 days, assembling over 50 9th-grade martial artists should not pose a problem. By then, Su Kuang and Wang Hu should be able to reach the 6th grade, while Su Hu and Su Bao would likely advance to the 7th grade. If he were to break through to the 4th grade himself, he might just have the opportunity to take decisive action. Lin Fan murmured to himself, "In these 3 days, I must also thoroughly explore the copper mirror world." However, relying solely on fruits makes it difficult to reach the 4th grade within 3 days. I must seek out other treasures. Chapter 76. Exploring the world of copper mirrors, Guangming Prefecture, Haizhou. After reading the letter from the capital, Qin Chao's lips curled into a slight arc, revealing a cold smile. What a remarkable Lin Fan. Despite being stripped of his title as heir, he still managed to create such a commotion, compelling my uncle to write to me personally. Qin Chao burned the letter in the candle flame. My uncle mentioned that Lin Fan might attempt to take action against me. How amusing. How dare a mere 100 household challenge me? Nevertheless, since my uncle has spoken, I shall put this to the test and see what tricks this lad possesses. Qin Chao found the notion laughable. 100 household attempting to confront the deputy minister of the Ministry of War was nothing short of a jest. Yet, owing to his current position, which he owed to the machinations of the loyal duke, he felt compelled to heed Qin Jingwei's words. This time, I shall personally make the journey, accompanied by 2 4th-tier generals, even if Lin Fan has ascended the Hidden Dragon list, ranking 97th. 2 4th-tier generals should be more than sufficient respect for him. Qin Chao swiftly arranged a convoy to transport the military supplies. The 2 generals, upon hearing their involvement was merely for the transportation of supplies, were somewhat reluctant. However, as Qin Chao was the deputy minister of the Ministry of War and the orders had been issued, they had no choice but to comply. "Gentlemen, consider this a pleasant outing. Once we arrive in Fengzhou, I shall ensure your comfort," Qin Chao remarked, noting their hesitance. The 2 generals' eyes brightened at his words, and they promptly replied, "Lord Qin is too kind. We shall await your arrangements with eagerness. Then I entrust the safety of this military convoy to you both," Qin Chao said, bowing slightly. The 2 generals thumped their chests in assurance. "Rest assured, Lord Qin, with us present, not a hair shall be harmed." The convoy set forth, with Qin Chao leading the way, accompanied by the 2 generals for 5th-tier 100 captains and 400 armored soldiers. The 2 generals exchanged glances of skepticism as they observed the size of the convoy. Was it truly necessary to mobilize such a grand display for the mere transportation of supplies? However, given that it was Qin Chao's arrangement, they chose not to question it, merely anticipating a pleasant experience upon their arrival. Meanwhile, Lin Fan remained unaware of the plan set forth by Qin Jingwei. During the day, he restrained his realm and engaged in practical combat with Wang Hu and Su Kuang, and by midnight, he delved into the world of copper mirrors to explore and gather resources. It was the first day of his expansion into this realm. In a flash of light, Lin Fan found himself once again in the familiar world of copper mirrors. Upon landing, he propped himself up on his arms and scanned his surroundings, relieved to find no signs of animal activity. He took a deep breath and plucked a handful of grass leaves to stow away. His first destination was a patch of wild fruit just a yard away. Crawling over, he expended most of his energy but managed to collect 13 ripe red fruits. Time was running short, and he rose again to survey the area. His gaze suddenly sharpened as he spotted a small tree, barely 3 to 4 feet tall, standing 3 yards away. On that slender tree hung 2 fruits that bore a resemblance to apricots, one of which had been partially pecked by a bird. Surely, the benefits of these apricots would surpass those of the grasshoppers and red fruits, Lin Fan mused. Having fixed his target, he exerted every ounce of his strength to crawl towards the fruit tree. However, the 3-yard distance felt insurmountable. By the time he exhausted his remaining energy, he had only managed to close in by a little over half a yard. "I can't go on. I'll return tomorrow," Lin Fan declared, snatching another handful of grass before vanishing from the copper mirror world. Back in his bed, he gasped for breath, his clothes soaked with sweat. I nearly lost my life. He turned to examine his spoils from a day. 13 ripe fruits and 2 handfuls of wild grass. Quite a bountiful harvest. He pulled 1 fruit from his stash and bit into it. The mildly sweet juice burst forth in his mouth, sending waves of strength coursing through his body, gradually enhancing his cultivation and even restoring some of his stamina. Suddenly, Lin Fan sat upright. If the fruit had restorative effects, could I consume them in the copper mirror world to regain strength, thereby prolonging my stay there? Once this thought emerged, it became an obsession. However, as he had already utilized the copper mirror for the day, he would have to wait until the early hours of tomorrow to continue his experimentation. With 12 fruits remaining, Lin Fan distributed 5 to Lin Guzi and Su Kuang. To Lin Guzi, he directly handed a fruit, while for Su Kuang and the others, he opted to grind the fruits into medicinal pills. A carrier pigeon arrived, delivering news of 11 newly promoted warriors in the 4 subordinate counties, with 1 individual in Ping'an County even breaking through to the 8th tier. "Guzi, how many first-tier warriors do we have now?" Lin Fan inquired. Lin Guzi replied, "There are 12 in our 100 house, 22 in Ping'an County, and 18 across the remaining 3 counties. Thus, we have a total of 52 first-tier warriors, correct?" Lin Fan surmised. Lin Guzi nodded, "Indeed, 52. This progress greatly satisfied Lin Fan, who calculated that in 3 days, they might have 60 to 70 first-tier warriors. "Instruct everyone to continue their training. Those who have attained first-tier status this month shall receive an additional monthly salary of 50 taels of silver, and those who can achieve it within 2 days will likewise be rewarded with 50 taels." Lin Fan declared with seriousness. "Understood. I will relay the message immediately." Lin Guzi promptly informed the Jingwu Wei of the 100 house and sent word to the 4 subordinate counties. Upon learning of the rewards, all remaining unranked warriors immediately intensified their training. 50 taels of silver equated to a year's salary. For an average family, it would take 5 or even 8 years to save such an amount. Throughout Fengzhou, the Jingwu Wei buzzed with enthusiasm. Aside from their regular patrolling duties, they devoted nearly all their time to training within the government offices. Some even began purchasing their own medicinal herbs to bolster their vitality, only to discover that the hearty meals provided within the offices were far more nourishing. In the capital, at the Duke of Loyalty's residence, after sending a message to Qin Chao via pigeon, Qin Jingwei still felt a sense of unease. After some contemplation, he released another pigeon. "Father, whom have you notified this time?" Qin Feng asked, watching the flapping bird take flight, puzzled. "I've sent a message to Qin Zhen, advising him not to return to the capital just yet and to remain in Fengzhou to assist Qin Chao." Qin Jingwei replied calmly. "Is it truly necessary for Uncle Zhen to intervene, considering Qin Chao is accompanied by 2 4th-tier warriors?" Qin Feng questioned, perplexed. Qin Jingwei responded, "Your Uncle Zhen has already clashed with Lin Fan once. Astonishingly, Lin Fan withstood a strike from him. At the time, he feigned ease, and Qin Zhen was deceived. However, if this lad can endure a blow from a 3rd-tier warrior, it suggests his strength may be nearing the 4th tier. It is prudent to have Qin Zhen remain in Fengzhou for a few more days." Chapter 77. Ascending to the 4th rank as night deepened into the early hours, Lin Fan once again found himself immersed in the world of the copper mirror. This time, his objective was crystal clear. He resolutely climbed towards the fruit tree. In merely a few breaths, the distance of over 2 zhang was reduced to just 1. Although his strength was waning, the fruit, resembling an apricot, was tantalizingly within reach. Upon closer inspection, Lin Fan confirmed that it was indeed an apricot, identical in appearance, save for the fact that one half was fully ripened while the other remained slightly unripe. It was likely because the complete apricot was still green that it had not been pecked by birds. With renewed determination, he pressed on, but as he neared the final 3 feet, exhaustion overtook him. Desperate for sustenance, Lin Fan retrieved 2 red fruits and promptly consumed them. The juice burst forth, flowing sweetly down his throat into his stomach. Within a few short breaths, he felt a modicum of strength returning and continued his arduous ascent. 2 feet, 1 foot. At long last, he reached the base of the tree. The fruit tree was not particularly tall, standing just over 3 feet, yet at that moment, it seemed insurmountable to Lin Fan. He lacked the energy to reach for the fruit that hung above. He hastily consumed the remaining red fruits, but their capacity to restore his vigor was limited. They merely allowed him to linger a little longer in this realm. Resolutely, he aimed to pluck the half-fruit first, as the whole one was too high. Drawing a deep breath, he focused on his target and stretched out his hand with all the strength he could muster. Every muscle in his body trembled under the immense pressure of this world, and his energy was almost entirely depleted. What should have been a mere 2-foot distance now felt like an insurmountable chasm. Tiny beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, splattering onto the ground, while the veins in his neck bulged ominously. He appeared to be straining with all his might. The birds perched above observed this spectacle with bewilderment, chirping in amazement at the human's impressive display. "Come down." Lin Fan gritted his teeth and yanked at the half-apricot with all his might. The fruit clung stubbornly to its branch, but with a final desperate pull, he managed to dislodge it. As soon as the apricot fell into his hands, he could bear no more. With a thud, he collapsed onto his bed, utterly spent. His muscles ached as though they had been torn apart. With the fruit gone and wary of consuming the apricot indiscriminately, he resorted to chewing on a handful of grass leaves. The slightly bitter juice trickled down his throat, providing some relief from the pain that enveloped him. To have nearly lost my life over a single fruit. When will I truly be able to stand tall in the world of the copper mirror? Lin Fan murmured to himself as he lay on the bed. After resting for over an hour, he finally regained some strength. Dragging his weary, sore body from the bed, he carefully retrieved the orange-yellow flesh of the apricot and made his way to the backyard. There, the majestic bird, perched upon a tree, was resting. Upon hearing his footsteps, it immediately became alert. Recognizing Lin Fan, it flapped its wings and descended from the paulownia tree, its glossy plumage glinting in the moonlight. "I have brought you something special," Lin Fan announced, presenting the minuscule piece of fruit. Upon seeing the mere size of a mung bean, S. eyes filled with disdain. "Is this all? Such a paltry offering. If others saw this, they might think we cannot afford to feed our own." Yet, understood that Lin Fan's offerings were indeed valuable. It leaned forward and delicately consumed the morsel, skillfully avoiding any injury to Lin Fan's hand. After devouring the fruit, entered a frenzied state, flapping its wings and darting about. Likely due to the abundance of energy contained within the apricot flesh, which it was now releasing through its exuberant antics. Lin Fan retreated to rest in his room for a while, and when he returned to the backyard an hour later, he found that it had undergone a transformation. Its feathers appeared softer than before, and its form seemed slightly diminished. However, Lin Fan was taken aback when he struck with his blade. Sparks flew as the feather met the edge. Of course, he had not employed any hidden strength. "At this rate, even those below the 6th rank are no match for you," Lin Fan remarked, scattering more grass leaves for before heading back to his room to consume the half-apricot. The fruit still bore the marks of the bird's beak, yet Lin Fan felt no disdain. Having something to eat was a blessing. He sliced off a small piece of the flesh with his knife and savored it. The apricot was still somewhat tart, but a surge of power quickly spread throughout his chest. Lin Fan immediately began to refine the medicinal properties using Dragon Elephant's crushing heaven technique. The potency of the apricot was indeed significantly greater than that of the red wild fruits. This small piece was equivalent to 7 or 8 of the latter. Furthermore, It was easier to absorb and refine with a purer essence. After half an hour, Lin Fan sensed within himself a remarkable enhancement of his hidden strength, no longer merely robust, but also much purer. However, he was still a distance away from achieving the tidal flow of hidden strength characteristic of the fourth rank. With ample fruit left, Lin Fan was determined not to falter in his quest for ascendance. Once again, he sliced off a larger piece of the apricot and consumed it. To be frank, the flesh had begun to slightly deteriorate, likely the source of its bitterness. Nevertheless, at this moment, the advancement of his cultivation was paramount. Another half hour passed, and he had refined that piece entirely. He felt as though he had approached a critical threshold, seemingly just a step away from breaking into the fourth rank. With plenty of fruit remaining, Lin Fan boldly sliced off another substantial piece and consumed it. The overwhelming power surged forth, and he channeled Dragon Elephant's crushing heaven technique. Lin Fan felt an intense pressure, as if the meridians within him had reached their limit. Yet, he dared not relent, recognizing the sensation as a precursor to breakthrough. As he continued to refine the fruit, it felt as though writhing creatures were crawling beneath his skin, a grotesque sight indeed. Just as he approached the brink of collapse, something within him shattered. Hidden strength surged forth like a tidal wave, coursing throughout his body. With hidden strength now flowing like a tide, he had ascended to the fourth rank. But Lin Fan did not cease his efforts. He continued refining the remaining remnants of the fruit. His realm became increasingly stable, and once the last morsel was completely refined, his rank was firmly established. There remained a substantial amount of flesh attached to the pit. Lin Fan's lips curved into a smile. Rather than resting on his laurels, he resolved to push further, attempting to breach the third rank. Achieving the upper tiers would make dispatching the masked figure as effortless as slicing through vegetables. Without a moment's rest, Lin Fan immersed himself in cultivation until dawn. As the morning light broke, he was roused by excited voices from the backyard. Incredible, is extraordinary, capable of battling against 100 households. Even Su Zongqi has fallen beneath its claws. This creature is destined to become magnificent. Chapter 78. Entering the wolf's den after a brief wash. Lin Fan set off for the backyard. There a group of Imperial Guards were observing Lin Guzi in combat. It seemed that had become accustomed to the Guard's martial arts, demonstrating a remarkable proficiency in its techniques. With claws and sharp feathers working in tandem, it executed a series of impressive combos. Even though Lin Guzi was nearing the fifth rank in his cultivation, he found himself struggling against this opponent. The standard waist knives of the guards bore numerous claw marks, indicating that claws were now comparable to fine iron. Moreover, its feathers were formidable, leaving deep, menacing grooves in the stone walls upon impact, as if cutting through tofu. Lin Guzi unleashed 3 swift strikes, but, clad in its feathered armor, seemed impervious to the attacks. This armor did not hinder its movements, even when the blade struck. It appeared unfazed. After several more attempts yielded no results, Lin Guzi conceded, "Enough. Your feathers are tougher than iron. It's hardly fair." Shot him a disdainful glance. Upon spotting Lin Fan, it immediately flapped its wings and flew over, affectionately nuzzling Lin Fan's hand. "Greetings, my lord." The guards, noticing Lin Fan's arrival, bowed respectfully. "Continue your training. Rewards await those who break through." Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively. The guards resumed their fervent practice, the prospect of 50 taels of silver spurring them on. "Come here for a moment, Guzi." Lin Fan beckoned to Lin Guzi. Once assured of their privacy, he produced an apricot, scraping the last bits of fruit from its pit and handing it to Lin Guzi. "Use this for your cultivation. Eat it slowly, do not rush." The apricot was overripe, its flesh resembling a yellow paste, evoking peculiar associations. However, Lin Guzi was unperturbed, gratefully accepting the morsel. "Thank you, young master. I will cultivate diligently. Focus on solidifying your foundation. Do not hasten your breakthroughs at the cost of stability," Lin Fan advised. Lin Guzi pondered to himself that achieving the 6th rank in just a month hardly allowed for a stable foundation, especially with little time to refine it. Yet he nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, young master, I understand." Watching Lin Guzi depart, Lin Fan examined the apricot pit in his hand. It appeared no different from a typical apricot pit. He drew his sword, intending to split the pit to access the almond within, reasoning that if the fruit could enhance his cultivation, then the almond surely could as well. With a resounding clang, the precious embroidered spring knife struck the pit. Sparks flew as the pit was propelled away by the tremendous force, crashing through a nearby wooden cabinet. Upon inspecting the cabinet, Lin Fan found the pit embedded in the wall, surprisingly leaving no mark behind. How resilient! Lin Fan marveled, noting the slight bend in the edge of his knife, a minor flaw that caused him considerable distress. The quality of the embroidered spring knife far surpassed that of ordinary waste knives, should it become irreparably damaged. Not only would he face difficulties explaining it to Emperor Jing, but finding a replacement would also prove challenging. As a swordsman, lacking a suitable weapon would severely diminish his capabilities. The hardness of the apricot pit made it an excellent candidate for a hidden weapon. Lin Fan tucked the pit away, recognizing that the objects from the copper mirror world might prove invaluable in the future. With a day devoid of obligations, Lin Fan ventured alone to a brothel to listen to some tunes. In the early morning, upon returning to the 100 households office, he activated the copper mirror once more. With dawn approaching, Qin Xiao and others could arrive at Fengzhou City any time to transport military supplies. Today was his last opportunity to enter the copper mirror world before their arrival. As the world spun around him, Lin Fan found himself in a grassy field. Perhaps due to his recent advancement to the 4th rank, he felt significantly lighter today. He shakily rose to his feet and reached for a slightly green apricot. Unlike the ripe ones, this apricot was still tightly attached to the branch. It took all his strength to pull it free. With the acquisition of this apricot, he felt a sense of relief that his primary task was accomplished. I wonder if I can stand now, he mused, attempting to rise. However, the pressure increased significantly with height. His joints creaked and his muscles ached under the strain. Get up, he bellowed, veins bulging in his neck, his face flushed. Thud! He fell back to the ground, unable to maintain his balance. Gasping for breath and drenched in sweat, he rested for a moment before trying again. Although still unable to stand, he managed to prop himself up on his hands and feet, which improved his field of vision considerably. Moreover, this position enhanced his crawling speed. The difference between crawling on his stomach and using his limbs was stark. Lin Fan focused on a hillside 10 paces away. If he could reach the summit, his perspective would surely change. He spotted unfamiliar plants atop the hill that might provide nourishment for his cultivation. Resolute, he began his ascent toward the hill, resembling a wobbly infant as he crawled forward. Towering trees flanked him, their branches housing nests and fruits, all of which seemed unattainable given his current state. As he crawled, he gathered numerous red wild berries, each one more potent than a century-old ginseng. He had closed the distance to the hill by several paces and amassed 2 or 3 dozen berries. With determination, he pressed on. Suddenly, a foul wind rushed at him, startling him into looking up. Before him stood a ferocious wolf atop the hill, its eyes fixed intently on him. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed several more wolves emerging, all fixated on him. A chill ran down Lin Fan's spine, and he froze in place. Have I crawled into a wolf's den? With a ferocious howl, the leading wolf charged down the slope. 5 paces was mere an instant for it. The others followed suit, seemingly intent on tearing him apart. Run! Lin Fan dared not hesitate and immediately fled the copper mirror world. The pack of wolves collided in their failed pursuit. The alpha wolf and Oppos, as cold gaze lingering on the spot where Lin Fan had vanished, a contemplative expression crossing its features. Chapter 79. Cultivating inner strength and ascending to the 3rd rank after lying on the bed, Lin Fan let out a long sigh of relief. This was the first time he had exited the copper mirror world without exhausting his physical strength. Even during his last encounter with that wolf, he had at least depleted his stamina before leaving. Not having fully utilized his energy left him with a sense of loss. Lin Fan extended his hand and gazed at the apricot and more than 20 red fruits in his palm, a satisfied expression gracing his face. Thankfully, his swift actions had yielded a decent harvest. Perhaps he could make a breakthrough into the 3rd rank. A smile curved on Lin Fan's lips. The 3rd rank warriors. Even the captains of the Guangming prefecture were but at this level. Coupled with the perfected breaking mountain blade technique and the wind-treading steps, he would be invincible among the third rank. After slicing open the apricot skin with his embroidered spring knife, Lin Fan immediately cut off a piece of the flesh and stuffed it into his mouth. After last night in Oppo's breakthrough, there was still some apricot flesh remaining, and consuming it had not only stabilized his realm, but also provided a substantial enhancement. Now, after eating this piece of fruit, the inner strength within Lin Fan surged vigorously, and his aura grew increasingly potent. 2 hours later, half of the apricot had been consumed. His inner strength now rivaled that of a fourth-rank warrior who had remained stagnant for 5 years. The treasures within the copper mirror world contained minimal impurities. Even a century-old ginseng had its share of toxins. After consuming treasures like ginseng and spiritual mushrooms, one would typically require time to expel the toxins from their body. However, Lin Fan need not concern himself with such matters. Moreover, the dragon elephant shattering heaven technique was an exceptional method that expedited the absorption and refinement of treasures. In this scenario, as long as Lin Fan had resources, he could continuously enhance his strength. It was akin to playing a game and consuming experience potions, completely illogical. Of course, one could not break through excessively in one go. A certain amount of time was required to stabilize one's realm and adapt to the current strength. After all, even if a novice were given a max-level character, they might still be undone by the mechanics of the game. As time flew by, Lin Fan had already consumed most of the apricot. His realm had elevated significantly, and he sensed that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. The dark energy within him was beginning to transform into inner strength, and the third-rank warriors needed to convert their dark energy into inner strength. With only one piece of fruit left, he was determined to succeed in his breakthrough. Lin Fan scraped the remaining flesh from the apricot pit and stuffed it all into his mouth. A torrent of power erupted within him. He hastily accelerated his cultivation technique, continuously absorbing the energy contained in the apricot flesh. Time raced on. His muscles swelled and contracted as the dark energy he could bear reached its limit. Lin Fan had brushed against the barrier between the third and fourth ranks. He gathered all his dark energy to attempt the breakthrough. Break for me. The energy from the apricot flesh transformed into power for his breakthrough. A series of explosive sounds emanated from within him. It felt as though his muscles were being violently torn apart, causing cold sweat to bead on his brow. The breakthrough failed. The backlash from the dark energy injured his internal organs. With a cough, a spray of blood mist erupted from Lin Fan's mouth, and his aura began to dwindle. At this moment, should he give up, he would need to recuperate before attempting the breakthrough again. Yet, as the saying goes, one must seize the momentum. If they hesitate, they risk losing it entirely. Lin Fan refused to relinquish this opportunity for advancement. He immediately grabbed a handful of red fruits and stuffed them into his mouth. After chewing through several pieces, he swallowed them down. This handful contained more than 10 fruits, a quantity he would typically take an entire night to refine. The energy from the fruits exploded within his body, and Lin Fan forcefully concentrated this power. He then used this gathered strength to strike at the third rank once more. Break for me, Lin Fan roared. Boom! A muffled sound erupted from within him. In an instant, everything seemed to become illuminated. The dark energy surged like a tidal wave, continuously transforming into inner strength. During this process, Lin Fan's injuries gradually began to heal. The efficiency of converting dark energy into inner strength was extremely low. 10 strands of dark energy scarcely yielded a single strand of inner strength. After 2 hours, all the dark energy had transformed into inner strength. However, the inner strength coursing through him was merely the thickness of his pinky finger. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lin Fan channeled his inner strength and delivered a powerful punch. The air exploded with a thunderous sound. The speed of his strike increased dramatically, and its power was incomparable. While the quantity of inner strength paled in comparison to dark energy, its might was beyond what dark energy could rival. Inner strength is said to be both offensive and defensive. Let me put this to the test. Lin Fan infused his inner strength into his palm and then swung his knife toward it. Clang! The embroidered spring knife struck his palm, producing a resonant hum. He felt a slight sting, yet his palm remained unscathed. No wonder that masked man could injure me with a single blow. Inner strength was indeed not something dark energy could compare with. Lin Fan mused, contemplating the 13 fruits that remained. Utilizing the remaining fruits, he continued to cultivate and stabilize his realm. Within the short span of 2 days, he had advanced from the 5th rank to the 3rd rank. Failing to solidify this foundation would undoubtedly affect his future progress. As dawn broke, the crowing of roosters dispelled the last vestiges of darkness. Lin Fan opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air. His realm still felt somewhat unstable. It seemed unwise to rush into another breakthrough. Stabilizing his foundation was paramount. Lin Fan glanced around, noting 6 fruits remained. He raised his hand and placed all the remaining fruits into a porcelain bottle. In the backyard, the brocade-clad guards had begun their training in earnest. Lin Fan entered the yard and announced, "Everyone, cease training for now. There may be a mission today. Conserve your strength. After completing the task, each of you will receive a reward of 10 taels of silver." Upon hearing this, the brocade-clad guards promptly laid down their implements. "Rest well. Should a mission arise, gather immediately," Lin Fan instructed. The guards clasped their fists in acknowledgement. "Yes." Lin Fan then turned to Lin Guzi. "Guzi, where are the elites from the 4 counties under your command?" Lin Guzi replied, "Young master, they're en route since the early hours. All of them are 1st-rank warriors and have already taken lodgings in the city." Lin Fan nodded. "Ensure they maintain their energy." "Understood," Lin Guzi affirmed. Outside Fengzhou City, a troop marched along the official road. 2 robust men clad in general's armor rode at the forefront, followed by 400 armored soldiers, each flanked by 2 captains of 5th rank as guards. Among the soldiers, there was a squad leader for every 10 men, each a 1st-rank warrior. Thus, there were more than 40 1st-rank warriors in this troop alone. At the center of this military convoy was a conspicuous carriage. As the carriage curtains were drawn back, Qin Shao lifted his gaze toward the distant state city. Fengzhou City, indeed a desolate place. The city walls were barely more than 2 zhang high. Any warrior could easily scale them, couldn't they? Qin Shao scoffed. "Considering Lin Fan should address me as uncle, today I shall see what this fine nephew is truly capable of." Chapter 80. The banquet at Hongmen in the state office. Qin Shao sat with his legs crossed on the high dais, while Wang Anping, serving as the deputy governor, stood below with his hands clasped. A sense of foreboding began to swell within Wang Anping as he contemplated the situation. Although the director of the Department of Military Transport, Qin Shao, was responsible for the logistics of military supplies, it was quite unusual for him to personally oversee the transport weaponry. This indicated a clear intention directed toward Lin Fan. It appeared that even if Lin Fan did not provoke him, Qin Shao was determined to humiliate him. Otherwise, he would not have come to Fengzhou in person. Before long, a middle-aged man clad in a long robe hurried into the hall. "My lord, the weapons have all been accounted for, but the divine might crossbow shows signs of use, and 3 bolts are missing." This man was a subordinate directly under Qin Shao, tasked with inventory and data management. "That is of no consequence," Qin Shao replied nonchalantly. It was the former governor, Li Shun, who utilized the divine might crossbow. "He has been executed for corruption. Just record the facts." "My lord, the quantity of weapons is indeed accurate," the subordinate confirmed. Qin Shao nodded. "Let us begin loading the carts today and ensure the soldiers have a good night's rest before we set off back tomorrow." "Understood. I shall attend to it immediately," the subordinate replied respectfully before exiting the hall. Only Qin Shao and Wang Anping remained. Qin Shao then turned his gaze toward Wang Anping. "Deputy Governor Wang, I require a banquet to be prepared at your residence this evening. Invite all officials of the 7th rank and above in Fengzhou. It is my way of expressing gratitude for their cooperation." "My lord, the weapons are stored in the armory, and they have done nothing. Such gratitude is unnecessary," Wang Anping protested. Qin Shao's expression turned cold as he spoke firmly. "I instruct you to extend the invitations. Do not forget to include the 100 household division. They have played an indispensable role in the current state of affairs." "Yes," Wang Onping could only acquiesce. The hierarchy of officials weighed heavily on him, especially since Qin Chao held a rank far superior to his own. Invitations were dispatched to various officials, and those still serving in Fengzhou, while not paragons of integrity, had at least avoided any major blunders. Upon receiving Qin Chao's invitation, their faces darkened. It was evident that this was a trap set for Lin Fan. However, attending the banquet would likely render them innocent victims. Besides, attempting to curry favor with Qin Chao, a high-ranking official from a different department, seemed rather futile. In a 100-household division, Lin Guzi stood by, inquiring, "Young master, should we attend Qin Chao's banquet?" Lin Fan glanced at the invitation in his hand, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Of course we shall go. Not only must I attend, but all of us must be there." He then added calmly, "Inform all the Jingwei subordinates and captains to gather at the governor's residence tonight." "Yes," Lin Guzi promptly set off to relay the message. "Wait," Lin Fan suddenly called him back, adding, "Make sure the brothers bring along meteor projectiles and have all the strongmen prepared. Once the signal is given, surround the governor's residence immediately." "I understand." Lin Guzi swiftly disseminated the orders. The entire 100-household division buzzed with excitement, as after a long wait, they finally had news. Participation in tonight's operation would yield a reward of 10 taels of silver, equivalent to 2.5 months' salary. It seemed that the path to wealth lay not in relentless toil, but in aligning oneself with the right people. At the governor's residence, preparations were underway for Qin Chao's temporary banquet. 400 armored soldiers were stationed throughout the premises, along with the gathering of 4 captains and 2 subordinate officers. "My lord, isn't this a bit excessive? What can a Jingwei from a remote state accomplish?" One subordinate officer spoke up. They had seen the Jingwei from distant regions before, and some captains could scarcely muster 5 martial artists of any rank. Typically, a 100-household division would consist of about 10 martial artists, supplemented by a couple more of the 5th or 6th rank as captains. Even with the combined strength of the state, they could barely field 30 martial artists, most of whom were not particularly formidable. "Better safe than sorry," Qin Chao replied indifferently. "Although Lin Fan is ranked 97th on the potential dragon list, we must remain cautious." In truth, he did not regard Lin Fan as a significant threat. To him, Lin Fan was merely a brash youth who had let his newfound strength go to his head, mistaking his rank for invincibility. Following Qin Chao's orders, the 2 subordinate officers dispersed the soldiers into groups of 10, ensuring that each group included 1 martial artist of entry rank, totaling 40 such warriors, with several having already reached the 8th rank. Additionally, the Divine Might crossbow was hidden away at Qin Chao's command. With this setup, they could easily handle even a 100-household division, let alone a 1,000-household division. "My lord, everything is prepared." One subordinate officer reported to Qin Chao after the arrangements were complete. "And the Divine Might crossbow?" Qin Chao inquired. "It is set up. But what if Lin Fan does not take action? We cannot strike against the Jingwei without cause." The officer hesitated. "Rest assured, Lin Fan is young and arrogant. With just a few words, I could provoke him into a rash response." Qin Chao replied with confidence, viewing Lin Fan as an impulsive youth easily stirred to anger. Once provoked, they could seize the opportunity to capture him and then seek accolades from his uncle, propelling themselves to greatness. "My lord, we still have an afternoon to fill. What shall we do?" Another subordinate officer asked, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. He was acutely aware that all expenses for the day would be covered by Qin Chao. "All expenses are on me today. Enjoy yourselves, but do not lose sight of our objective. Do not let the evening's actions be compromised," Qin Chao generously declared, while cautioning them against becoming distracted by indulgences. "Do not worry. We are both 4th-rank martial artists. We can handle it," the subordinate officer chuckled. "Very well, off you go, and return early tonight." Qin Chao waved them off as the 2 officers left the governor's residence. As he watched them depart, a cold smile crept across Qin Chao's face. "The trap was set. Lin Fan, do not disappoint me. I am counting on you to provide the opportunity for my promotion." Chapter 81. The banquet in progress at the 100 house. Lin Fan gazed at the setting sun, the day drawing to a close as he prepared to attend the banquet. "Dogzi, have the materials arrived?" Lin Fan inquired. Lin Dogzi approached, holding a stack of papers. Young master, everything has been thoroughly investigated. The matters concerning Qin Xiao and Qin Jingwei were not difficult to uncover. Our Jingwei channels made it even simpler. Lin Fan vaguely recalled that Qin Xiao's rise to prominence had been quite notable, without any extraordinary means. How could a collateral descendant of the loyal duke's residence possibly attain such a lucrative position as the deputy director of the Ministry of War? Such a role would typically require fierce competition, yet it had fortuitously fallen into Qin Xiao's hands, hinting at some intriguing undercurrents. If there were no exceptional circumstances, Lin Fan was certainly skeptical. After glancing over the documents, a meaningful smile spread across Lin Fan's face. Interesting, he mused. Qin Xiao truly has the audacity to tolerate such matters. He will stop at nothing to ascend. Young master, Qin Xiao was initially an inconspicuous collateral descendant. Given his circumstances, securing a minor position would have been commendable. Without employing certain tactics, he surely could not have reached his current status, though his methods are rather unsavory. Lin Dogsy concurred. Having scrutinized the records, Lin Fan crushed the paper in his hand. It would suffice. Whether he could turn the tables tonight depended on this information. Inform everyone to prepare for the banquet, he commanded. His 4 chief flags, along with 13 minor flags, assembled together. Including himself and Lin Dogsy, they number 19. A considerable force indeed. 19 fine steeds carried them swiftly to the governor's residence. Meanwhile, over 20 Jingwei members from the 100 House, supplemented by more than 60 dispatched elite Jingwei, secretly advanced toward the governor's residence under the cover of night. Notably, only 4 among the 92 were not elite martial artists. Yet their strength was nearing that level. Being from the 100 House, they were all tasked with the mission together. Inside the governor's residence, 5 tables were lavishly set, adorned with exquisite wines and dishes, complemented by dancing maidens in an atmosphere of extreme opulence. Qin Xiao, as the host, received officials as they arrived and took their seats, merely nodding in acknowledgement of their greetings. These individuals were mere embellishments. The true guests he sought had yet to arrive. Lin Fan of the Jingwei, along with his subordinates, has come to the banquet. Lin Fan's voice resonated within the residence. All eyes turned, beholding a young man clad in a silver fish-scale robe, his handsome visage striding confidently into the hall. Following closely behind were the trial commander and the 4 chief flags, their presence formidable, all being mid-third-tier martial artists. Additionally, 18 minor flag officers trailed, all elite martial artists, with several having even reached the 8th tier. Although Qin Xiao lacked martial prowess, his 2 subordinate generals were not to be underestimated. They discerned the cultivation levels of Lin Fan and Appo's entourage and discreetly informed Qin Xiao. However, Lin Fan and Appo's cultivation was inscrutable, likely due to his solid and well-contained aura. Should conflict arise, can we subdue them? Qin Xiao whispered. The general chuckled softly. Rest assured, my lord. The 4 chief flags are merely entering the 6th tier, and the trial commander seems to be at the initial 5th tier. Their minor flags pose no threat. And Lin Fan? Qin Xiao pressed. Though his aura is stable, he is ranked 97th on the Hidden Dragon list, at best a 5th-tier martial artist. We are both 4th tier. Capturing him will be effortless, the general replied with a grin. Reassured by his words, Qin Xiao felt in control of the situation, waiting only to provoke Lin Fan, transforming the governor's residence into his final resting place. Greetings, Lord Qin, Lin Fan saluted, clasping his hands in respect. Yet, despite the gesture, his tone bore no hint of deference. The Jingwei behind him echoed his salute, yet maintained the same demeanor. Seeing this, Qin Xiao could not help but smirk inwardly, bemused by the youthful arrogance of Lin Fan, who mistakenly believed he was imposing a psychological advantage. No need for formalities. Please be seated, Qin Xiao replied with indifference. Lin Fan and his entourage claimed 2 tables, taking their seats with a casual air. My lord, Lin Fan is quite audacious, showing no respect, one general murmured. Qin Xiao chuckled coldly. No matter, his arrogance serves our purpose. If he were not so insolent, how could we incite his anger? Indeed, my lord. The general nodded in agreement. More officials continued to arrive, Yet the atmosphere grew increasingly tense with Lin Fan and his group in attendance. The 5 tables were set in the courtyard, as the governor's hall could not accommodate such a gathering. Despite being in an open space, the mood felt stifling. Lin Fan, unceremoniously, urged everyone to indulge in the feast, recognizing that if they did not partake now, they would have no time later, rendering their presence pointless. Many of the Jingwei were newly promoted, unfamiliar with such lavish affairs. Some had already begun to shove peanuts into their mouths. "Hey, how crude," Lin Fan quickly interjected. "Put that down. We wouldn't want others thinking our Jingwei are uncouth." The minor flag reluctantly set down the plate, only to grab a chicken leg and devour it instead. While the Jingwei feasted, the officials at other tables hesitated to pick up their chopsticks, aware that the senior official had yet to speak, and doing so prematurely would be disrespectful. Holding a high position, Lin Fan commanded the 100 house, a privilege that others could not afford. After a considerable wait, all the guests finally assembled. The 5 tables were filled to capacity, and due to the Jingwei's numbers, Qin Shao had even ordered an additional table to accommodate the officials of Fengzhou. This situation was symptomatic of the dying dynasty, plagued by an excess of redundant official positions, leading to overlapping authorities and significantly hampering efficiency. "Since everyone is present, allow me to propose a toast," Qin Shao declared, raising his cup and standing. His gaze swept the room, prompting all to lift their cups in response. Lin Fan and his group also stood, though some Jingwei managed to hold a wine cup in one hand while munching on chicken legs and pig's feet with the other. Qin Shao observed this scene closely, noting how the minor Jingwei flags, mere 7th-tier officials, dared to disregard him. Nevertheless, he suppressed his irritation. It was not worth his time to quarrel with a band of ruffians. "I have come to Fengzhou to transport military supplies, and it is thanks to your invaluable assistance that this has gone smoothly. Thus, I have prepared this modest wine as a token of gratitude. Enjoy yourselves, and do not hold back," Qin Shao concluded. Chapter 82. The provocation of Qin Shao. "We express our gratitude for your hospitality, my lord," the crowd responded in unison, raising their cups and downing their drinks in one go. The formalities of the bureaucracy were familiar to all, and they navigated them with practiced ease. The 2 tables occupied by the Jingwei, however, remained notably silent, merely lifting their cups and swallowing their drinks before sitting down to continue their meal. "Let us all take a seat and enjoy our meal," Qin Shao said with an impassive expression, though a simmering anger boiled within him. This wretched group of brash officials, the dregs of the court, showed him such blatant disrespect, truly a despicable lot. His gaze shifted to Lin Fan, who had begun to organize his thoughts for an offensive. If he were to express admiration for any official present, it would undoubtedly be for Lin Baihu. Suddenly, Lin spoke up, his clear voice resonating in the ears of all. At these words, attention gripped everyone. They understood that serious matters were about to unfold, and Qin Shao intended to stir up trouble. Lin Baihu hailed from the Jingbian Wangfu and had once been a notorious scion, committing countless misdeeds, including the disgrace of his own cousin, which led to his expulsion from the royal residence. Qin Shao paused momentarily. What was meant to be a compliment was now tainted with implications, raising eyebrows and igniting imaginations. While Lin Fan's past was no secret, to have it aired publicly would surely tarnish his reputation. Qin Shao's gaze lingered on Lin Fan's face, only to find no trace of anger, which sent a jolt of unease through him. This young man possessed a surprising degree of composure. Thus he continued, however, Lin Baihu, having fallen from grace, has since joined the Jingwei and achieved numerous merits. Although they may not solely be his own, it demonstrates that he has reformed and should serve as an example. "You flatter me, my lord," Lin Fan replied, directing a respectful gesture towards the capital. "I have simply recognized my faults and wish to serve His Majesty." Qin Shao furrowed his brow, taken aback by Lin Fan's relaxed demeanor. Just as he prepared to escalate his attack, Lin Fan unexpectedly interjected, "In truth, I hold great admiration for you, my lord." Lin Fan smiled. "Truly, I am not jesting. My respect is genuine." Qin Shao's brow furrowed deeper. What was Lin Fan and Appo's game? Was he attempting to feign weakness through flattery? However, upon hearing Lin Fan and Appo's next words, His expression shifted dramatically. I joined the Jingwei to serve the court, just as you, my lord, have tirelessly worked to alleviate the emperor's burdens. Originally, you were merely a junior official of the Bureau of Revenue, a mere 7th-rank position, yet now, at under 30, you occupy a significant role in the Ministry of War. What do you think accounts for this? Lin Fan scanned the faces in the room, his tone earnest. Those knowledgeable about Qin Chao could no longer suppress their laughter. The situation was simply too absurd. Meanwhile, Qin Chao's face flushed crimson, his fists clenched tightly within his sleeves. Lin Fan continued, since no one wishes to respond. Allow me to enlighten you all. To secure his position, Qin Chao's mother became a concubine to the Duke of Zhongding, thereby facilitating his rise to a 5th-rank official. What a spirit this demonstrates. To forsake one's mother's reputation for the sake of serving the emperor. My lord, you are truly a loyal minister of the great Jing. I shall refer to this as sacrificing one's mother for a position. The moment Lin Fan uttered the phrase sacrificing one's mother for a position, it struck Qin Chao like a thunderbolt. He felt a surge of blood rise in his chest, nearly choking him. The officials present were equally stunned. Lin Fan had openly exposed a deeply humiliating truth, seemingly intent on pushing Qin Chao to the brink. Furthermore, Lin Fan had already been hailed as a great scholar, a revered figure in the great Jing, recognized by countless students. His poem, A Toast, had gained fame, solidifying his status as a literary giant. By uttering the phrase, sacrificing one's mother for a position, it was destined to become a historical reference. In the future, any mention of the phrase would inevitably evoke thoughts of Qin Chao, ensuring his notoriety for generations. Lin Baihu, how dare you insult me so? Qin Chao erupted, slamming his palm on the table and pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Fan. Yet Lin Fan maintained a smile. My lord, how can this be an insult? Sacrificing one's mother for a position, is that not a commendable deed? Does it not signify that you, my lord, willingly offered your mother to the Duke of Zhongding for the sake of alleviating the emperor's burdens? You, Qin Chao stammered, before spitting a mouthful of blood. Oh, my lord, what troubles you? Quick, summon a physician. Though you publicly claim to be the Duke of Zhongding's nephew, in truth, you are his stepson. If anything were to happen to you, we would all share in the blame. Lin Fan urged, already unsteady on his feet. Qin Chao felt darkness encroaching upon his vision, nearly fainting from rage. What nonsense is this about being a stepson? This is intolerable. If word this spread, how could he ever maintain his position? Rage transformed into a dark resolve within Qin Chao. He contemplated silencing everyone present. They must be eliminated. Otherwise, the infamy of sacrificing one's mother for a position would not only ruin his reputation, but also implicate his mother and the Duke of Zhongding. He could not allow such a calamity to unfold. General Wang, General Zhou, kill them. Eliminate them all. Qin Chao commanded, his voice trembling with fury. What, my lord? To strike against the Jingwei is tantamount to treason. This is a crime punishable by the annihilation of one's entire clan. The two generals hesitated, weighing the gravity of the situation. This concerns our very lives. A misstep, and it can mean the end for our families. Kill them all. Who will know we acted first against the Jingwei? Just say that Lin Fan, being a relative of the Duke of Zhongding, bore a grudge and conspired with the officials of Fengzhou to steal military arms, resulting in our discovery and a desperate struggle. Qin Chao hastily concocted a crime for Lin Fan. As long as the accusation held some semblance of truth, the Duke of Zhongding would surely corroborate it, rendering Lin Fan's demise a mere footnote in history. But, no buts. If you do not act now, I shall have the Duke of Zhongding hold you accountable. Qin Chao seethed. After weighing the risks, the two generals ultimately decided to act. After all, Qin Chao was the stepson of the Duke of Zhongding. They could not afford to offend him. Men kill. The general smashed his cup to the ground, signaling the attack. In an instant, soldiers surged from all directions, swiftly surrounding the Jingwei and the gathered officials. The officials turned pale, realizing they were caught in an unforeseen disaster. How could a simple banquet lead to their doom? Some officials began to plead for mercy, promising silence and professing loyalty to Qin Chao. Qin Chao merely scoffed. Only the dead will remain silent. Kill them all. Chapter 83. A swift victory. The masked figure appears. The soldiers surged forward, pressing relentlessly. Two subordinate generals approached with weapons in hand. On the elevated platform above, Qin Chao seethed. Lin Fan, you have forced my hand. I swear to kill you today. Lin Fan's eyes brimmed with derision as he scoffed. Qin Chao, do you truly believe you are the only one with plans in place? Brothers, signal now. At his command, the four main flags ignited their fire meteors. With a series of sharp whistles, the meteors shot into the night sky, illuminating it brilliantly. In the next moment, over 90 elite guard from the Jingwei emerged from all directions, heading straight for the governor's mansion. General Wang chuckled. Lin Fan, do you really think you can stand against us? Are you unaware of the Jingwei's might? We have brought 400 soldiers, 40 of whom are of the first-rank martial artists. You are but an ant try to shake a tree. How ludicrous! General Zhou echoed his laughter. Yet, Lin Fan remained unfazed, replying, the victor has yet to be determined. Your words are overly confident. Mere moment, Li Tu. The Jingwei engaged in fierce combat with the 400 soldiers. To everyone's astonishment, despite being outnumbered, the Jingwei appeared to be gaining the upper hand. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that nearly all of the 90 guards were indeed first-rank martial artists. Su Kuang, Wangfu ensure the safety of the officials alongside the captains. I can handle these two generals alone, Lin Fan commanded, standing with an air of authority. The order was swiftly executed, with Su Kuang and the others protecting the officials, who were vital witnesses to Qin Chao and Appo's assault on the Jingwei. Their survival would serve as proof of Qin Chao and Appo's rebellion. Realizing that their lives were in danger, the officials vowed to report to the court about Qin Chao's treachery. The two generals, intent on capturing Lin Fan, deemed him the primary threat. Where are the 400 captains? General Wang bellowed. 4 fifth-rank martial artist captains rushed forward, ready to assist in the swift elimination of the bandit leader, with the combined might of 2 fourth-rank experts and 4 fifth-rank experts. They felt confident that even the 77th on the Hidden Dragon ranking would be no match for them. Observing the unfolding scene, Su Kuang and the others expressed their concern. My lord, do you require our assistance? Asked Wangfu. There's no need. Simply safeguard the officials, Lin Fan replied, dismissing them. With the imperial saber in hand, he drew it forth, the blade gleaming with lethal intent. With a fierce roar, he charged forward like a predatory tiger. The 4 captains engaged him, attacking with their blades and spears. Get away from me, Lin Fan shouted, his blade slicing through the air like a comet. In an instant, he severed weapons and decapitated one captain, blood spraying forth as the lifeless body crumpled to the ground, shocking all present, including the 2 generals. What remarkable swordplay and footwork! How could he possibly be ranked 97th on the Hidden Dragon list? They wondered. Form up. General Wang, now wary, joined General Zhou in their assault on Lin Fan. 3 captains and the 2 generals launched a coordinated attack. The clang of weapons echoed like a torrential downpour, yet Lin Fan remained unperturbed, exuding the confidence of a third-rank martial artist. With a swift stroke, another captain fell, blood gushing forth, instilling terror in the hearts of his foes. 3-blade windbreaker, Lin Fan declared, executing his advanced sword technique. In a heartbeat, the remaining 2 captains were cleaved in half, their blood splattering onto the generals, who recoiled in shock. You're a third-rank martial artist, General Wang gasped, making a daring deduction. How could you possess such strength if not? You're quite astute. I shall reward you with a strike. Lin Fan replied with a nonchalant smile, raising his blade toward General Wang. Quick, use the divine might crossbow to shoot him down. General Wang commanded, as the hidden crossbow was unveiled. The soldiers loaded it, and 3 bolts shot forth with a deafening crack. Though formidable, Lin Fan had faced such weapons before. Having evaded the divine might crossbow, even as a 5th-rank martial artist, he now felt no need to retreat. With his enhanced strength, he opted for a different approach. As the bolts approached, he reached out and caught one mid-air, using his feet to pin another and wedging the last under his arm. With a swift turn, he redirected the force, capturing all 3 bolts effortlessly. What is this sorcery? The two generals gasped, bewildered. The divine might crossbow was said to be capable of injuring third-rank martial artists. How could Lin Fan catch all the bolts so easily? Here, take them back. Lin Fan flung the bolts toward the two generals, sending two toward General Wang and one toward General Zhou. Angered by Wang's earlier bravado, he made sure to target him. General Wang, alarmed, attempted to deflect the incoming bolts with his spear. While he managed to divert one, the other pierced through him, sending him crashing against the governor's mansion beams. General Zhou, though fortunate, found a bolt lodged in his shoulder, also propelling him backward. Cease fighting. Those who surrender shall not be harmed, Lin Fan proclaimed, raising his imperial saber high. The soldiers turned their gaze to the courtyard center, where the corpses of 4 captains lay and the 2 pinned generals, all resistance extinguished as they dropped their weapons. Qin Chao watched in despair, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. How could my perfectly arranged plan collapse so rapidly? Retrieve your weapons. I have yet to make my move. A figure leaped gracefully into the scene. One Lin Fan recognized all too well, the masked figure from their previous encounter in the abandoned estate. Qin Chao and Appo's face lit up with hope upon seeing the figure. Uncle Zhen, save me. Chapter 84. Quick blade cuts through Qin Zhen masked. Qin Zhen felt a surge of rage upon hearing Qin Chao call out his name, wishing he could eliminate the fool on the spot. After traveling a great distance, he discovered that 2 of his subordinates had already been slain, and the situation was turning against him. Now that his identity had been revealed, he had no choice but to capture Lin Fan and ensure that none present escaped. Otherwise, he would be branded a traitor. However, since his name had been exposed, Qin Zhen decided to abandon all pretense. He removed the mask from his face, his figure resembling a hawk descending upon the rooftop. With a cold gaze fixed on Lin Fan, he declared, Lin Fan, I spared your life last time, yet you dare to defy the Marquis. So be it. You shall not live to see another day. Spare me? Lin Fan chuckled lightly, recalling who had fled like a rabbit that night. You arrogant old fool. You think just because you've reached the 3rd rank you can challenge me? I have lingered at this level for a decade. You're not my match. Prepare to die. Enraged, Qin Zhen leaped into action, akin to a hawk swooping down on its prey. His hands transformed into claws, showcasing the infamous eagle claw technique. Despite his age, he showed no fear in boasting, declaring, Today, I shall end you. Lin Fan drew his blade, unafraid. In an instant, the 2 3rd-rank warriors clashed, their internal energies surging and sparks flying. Yet, Lin Fan quickly noticed something different. Qin Zhen's hands were now clad in a layer of fine iron claws, evidently his weapon of choice. It seemed that he had refrained from using it during their previous encounter to avoid detection, but now, with his identity revealed, he wielded it without restraint. The clanging of blades echoed as their weapons collided. Qin Zhen, a seasoned 3rd-rank warrior, demonstrated extraordinary skill. His eagle claw technique had evidently reached a high level, launching fierce attacks that created an oppressive atmosphere. Lin Fan felt as if he were battling a true eagle, aware that a moment's inattention could lead to injury or worse. The battlefield shifted from the ground to the rooftop, and then to the courtyard wall, as onlookers struggled to keep pace with their lightning-fast movements, only catching glimpses of the flashing sparks. Surrender, and I shall grant you a swift end. Qin Zhen, astonished by Lin Fan's prowess, attempted to distract him with taunts. You senile fool, have you lost your wits? Lin Fan retorted, glaring at the old man, as if he were dealing with a simpleton. If I were to surrender, I could still grant you a swift end. Fuming, Qin Zhen's internal energy surged, wishing to tear Lin Fan to shreds. Breaking wind, 3 blades. Lin Fan shouted, unleashing his blade. A mere 3rd-rate technique dares to flaunt itself before me? Watch as I unleash the eagle and Appo's talon. Qin Zhen scoffed, channeling all his power into a lethal strike from the eagle claw technique. Even at the pinnacle of a 3rd-rate skill, he believed it could never match the might of a 1st-rate technique. He felt victory was assured, convinced that this attack would severely injure Lin Fan. But then, to his astonishment, he exclaimed, You impudent brat, that is not breaking wind 3 blades. The blade technique was heavy, like a mountain crashing down. far removed from the agile and sharp nature of breaking wind three blades. Indeed, I present you with the breaking mountain blade technique. Lin Fan laughed heartily, bringing his blade down with overwhelming force. With Qin Jin already engaged in close combat, there was no time to evade. The eagle claw, though fierce, could not hope to penetrate the perfected breaking mountain blade. The iron claws shattered, pieces of the fine iron tearing into Qin Jin's palms, leaving gruesome trails of blood. "You despicable coward!" Qin Jin bellowed in fury, but defeat was inevitable. In a flash, Lin Fan's blade severed Qin Jin's head. Even as it fell, his eyes brimmed with disbelief. He could not fathom how someone not yet 18 had mastered a first-rate technique to its pinnacle. Was this what they called extraordinary talent? As Qin Jin's head rolled, the remaining soldiers abandoned all hope of resistance. Even the higher-ranked warriors had been slain. What use was there for the lower ranks to continue fighting? Qin Chao, utterly defeated, lay helpless on the ground, despair etched across his face. The Qilin Pavilion has betrayed me. How could he be ranked 97th? 57th, 37th would be more fitting. After slaying Qin Jin, Lin Fan exhaled deeply, having gauged his own strength. Qin Jin was indeed an established third-rank warrior. Unless he encountered another adept in first-rate techniques, most third-rank warriors would not pose a threat. However, the disparity among upper third-rank warriors was significant. Against a second-rank warrior, he would likely fall short, though he could escape using his wind step. As Lin Fan contemplated, all soldiers were subdued by the Jingwu Wei, and Qin Chao had been captured. Zhou, pinned to the beam, was rescued by Wangfu and his companions. The officials of Fengzhou breathed a sigh of relief. With Lin Fan victorious, their lives were spared, for he would need them as witnesses. "Thank you, Lord Lin, for saving our lives." One official stepped forward to express his gratitude, prompting others to follow suit. Lin Fan cupped his fists and replied, "You are too kind. This is the duty of the Jingwu Wei. However, I hope you will serve as witnesses to prevent unnecessary complications." "Absolutely." Qin Chao is ambitious and corrupt, seeking to kill Lord Lin and silence us. If we do not report this to the court, it will weigh heavily on our consciences. One official declared with righteous indignation. Although the officials were not of high rank, the highest being Wang Anping, the prefect of Fengzhou, many hailed from prominent families. Even if they were not favored within their clans, they had connections to present their appeal. Despite the influence of Duke Qin Jingwei, he could not suppress every report. "The task of reporting rests with you, esteemed officials. We shall return to the 100 House to interrogate the prisoners," Lin Fan stated. "Go ahead, Lord Lin. We will certainly report." The officials began to weave their narratives, their lives nearly lost, and their hearts burning with indignation. What are the Duke's residents? Can it simply bully and kill at will? Is there no law left? Chapter 85. The tough nut Qin Chao. The number of captives was overwhelming, and the cells in the jail were woefully insufficient. The soldiers had to squeeze into cramped quarters, where a cell originally meant for 2 prisoners now housed 10, leaving hardly any room to stand. Fortunately, the ventilation in the jail was adequate. Otherwise, many would have suffocated from lack of oxygen. The soldiers, being minor offenders, were not subjected to interrogation. The primary focus was, of course, on Qin Chao and the Deputy General, Zhou Jian. Qin Chao was already chained to the torture rack. The iron branding tool glowed red from the fire, while Wang, who stood nearby, cleaning the barbed whip with salt water. Su Kuang was busy clearing the remnants of flesh from the torture boards, which could easily reduce a person's fingers to pulp, leaving behind a gruesome mixture of sinew and shattered bones. Witnessing this scene from his precarious position on the rack filled Qin Chao with dread, his scalp prickling as if he could scarcely breathe. "Lord Qin, will you confess regarding the matters of the loyal Duke and Oppos, manner, or will you remain obstinate?" Lin Fan asked, reclining comfortably in his chair opposite Qin Chao, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Confess? I have already ordered an attack on the Jingwei, which seals my fate as a traitor. If I confess, my wife and children may still have a chance to survive through the Duke's machinations, but if I do not, they are doomed. Lin Fan, do you take me for a fool?" Qin Chao's countenance twisted into a mocking expression. "Wangfu, you may begin," Lin Fan commanded with a wave of his hand. Yes, my lord. Wangfu picked up the branding iron from a charcoal stove and pressed it against Qin Chao's chest. Sizzle. The moment the iron touched his skin, a hissing sound erupted, followed by Qin Chao's agonizing scream. Ah, it hurts. Lin Fan, may you suffer a wretched fate. Qin Chao cried out in pain, hurling curses at Lin Fan. Wangfu, undeterred by the insults, many of which he had heard before, switched to a different branding iron and struck again. The pain caused Qin Chao to weep, his trousers becoming soaked, the foul odor overwhelming. Lin Fan, if the Duke does not receive my pigeon letter by tomorrow night, he will take immediate action. You cannot bring down the loyal Duke's manor. Qin Chao gasped, his crimson eyes locked onto Lin Fan. Continue with the whip, Lin Fan instructed, dismissively gesturing. Wangfu unsheathed the barbed iron whip, soaked in salt water, designed to inflict pain while also disinfecting the wounds. Crack! The whip lashed against Qin Chao's flesh, tearing away a strip of skin and leaving a deep gash. The barb snagged flesh, and with just one strike, Qin Chao lost consciousness. Yet Wangfu, experienced in such matters, splashed water on his face, reviving him for more torment. Lin Fan, unable to bear the sight, stepped outside the cell for a brief respite. The anguished screams from the torture chamber sent shivers down the spines of the soldiers, a deliberate tactic to instill psychological pressure on the prisoners. By the time they were to face their own punishment, they might confess even before the torture began. Half an hour later, Su Kuang emerged, his hands stained with blood. How'd it go? Lin Fan inquired. Su Kuang shook his head. My lord, Qin Chao is remarkably resilient. He has fainted several times, but remains steadfast. He has yet to divulge anything about the loyal Duke's manor. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised by Qin Chao's tenacity. It seemed that Qin Chao had earned the Duke's favor not merely for his mother's beauty, but also due to his own capabilities. Lin Fan sighed, acknowledging, I did not expect Qin Chao to possess such fortitude. Since he is indeed a man, we must afford him the respect he deserves. He rummaged through his clothing and soon produced a porcelain vial. Handing it to Su Kuang, he instructed, this vial contains a medicinal elixir. When Qin Chao is on the brink of collapse, administer one pill to prolong his life. We must not allow him to die. After a few rounds of this, I believe he will confess. Su Kuang shuddered at the thought. He recognized the vial well. It contained alchemical pills used for cultivation. These pills not only enhanced one's abilities and replenished vitality, but could also stave off death and heal wounds. For an ordinary person, this vial was akin to several additional lives, implying that Qin Chao would have to endure multiplied suffering. Inside the cell, Qin Chao's breaths had grown faint. Relief seemed imminent. His vision blurred, and he thought, once dead, he would no longer feel pain, no longer endure punishment. However, in the next moment, he felt something enter his mouth. The substance dissolved in his saliva and slid down his throat. Almost instantly, a warm sensation coursed through his body, igniting an itch in his wounds. The scene around him gradually sharpened. As he opened his eyes, he saw Wangfu approaching with a glowing branding iron. Sizzle. Lin Fan, may you suffer a terrible fate. Why prolong my life? Let me die. I beg you, let me die. Qin Chao's cries were piercing, filled with curses, accusations, and helplessness. Those with weak constitutions in the cell were left paralyzed with fear. Was the Jingwei's method truly so terrifying that it could bring Lord Qin to the brink of despair? After consuming 4 pills, Qin Chao finally relented. His skin was nearly flayed, and even Wang, who admired his resilience. To endure such agony at the hands of the Jingwei was no small feat. He would deem Qin Chao the most formidable individual he had encountered. Lord Qin, I truly admire your fortitude. You are the most resilient person I have ever seen. Wangfu remarked in awe. Qin Chao glanced up at him, tears welling in his eyes. This is too much. Qin Chao confessed fully, at least clarifying the connection between the loyal Duke's manor and himself. After signing the documents, his testimony was delivered into Lin Fan's hands. It was already late into the night, and upon receiving the testimony, Lin Fan was taken aback, feeling a newfound respect for Qin Chao. After a quick review of the document, his furrowed brow finally relaxed. The testimony detailed how the loyal Duke had facilitated Qin Chao's profit through arms trafficking, implicating an entire branch of the Duke's family. The sum involved exceeded 2 million taels of silver, even including records of selling the Jing divine crossbow to the Tian Lang Wangting. Qin Jingwei. Even if you cannot be eradicated, this will undoubtedly cripple the loyal duke's manor, Lin Fan mused, a smile creeping across his lips as he held the document. Concerning the arms trafficking, Lin Fan was not obliged to report to the Qinhu office. He could directly send a pigeon letter to the emperor. This was one of the privileges of the Jingwei. In the face of significant cases, a single letter could be sent directly to the sovereign to prevent any attempts at interception. Arms trafficking was undoubtedly a grave offense. Chapter 86. The Resurrection Point Encounter. After releasing the carrier pigeon, Su Kuang received some encouraging news. Zhou Jian had finally spoken out, willing to serve as a witness against Qin Chao regarding the rebellion. With the officials from Fengzhou as witnesses and Zhou Jian as a key informant, no matter how the loyal duke tried to maneuver, the facts of Qin Chao's insurrection could not be altered. Following Zhou Jian's confession, apart from being stripped of his martial arts prowess, his other conditions were promptly improved. Though he was not treated to lavish feasts, he was assured of adequate sustenance. Moreover, the prison accommodations were relatively spacious, and the presence of mice was significantly less than in other cells. As for the remaining soldiers, their utility had diminished considerably. Lin Fan had arranged for the strong men to be temporarily transferred to the provincial prison, alleviating some of the pressure on the imperial prison. Otherwise, confining these individuals for several days would inevitably result in a filthy environment, and Lin Fan did not wish for the imperial prison to become a cesspool. After attending to subsequent matters, Lin Fan finally lay down on his bed. After stretching out and resting for a moment, he adjusted his energy back to its peak and planned to enter the copper mirror world to continue gathering cultivation resources. After all, he had a large group of subordinates to support, and enhancing his martial prowess was essential for effective governance. Furthermore, with his martial skills and agility already improved, it would be a waste to practice martial arts in the copper mirror world. It was far better to amass more resources for his cultivation. To the copper mirror world I go. Lin Fan activated the ancient bronze mirror. A wave of intense dizziness enveloped him, and even as a third-tier martial artist, he found himself powerless against such disorientation. Thud! He materialized in the copper mirror world. However, upon opening his eyes, he was not greeted by a bounty of resources, but rather the imposing visage of a massive wolf's head. The wolf's snout was almost touching his forehead, and the foul odor emanating from its mouth invaded Lin Fan's nostrils. By heavens! Lin Fan exclaimed, and then promptly vanished from the copper mirror world. The lead wolf had been waiting in the copper mirror world for a considerable time, recalling the peculiar human's arrival at the same time during each encounter. Thus, it had deliberately stayed there. However, this time it failed to arrive on time. Just as it had allowed itself a brief rest, the human appeared. By the time it registered the presence of its prey and attempted to snap at it, the human had already disappeared. The lead wolf felt a deep sense of frustration. Why couldn't it have mustered the patience to wait a little longer? Resolute not to be distracted again, the lead wolf summoned the pack. This time, if the human dared to land, it would surely fall prey to the wolves. Meanwhile, Lin Fan sat on his bed, his expression one of incredulity. Wasn't that the pack of wolves from yesterday? Why were they stationed at the location where he entered the copper mirror world? Lin Fan murmured to himself, disbelief etched across his features. He had encountered wolves before, but never had he been stalked in such a manner. Had he truly attracted their attention? Were they planning to ambush him at his resurrection point? A chilling thought crossed Lin Fan's mind. If that were the case, how could he enter the copper mirror world to gather resources? With this realization, Lin Fan felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He took stock of the resources on him. Currently, he had half a pound of grass leaves, a few red wild fruits, and 2 apricot pits. Lin Fan let out a long sigh. It seemed he could only tighten his belt and make do until these wolves departed. As for defeating the pack, he dared not even contemplate such a notion. Standing up in that world was already a challenge. Vanquishing the wolves was an absurd dream. The following morning, Lin Fan, weary from a sleepless night, dragged himself out of bed. "My lord, what troubles you?" Lin Guzi exclaimed upon seeing Lin Fan's disheveled appearance. Since leaving the capital, he had never witnessed his master looking so disheveled. Lin Fan stretched and yawned. I'm fine. As he spoke, he scratched an itch at his waist. Distribute the silver to the brothers. The rewards need to be given. My lord, are you truly all right? Lin Guzi pressed, not letting the matter go. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively. I assure you, I'm fine. Just dispense the silver. The brothers are risking their lives for a few pieces of silver. Let us not delay. Very well. Lin Guzi nodded. I shall go distribute the silver now. Please take care of yourself. Rest easy, you talk too much. Lin Fan gave Lin Guzi a playful kick. Feeling the force behind it, Lin Guzi was reassured that his master was indeed fine. After sending Lin Guzi off, Lin Fan pondered while washing up. What if the wolves continued to guard his resurrection point? He couldn't let the copper mirror world fall to waste, could he? If he possessed weapons, or could don a suit of armor upon entering, might he stand a chance against those wolves? Yet this idea was quickly discarded. Anything from the mortal realm would likely be reduced to scrap in that world. He had already witnessed the apricot pits being tougher than a royal blade. After contemplating for a while without any clarity, Lin Fan resolved to address other matters. Although he had sent the confession via carrier pigeon to the capital, it would take at least 2 days and nights for the pigeon to reach its destination, over 3,000 miles, a feat only possible for specially trained birds. Today, Lin Fan intended to escort the 400 soldiers along with Qin Xiao to the Guangming Prefecture's 1,000 Household Division. Once there, the subsequent affairs would be the responsibility of the 100 Household Division. Lin Fan merely needed to wait for the loyal Duke's misfortune, anticipating the accolades that would follow. With this achievement, he expected to secure a promotion to Deputy 1,000 Households without issue. In the morning, Lin Fan summoned Lin Guzi and Wang, who to accompany him to Guangming Prefecture, instructing Su Kuang to temporarily oversee the 100 Household Division while the other commanders returned to their respective jurisdictions. The distance from Fengzhou City to Guangming Prefecture was considerable, exceeding 800 miles. Additionally, with prisoners to escort, the journey would take nearly 10 days. Fortunately, the prisoners were elite soldiers, possessing strong stamina and swift movement. Otherwise, reaching their destination would take at least half a month. A motley crew set forth from Fengzhou City, Lin Fan reclining atop a cart filled with provisions. In the desolate wilderness, with over 400 people to feed, several carts laden with supplies accompanied them. My lord, do you seem troubled? Lin Guzi approached on horseback, inquiring. Lying atop the provisions, Lin Fan glanced at him and then sat up. With utmost seriousness, he asked, Guzi, do you have any suggestions on how to drive away a large pack of wolves? My lord, given your martial prowess, not to mention a mere pack of wolves, even mountain beasts would stand no chance against you. You could simply confront them directly, Lin Guzi replied, puzzled. But what if I lack strength? What if I were exceptionally weak, struggling even to stand? Lin Fan countered earnestly. Then I wouldn't know, Lin Guzi admitted, shaking his head. However, advanced preparation could help. Perhaps acquiring a tiger skin? I've heard that wolves fear tigers, and even the scent of a tiger could scare them away. Wolves fear tigers? Lin Fan mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. I wonder if the wolves in the Copper Mirror world fear the tigers of the great Jing dynasty. Chapter 87. The Ranking of the Hidden Dragons. 27th position in the capital, within the residence of the Duke Zhongding. Ever since he entrusted the matter to Qin Xiao, Qin Jingwei has been plagued by an ominous feeling. He gazed at the lavish spread before him, yet found it utterly unappetizing. By now, Qiao should have arrived in Fengzhou. At this juncture, he ought to have captured Lin Fan. My lord, let us dine first. Qiao is always meticulous in his endeavors. There shall be no issue this time. A middle-aged woman approached with a comforting smile. Qiao is your flesh and blood. Naturally, I trust him, Qin Jingwei replied, observing the gentle smile that graced the woman's face. He picked up his chopsticks to serve himself, but before he could take a bite, the steward burst into the room in a flurry. My lord, dire news. Bang! Qin Jingwei slammed his bowl onto the table, furrowing his brow. What has transpired? Such haste is unbecoming. The steward hurriedly adjusted his attire, taking a moment to compose himself before speaking. My lord, it is grave news. The Qilin Pavilion has updated the ranking of the hidden dragons. Lin Fan's position has risen to 27th. As soon as the steward uttered these words, Qin Jingwei spat out the rice in his mouth, staring incredulously at the steward. "What did you just say?" The steward swallowed hard, his voice trembling. "My lord, Lin Fan has ascended to the 27th rank on the Hidden Dragon list." Clatter. Jingwei's bowl clattered to the table. The Hidden Dragon list is not updated merely on a monthly basis. A sudden change occurs when a genius's position fluctuates by more than 50 places. From 97 to 27. A staggering rise of 70 places warranted this update. Lin Fan's ascent to 27th must have come at the cost of others' lives. The path of the prodigy is inevitably strewn with bones and blood. "Bring me the report." Jingwei gritted his teeth. The steward, paralyzed with fear, stood frozen. "I command you to bring me the report." Jingwei slammed the table, his voice rising in anger. "My lord, here it is." The steward hastily produced the Qilin Pavilion's report from his sleeve, presenting it to Jingwei. Jingwei snatched the report and swiftly scanned its contents. His hands trembled, and his complexion turned ashen. Lin Fan, 27th on the Hidden Dragon list, a discarded son of the Wang family, captain of the Jingwu Wei. Achievements: single-handedly defeated 4 fifth-grade captains and 2 deputy generals. All captains perished, 1 deputy general dead and 1 injured. Subsequently slaying the 3rd-grade warrior Qinjun with impeccable martial prowess. "My lord, what troubles you?" The beautiful woman's expression changed upon witnessing Jingwei's demeanor. She seized the report, quickly perusing it, and her face turned pale. "My lord, Qinjun is dead. Does that mean Chao?" The woman covered her face in anguish, clutching Jingwei's shoulders. "My lord, please save Chao. Though he is not your biological son, he regards you as a father." "Regard me as a father?" Jingwei suddenly jolted to a realization. With Qin Chao now in Lin Fan's clutches, there was a possibility he might reveal the arms trafficking. It could very well be that Qin Chao was captured because he acted first. If that were the case, failing to sever ties with Qin Chao would inevitably drag the entire Duke Zhongding estate into calamity. Realizing this, he forcefully shoved the woman aside and scolded, "Wretched woman, your unfilial offspring has brought disaster upon my Duke Zhongding estate. You shall not remain here any longer." He immediately ordered for the woman to be taken away, contemplating that even if he had to forsake the entire collateral line of the Qin family, he must ensure the safety of the Duke Zhongding estate. Commands were dispatched, and the entire Duke Zhongding residence trembled. Numerous members of the Qin family met their demise, executed by the loyalists of Duke Zhongding. Jingwei summoned Qin Feng, saying, "Feng, seek your sister's assistance. Tomorrow at court, we must have the Wang family plead on our behalf." "Father, I understand," Qin Feng replied, setting off that very night for the Wang residence. After arranging everything, Jingwei reflected carefully, ensuring no detail was overlooked before returning to his chamber, where he solemnly opened a box. Inside lay a set of worn armor, rusted and battered, yet marred by a gaping hole the width of an arm. Its appearance rather grotesque. The capital was rife with undercurrents, and the Duke Zhongding residence was engulfed in turbulence. Meanwhile, Lin Fan remained oblivious to the events unfolding in the capital, his thoughts consumed by the world of the bronze mirror. At dawn, he ventured deep into the forest, hunting a ferocious tiger. After skinning the beast, he fashioned a simple garment from its hide. He pondered whether the scent of the tiger's skin would deter the pack of wolves. Lin Fan adjusted the tiger skin draped over him and inhaled deeply. "Once inside, I shall retreat at the first sign of danger. At worst, I may take a bite, but if I am swift enough, the wolves shall not be able to target me." Having steeled himself, Lin Fan activated the ancient bronze mirror. Within the mirror world, under the leadership of the Alpha Wolf, the pack encircled Lin Fan's position in a tight formation. The Alpha Wolf's gaze burned fiercely, fixated on the spot where Lin Fan had previously vanished. "This time, I must secure a catch. I must taste this elusive human who can appear and disappear at will." It licked its lips, its icy blue eyes glinting with determination. According to previous timings, the human should soon make an appearance. Suddenly, a figure dropped to the ground. The wolves surged forward, eager to attack and tear apart their prey. "Wait, that's not right. It's a tiger." The Alpha Wolf abruptly halted, and the other wolves followed suit. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Fan raised the tiger skin and surveyed his surroundings. By the heavens, the area is teeming with wolves. Without a moment's hesitation, he vanished from the bronze mirror world. As he disappeared, the once inflated tiger skin fell to the ground. The pack of wolves stood bewildered. After all, they were mere beasts and took a moment to comprehend what had transpired. How could the human have vanished beneath the tiger skin? Even with the tiger slain, the lingering scent still instilled fear in the wolves. The alpha wolf, emboldened, approached the skin to sniff it, detecting the still fresh scent of blood. It opened its jaws to tear at the hide. A mere tug, and the skin ripped apart as easily as a piece of cloth. Dumbfounded, the alpha wolf wondered why the hide, which should have been resilient, was so frail that it tore effortlessly. It continued to shred, the once whole skin into tatters scattered across the ground. Despicable human, to deceive us with fake tiger skin. The alpha wolf howled defiantly, and the other wolves echoed its call. With its gaze hardened, the alpha wolf resolved to remain vigilant, determined to capture this cunning human. Chapter 88. In the imperial court in the capital city, before dawn had broken, the officials had already ascended to the court, stepping into the lingering shadows of the night. The ancestral edicts established rules that even the Jing Emperor could not disregard. Reluctantly, he awakened from the embrace of soft, warm silk, and, under the attentive care of his consorts, donned the dragon robe. With a lingering sense of drowsiness, he exited the palace. The Jing Emperor stifled a yawn and stretched lazily as he stepped outside. A nearby eunuch, intending to caution the sovereign against such laxity, ultimately refrained from speaking. After all, this emperor was known for his temper. The saying serving the emperor is akin to serving a tiger was no mere jest. Your Majesty, a pigeon post has arrived from the 100 households of Fengzhou. Just as he left the inner palace, a member of the Imperial Guard in a crimson flying fish uniform presented a dove to the Jing Emperor. The mention of a message from Fengzhou piqued the Emperor's interest. He raised an eyebrow and took the letter. After a brief glance, he could not help but chuckle. Lin Fan possesses quite the audacity. This shall make today's court session most entertaining. He crumpled the letter in his hand and said nonchalantly, "Let us proceed to court." In the Golden Lawn Hall, civil and military officials had already taken their positions. The leader of the military officials, the Duke of Jingjian, stood on one side, while the other side was occupied by the two prime ministers. The Duke of Zhongding, although he had intended to transition into a civil role and had taken in many disciples, had yet to complete this transformation. Thus, he remained among the military ranks, albeit in a relatively prominent position. However, today his court attire appeared somewhat cumbersome, seemingly larger than usual. News of the updated Qianlong list had spread the previous night, revealing that a mere youth had achieved the 27th rank on the list, stepping into the realm of third-tier warriors. It was said that the Duke of Jingjian had been blind to let his own prodigy slip away. Of course, such thoughts were confined to their minds. No one dared voice them in the presence of Lin Nantian. Standing in the court, Lin Nantian appeared lost in thought. He pondered the report he had seen from the Qilin Pavilion yesterday. What had caused his wayward son to transform so drastically? How had he, a mere wastrel, suddenly become a martial arts master? At just 18, he had entered the ranks of third-tier warriors, surpassing Lin Nantian's own progression at that age. He also recalled the previous night when his wife had beseeched him on behalf of their son, leaving him in a state of inner turmoil. However, once the Jing Emperor ascended the dragon throne, all attention in the hall converged upon him. The emperor, despite appearing indulgent and frivolous, commanded an aura of majesty befitting the ruler of the Jing. His gaze swept across the ministers, lingering momentarily on Lin Nantian and Qin Jingwei. Your Majesty, I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Before the emperor could speak, the Duke of Zhongding, Qin Jingwei, suddenly knelt, exclaiming fervently. Oh! The Jing Emperor raised an eyebrow, smiling as he inquired, "What crime do you claim to have committed?" "Your Majesty, I have been negligent." Qin Jingwei's forehead pressed to the ground, his voice trembling. "Qin Jingwei, your negligence is quite severe. Qin Xiao, a member of your clan, has been selling military supplies to the northern grasslands, and you were oblivious to it. I see you have grown quite senile. The Jing Emperor mocked coldly. The emperor's authority loomed like an unending tide, overshadowing Qin Jingwei. The duke's head remained bowed, his garments soaked with sweat, beads of perspiration trickling down his forehead. Selling military supplies and leading an attack against the imperial guard. Are these not both grave offenses punishable by an execution of your entire clan? The Jing Emperor demanded sternly. Your Majesty, I would rather die. Qin Jingwei continued. This matter of selling military supplies has no relation to my duke's household. It was instigated by the distant relatives of Qin Liang, of which I had no knowledge. Seated upon the throne, the Jing Emperor looked down at him. Selling military supplies and attacking the imperial guard. Are these not both worthy of obliterating the 9 clans? Please, your Majesty, show mercy. Qin Jingwei prostrated himself once more. Perhaps due to the force of his movements, his official robes tore asunder. The rusted armor he wore became visible, marked by the traces of various weapons. And a gaping hole the size of an arm was evident in the chest plate. Upon seeing the armor, the Jing Emperor's expression hardened. Ah, Duke Qin possesses quite the skill. You wear the ancestral armor. If I recall correctly, that hole in your chest plate was made when your great-grandfather shielded the Great Lai Emperor from crossbow bolts. Your Majesty, I would willingly die on the battlefield like my ancestors, rather than be implicated for the crimes of distant relatives. I beseech your Majesty to grant me permission to lead my family to the northern frontiers to spill blood on the battlefield. Qin Jingwei struck his forehead against the ground, producing a dull thud. The surrounding civil and military ministers were left astounded by this old man's tactics. Truly, he was a seasoned official, adept at navigating the intertwining realms of military and civil service. The crime of selling military supplies was one that would typically implicate 9 clans. Yet he seemed poised to escape unscathed. The Jing Emperor's gaze grew colder. What a masterful maneuver, retreating to advance. If he were to execute Qin Jingwei, he would bear the brunt of public condemnation. Moreover, since Qin Jingwei had already distanced himself from the crimes of Qin Shao, he had likely prepared thoroughly. Even an investigation would yield little. He turned his gaze to Lin Fan, asking, Prince Jinjian, as Qin Jingwei is your father-in-law, do you have any suggestions? Upon hearing this, Qin Jingwei breathed a sigh of relief. The Jing Emperor had invited his son-in-law to offer counsel, indicating that the situation was not dire. Your Majesty, the crime of selling military supplies is indeed punishable by annihilation of the 9 clans. Even if the Duke of Zhongding was unaware, he must face severe punishment. Otherwise, how can the soldiers fighting at the borders find peace? At these words, Qin Jingwei's expression froze. He cast furtive glances at Lin Fan, signaling him to retract his statement. However, Lin Fan remained resolute, offering no response. And how does Prince Jinjian propose we handle this? The Jing Emperor was increasingly intrigued by Lin Fan's unexpected reply. I believe that the title should be stripped to stabilize the hearts of the people. Yet, as the Duke of Zhongding was unaware, and his ancestors served the nation well, further punishment should not be imposed after the title is revoked. Lin Fan spoke, enduring the murderous glare from his father-in-law. A smile crept across the Jing Emperor's face. Although Lin Fan was somewhat dull, his approach to matters of state remained commendable. Stripping a title would indeed reduce the annual stipend considerably, and it would also encourage those in power to behave more cautiously. If even the Duke could lose his title, how much more so for those lesser officials? With a grand gesture, the Jing Emperor declared, let it be as Prince Jinjian suggests. Strip Qin Jingwei of his hereditary title of Duke of Zhongding. Chapter 89. Lin Fan's Reward, the title stripped away. When Qin Jingwei heard those 4 words, he felt as though the sky was about to collapse. The title that his ancestors had toiled for was now lost. No, it was Qin Shao, that worthless fool, who had caused this calamity, and Lin Fan, that detestable wretch. How could he treat his own maternal grandfather in such a manner? He even accused Qin Shao of rebellion and exposed the matter of arms trafficking. Was he not afraid of implicating the Duke of Bianjian? Even if he had previously sent people to deal with Lin Fan, it was all for the stability of the Duke of Bianjian, to ensure that Xiaolong could firmly hold the position of heir, all for the loyalty of the Hou family and the Duke of Bianjian. Why couldn't Lin Fan sacrifice a little for the greater good? Why did he have to create such a ruckus? Now it was all over. The title was gone. The title was gone. Standing among the civil officials, Qin Feng felt equally despondent. He currently held the position of a sixth-rank official in the Ministry of Personnel, which afforded him a degree of influence in the court. Yet, how could a mere sixth-rank official compare to the status of a duke's heir? One required him to toil like a beast, while the other was a hereditary title. The disparity was self-evident. With his father stripped of his title, what could he inherit? The status of heir was lost as well. Unlike those who bore animosity toward his father, he harbored enmity not only for Lin Fan, but also for Lin Nantian, and even for his father, Qin Jingwei. If it weren't for this irresponsible father who could not control his second son and insisted on taking Qin Shao's mother as a concubine, how could this matter have arisen? Fool! Unable to even preserve a title. This father was truly useless. Emperor Jing looked down at Qin Jingwei and asked, Qin Aiqing, why are you silent? Are you dissatisfied with my decision? Qin Jingwei felt a bitter pang in his heart. The title he had almost saved was now entirely lost due to his foolish son-in-law. But in response to the emperor and Appo's inquiry, he could only bow and say, I humbly thank your majesty for your grace. Ah, spare me the thanks. After all, it was I who stripped you of your title. In the future, when your son or grandson merits military achievements, I will consider restoring the Qin family's title, the emperor replied nonchalantly. Qin Jingwei's heart bled. Achieving military merit was no easy feat unless one were a founding hero or expanded territories. Opportunities for significant accomplishments were rare. Moreover, even if such opportunities existed, he did not believe Qin Feng or the younger generation possessed the capability to seize them. The path of martial arts was arduous, and the Qin family had gradually abandoned it, transitioning towards civil service. There must be punishment for transgressions, and merit must be rewarded. Emperor Jing cleared his throat, his resonant voice echoing in the Golden Lawn Hall. The ministers immediately grasped the emperor's intentions. The merit in question pertained to the Duke of Zhongding, and the accomplishment was undoubtedly Lin Fan's, the former outcast of the Duke of Bianjian. Who would have thought that this castaway would soar to success after joining the Imperial Guards, achieving merit successively and gaining the Emperor and Appo's favor? With promotions akin to climbing bamboo shoots, in just over a month, he had already ascended to the position of 100 households. Now, it seemed the Emperor intended to promote him further. The martial arts training of the Duke of Bianjian was indeed formidable, but when it came to vision, it was utterly lacking, akin to being blind. Lin Fan had risked his life to achieve such great merit, preventing the arms of the great Jing from flowing into enemy territory. How should we reward him? The emperor inquired. Wang Lang, who had always supported Lin Fan, immediately stood up respectfully and said, Your Majesty, I believe Lin Fan's contributions to the state are sufficient for him to hold the position of 1,000 households. He has already achieved considerable merit as 100 households, and if he were to be promoted to 1,000 households, would he not be able to benefit the common people? Upon hearing this, Qin Jingwei clenched his fists, wishing he could strangle this old scoundrel on the spot. If Lin Fan were made 1,000 households, it would be unimaginable. 1,000 households could govern a territory, and typically, a territory in the Great Jing would encompass 8 to 10 provinces, spanning thousands of miles. The position of 1,000 households was equivalent to that of a high-ranking official in the court. In such a short time, not even 2 months had passed. At this rate, Lin Fan would be appointed as the commander of the Imperial Guards by the end of the year. But despite his frustrations, Qin Jingwei could not speak out. Having just been stripped of his title and being a party to the case, voicing opposition now would only invite disaster. He continuously signaled to those he had previously promoted, yet none dared to stand against him, each remaining silent like a mute gourd. What are your thoughts on Lord Wang's proposal? Does anyone hold a different opinion? The emperor inquired. Qin Jingwei was almost beside himself with anxiety. Just then, Lin Nantian finally took action. Your Majesty, I believe Minister Wang's proposal is inappropriate. Wang Lang began to curse this fool in his heart. He was truly a piece of work, obstructing his own son's career. It was clear that Lin Nantian was also a fool. As he vented his frustrations in his mind, Lin Nantian began to elaborate. Your Majesty, Lin Fan is but 18 years old, Just over a month ago, he was a debauched youth, which your majesty is well aware of. His rapid ascent to the position of 100 households is already commendable. If he were to be promoted to 1,000 households, it could risk revealing his true nature, and ultimately, it would be the common people who suffer, tarnishing your majesty's dignity. Lin Nanshan's words were indeed harsh, attacking Lin Fan's qualifications and past. Throwing these 2 points before the emperor made it challenging to promote Lin Fan. Duke of Bianjian, have you not heard the recent rumors? Wang Lang retorted, in my opinion, Lin Fan poses no problem, at the very least since taking office in the Imperial Guards. He has accomplished numerous beneficial deeds for the state and the people. Conversely, your wife ought to be investigated. I believe she is not the virtuous person you claim her to be. Lin Nantian was momentarily speechless. He had indeed heard many rumors lately. However, Qin Hui had treated him exceedingly well and had raised Xiaolong admirably. He paused, then said earnestly, Lord Wang has misunderstood. My objection to Lin Fan's promotion is not due to personal matters, but rather my concern that at such a young age he wields great power, which may not bode well for his growth or for the common people. If I recall correctly, wasn't the Duke of Bianjian only 17 when he assumed his title? At that time, did he not lead troops in a battle to defend our great Jing's territory? Wang Lang scoffed. Lin Nantian remained serious. Lord Wang, my situation differs from that of my wayward son. What difference is there? Wang Lang countered. Lin Nantian fell silent. He simply could not bring himself to praise himself publicly. Furthermore, disparaging Lin Fan at this moment, when they were discussing his merits, would surely displease the emperor. Your Majesty, I believe the Duke has run out of arguments. I propose that Lin Fan be promoted to the position of 1,000 households in Guangming Prefecture, Wang Lang respectfully suggested. On the dragon throne, Emperor Jing frowned slightly. In truth, there was some merit to what the Duke of Bianjian said, but jumping from 100 households directly to 1,000 households without passing through the deputy 1,000 households might not be prudent, especially given Lin Fan's youth. After a pause, he continued, very well, let us elevate Lin Fan to the position of deputy 1,000 households in the Imperial Guards, establishing a probationary period of 1 year. Should he commit no faults during this time, he shall be promoted to 1,000 households. If he achieves great merit, he shall be promoted directly to 1,000 households. Upon hearing this, Wang Lang immediately exclaimed, Your Majesty is indeed wise. Chapter 90. The humiliated Lin Nantian. As the court meeting concluded, Wang Lang and his companions were exceedingly satisfied with the outcome. After much effort, an unconventional Jingwei had emerged, and they were determined to safeguard this achievement. In stark contrast, the expressions of Qin Jingwei and Qin Feng reflected utter despair. Qin Jingwei's countenance was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Despite having brought forth ancestral armor, he had still been unable to protect his title. Qin Feng seethed with frustration, having lost the status of heir to the Duke of Zhongding. Now, left merely with the position of a minor official in the Ministry of Personnel. Father, look at the mess you've created. He could not help but accuse Qin Jingwei. Qin Jingwei was momentarily taken aback, then retorted angrily, You insolent brat. What did I do wrong? His temper flared. It was one thing to be furious about the lost title, but now even his son dared to blame him. If you hadn't arranged for Qin Chao to be in such a pivotal position, how would our Duke of Zhongding's estate have lost its title? Qin Feng shot back. Do you know there's a phrase in the intelligence reports called sacrificing one's mother for official gain? It has become a saying about you and Qin Chao. Qin Jingwei paused, having never heard of that term, let alone the story behind it. He immediately grasped Qin Feng's arm, eager to learn more. Qin Feng recounted the origins of the saying in detail. By the time he finished, Qin Jingwei's face was ashen with rage. Damn Lin Fan, that wretched spawn. How dare he humiliate me so? The saying would echo through the ages, and the scandal concerning him and Qin Chao's mother would inevitably become part of history. Enraged, he felt as though he could ignite a fire from his fury, wishing to devour Lin Fan's flesh and wear his skin. Father, I have warned you before that Qin Chao is unreliable. You were blinded by his mother's charms and refused to heed my words. Now look where we are. We've lost our title and left a scandal that will tarnish our family's name for eternity. Qin Feng expressed his dissatisfaction. Qin Jingwei sighed deeply, filled with regret. Why had he not controlled his impulses? Why had he relied on Qin Chao? And Lin Fan, how could he, as a maternal grandfather, be so cruel? Losing the title meant he would face his ancestors with shame for centuries to come, his reputation forever stained by a tale that would be told for ages. As these thoughts consumed him, darkness clouded his vision. My father-in-law, in the court. I assure you, I did not wish to abandon you, but the trade of military arms is a grave offense. If we allow this, it will surely lead to detrimental consequences for both the nation and the army. After much hesitation, Lin Nantian finally approached, seeking to explain why he could not assist the Duke of Zhongding in retaining his title. Surely, he thought, his father-in-law and family would be as understanding as Huer. Begone! I have no son-in-law like you. You have stripped me of my title. Tomorrow, I will send for my daughter to come back. Qin Jingwei unleashed a torrent of vitriol upon Lin Nantian. His fury had completely clouded his judgment. Anyone within his reach became a target for his wrath. The esteemed Duke of Bianjian, Lin Nantian, found himself unable to raise his head in the face of such insults. With each glance upwards, he was met with a stream of spittle, more foul than the stench of street vendors selling stinky tofu. I was blind back then to have married my daughter to you. I might as well marry her off to a beggar or a human trafficker. Qin Jingwei continued his irrational tirade, losing all sense of clarity. Suddenly, perhaps due to the overwhelming surge of anger, he stiffened and spat a mouthful of blood. As the blood mist escaped his lips, his body weakened, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. Father-in-law, Lin Nantian rushed forward to steady Qin Jingwei. Father, Qin Feng also panicked. The Qin family still relied on this foolish old man. They could not afford to lose what remained of their legacy. Father-in-law is suffering from a fit of rage. His blood pressure is rising. We must get him treated quickly, or he risks paralysis. Lin Nantian quickly lifted Qin Jingwei, instructing others to summon the imperial physician. Despite his grievances against Lin Nantian, Qin Feng recognized the necessity of his assistance and refrained from voicing his discontent. Once the physician had treated Qin Jingwei, Lin Nantian personally escorted him back to the Duke of Zhongding's estate. As they passed the entrance, he observed craftsmen from the palace dismantling the estate's plaque. This sight elicited a heavy sigh from him, though he felt no guilt. Qin Feng, already displeased with him, was not inclined to offer Lin Nantian a meal. By the time Lin Nantian returned to the Duke of Bianjian's residence, it was already afternoon. Upon entering the estate and thinking of his obedient son and virtuous wife, he sighed in relief. Although his father-in-law might not understand his actions, he was certain that his wife and son would comprehend his intentions. In a couple of days, he would send Huer to the Qin family to help clear the air with his father-in-law. Huya, Yambuk, Lin Nantian exclaimed as he entered the back hall of the estate. According to custom, his wife should have prepared a meal for him by now. However, upon entering the dining hall, he was taken aback. Lin Xiaolong and Qin Hui sat there with cold expressions. Several items on the floor lay shattered, and the atmosphere felt icy and tense. Xiaolong, Huier, what has happened? Lin Nantian inquired, perplexed. Qin Hui raised her head, her eyes swollen from crying, and asked, Your Highness, since I'm married into the royal household, I have diligently managed our affairs, have I not? Lin Nantian nodded, indeed. Who in the capital does not regard you as virtuous and kind-hearted? Was Xiaolong? Has he not been adequately trained by me? Qin Hui pressed further. Xiaolong is well-versed in both civil and military affairs. He upholds the dignity of our household, Lin Nantian replied. Then why do you support the emperor in stripping my father's title? Do you not realize how hard-earned the Qin family's rank is? Qin Hui lamented, bursting into tears once more. If you are dissatisfied with me, you may divorce me and expel both Xiaolong and me from the estate. Why must you bring shame upon the Qin family and humiliate me? Huier, the soldiers on the frontier are still fighting. If those who sell military arms are not severely punished, how will the soldiers continue their battles? Lin Nantian responded with exasperation. Lin Xiaolong interjected, displeased, Father, the soldiers are merely a bunch of foul military men. Can they be closer to me than my maternal grandfather? With my grandfather stripped of his title, do you feel any pride? Foul military men? Upon hearing this phrase, Lin Nantian froze, disbelief filling his eyes. He could scarcely comprehend how his son could refer to the soldiers in such a derogatory manner. The very foundation of the Duke of Bianjin's standing was built upon military merit, which was upheld by the sacrifices of countless soldiers. Lin Xiaolong and Appo's words threatened to undermine the very essence of their legacy. Shock transformed into fury as Lin Nantian raised his hand and struck Lin Xiaolong hard across the face. The sound echoed loudly as Lin Xiaolong was sent sprawling, crashing into a column before collapsing to the ground. Chapter 91. The solution to the wolf calamity. Lin Xiaolong covered his face, wailing in agony. 2 of his teeth had been knocked out, his head buzzed incessantly, and blood flowed from his mouth. Qin Hui, initially astonished, broke into even more tears and hurriedly threw herself upon her son. Your Highness, please put us both to death. Our Qin family has lost its title. Entering the joint king's residence is beyond our reach. Just end our lives. Lin Xiaolong, too, wept profusely while embracing his mother. Lin Nantian stared blankly at the scene before him, glancing at his own hands. To him, Lin Xiaolong had always been well-behaved. This was the first time he had struck him. The cries of the mother and son stirred a sense of agitation within him. Xiaolong, you must never utter such nonsense again. The soldiers at the border are the cornerstone of our nation, the foundation of the joint king's residence. If I hear those 3 words again, I will break your legs. Lin Nantian's words were fierce yet lacked true conviction, and he turned sharply to leave the dining hall. On the floor, after Lin Nantian departed, Qin Hui and her son ceased their act. Does your face hurt, my child? Qin Hui gently caressed Lin Xiaolong's face. Lin Xiaolong gritted his teeth and replied, How could it not hurt? I felt as if that slap nearly took my life. Aren't the border soldiers just filthy military men? My maternal grandfather and uncle refer to them as such, so why shouldn't I? With the title of her grandfather stripped away, the Qin family's influence would inevitably wane, which was not favorable for Lin Xiaolong. Those filthy soldier satisfaction has nothing to do with me. Qin Hui softly admonished. Indeed, they're filthy soldiers. But your father comes from the military and has yet to adapt to his current noble status. You must not mention those 3 words in front of him. I fear he may truly break your legs. And so what? If he breaks my legs, will Lin Fan inherit the title? Lin Xiaolong retorted defiantly. You must not speak in anger, Xiaolong. The Qin family is already in decline. You must secure your position as the heir. As for Lin Fan, I will discuss it with your maternal grandfather and will seek ways to restore your grandfather's title, Qin Hui urged. Lin Xiaolong clenched his teeth and declared, Mother, I understand. Once I become the joint king, I will make him pay for that slap. Upon hearing this, Qin Hui was momentarily taken aback, but ultimately said nothing more, merely rubbing Lin Xiaolong's swollen face. In the Guangming prefecture, within the wilderness, a squad of imperial guards escorted prisoners towards Guangming prefecture. Having traveled over 800 miles, they had only covered a little more than 100 miles so far. On the swaying supply cart, Lin Fan's eyes were filled with confusion. What should he do after a pack of wolves had disrupted his revival point? Was he to allow the copper mirror world to fall into disarray? Young master, why do you look so glum? Lin Guzi approached on horseback. It's nothing. Perhaps I'm simply under a bit of stress, Lin Fan replied casually. After this mere evaluation, you might be promoted to Deputy Qianhu, becoming a significant figure in the region. What pressure could you possibly have? Lin Guzi questioned, puzzled. Indeed, it is due to strength. Without entering the realm of a master, one is but an ant, Lin Fan asserted as he sat up on the supplies. Guzi, what if a tiger cannot scare away a pack of wolves? Lin Guzi looked puzzled, wondering why the young master was speaking of wolves. With the young master's strength, what was there to fear? He could easily overpower them. However, the young master's question carried its own significance. After careful thought, Guzi suggested, how about setting traps? I've heard that old hunters in the mountains use traps to catch wolves. Considering the wolf strength in the copper mirror world, Lin Fan shook his head. Traps won't suffice. We need another solution. Guzi racked his brain and finally blurted out, what about poison? Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Poison, a splendid idea. However, He wondered if the poisons of this world could indeed kill the wolves of the Copper Mirror world. Guzi, do you know of any potent poisons that could kill a master or a grandmaster? Lin Fan immediately inquired. Lin Guzi was taken aback. Are the wolves that formidable, surpassing even a master? But he shook his head. I don't know. His peripheral vision caught sight of Wangfu. Brother Wang, who has been with the Imperial Guards for a long time. He should know more about poisons than I do. Lin Fan then called out, Wangfu, come here for a moment. Sir, how may I serve you? Wangfu replied respectfully. Lin Fan hastily asked, do you know of any poison that could kill a master or a grandmaster? Wangfu pondered for a moment. Sir, a master has already cultivated true energy. Common poisons can be expelled with their true energy. There are very few poisons capable of killing a master. Even if it doesn't kill them, it would be useful if it could render a master incapacitated, Lin Fan asserted. There are indeed some poisons within our Imperial Guards that could incapacitate a master, but they are extremely precious and not accessible to a Qianhu, Wangfu replied. Lin Fan sighed, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. This was indeed troublesome. Being promoted to Qianhu would undoubtedly require a eunuch to deliver the imperial decree to Guangming Prefecture, which would take at least 7 or 8 days. Then, procuring the poison would take another half-month, following the entire process. Actually, there's a type of poison that can temporarily incapacitate a master, Wangfu suddenly said. As if recalling something, Lin Fan's expression sharpened, hope rekindling within him. Do tell. An aphrodisiac, Wangfu uttered. Unlike other poisons, this one directly mingled with the blood, coursing through the true energy of the body. Even if a master were poisoned, they would struggle to expel it, only regaining their strength once the effects wore off. Feeding an aphrodisiac to the wolves felt strange, yet it also seemed feasible. If the powder could be mixed into meat and then thrown to the pack of wolves, while they were distracted by the effects, he could swiftly gather resources. It appeared to be a plausible plan. After much deliberation, Lin Fan ultimately decided to give it a try. He turned to Wangfu and asked, Wangfu, do you have any of this poison on you? Wangfu's face flushed red, and he quickly protested, Sir, I am a man of integrity. How could I carry such a thing? Please do not tarnish my reputation. Send out the order. Whoever possesses an aphrodisiac, I am willing to pay handsomely for it. Lin Fan gritted his teeth and issued an embarrassing command. Though Wangfu and the others were perplexed, they complied. Under a generous reward, brave men will surely emerge. Among the 50 Imperial Guards, someone indeed produced an aphrodisiac. A burly guard named Yang Fan. What is the efficacy of this drug? Lin Fan inquired, looking at the porcelain vial in his hand. The shifty-eyed guard grinned as he introduced, Sir, this is the Qin Hahuan powder. Just a pinch the size of a fingernail can lead a high monk to break his vows and cause a virtuous maiden to fall from grace. It is truly enough. Enough. Here, 100 taels. I'll take it. Lin Fan tossed a 100-tael note, and the guard eagerly accepted it. Now be gone. Lin Fan waved dismissively. Understood. The guard pocketed the silver and returned to his post. Lin Fan turned to Wangfu and cautioned, keep a close eye on that fellow. Carrying an aphrodisiac is suspicious. Wangfu, somewhat speechless, nevertheless clasped his fists and replied, Understood, my lord. Chapter 92. Poisoning the wolf pack. As night fell, the camp was set up. Lin Guzi had hunted several wild delicacies, roasting them over the fire. There were wild chickens, rabbits, and even a small deer. The aroma of the meat wafted through the air, accompanied by fine wine, presenting a delightful feast. The elite members of the Jingwei dispatch for the hunt found it an effortless task. Enjoying the wild game alongside their rations, they felt carefree. However, the prisoners, having committed crimes, could only savor the scent of the meat while drinking thin porridge with scant grains. Young master, feast on the leg. It's highly nutritious, Lin Guzi said, tearing off a leg of the deer and offering it to Lin Fan. Taking a bite, Lin Fan pondered the matter of administering the drug. The aphrodisiac was not lethal, and it certainly would not kill the wolves. If he were to drug them tonight, by tomorrow, after a day of release, they would likely regain their vigor, effectively granting them an undeserved benefit. Thus, he decided to reserve his opportunity for just before dawn the next day. This way, after administering the drug to the wolf pack, he could once again access the Copper Mirror. Once in that realm, as long as the drug proved effective, the wolves would be preoccupied, allowing him to scavenge for resources to aid his cultivation. Having now achieved the third rank, he believed he could hold his ground in the Copper Mirror world. Those wretched wolves were to blame for his delayed progress. Lin Fan bit into the deer meat with vigor, almost as if he were gnawing on the leg of a wolf. In the Copper Mirror world, the wolf pack lay in wait at Lin Fan's designated spot. Led by the alpha, according to past experience, the human would soon emerge. However, the alpha, having waited long, began to harbor doubts. Would the human not appear this time? The wolves whined softly, having gone a day without food, all to stand guard alongside their alpha. After waiting in vain, discontent brewed amongst them. With a low growl, the alpha quelled their dissatisfaction, but hunger persisted. Ultimately, it decided to send half the pack to hunt while it and the remaining wolves continued their vigil. The consequence of splitting the pack was insufficient prey, leaving them only partially satisfied. While the wolves remained on guard, Lin Fan and his companions awakened and resumed their journey. With over 600 miles remaining, the shackled soldiers lamented their plight. On the third day, they finally crossed the borders of Fengzhou and Interhuazhou territory. After a day's travel, they managed to cover over 80 miles. It was not that the soldiers were slow. The rugged mountain paths hampered their progress. 80 miles in a day was already their limit. They set up camp, lit a fire, and prepared a meal. Lin Guzi and Wang, who went hunting again, bringing back more wild game. Eating the wild delicacies alongside their rations helped ease their exhaustion from the day's journey. Let us prepare some meat porridge for them today. We mustn't tire them out completely. After all, these men have committed no grave offenses. They were merely following orders, Lin Fan instructed. The prisoners expressed their deep gratitude, some even wishing to kneel and bow to him. The so-called meat porridge was essentially a mixture of animal organs and coarse rice, boiled together and sprinkled with a bit of salt. Yet, for the prisoners, it was a grand treat. They feasted with relish, as if they had never tasted such delicacies before. After satisfying their hunger, all rested. Even the martial artists, despite their cultivation, would grow weary after traveling over 80 miles each day. Time passed, and it was nearly the witching hour. Lin Fan opened his eyes, intending to hunt a larger prey and sprinkle the drug on it for the wolves. "Young master, where are you going?" Just as he was about to leave, Lin Guzi's voice called out. Lin Fan shot him a glare to sleep quietly. Obediently, Lin Guzi closed his eyes. Gathering his internal energy, Lin Fan executed the wind-walking technique, vanishing from the camp. He glided through the forest like a specter. A third-rank martial artist was already considered a master in the dying dynasty, able to traverse rooftops with ease. Under the moonlight, Lin Fan spotted various animals, rabbits, wild chickens, and similar game. Yet, these creatures were too small to satisfy the hunger of the wolf pack. Leaving some wolves without the drug would not bode well. Arriving at a small stream, Lin Fan found a satisfactory quarry, a wild bull. This bull likely weighed over 2,000 pounds, its massive frame resembling a small mountain. Lin Fan leaped from the treetops, diving straight at the bull. Wild animals possess acute senses of danger, and the sleeping bull opened its eyes in alarm. With a thud, blood splattered as Lin Fan crushed its skull with a punch. "Apologies, remember to reincarnate as a human next time." He unsheathed his dagger and began making small incisions on the bull's body, filling each cut with a sprinkle of the drug. According to the strength of the warrior, this vial contained enough for numerous uses, yet Lin Fan used it all on the bull as flesh. Completing this task, dawn was approaching. Without delay, he seized the bull and entered the Copper Mirror world. In the Copper Mirror realm, the wolves were ravenously alert. Their dissatisfaction grew. If they continued to starve, they might abandon their pack. The alpha, still patiently waiting, sensed that consuming the human might yield unforeseen benefits. According to the timeline, the human's appearance was imminent. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed. Then, the wolves beheld the massive carcass of the wild bull dropping onto the grass before them. Seated atop the bull was a human, the very one they had been waiting for days to see. With a howl, the alpha commanded the pack, and they surged forward. The alpha, the fastest of them all, pounced toward Lin Fan. "Savor the feast," Lin Fan said nonchalantly before vanishing from the Copper Mirror world. With a thud, the Wolf King landed on the grass, having missed its target. The pack stared blankly at the spot where Lin Fan had vanished, confusion etched in their eyes. What manner of human was this, capable of appearing and disappearing so suddenly? However, the pack's attention soon shifted back to the bull's carcass. The numerous incisions on the bull had released a rich, bloody aroma that wafted in all directions. The starving wolves could hardly contain their excitement, their eyes glimmering with a bluish hue as they cautiously approached the bull's body, eager to tear off a chunk of flesh and indulge in a feast. Yet, the alpha sensed something amiss. How could this human be so benevolent as to provide them with food? It turned and growled, signaling the pack to retreat. But the wolves were nearly beside themselves, some whining and drooling uncontrollably. The alpha realized the situation was dire. The pack was on the brink of madness from hunger. They could not be restrained any longer. After much hesitation, it finally relented, tearing off a piece of flesh to consume. The meat was tender, crumbling easily, yet undeniably real. The wolves rushed in, relishing the banquet laid before them. Chapter 93. Spring has arrived. The wolf pack consisted of over 30 members, while the wild buffalo weighed more than 3,000 pounds. Logically, this should have been sufficient to satiate their hunger. However, after consuming the meat, they felt as if it lacked the sustenance they needed, leaving them with an unsatisfactory sense of fullness. Perhaps the meat was deficient in vital energy, resulting in an inadequate replenishment of their strength. Nonetheless, there was at least something in their bellies, offering some solace to the pack. As the alpha wolf, it naturally consumed the most flesh. It felt a perplexing presence within its stomach, an essence that seemed to exist yet also eluded its grasp. A warm current coursed through its veins, spreading throughout its body. It glanced at its companions, who were also exhibiting unusual behavior. Soon, the alpha understood the source of this strange sensation. Something was amiss. Spring had not yet arrived. What was happening? A female wolf had approached, brushing her sleek fur against its body. The alpha felt an uncontrollable surge of desire burning within, its gaze filled with longing. The female responded with a provocative sway of her hips. A fierce battle was imminent. The pack began to stir restlessly. Spring had come, a season of revival. The wolves were plunged into a frenzy, with the number of females proving insufficient, leading to the anguished cries of some males. Meanwhile, Lin Fan waited in silence. According to the strongman, it would take merely half an hour for the effects of the potion to peak. He pondered how this would affect the wolves. The time was drawing near. Lin Fan calculated the duration and realized the bronze mirror could be activated once more. He promptly activated it and entered the realm of the bronze mirror. This time, he was fully prepared to exit at the first sign of trouble. Yet upon landing, he was met with a sharp, stinging sensation in his eyes. A pack of wolves was energetically engaged in their primal instincts. The potency of the potion was indeed impressive. Lin Fan could not help but exclaim. The wolves had completely succumbed to madness, and the alpha's gaze caught sight of Lin Fan's sudden appearance. It yearned to charge at Lin Fan, but its body was uncooperative, and it needed time to shake off the advances of the female wolf. In this regard, all were aware of the situation. Lin Fan understood the wolves were currently preoccupied. Even if they wished to attack him, it would not be feasible for some time. Thus, he boldly lingered in the realm of the bronze mirror. Having recently ascended to a higher tier of proficiency, he felt compelled to test his newfound ability to stand upright. After a moment of concentration, he sensed a reduction in the pressure he had previously experienced. With a sudden exertion, he straightened himself. His body wobbled slightly, but he quickly regained his balance. "I'm standing. Ha ha ha, I'm standing." Lin Fan laughed joyously, nearly overwhelmed with tears of happiness. Who knows how long he had awaited this day? Finally, he could stand in the realm of the bronze mirror, though it was evident that it required considerable effort. Achieving this milestone was monumental. Ignoring the frenzied wolves, he resembled a toddler taking its first steps, unsteadily making his way up the hillside. Though his movements were laborious, he progressed much faster than crawling, and his perspective had dramatically changed. After several breaths, Lin Fan successfully reached the summit of the hill. From his elevated position, he surveyed the expansive scene below. The surroundings resembled a primordial forest, teeming with birds, wild grasses, fruits, and towering trees. In the distance, a small river glimmered, approximately 100 yards from where he stood. Time to gather resources. Lin Fan promptly bent down to harvest grass. Pulling it up was a trivial task for him now. In mere moments, he had collected a substantial handful. After a few more efforts, he had amassed a small bundle. Next, his gaze fell upon a tree at the foot of the hill, resembling a mulberry tree. It bore clusters of dark purple fruits similar to mulberries. He immediately set off towards it. The distance of over 5 yards, which would have taken him 2 days to traverse in the past, was now easily covered. In no time, he stood beneath the mulberry tree. By this point, he had spent approximately 40 breaths in the realm of the bronze mirror, significantly longer than before. However, upon reaching the tree, he began to feel winded, clearly nearing his physical limits. After a brief moment to regulate his breathing, Lin Fan reached for the accessible mulberries. The tree stood over 2 yards tall, so even on tiptoe, he could only grasp the lower-hanging fruits. Yet, the abundance of mulberries made harvesting easy, a stark contrast to the apricots. His hands filled with the succulent fruits. He had collected over 10, just as he was about to reach for more. He found the reachable fruits depleted, and his stamina was rapidly waning. Reluctant to leave with only this bounty, he pulled down several mulberry leaves before vanishing from the realm of the bronze mirror. Though he had disappeared, the wolves continued their fervent activities. Lin Fan mixed over 100 portions of the collected resources into the beef. The 30-odd wolves were unlikely to rest today. The alpha, watching Lin Fan vanish, felt a surge of frustration, yet the heat of desire overwhelmed its reason, propelling it forward. The howls of the pack echoed through the forest, drawing the attention of other creatures, some even daring to climb trees to observe the wolf's behavior. However, the spectacle on the grass left them astounded. Spring was upon them. What were these wolves engaged in? Furthermore, it was not only the males and females involved. This situation suggested a significant increase in the wolf population by next year. Meanwhile, Lin Fan